How are you guys? Like and hype this video for more and more parts. Chapter 1. Welcome to Floating Island World. The number of participants this time, 1000. May I ask if you have awakened the core of the floating island? Looking at the reminder that popped up in front of him, Su Tian let out a heavy breath. It has been 18 years since he came to this world. This is a strange world. In the outskirts of the city, there are magical islands floating one after another. Everyone will awaken a floating island core at the age of 18 and obtain an initial floating island. At the beginning, each island owner must mine resources, build defense lines, expand territory, explore the unknown, and resist the invasion of monsters. If the core of the floating island is destroyed by monsters, then this island will completely become a paradise for monsters. For this reason, each initial floating island will be given a 30-day observation period before becoming a real island owner. Only by passing the floating island test can one become a real island owner. There are many benefits of becoming an island owner. People can gain corresponding strength, wealth, and long lifespan as the floating island is upgraded. In this world, every island owner is the supreme existence. Legend has it that at the end of the world, there is an eternal island floating. That is an island owner who has developed the floating island to the extreme, and his lifespan exists in the world forever like the floating island. It is precisely because of this. Countless people have dedicated their lives to becoming an island owner. As his thoughts flowed, Su Tian looked more resolutely into the distance. He clenched his fists, and then firmly chose a random floating island. Soon, the appearance of floating islands appeared in front of his eyes. Information generation. The initial floating island has been selected. Generating floating island core. Floating island core and fusion. Congratulations, you have officially joined the floating island assessment. Each initial floating island has a 20-day protection period, during which monsters outside the island will not be able to destroy you. During the protection period, the resource refresh in the floating island will increase. After the protection period, the island owner will be formally assessed. Teleporting to the island owner. Stare. Congratulations to the player coming to the island world. As the information moved slightly, a flash of light flashed by. Su Tian's figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he had come to a floating island. This is an island as long as a kilometer wide, and at a glance, it is full of tall trees. Su Tian held an iron pickaxe and carefully observed his surroundings. This is a jungle, and the surrounding resources are very rich. According to the plan, he should vigorously collect resources first. Su Tian lowered his head, the iron pick in his hand exuded a metallic texture. Eternal iron pickaxe, the initial equipment of the island owner, which can be used to mine floating island resources. Advantages: made of eternal materials, it has the characteristics of eternal immortality. Disadvantages: the current level is low, and the mining speed is low. This is the initial equipment for each island owner, and it is used for them to mine resources on the floating island. However, with the upgrade of the floating island, these initial equipment can also be improved. Thoughts turned, Su Tian's eyes flicked to the distance. Prompted by the core of the floating island, all resource information on the floating island flashed one by one. Berry forest, there are many sweet berries growing. Berry, rich in nutrition, it can be used as food to satisfy hunger, or as bait for fishing. Ordinary wood tree, after mining, it can be dropped into wood blocks. Small iron veins, iron blocks can be mined, and resources are limited. Small gold veins, gold nuggets can be mined, and resources are limited. With a glance, Su Tian saw that the surrounding resources were complete. Without too much hesitation, he swung the pickaxe to mine. Now is the protection period of the floating island, during which he must exploit abundant resources to prepare for the invasion of monsters. Once the core of his floating island is destroyed by monsters, he will completely lose the chance to become an island owner and become an ordinary person for the rest of his life. Therefore, in order to pass the floating island assessment, hard work is essential. Su Tian's eyes showed determination, and he kept swinging the iron pick. Within a short time he had gathered a dozen berries for food. He stored the mined berries in the core of the floating island for emergencies. Then he continued to swing the pickaxe, mining towards a small iron vein. The mining of iron veins is more difficult. Su Tian's forehead was sweating, and after mining for a long time, he dug out a small piece of iron ingot. At this time, it was noon, and the sun in the sky hung high above the floating island. Su Tian's whole body was drenched in sweat. However, he did not rest, but continued to mine. Jingle! The sound of knocking sounded continuously, and the iron ingots piled up beside Su Tian also continued to increase. Now the mining efficiency of iron ore is a bit low, so he can only make up for it with diligence. With the passage of time, Su Tian has mined 3 types of resources: iron ingots, berries, and wood. He can fuse the items he needs through the core of the floating island. Su Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead, and then swung the pickaxe to mine. His current efforts are all in preparation for the future assessment. Only by passing the floating island test can he truly become a superior person. While Su Tian was working hard, the iron pick in his hand is changing quietly. A purple streamer appeared around the iron pickaxe. Then, a line of subtitles suddenly appeared in front of Su Tian's eyes. The island owner's perseverance infected the eternal iron pickaxe, and the eternal iron pickaxe automatically channeled spirits to form the eternal iron spirit. The eternal iron pickaxe acquires the super speed skill, and the efficiency of mining resources is increased by 10 times. What's the situation? It's too late for Su Tian to think too much. The eternal iron in his hand fell off automatically. Then under his amazed eyes, the eternal iron pickaxe exuded a faint streamer. Su Tian rubbed his eyes. At this time, the eternal iron pickaxe is mining the surrounding resources independently. Not only that, but its mining efficiency is extremely fast. After a while, piles of iron ingots and wood piled up around. Su Tian was a little dazed. He has never heard of the saying that there are psychics in the floating island. Could it be? This is the golden finger that he traveled through? Su Tian secretly guessed. After all, as a traverser, it is understandable to have some special skills. Thinking of this, there was a gleam of light in Su Tian's eyes. The message of Eternal Iron Pickaxe is generated again. Eternal Iron Pickaxe Spirit, Su Tian's floating island equipment, which can be independently mined. Advantages: it has 10 times the mining efficiency. Disadvantage: the current level is low. Good guy. With independent mining and 10 times the efficiency, this is simply invincible in the initial period. Su Tian secretly delighted. With such an iron pickaxe, he can almost no longer spend time mining the surrounding resources. And he doesn't have to worry about the resources being mined. Because each floating island is supported by mysterious substances, they will replenish the consumed resources. And now is the initial period, the replenishment efficiency in the floating island will be faster. Chapter 2. Su Tian took the lead. At this time, a batch of resources had been piled up beside him. The abundance of iron ingots and wood piled up like a mountain, which was more than what he could mine in a day. Su Tian happily collected all the surrounding resources into the core of the floating island. The core of the floating island is the link for each island owner to control the floating island. It is also the core of the island owner's cultivation. The upgrade of the floating island can feed back power to the island owner through the core of the floating island, so as to achieve extraordinary and longevity. While thinking about it, Su Tian opened the interface of the floating island core. Skill. Equipment. Architecture. Expansion. Communicate. Thing. Achievement. Among the 7 pages, only items and buildings are currently usable. The remaining 5 pages are all slightly dimmed. Only by upgrading the floating island can the remaining 5 interfaces be unlocked step by step. Su Tian clicked on the building, and there were only a few buildings in bright form. This means that at the moment, he can only build the ones in front of him. Without hesitation, Su Tian directly chose the construction furnace. Because there is an eternal iron pickaxe spirit to mine resources, he can proceed to the next step of the plan. A flash of brilliance flickered, and then the lines of a furnace were constantly emerging. The iron block is automatically consumed from the core of the floating island. Soon, a flash of light flashed, and a furnace-like building appeared on the floating island. Gaze away, information emerges. Ordinary furnace, it can smelt basic items and bake food, and the work efficiency is low. Ordinary furnaces only have two functions, smelting basic items and roasting food. However, if you upgrade the furnace in the future, you can evolve more effects. Moreover, the success rate of smelting high-level items will also increase greatly. For each smelted item, there will be a certain failure rate. Therefore, in order to reduce the failure rate, the quality of the furnace must be improved. But Su Tian can't talk that far yet. He took out some of the iron ingots and wood in the core of the floating island, and prepared to cast an iron sword. The iron sword can be used as a weapon for him to resist the invasion of monsters in the future. After making up his mind, the melting furnace controlled by Su Tian started smelting. The dark furnace quickly ignited a raging fire. A quick iron ingot was thrown in by him for casting. Under the operation of the flame, the furnace slowly rolled. The effect of ordinary furnaces is low. Obviously, it will take a while to forge an iron sword. While he was waiting, a golden glow appeared around him. While Su Tian was surprised, there was a warm current flowing in his body. A strange power burst out in his body. Infinite power kept climbing up his limbs. At this moment, Su Tian felt that his eyes became clearer all of a sudden. Even those who think jump are extremely quick. This is upgraded. Su Tian's gaze suddenly brightened. With continuous work, Eternal Iron Pickaxe Spirit has reached the upgrade requirements. Then the floating island core in Su Tian's body was upgraded accordingly. On this floating island, the growth of all power will improve the quality of the core of the floating island. Through the improvement of the core of the floating island, the island owner can truly achieve transcendence and immortality. The core of the floating island can bring great power, long lifespan, and eternal existence to the island owner. Before he went to the floating island, he had already heard that some island owners had survived for tens of thousands of years. Through the core of the floating island, they raised the level of life and achieved eternal life. Not only that, but what's more, he has come into contact with extraordinary power. When they pass through the core of the floating island, they can trigger thunder and fire, and call the wind and rain. Become the overlord of the defending party. However, under the premise of all these, it is necessary to pass the assessment and become the owner of the island in order to truly realize it. Otherwise, people who lose the core of the floating island will be completely reduced to ordinary people. Therefore, because of this, countless people are desperately mining resources after going to the island. I want to complete the assessment and become the real island owner. Su Tian withdrew his thoughts and looked at the core of the floating island floating above. There is a new message generated. It is detected that the level of the island owner has increased, and the communication page will be automatically awakened. Island Master level upgrade detected, automatic awakening skill page. 7 interfaces were selected, and 2 were opened again. The communication interface, as the name suggests, can communicate with other people through this. After becoming the owner of the island, people can communicate, form alliances and trade with outsiders through this. There are many resources on the floating island, and the island owner can exchange them through this page. The skill page is the beginning of people's road to the extraordinary. By learning skills, the island owner can gain the extraordinary power to communicate between heaven and earth. It's just that the current Su Tian still can't touch such a high level. At this time, in front of him, there are 5 initial skills. Speed, it can increase the speed by 20%. Strength, it can increase the strength by 20%. Sturdy, it can increase defense by 20%. Recovery, it can increase the recovery speed by 10%. Rage, after the skill is activated, it can be increased by 5% in all directions. Su Tian looked at the 5 options in front of him, showing a thoughtful expression. His heart is a little inclined to berserk skills. After all, it can increase by 5% in all directions. Just when he was still hesitating, the burning furnace suddenly changed. A fiery red glow appeared above the furnace. Then the dark furnace began to change. Its appearance gradually turned red, and the speed of smelting inside its body began to accelerate. Your furnace has been psychic due to its inefficiency, and has received a fiery red blessing. The refining effect of the current furnace is increased by 10%, and the success rate is increased by 20%. Su Tian, what's the situation? Psychic again? Before he can react, there is a dazzling red light on the other side of the furnace. Then a fiery red elf appeared above the furnace. The fiery red elf jumped in the flames, as cheerful as a newborn. Congratulations to the island owner, you got a fire elf. What? It turned out to be an elf. Su Tian was overjoyed when he saw the reminder that emerged. He had heard before that there were some elves in the floating island. These elves possess powerful potential if once tamed. It will be a great force in the floating island. But it is not an easy task to subdue the elves. So far, he has only heard of a few island owners who have obtained elves. Did not expect. I actually got an elf. Su Tian couldn't hide the excitement in his heart, and slowly stretched out his hand to caress the fiery red elf. The fire elf looks more cheerful under his touch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Although she didn't understand, it didn't stop Su Tian from liking her. Chapter 3. By the furnace. Under the gaze of Su Tian, the fire elf threw himself into the flames. Then the flames in the furnace became enchanting. The fire elf pulled out an iron sword in the red furnace. Su Tian immediately received the prompt. Congratulations to the island owner for getting an iron sword handle. The fire elf embraced the iron sword, but did not hand it over to Su Tian immediately. Under Su Tian's puzzled eyes, the iron sword in the embrace of the fire elf started to flicker brightly. From the hilt to the blade, a dazzling red light penetrated the iron sword. This is because the island owner touched the fire elf. She was extremely happy, so he prayed to the island owner's iron sword. What? There is such an operation. Seeing this, Su Tian couldn't close his mouth in shock. He didn't expect that a fire elf not only possesses super powerful combat power, but can also pray for blessings. The fire spirit handed over the blessed iron sword to Su Tian. The fiery red iron sword exudes a dangerous edge. Su Tian took the iron sword and continued to stroke the little head of the fire elf. The island owner touches the fire elf, and gains the favorability of the fire elf plus 10. Island owner touches the fire elf and gains Huok Island favorability plus 10. Several reminders sounded in succession. The fire elf's favorability towards Su Tian suddenly reached 70. The fire elf was very happy, and jumped into the flames of the furnace to dance. Su Tian turned his head to look at the iron sword in his hand. Fire sword, after the second awakening, she gained the power of flames and can split a hill. Good. It is an extraordinary weapon. With this fiery sword, Su Tian's strength has improved a lot. In the future, it will be more secure to resist the invasion of monsters. It seems that my golden finger can make items psychic. After these two incidents, Su Tian has already deeply understood his cheating. He had always thought that the eternal iron pickaxe was his golden finger. In this way, Su Tian has taken the upper hand here. He turned his head to look at the skill page, and chose Berserk without hesitation. He was already inclined towards this skill, but now that he had the fire sword, he was even more sure. A burst of light flashed, and the power in Su Tian's body became even more majestic. He punched out, and there was a small whirlwind dancing wildly. Waving the flaming sword, brilliant brilliance appeared in the air. He tried it, and the effect of the fire sword was amazing. It's easy to cut down an ancient tree. Su Tian lost his strength, and retracted the fire sword to the core of the floating island. He will have plenty of time to practice in the future, and the most urgent task now is to step up construction. The eternal iron pickaxe is constantly being mined. And his furnace is constantly refining new items under the guidance of the fire elves. With the help of these two psychics, he can already be a hands-off shopkeeper in some respects. But now he needs to build a residence. In order to facilitate his future practice, Su Tian opened the core of the floating island and made a residence from the items refined in the furnace. As time goes by, a small iron house gradually appeared on the floating island. On the periphery of the iron object, some small wooden barriers were placed as protection. At this time, Su Tian can be completely at ease for a while. Eternal iron pickaxe is constantly mining resources. Fire spirits and furnaces are casting items. Su Tian inspected the casting of the iron house. As night fell, the iron house was finally cast under the work of the core of the floating island. After Su Tian confirmed that everything was ready, he embarked on a journey to conquer the sea. In this bizarre world, the ocean occupies dozens of times the land area. All floating islands are suspended above the ocean. Su Tian has mastered the core of the floating island in this day. With a thought in his mind, the entire floating island began to float into the distance. In the endless sea, Su Tian has not found other islands. He calmed down and clicked on the building interface. Except for a few items, he couldn't forge most of the buildings. These locked buildings can be unlocked through floating island upgrades and special means in the future. Su Tian glanced and quickly fixed on an item. Fishing rod. It can be used to fish fish such as the sea, and can withstand a weight of 500 catties. In the sea, there are not only many fish, but also many scattered treasures. Some island owners once fished treasures from the sea. But that chance is 1 in a million. Su Tian doesn't expect that extravagantly, he needs to catch fish from the sea to settle his dinner now. Although he still has berries to eat, they are all fish that live in the sea and are rich in nutrition. They can then enhance the physique in the body. Most people feed on this fish after becoming island owners. The nutrients contained in some fish can be compared to ginseng ganoderma. Su Tian put a few iron ingots into the furnace. Under his command, the fire elves began to cast fishing rods. Not only that, Su Tian also prepared several fishing traps just in case. The fish in the sea like to eat berries, and he put a dozen berries in the fishing trap. Out of the island, the floating island floats in the dark night sky. He casts the fishing trap into the sea, waiting for tomorrow's harvest. After everything was ready, Su Tian returned to the residence with satisfaction and waited for the result. But when he just took a step, a vague figure emerged from the darkness. Su Tian took a closer look and saw that it was a goblin with green body. Goblin, it is a resident monster on the floating island. Whenever the night falls, there is a certain probability that it will be refreshed on the floating island. Su Tian frowned slightly. My own luck is a bit back. Monsters appeared on the first night. But fortunately, he is not what he used to be now. After the level was raised to the first level, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. And he also learned the berserk skill. The current goblin faced Su Tian, without a doubt, a dead end. Roar! The goblin roared and swung its two sharp claws towards Su Tian. A sharp edge streaked across the dark night sky. Su Tian dismissed it. He avoided it sideways, and took the opportunity to take out the fiery sword in the core of the floating island. Call out! A brilliant fire flashed across. The goblin died completely before he could howl. Blazing flames engulfed his body. Su Tian exhaled a foul breath. Slowly calm the rage in the body. This goblin is not weak. Compared with the initial island owners, it is more difficult to kill them. But fortunately, Su Tian improved quickly and took the lead again. Otherwise, who wins and who loses? Not sure. Thinking of this, Su Tian was a little worried about the other island owners. They don't have the ability to psychic like Su Tian. If they encountered such goblin-like monsters in the early stage, then they would be in bad luck. Well, do not care. Go home and rest. Su Tian sighed softly, packed up his belongings and went back to rest. Chapter 4. The night on the floating island is more beautiful than the outside world. The stars dotted in the sky are shining with colorful light. Su Tian walked all the way without encountering any danger along the way. It seems that during the protection period, only a few fish slipped through the net. Back in the residence, Su Tian looked up today's harvest. The eternal iron pickaxe is still mining resources, and the basic furnace is constantly smelting items. The fire elf floated above the furnace, very dazzling. Su Tian closed his eyes and rested. Time flies by. The next day. As soon as Su Tian opened his eyes, dozens of reminder messages popped up in front of him. Last night, the slime invaded and was killed by the fire elves, and the item dropped, fusion agent. The goblins invaded last night and were killed by the fire elves, and the item dropped, cloth bag. The skeleton monster invaded last night and was killed by the fire elf, and the item dropped, iron sword. Your fire elf successfully guarded the floating island and gained a sense of belonging to the floating island. A few pieces of information are reminders from the fire elves to kill monsters. Su Tian was a little scared. I didn't expect that there were monsters invading last night, fortunately. The camp is guarded by fire elves. Otherwise, if the monsters make a surprise attack, his territory may suffer a great loss. Su Tian let out a breath, then his eyes flicked downwards. Basic furnaces communicate with fire elves, successfully gain alienation experience, and unlock new skills, refining. Your fishing rod is psychic, and you can automatically catch the favorite of the sea, the little white fish. Your fishing trap has been psychic, successfully caught sea fish +6, sea shrimp +5, a golden treasure chest. The eternal iron pickaxe discovered a gold vein last night and has been mined. It's only been one night, and such a big change has taken place on the floating island. Su Tian opened his mouth and said happily. He walked out of the house. The sound of mining the eternal iron pickaxe, the sound of forging in the furnace, and the cry of the fire spirit all came to my ears continuously in an instant. At this time, beside the eternal iron, there is a pile of golden gold shining with light. Su Tian was overjoyed that the gold could be tempered into gold ingots after casting. Gold ingots are a rare building material on floating islands, and can be used to cast many tall buildings. Moreover, gold can also be made into gold coins, which are an important currency for communicating with the outside world. All in all, the mining of gold mines is definitely a major breakthrough on the floating island. Su Tian minted all the mined gold ores into gold coins. After the basic furnace is alienated, the efficiency of smelting is improved. And after obtaining refined skills, the magazine for tempering gold coins is more accurate, which greatly reduces the loss of gold coins. At this moment, the fire spirit floating in the sky brought a bunch of spoils from last night. Broken iron swords and various bags of fusion agents fell out. Su Tian took a look, and found that these items are not very useful at the moment. But in the back, with the mining of the floating island, it is of great use. As Su Tian's gaze passed, a faint stream of light flashed. Under the phantom shadow of the streamer, there is a huge building, which is being built as a city. Su Tian built a warehouse, and with the continuous increase of things behind it, the core of the floating island must not be able to accommodate so many items. So building a warehouse is essential. Squeak! Squeak! At this moment, the fire elf in the sky chirped softly. Su Tian looked up, only to find that the figure of the fire elf had grown a lot compared to yesterday. It seems that yesterday's battle made him grow a lot. Not only that, but a red spear evolved from the fire elf's arm. The fiery red spear flickered in the sky, looking very majestic. The fire elf dragged the spear and gestured continuously in one direction. Su Tian was slightly taken aback. Is this, guiding me there? The fire elf started to fly forward with a brilliant flame. Su Tian hurriedly followed without hesitation. The level of the fire elves is still relatively low now, and more skills can be unlocked when the core of the floating island is upgraded in the future. Among them, you can also unlock the communication language with the elves. Transcendents like the fire elves speak relatively profound languages, and currently they can only understand the other party's meaning through simple movements. As the fire spirit continued to lead the way, Su Tian discovered that this was the place where fishing traps were left yesterday. Could it be, is that? Su Tian thought of the reminder in the morning that the fishing traps last night were fruitful. Not only captured all kinds of rich sea things, but also found a golden treasure chest. Thinking of this, Su Tian immediately quickened his pace. Seeing Su Tian's actions, the fire spirit floating in the sky immediately showed joy. In this way, one person and one elf soon came to the place where the fishing trap was set yesterday. Su Tian put away the fishing trap. In a pile of pockets, fresh big fish are flapping their tails, and several palm-sized lobsters are holding their pincers and baring their teeth. Su Tian looked up, and the fire elf's gaze was always fixed on the biggest harvest in the fishing net, the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest, it contains unknown items, and there is a certain chance that mysterious items can be opened. Mystery item. Su Tian whispered, could it be that this is what attracts the fire elves? He took out the treasure chest and put it in his hand. The treasure chest made of ordinary wood is engraved with mysterious patterns. There are bright markings shining in the mysterious lines, which look extremely bright. On the floating island, the island owner can obtain treasure chests through trading and exploring the unknown. Some chests require special means to open. However, this kind of treasure chest salvaged from the sea can be opened directly. Su Tian glanced at the fire elf, its eyes never left the treasure chest from the beginning to the end. Can make the fire elf throb so much, what is hidden in this treasure chest? Without hesitation, Su Tian stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. A golden light shot up into the sky from inside the treasure chest, and then quickly dimmed. With the opening of the treasure chest, the fire elves in the sky became even more excited. The flame that flickers for life is brighter. There are 3 items in the treasure chest. Su Tian glanced over, and the information of the 3 items emerged. Tornado technique, it depicts an ancient technique, a one-time item, which can burst into a violent tornado. Purple gold bow, a bow and arrow made of purple dragon crystal, pulling a gem engraved with a fire attribute, has a 50% chance of triggering an extraordinary attribute, a fire dragon. Seed of the elemental god tree, the fruit that falls off from the elemental god tree comes from the void space. The elemental god number is the home of extraordinary elves. There is a certain probability that elves can be cultivated, and there is a certain probability that elves can be attracted to live there. God tree seed. Su Tian's gaze was fixed on a black seed in the treasure chest. This is a pitch-black elemental seed, exuding a vigorous and extraordinary power around it. No wonder the fire elves were so excited, it turned out to be because of this reason. Chapter 5. Well done. Fishing traps. Su Tian praised the fishing trap. The fishing trap feels the praise from the owner, is greatly encouraged, and the power is increased by 20%, continue to go to the deep sea to find the hidden treasure chest. Look at the sudden prompt. Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, but soon he was relieved. They are worthy of spiritual treasures, it seems that they will be praised more in the future. After Su Tian made up his mind, he took out all the items in the treasure chest. Tornado technique, a green scroll, which contains super wind attribute power. It is a means of attack in the extraordinary world. It is rumored that the powerful island owners all possess extremely powerful extraordinary power. That kind of destructive power can be said to have surpassed natural disasters. Think about it. Su Tian's heart is crazy. That supreme and extraordinary power is not far away from me. As long as his own floating island maintains this momentum and continues to develop, soon he will be able to complete the floating island assessment and become a real island owner. While thinking, Su Tian grabbed the purple gold bow in his hand. Purple gold bow, the whole body is purple, smooth, and brilliant like a brilliant gem. After holding it in the hand, there is a warm feeling flowing into the palm. With these two items, he will have more confidence in the next defense battle. Not only that, he can still take the initiative to attack now. Su Tian included the tornado technique and the Zijin bow into the core of the floating island. Afterwards, he took out the seeds of the sacred tree from the treasure chest. The fire elf's attitude towards the seeds of the divine tree has always been in a state of fanaticism, and in this excitement, there is still a trace of piety. Su Tian's attitude became serious. The most valuable item in this golden treasure chest is this elemental speed seed. With this seed, he has the hope of building an extraordinary army in the future. This idea may be scoffed at by others. But as long as the elemental seeds can truly grow and bear fruit, then this idea is not impossible to realize. Without too much hesitation, Su Tian began to look for fertile land for elemental seeds. Came to a shrub forest. The soil here is still fertile, and the surrounding trees are growing extremely huge. It is a head taller than other trees. Su Tian dug a small hole and planted the seeds. The fire elf was beside him, following closely all the time. See elemental seeds planted. The fire elf stretched out his arms, wrapped them around his heart and made a blessing gesture. With every gesture, pure red extraordinary power sprinkled down. The extraordinary power submerged into the soil, and soon the elemental seeds were fused. After a while, the place where the elemental seeds were planted began to tremble violently. Facing Su Tian's astonished gaze, the elemental seeds began to break out of the ground. A pitch-black seed sprouts green shoots. Then his body continued to grow. In less than a while, the elemental seeds grew to a height of more than 10 meters. Its branches are full of branches and leaves, and a towering tree has suddenly formed like this. Around the big tree, there are all kinds of extraordinary elements lingering around. Boom! There was a violent tremor. The body of the elemental seed stopped growing. At this time, its torso has grown to a width of more than 10 meters. From its tender green leaves, all kinds of faint extraordinary power flowed out. Not only that, but if you look carefully, you can also see some tiny fruits growing in a pile of leaves. Almost at the moment when the elemental god tree finished growing, several reminder messages popped up in front of Su Tian's eyes again. Your elemental god tree has been psychic, and its growth rate has increased by 20%. Your floating island and psychic, aware of the blooming of the elemental tree, took the opportunity to awaken the elemental blessing. The floating island can be used for elemental blessing. Your eternal iron pickaxe is blessed with metallic elements, the mining speed is increased by 50%, and the efficiency of gold mining is increased by 70%. Your basic furnace is blessed with fire attribute elements, the melting speed is increased by 50%, and the refining speed is increased by 50%. Your floating island soil is blessed with soil attribute elements, and there is a 10% chance to refresh high-level resources. Your fire elves are blessed with fire attribute elements, and have a deeper understanding of fire attributes. Su Tian's heart trembled wildly. The benefits brought by this elemental tree are too amazing, right? Elemental blessing, group upgrade. It's really a bug. Su Tian knew that the sacred tree was extraordinary, so he looked forward to the future. But he didn't expect that it would bring such amazing benefits just after planting it. It's just astonishing. Su Tian still hasn't calmed down from the excitement just now. The self in front of me had another strange change. Strands of streamer bloomed all over his body. The illusory power submerged into the core of his floating island from all around. The core of the floating island meets the upgrade requirements, and the automatic upgrade is in progress. LV3. At this moment, under the blessing of group elements, Su Tian's level has been raised to level 3. His floating island core interface is automatically generated. It is detected that the island owner's level has been promoted to LV3, and the achievement page will be opened automatically. It is detected that the island owner's level has been promoted to LV3, and the expansion page will be opened automatically. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, and he felt that the power in his body had increased a lot again. After the level was raised, his physical fitness improved again. A faint golden light melted into the internal organs. These golden rays can nourish his organs all the time. Let his body continue to improve. Not only that, but under the influence of the golden light, his bones are constantly tightening. Su Tian clenched his fist, and the bones in his hand made crackling sounds. Boom! He punched out, and there was a violent sonic boom in the sky instantly. This is when he strikes with all his strength. Now he could kill a goblin with one punch even with his bare hands. Su Tian is overjoyed. It was only the second day after entering the island, and he had already been promoted to the 3rd level. For the future assessment of the floating island, he became more confident and confident. Su Tian exhaled lightly, hiding the golden light in his eyes. After the level was raised to level 3, new skills were born on his skill page. Open the core of the floating island, and various skill options are continuously crossing like branches. As Su Tian learned skills, 3 options immediately appeared. Fighting technique, combining the strengths of various fighting techniques, it can improve combat ability and combat experience. After learning, killing monsters has a certain chance to drop gold coins. Whiplash, inherit various footwork, after learning, the speed can be increased by 20%, and it has a certain chance to drop gold coins when killing monsters. Body refining technique, after learning, it can increase the defense power by 20%, and it has a certain chance to drop gold coins when killing monsters. Su Tian glanced over, without too much hesitation, he directly chose to learn martial arts. He had learned berserk before, and now he has learned fighting skills. Combat power is no longer the same. Although physical training is also a bit tempting, but he thought about it, and once he breaks through to a higher level, he will learn extraordinary. The physical body will naturally become extraordinary, and there is no need to practice too much in the early stage. Su Tian learned martial arts, and countless battle scenes and combat experiences flashed in his mind. This directly allowed a rookie who didn't know how to fight to immediately master the most powerful fighting skills. Chapter 6. At this time, the construction of the floating island has initially formed an assembly line. The eternal iron pickaxe is used for mining, and then the furnace is used to smelt and craft the mined items. Finally, these useful resource items will be put into the warehouse for backup. In this way, Su Tian is completely ready to be a hands-off shopkeeper. However, he did not stop the pace of construction. Now that resources have been rationally allocated, it's time to expand. Under the bug of element blessing, all aspects of construction and mining have been improved. The resources at this stage are no longer enough to mine the eternal iron pickaxe. Su Tian found that the resources in the nearby area had been exploited. And refreshing resources will have to wait until the next day. In order to gain the upper hand, territorial expansion is essential. Su Tian opened the core of the floating island and selected the expansion page. At this time, somewhere on the edge of the floating island, there are 4 directions that can be expanded. As far as Su Tian looked, information emerged from the 4 directions one by one. East side, the soil is fertile, and there is a certain probability that monsters will spawn. West side, rich in resources, there is a certain probability of spawning monsters. South side, the land is average, the resources are Geniki-like, and there are no monsters. North side, unknown area. Unknown area. Su Tian stared at the north. Compared with the other three directions, there are more dangers in the unknown area. There may be groups of monsters in the unknown area, and there may be rich resources and rich soil. In this area, everything is unknown. But Su Tian knew that most of the unknown areas had abundant resources. Even if there are monsters, Su Tian is not afraid. Now his strength is not something that ordinary monsters can resist. Even if there were any accidents and encountered a powerful monster, Su Tian would have to deal with it. The tornado technique is safely in the core of the floating island, and can be taken out at any time and exploded. Holding the purple gold bow in his hand, the fiery fire elemental breath lingers around. There is no doubt that his combat power is already invincible in the initial stage. After preparing all these, Su Tian didn't forget to call the fire elves together. After receiving the will, the fire elf slowly woke up from the elemental tree. Perched on the elemental tree, the fire elf's understanding of the fire element is constantly deepening. He raised the fluttering spear in his hand, and came to Su Tian's side with flickering flames. With his current combat power, he can already beat all initial players. For the development of unknown areas, it is already a certainty. Su Tian smiled slightly, with a confident smile on his face. He clicked to expand the unknown area. The next moment, the entire floating island trembled. In the north direction, there is an illusory streamer flickering. Subsequently, new regions are constantly being formed and then expanded. After the area was formed, white mist gushed out in this new floating island area. At a glance, it was all a faint white mist. This is the floating island fog. All newly expanded territories will generate this fog. Only when the island owner personally occupies this area, will the fog disappear. Su Tian pinned the purple gold bow behind his back, holding the fiery sword in his hand. He exchanged a glance with the fire elf, and then strode directly into it. Stepping into this unknown area, the surrounding fog made it impossible for them to see things 5 meters away. Su Tian held the fire sword tightly and kept vigilant all the time. He walked forward, surrounded by silence. This unknown area is several thousand meters long, and he has now crossed hundreds of meters without encountering any danger. Where he crossed behind, the fog had disappeared. This means that the place behind him has been completely occupied by him. It has officially become a part of the floating island. Zhang. Sudden. Su Tian noticed something strange. He felt that there was danger ahead. After the level was raised, his spiritual perception also improved. Therefore, even if he couldn't see the existence in the mist, he could guess one or two based on perception alone. To the fire elf, he whispered in a low voice, "Fire elf, prepare to fight." The fire elf nodded, and the flames flickered from the spear in his hand, making it more vivid. "Coming!" Su Tian suddenly shouted. Raising the flaming sword and slashing forward, a brilliant flame instantly pierced the sky. The fire elf also made a move, stabbing forward with a fiery spear in his hand. A fiery red lotus protruded from the tip of his spear and smashed in front of him. Boom! A bang! The corpse of a demon wolf appeared in front of him. Storm Wolf, a mutated beast in an unknown area, with agile speed. Successfully kill the Gale Wolf, get gold coins plus 10. Su Tian frowned slightly, his serious expression did not relax because of the death of Gale Wolf. He could feel threats around him. After the Wind Wolf died, she only dropped gold coins, so Su Tian directly burned her body with flames. Lest the smell of its blood give away their position. In this fog, not only could they not see clearly, but also the beasts in these areas could not see their surroundings clearly. They just detected Su Tian's position with their keen sense of smell. Su Tian continued to walk forward, with an indifferent cold light in his eyes. They pushed forward a few hundred meters again, and a group of monsters appeared around them again. This time not only the Gale Wolf appeared, but also a dozen skeleton soldiers attacked them. Su Tian swept across several Gale Wolves, and the fire sword in his hand erupted with the power of fire elements instantly. The blazing flame instantly chopped off the head of a gale wolf. The fire elf's strength was extraordinary, and he blocked the attacks of more than a dozen skeleton soldiers alone. The spear in his hand waved flames, bursting out into fiery red lotuses. The fiery red lotus was so powerful that the moment it touched the ground, it immediately blasted a deep hole. Under the explosion of the fiery red lotus, more than a dozen skeleton soldiers fell down one after another. After Su Tian glanced at it, he looked away. The fire elves are so powerful, you can't be ashamed of yourself. Su Tian turned on the berserk state. The whole body is like a stimulant, extremely hot. Roar! With a roar, he rushed into the pack of wolves to attack. Ah! Su Tian was like a bloodthirsty demon, killing gale wind wolves running around. Soon, the howling of the wolves' bullying gradually subsided. After some fighting, he harvested 256 gold coins. And among the wolves, a blast boots equipment broke out. Storm boots, after wearing it, the speed can be increased by 20%. Su Tian took a glance and threw the blast boots into the core of the floating island for storage. The battle just now caused them to advance several hundred meters. Now they have developed half of the unknown area. Chapter 7. Su Tian and the fire elves burned the corpses of these monsters. This time the spoils are quite rich. Especially gold coins, directly harvested 256 pieces. Adding the previous 10 pieces, they have obtained 266 pieces. These gold coins are important resources for building floating islands and trading items in the future. Su Tian tidied up and continued to move forward. At this moment, a faint streamer appeared in front of him. Su Tian stared at the streamer, and murmured, "What is this? Is it a mysterious building?" This kind of streamer only appears on the body of the building. Su Tian has also cast many buildings, so he is very familiar with this streamer. There is a certain probability that mysterious buildings can be spawned in unknown areas. This kind of mysterious building cannot be cast by the island owner, and can only be discovered by exploring unknown areas. Su Tian stepped forward quickly and occupied the surrounding territory. Soon, the surrounding fog dissipated, revealing its original appearance. In the expansion area, an angel icon with a height of tens of meters appeared. Around this angel, there is a mysterious angelic aura. Below the angel statue, there is a clear lake. The water in the lake is very clear, and just by looking at it, there is a feeling of peace of mind. Under Su Tian's gaze, the core of the floating island prompts a message. Angel holy water, the tears of the holy angels fell, forming this lake, activating the angel statue, can revive the spirit of Su Tian. Angel spirit. Su Tian looked at the prompt, revealing a hint of thought. In my impression, I have never heard of an angel's message. Have you won the first prize? Su Tian weighed the pros and cons and decided to activate the angel statue. Because this statue always gives him a sense of clarity. Su Tian came to the statue, and the statue reminded him that he needed to sacrifice 100 gold coins. Without hesitation, Su Tian took out 100 gold coins and put them in. The 100 gold coins turned into golden light and sank into the body of the angel statue. In an instant, a faint white mist rose all around. The statue of the angel gradually fell off, revealing its original appearance. This is an angelic girl with blue eyes and yellow hair. She has the exquisite appearance of a fairy, and at a glance, it is extremely moving. Su Tian looked in a daze, his eyes were full of the appearance of holy angels. After the surrounding lakes sensed the revival of the sacred statue, they all turned into jets of water and soared into the sky. 9 water dragons formed from lake water wander around the holy angel. Then the body of the holy angel continued to shrink. In the end, he turned into a palm-sized girl and fell into Su Tian's hands. Su Tian looked at this sudden change, feeling a little confused. What's the situation? Why did it suddenly become smaller? To be honest, at this time Su Tian felt an inexplicable sense of loss in his heart. Ugh! He sighed lightly, giving up the distracting thoughts in his heart. The shrunken version of the holy angel still has a delicate face, with the face of a fairy. Just looking at the shrunken version of the holy angel, Su Tian no longer had that throbbing feeling in his heart. He shook his head and abandoned the distracting thoughts in his heart. The holy angel's body is very soft, lying in Su Tian's palm, there is a warm feeling. Seeing such a cute angel, Su Tian couldn't help poking her. He stretched out his index finger and touched the face of the holy angel. That soft feeling came from the center of his fingers. The holy angel who felt the movement gradually woke up. She got up slowly, and stretched in Su Tian's palm. Her long yellow hair is blowing in the wind. Squeak! Feeling the revival of the holy angel, the fire elves in the sky seemed to be very happy. He fell from the sky into Su Tian's palm. The holy angel looked at this man with puzzled eyes. The fire elf stepped forward to hold her hand and flew to the sky. The holy angel did not resist, and flew in the sky with the fire spirit. Seeing this scene, Su Tian sighed slightly inwardly. Well. All right. Let this beautiful girl be yours. The shrunken version of the holy angel does not seem to have any IQ, just like a newborn, very curious about everything around. Led by the fire spirit, the holy angels fly around to play. Su Tian felt isolated. The fire elves were very attached to him before, but now that they have a playmate, they just dumped him. Well. Man. Su Tian didn't care about them. He quickened his pace and kept pushing forward. The subsequent expansion went smoothly, and there was no monster attack along the way. In less than a while, the entire unknown area was expanded by him. Su Tian observed, the resources and soil born in this area are extremely rich. He considered planning this place as a base camp for development. Where they were before, other directions could be planned. According to his plan, the construction of the floating island will be divided into several major sections. There are industrial areas, agricultural areas, combat areas, etc. Various types. With the continuous improvement of buildings and resources, these plans will continue to be realized. The soil here is fertile and the resources are abundant, so it is most suitable for building as a base camp. Su Tian moved all the items such as the base camp and the furnace here. Now this area will be his base camp. Su Tian built walls made of iron ingots around the important objects. In the future, with the continuous increase of resources, the towering city walls will surround the entire floating island. Su Tian wants to build the floating island into a sky fortress. When the monster invades, the loss can be greatly reduced. But these are all things for later, the most urgent thing is to cast the construction of this place. Soon, with the passage of time, under Su Tian's overall arrangement, this newly developed area has completely entered construction. After Yuhen Taijao discovered rich resources here, it started mining again. On the other side of the basic furnace, the mined gold ore is continuously melted into gold coins. At this time, there are already 678 gold coins that have been fused. This number, in the initial stage, is definitely an astronomical figure. Some island owners may not have developed a gold mine so far. Gold mining is more difficult, if it is not for the eternal iron pickaxe to be psychic. I'm afraid Su Tian's construction can't be so fast. But Su Tian is not complacent, but is still seriously planning the construction of the floating island. Just when he was thinking, a reminder appeared in front of my eyes again. The base melting furnace continuously smelts gold coins, producing an alienated gold coin lucky coin. Lucky coin, after wearing it, you can enhance your luck, and there may be unexpected surprises. Su Tian showed joy. Although it is said that luck is illusory, it actually exists. No matter in the floating island, or in the ordinary world. A person's luck is very important. It represents a person's fate. The effect of the lucky coin is against the sky, it can change a person's luck in the dark. Su Tian was overjoyed, and reached out to take the lucky coin in his hand. The moment the lucky coin came into contact with his palm, it turned into a golden light and flowed into his body. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Su Tian feels like something has changed in him. But if you look closely, it seems like nothing happened. Chapter 8. The market is open, you can trade now. Just when Su Tian was busy with construction, a notification sound came again. He clicked on the market transaction. Items appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. Item: Fountain of Life. Price: 5 million gold coins. Introduction: the sap flowing from the God of Life tree can increase lifespan and improve physical fitness after taking it. It is extremely difficult to mine and preserve. Item: Elf Egg. Price: 6 million gold coins. Introduction: after hatching, you can get an extraordinary elf to expand your territory and resist invasion. Su Tian took a look and was instantly stunned by these expensive prices. Everything in it has reached a million price. Although mining is more difficult, such an expensive price really makes many island owners want to quit. However, some island owners will still spend all their wealth to buy. Generation and extraordinary power, these are the goals that mortals strive for all their lives. After becoming the owner of the island, it is still the same. What everyone pursues is nothing more than extraordinary power and eternal life. Although these things are expensive, they are worth the money. Su Tian browsed and bought a lot of food seeds. Although the current food is enough for him to eat alone, it is not a long-term solution. With the construction of the floating island in the future, he will return to the present world to recruit a group of people. In the future, the floating islands will require a lot of manpower to mine, and a large number of troops will be needed to guard them. Once these people arrive, they need to consume a large amount of food. It is far from enough to eat berries and seafood alone. So now he has to plan ahead. Cultivate farmland and build crops. Come to the elemental god tree, Su Tian is going to open up the soil here and plant the seeds. Because this is the place with the most fertile soil on the floating island. Perfect for growing crops. Su Tian bought a batch of farm tools and is ready to start plowing. At this time, your farm tools and psychics can automatically start farming, and the farming efficiency will increase by 20%. As the hint emerges, the agricultural implements in Su Tian's hands fell out, and automatic farming began. Su Tian was stunned for a moment, and then quickly realized. Is psychic communication a common occurrence on the floating island? Su Tian felt his task was easy. There is no need to spend time mining the floating islands anymore. The speed of changing the agricultural tools is very fast, and all the surrounding soil will be plowed out in one fell swoop. Su Tian planted the seeds. In less than a while, these newly sown seeds immediately sprouted sprouts. Not only is the soil fertile here, but it is also blessed with the soil attribute of the elemental god tree. For the plants growing here, it has the effect of increasing the growth speed. Su Tian glanced at the crops with sprouts all around. He estimated that it would not be long before these crops would be ready for harvest. Su Tian placed fences around these crops to prevent them from being damaged by other creatures. This is his future grain base, so don't be careless. After the plowing was completed, Su Tian leaned against the elemental tree to take a rest. At this time, on the branches of the sacred tree, the fire elves and the holy angels are having fun. The two flew on the branches, chattering constantly. The holy angel seems to be in a newborn state now, unable to speak. It can only be the same as the fire elves, creaking and creaking. Su Tian originally wanted to enjoy the peaceful atmosphere, but was interrupted mercilessly by these two people. Su Tian looked up and found that the fire spirit was dancing with the holy angel. The two of them danced happily on the branches of the elemental god tree. Seeing this scene, Su Tian was so tired. Good fellow! This is not a son of man. Su Tian complained, and walked out jealously. At this time, The notification sound came again. Sacred spring water psychic, automatically nourishes the soul of the holy angel, and the speed of cultivation increases by 20%. What's the situation? Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, and was puzzled by the sudden prompt. He thought about it carefully, and then suddenly woke up. Before coming to the holy spring, there was a new statue standing here again. This statue is unlike any holy angel seen before. Her face is still exquisite, but it can be seen that this is a new angel. Like this new statue, there is a faint sacred aura. Su Tian understood, this is another angel. How long does it seem? There will be a new angel in his floating island. Su Tian thought of this, and his heart began to get excited. In this way, it will be able to form an army of angels in the future. What role does the holy angel currently have? He still doesn't know. However, it is not difficult to see that this angel definitely has extraordinary power comparable to that of an elf. Su Tian smiled slightly, stroking the newly appeared statue in front of him. Ugh! I hope you will not be like the two of them when the time comes. Otherwise, I can only go outside and find a group of servants to come back. Thinking of the two of them crooked on the branch, Su Tian became extremely jealous. As a man who has just grown up, there is infinite blood in his body, and now the two are throwing dog food in front of him. Su Tian can be said to be jealous. He made up his mind that when the construction of the floating island went further, he must go out and sign a group of servants to come back. The island owner can sign a contract with people and bring them to the floating island. The commoners who sign contracts with the island owner will become his servants and subordinates. After these people go to the island, there is a certain chance that they can get involved with the secrets of the extraordinary and the longevity. The resources in the floating island are abundant, and many mysterious fruits grow there. After these ordinary mortals recover, they can not only enhance their efficacy, but also prolong their lifespan. Therefore, many people outside are eager to sign a contract with the island owner. I want to use this to obtain a path to extraordinary longevity. Although the hope is slim, it still affects the hearts of countless people. Su Tian withdrew his thoughts. Back in the residence, he opened the communication page. 2 days have passed by now, and many island owners should have awakened. Exchange pages. After Su Tian opened it, he was immediately invited to a group chat. He glanced at the person who invited him, it was his class monitor. Su Tian clicked agree, and instantly came to the group chat. At this time, in the chat group, everyone was discussing in full swing. I'm paralyzed. The buildings that were built with great difficulty in the past 2 days were all destroyed by monsters last night. Me too, when I went out to take a pee last night, a goblin directly destroyed all my achievements. I'm even more pitiful. I'm still being chased by goblins. Let's not talk about it, brothers, I'll run for my life first. In the group chat, everyone was complaining about the current situation. Su Tian sighed, although the protected area can prevent monsters from invading, there will always be a few fish that slip through the net. At the beginning, these people were simply unable to resist these fish that slipped through the net. In comparison, Su Tian is completely cheating. Not only the construction has begun to take shape, but also the occupancy of extraordinary elves and holy angels. His own level has been raised to level 3. If this is set out, I'm afraid it will shock everyone. Su Tian glanced at it, and silently closed the group chat message. Chapter 9. At Su Tian. The moment Su Tian was about to close the group chat, someone in the group suddenly at him. Swiba came in. Swiba, how is the situation over there? It doesn't matter, Su Tian got full marks in the culture class at school. Building a floating island is not easy. Swiba, is there any way? I'm being chased by wild boars, please let me know. Su Tian looked at the chat in the group and thought for a while. Silently said, the development is not bad, and if you are chased by wild boars, you can climb up the tree. Wild boars don't climb trees. Thank you Swiba, I will run to the tree now. Su Tian said a few words casually. Things are pretty bad for most of the people right now, and the building of the floating islands isn't making any progress at all. But this is reality. To become a real island owner, it's not like sitting on a desk like in school, and you can pass the cultural courses casually. It's a tough road, survival of the fittest. Those who are capable and successful are destined to live forever and lead to the extraordinary, while those who are not capable are destined to become ordinary people. This road is so cruel. Like some people, their ancestors were island owners, so they can have some convenience during the assessment. Su Tian had heard in school before that some of the island's second-generation family members are all island owners. When they are at the beginning of the floating island, some resources can be gifted to them. Although it is not possible to intervene too much, these resources are already far ahead at the beginning. Therefore, most of the people who complain in the group have no background. Like those with a background, they are already on the way to build the floating island at this time. But compared to it, Su Tian is still far ahead by a large distance. The night is coming. The surrounding night gradually dimmed down. Today is the second day of coming to the floating island. There are more monsters appearing on the floating island than yesterday. Protected areas continue to weaken over time. The purpose of doing this is to give the island owners a buffering process. In this way, when the assessment comes, they will not be helpless in the face of an erupting monster. Su Tian came outside. At this time, the fire elves were patrolling outside with the holy angels. They are responsible for cleaning up the fish that slipped through the net on the island. With these two right-hand assistants, Su Tian is much more at ease. He sat outside and began to think about the next development path. An unknown area has been expanded today. There are 3 remaining locations that have not been developed yet. Su Tian decided to set out to develop and expand the territory at dawn tomorrow. Now the construction of the floating island is on the right track. Su Tian doesn't have to worry about construction at all. After the territorial expansion is completed, Su Tian can teleport back to the world to recruit the team. Late at night, Su Tian gradually fell asleep after some elaborate planning. The task of guarding the floating island was handed over to the fire elves and the holy angels. Since the fire elves had the blessing of the elemental tree, they had a deeper understanding of the fire element. In the past 2 days, he has grown rapidly, and he has doubled in size from when he was born. The holy angel is next to it, looking a bit cuddly. Second day. As soon as Su Tian opened his eyes, a fire elf appeared in front of him, the dazzling record of last night. Last night, the fire elves made great contributions to guarding the floating island, and their sense of belonging to the floating island increased by 10%, killing medium-sized skeleton monsters, and dropping gold coins plus 10. Last night, the fire elves made great contributions to guarding the floating island, and their sense of belonging to the floating island increased by 10%, killing medium-sized goblins, dropping gold coins plus 10. Last night, the holy angel comprehended new skills and recovered. At a glance, Su Tian saw that there were densely packed fire elves, dazzling achievements. In addition, there are new skills comprehended by the holy angels. Su Tian looked at these prompts and nodded in satisfaction. Good. With these 2 right-hand men, he can sleep peacefully in the future. Now that we're starting out, most people are having sleepless nights. They don't have the strength to protect the territory, they can only let the monsters destroy it. With the protection of the fire elves and holy angels, Su Tian didn't need to worry about the safety of the floating island at all. Walking out of the base camp, the fire spirit and the holy angel floated in the sky hand in hand. Su Tian suddenly felt that this day would not be good. I was fed a mouthful of dog food when I woke up in the morning. The fire elf led the holy angel and screamed. Su Tian understood, and immediately understood what the other party meant. This is what it means to call him. The fire elf called out like this yesterday, calling him to open the golden treasure chest at that time. It seems that something good has appeared today. Su Tian thought this way in his heart, and followed the fire spirit with the pace of his feet. Under the guidance of the fire elves, they came to the elemental tree. Su Tian was puzzled, he came here without any hint. Just as he was wondering, the elemental god tree began to sprinkle the power of elements down. In an instant, earth-brown elemental power floated in the sky. Under the nourishment of the earth element, the crops that were just planted yesterday grew up a lot in an instant. Crops are blessed by the earth element, and their growth speed is increased by 50%. Elemental god tree feels the elemental spirit, whether to accept it. Another elf. Su Tian was overjoyed and hurriedly clicked to accept. Good guy. So soon their floating island will add another combat power. To know. An extraordinary elf, but the dream of countless island owners. Now he actually has two extraordinary elves. While Su Tian was delighted, the elemental god tree had already begun to receive new spirits. Under the guidance of his strong earth element, a brown elf suddenly appeared among the crops sown yesterday. Facing Su Tian's astonished gaze, the earth elf slowly floated above the elemental tree. Then, under the guidance of the fire spirit, the earth spirit fell into Su Tian's hands. This earth elf is brown all over, and it is a newly revived elf. Compared with the fire elves, it is twice as small in size. Really not bad. Su Tian smiled happily, and stretched out his hand to stroke the little head of the earth elf. Feeling the master's praise, the favorability of the earth elves +10. Feeling the master's touch, the favorability of the earth elves +10. After Su Tian praised him for a while, the favorability of the earth elves directly increased to 70%. Right here. There was a burst of golden light in Su Tian's body. There is a faint stream of light flowing from his body surface. LV4. Su Tian has upgraded. After one night, the construction on the floating island has advanced a lot. For this result, Su Tian is not surprised. The mining efficiency of the floating island after the psychic is extremely fast, and the accumulation of one night is enough for it to be upgraded. Su Tian restrained his mind. Their task today is to continue to expand an area. But before that, he needs to learn new skills. Open the skills page. 4 new options emerge one by one. Chapter 10. Fencing. From the ancient experience of great swordsmen, after learning, your mastery of swordsmanship will be more profound. Bow and archery. From the ancient experience of a hunter, after learning, your mastery of hunting will be more profound. Firelock art. From the ancient experience of a gun master, after learning, your mastery of gun skills will be more profound. Stick technique. From the ancient experience of a stick king, after learning, your mastery of the stick will be more profound. For the skills of the 4 options, Su Tian first excludes the gun technique and the stick technique. Currently he only has a fire sword and a purple gold bow. The skills to learn are naturally chosen from these 2. After Su Tian thought for a while, he chose archery. After all, archery is a long-range attack, which will be of great help to his future floating island assessment. Floating island assessment, including city defense battle. Archery is the best weapon for defending the city. After unlocking the bow and arrow, there are countless lights and shadows flickering in Su Tian's eyes. That was the experience of countless ancient hunters, which emerged in his mind. In a little while, Su Tian's mastery of archery has been greatly improved. He is now confident and can hit every shot. Squeezing his gaze away, Su Tian is about to start expanding the area. He said hello. The fire spirits in the sky, the holy angels, and the earth spirits all gathered beside him. The area he wants to expand today is the west. There are abundant resources here, and there is a certain probability that monsters will be spawned. After making up his mind, Su Tian directly opened the expansion area. At the same time, a piece of land on the west side of the floating island began to border. Under the faint streamer, the land and the floating island were successfully merged together. Just like yesterday, a faint mist rose in this area. Su Tian stepped in without hesitation. Behind him are 2 elves and an angel. After stepping into this area, countless fogs continued to dissipate behind Su Tian. They have traveled all the way, halfway there, and have not encountered any crisis. Just when Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief, the Earth Elf seemed to have noticed something, and screamed. The Earth Elf pointed to a direction in the mist, twisting its body constantly. That meaning seems to say that there is danger over there. A trace of seriousness appeared on Su Tian's face. To make an extraordinary Earth Elf so fearful, it seems that the danger over there is no small matter. Although the Earth Elf is just a newly born extraordinary elf. However, people like them are innately extraordinary, and they have possessed powerful combat power since birth. Su Tian took off the purple gold bow on his back. This moment, he felt the breath of danger. The Earth Elves guide you all the way ahead. As the crowd continued to deepen, a huge castle appeared in their sight. Outside a huge black castle, surrounded by countless bats. These bats are all very large, and each of them has reached the size of a wash basin. They have pointed mouths and fangs, an eye-catching red light is shining in their eyes. Death Castle, the ruins left by a former island owner after his death. Under the erosion of darkness, this place has become a paradise for monsters. Clear the monsters inside to get the inheritance in the castle. Su Tian frowned slightly, a rare seriousness appeared on his face. This place used to be the site of an island owner. And this castle is so majestic, one can imagine how strong the island owner was during his lifetime. For some unknown reason, the island owner died. Su Tian was a little fanatical in his heart. For such a large building, the legacy left inside must be very rich. If it can be occupied, the harvest inside must be amazing. Su Tian stared at the castle and finally made up his mind. He wants to take this castle. Su Tian bent his bow to aim, and the purple gold bow in his hand automatically condensed a fiery red arrow. He took aim at the bats outside the castle. Call out! The fiery red arrow pierced through the air, shining light in the endless darkness. Creak creak! Above the castle, a dozen bats were instantly engulfed in flames. Bats under attack go berserk. We fluttered our wings, showed our sharp claws, and attacked them. The fire elf swung his spear, and fiery red lotuses burst out from the tip of the spear. The earth elves controlled the elemental power, whipped up strands of soil, and stabbed them on their bodies. The holy angel did not participate in the battle, he was constantly recovering their strength from the rear. Su Tian's bow and arrow skills played a role at this moment. The aim of aiming at every shot has turned countless bats into scorched earth. Under their fierce attack, these bats in the dark were killed one after another. Su Tian let out a long breath, showing more determined eyes. The earth elves are floating in the sky, showing off their new weapons creaking and creaking. In the just one battle, the earth elves have evolved. Although it is still not as big as a fire elf, it has also evolved its own weapons. In his hands, a pair of brown hammers are brandished. Su Tian glanced at it, and said with a smile, "The little guy looked so cute before, but I didn't expect to be so good." The earth elf noticed Su Tian's gaze, and immediately raised the double hammer in his hand and swung it. Su Tian nodded and praised a few words. The earth elf's favorability for him increased again, directly increasing to 100%. Su Tian decided to leave more monsters for the earth elves after entering the castle. Only in this way can he have a chance to catch up with the fire elves. At the same time, Su Tian thought again, if the earth elves catch up with the fire elves, then will they stage an annual drama of robbing the holy angels? I have to say, Su Tian is a very bad old man. Ever since the fire elves and the holy angels sprinkled dog food in front of him, he has been jealous every day. Now with the addition of the earth elves, I don't know if the days to come will be more lively. The fire spirit was joking around with the holy angel, completely unaware of what Su Tian was thinking. If he knew, he might turn around and leave Su Tian immediately. The earth elves were born not long ago, so they don't know much about these things. He just wanted to kill more monsters, improve his own strength, and then return to the elemental god tree and sleep soundly. Su Tian raised his head and glanced at the earth elf, with expectant eyes in his eyes. In this way, several people stepped into the castle of death with different thoughts. Coming here, Su Tian restrained his little thoughts. The castle is filled with the breath of death. In the endless darkness, countless pairs of scarlet eyes stared at them. Su Tian sensed the danger and became vigilant. The earth elves are eager to try and want to improve their strength quickly. Next moment, Su Tian felt a figure approaching quickly in front of him. Before he could bend his bow and take an arrow, the earth elf floating in the sky moved. He swung the sledgehammer in rotation, and slammed it directly and heavily toward the darkness below. Boom! There was a violent collision sound. Under the hammer of the earth elf, a wolf dog with a whole body in black fell to the ground heavily. Chapter 11. Dark Demon Wolf. After being eroded by the dark breath, it is a mutated monster with fast attacks and agility. This dark wolf was extremely fast, but it was still vulnerable to the innately extraordinary elves. The hammer of the earth elves has the power of the earth element attached to it. With one blow, the dark wolf was knocked unconscious. Su Tian stepped forward to fix him with the knife, which completely ended his life. After the dark demon wolf died, his body glowed faintly. Magic wolf fangs. After wearing it, it can resist 50% of the darkness attack. Su Tian picked up the wolf's fangs suspended from the corpse, and wore it around his neck. As soon as he put on the wolf fangs, Su Tian immediately felt a lot lighter around him. After stepping into this ancient castle, they were eroded by darkness all the time. Although the dark breath has little effect, it consumes their power all the time. With this devil wolf fang, Su Tian can save a lot of power. Fire elves and earth elves are innately extraordinary, so they will not be attacked by darkness. And the holy angel is the incarnation of light, and when darkness touches her body, it immediately disappears into nothingness. After getting rid of the dark wolf's body, Su Tian began to carefully observe the surrounding environment. The castle has 4 floors. Except for the dark wolf, no other threats have been found on the first floor. There are a lot of furniture placed on the first floor. Su Tian observed it. Except for some decorative furniture, there seems to be nothing else. He's ready to move on. But at this moment, the holy angel blocked him. Golden light feathers bloomed all over her body, and the bright aura filled the sky instantly wiped away all the dark aura on the first floor. The holy angel came to the cabinet on the first floor, with vigilance in his eyes. Su Tian understood the meaning of the other party. He opened the cabinet, and an old wooden box appeared in their sight. Mysterious treasure chest, contains mysterious items that require a special key to open. Note: do not open it forcibly. Forcibly opening it will automatically destroy all items in the treasure chest. Su Tian frowned lightly. Although this treasure chest is simple, it exudes a mysterious atmosphere. The holy angel attaches great importance to this treasure chest. Su Tian knew that there must be something in this treasure chest that attracted the holy angel. Otherwise, the holy angel would not show such an expression. Su Tian collected the treasure box and began to look for the key in all directions. It's a pity that after a circle, except for this useful treasure box, the rest are some decorations and furniture. The holy angel showed a disappointed expression. She longed to open the contents of the treasure chest. Seeing this, Su Tian comforted him, "Don't worry. There must be a key to open the treasure chest in this castle. We're looking up, and we should be able to find it." The holy angel nodded and began to float towards the second floor. After the fire elf floated in the sky and thought for a while, he found the holy angel. He creaked and creaked his strokes, showing a confident expression. When Su Tian saw it, he instantly understood what the other party meant. Good guy. This fire elf actually pleases girls? The meaning of his gestures just now is to say, "Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely find the key." The holy angel laughed heartily at his few words. Su Tian suddenly felt that the world was full of malice towards single dogs. He also doesn't remember that he taught the fire elves these things. How could he still learn without a teacher? At this moment, Su Tian cast his eyes on the earth elf again. Sensing Su Tian's gaze, the earth elf waved a hammer and smirked there. Ugh! Su Tian sighed softly. He felt that the IQ of the earth elf didn't seem very high, and he only had his pair of big hammers in his eyes. Unlike the fire elves, who have learned all kinds of rhetoric in just 2 or 3 days. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. In this comparison, the IQ of the earth elves does seem a bit low. Su Tian muttered to himself for a while, and began to set foot on the second floor. Through the narrow stairs, everyone came to the door of the second floor. Su Tian pushed open the door, and the heavy wooden door creaked. It's even darker here than on the first floor. The dark aura filling inside is even more intense. The fire spirit spewed out a mouthful of flame, illuminating the room. At the moment when the flame burst out, more than a dozen monsters in the house were instantly illuminated. All are skeleton soldiers riding horses. MD. How could Su Tian have seen such a situation? Immediately close the door to the second floor and run down. The passage here is narrow, and it is not easy to play if it really fights. Su Tian jumped down the stairs and came to the first floor. The skeleton soldiers above also chased them down. They rode skeleton war horses on the stairs, as if they were walking on thin ice, with no pressure at all. Su Tian didn't hesitate, the purple gold bow in his hand trembled slightly, and then connected a fiery red arrow. The skeleton warriors rushed down in one go. Su Tian shot an arrow and only hit a skeleton warhorse. The reaction speed of these skeleton warriors is all very quick. Su Tian's arrows couldn't catch up with their figures at all. So use the fire sword to attack. At this moment, the battle broke out. There was a monstrous battle sound on the first floor. These skeleton soldiers were not friendly, and their strength was stronger than the previous waves of monsters. A huge lotus flower condensed between the guns of the fire elves. The lotus bloomed among the skeleton warriors, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed the entire land. Su Tian was shocked, and hurriedly exited the first floor to fight outside. At the same time, he couldn't help sighing that the power of love is indeed powerful. The power that the fire elves erupted before was far less violent than it is today. In the sea of flames that filled the sky, skeleton soldiers and skeleton war horses were howling. However, there were also a few fish that slipped through the net and rushed out immediately. The fire elf was a little weak, and the flickering fire light on his body was a little dim. Holy angels came to his side and restored him. Su Tian knew that the fire elves needed to rest. So he and the earth elves settled the rest of the fish that slipped through the net. Fighting monsters, the earth elves are not as simple and honest as before. Before he flew into the sky blankly, he would only show off his hammer. Fighting now is like taking a stimulant. The earth elf struck violently, and a swamp immediately appeared underground. Several skeleton soldiers were trapped in the swamp and couldn't get out. Su Tian made a prompt decision and switched to attacking with a purple gold bow. Call out! A piercing sound sounded. The fiery red arrow turned into a huge fire dragon. This is the extraordinary attribute that triggered the purple gold bow, fire dragon. The raging fire immediately devoured the body of the skeleton soldiers, and they made crackling sounds in the swamp. The flames incinerated their skeletons, leaving a pile of charred carbon soil in place. The two teamed up to fight, and easily wiped out all the remaining fish that slipped through the net. Chapter 12. On the second floor of the castle, there are some ancient weapons. These weapons are covered with dust because of the long time and no one cares about them. Su Tian stepped forward and grabbed an iron sword. The iron sword trembled slightly, flashing a bright light. Good sword. Su Tian felt it, and immediately judged that the material of this iron sword was extraordinary. It seems that the island owner spent a lot of resources to create these weapons during his lifetime. The toughness and attack speed of these weapons are very impressive, so you can keep them and use them as weapons for defending the city in the future. Su Tian observed on the second floor, but did not find the key to open the mysterious treasure chest. Looks like the key is hidden on the third or fourth floor. Su Tian whispered, leading the army forward. After a period of recuperation, the fire elf has fully recovered under the treatment of the holy angel. Have to say, this fire elf fights for love, really powerful. That kind of powerful fire lotus flower, now that I think about it carefully, I still have lingering fears. Su Tian groaned, and slowly approached the gate of the third floor. Standing outside the door, Su Tian felt a depressing atmosphere coming from inside the door. With a serious expression, he slowly pushed open the door on the third floor. Creak! The heavy door was pushed open by him, and the monsters on the third floor woke up. Under the invasion of darkness, a pair of big scarlet eyes suddenly flickered. Roar! The monster was awakened, he roared to the sky, and the whole castle trembled. Su Tian's eyes were serious, the monster in front of him was the most powerful monster he had ever seen. He could feel the terrifying aura on the opponent. Squeak! The fire elf spit out a lotus flower, trying to kill the monster hiding in the darkness. But as soon as the lotus flower entered the house, the monster directly grabbed it in the palm of its hand. The blazing fire element burst out in his palm instantly. In an instant, flames filled the sky erupted from the monster's hands. Su Tian stood outside the door, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Dark Demon King, the source of all the dark breath in the castle, after thousands of years, it has transformed into the Dark Demon King, and the whole body is covered with the dark flame of death. Under the burst of fire, the body of the Dark Demon King emerged in everyone's eyes. This is a Demon King with a body size of 2 meters, and his whole body is covered with thick armor. The armor is surrounded by a suppressed dark atmosphere. The Demon King's body is all hidden under the armor, leaving only a pair of scarlet eyes staring at everyone. Roar! The devil launched an attack, with green will-o'-the-wisps attached to his sharp claws. He was extremely fast, leaving a green afterimage in the darkness, appearing directly in front of everyone. Su Tian was startled, and quickly swung his fire sword to defend. Zhang! There was a piercing crash. Su Tian was blown downstairs by this powerful force. The fire elves and earth elves were angry, they squeaked and attacked the Demon King. The tip of the fire elf's spear burst out with fire lotuses again. In the dark space, 6 lotus flowers suddenly appeared behind the Demon King. The earth elf's double hammers hit the ground, and the surrounding land began to sink like a swamp. The Demon King's feet were entangled, so he could only use his body to carry it hard, and the 6 lotus flowers attacked. Boom! 6 lotus flowers bloomed, and the sky was full of flames that engulfed the entire house. Roar! The Demon King roared angrily, and the surrounding fire suddenly became strange. Under his control, these bright red flames turned green. Su Tian secretly sighed that something was wrong, hurriedly greeted the elf, and ran out with the holy angel. Seeing this scene, the elves and the holy angels rushed out of the castle without looking back. The devil followed closely behind, and its scarlet eyes became strange. Will-o'-the-wisps on the black armor. Su Tian took a deep breath, bent his bow and set an arrow, and fired violently. In the sky, an arrow turned into a fire dragon and shot towards the Demon King. Assisted by the sight of the holy angel, she exudes a bright breath and wraps around the fire dragon's body. For the Demon King, the attack of light is the deadliest. He didn't dare to bear it, and turned into a green afterimage, dodging this fatal attack. Su Tian frowned, the speed of the Demon King was astonishing. The fire dragon transformed from the arrow couldn't catch him at all. Unless the earth elves can slow it down. Su Tian shouted at the elf floating in the sky, "Earth elf, quickly control him, and give me room to play with the holy angel." The earth elves understand. With a creak, he swung his hammer and began to attack. The moment the two earth-brown hammers hit the ground, all the surrounding land turned into a swamp and began to sink. This blow exhausted all the strength of the earth elves. He was a little weak, and the brown spirit body on his body began to look a little unreal. The fire elf hurriedly hugged him. Su Tian didn't have time to hesitate, he bowed his bow and set his arrows, calling for the assistance of the holy angels again. The purple gold bow ignited purple flames, and a more terrifying purple fire dragon emerged from the bow and arrow. Holy angels bless him with light power. The body of the purple fire dragon was instantly covered with a faint white light. The demon king began to struggle, and the flames all over his body became enchanting. He knew he couldn't escape, so he could only bear it. He waved his sharp claws, and piercing sonic booms sounded continuously. Boom! The fire dragon penetrated everything, with a bright breath, and devoured the body of the demon king. Rumbling! Under the evolution of the light force, the body of the demon king began to be dismembered. Thick kin armor is starting to look unreal. All around, the dark atmosphere surrounding the castle is also constantly dissipating. The devil is the source of the dark aura. After his death, all the dark aura surrounding this castle will dissipate. The bright breath purified his body, leaving only a green crystal floating in the air. Devil King Crystal, gather the essence of the Devil King, which can be used to refine weapons and unlock the power of the Devil King. Su Tian reached out and grabbed the green crystal in his palm. He could feel a vigorous force like the sea. This spar is the crystallization of all the power of the devil, and the power contained in it is extremely vigorous. Su Tian was overjoyed. This Demon King spar can make a weapon truly transcendent. He stored the Demon King spar in the core of the floating island. After defeating the devil, everyone stepped into the castle again. This time, the dark aura in the castle dissipated, and the surrounding area was covered by the holy aura of light. Su Tian took a deep breath. What? Without the erosion of dark breath, it is comfortable. Chapter 13. Everyone returned to the third floor. Su Tian discovered that the third floor is actually the channel leading to the fourth floor. There are no items here, only a demon lord stationed in the passage. Now that the devil is defeated, they can enter the fourth floor. Without any hesitation, Su Tian stepped onto the passage leading to the fourth floor. They defeated the Demon King and shattered the source of darkness. It means that the danger in this castle has been eliminated by them. Push open the door of the fourth floor. What I saw head-on was a dead bone, sitting on the ground. Su Tian stepped forward to check. This dry bone has been dead for at least hundreds of years. The corpse is rotten and only the bones are left. He guessed that this should be the owner of the old castle. It's just that I don't know why I fell here. This fourth layer is all the value of the island owner's collection during his lifetime. It carries all the legacy of an island owner. Su Tian opened a treasure chest, which contained all the legacy of the island owner during his lifetime. There are more than 10,000 shining gold coins. Su Tian squinted his eyes, and couldn't close his mouth with a smile. This amount of wealth is comparable to the resources of the floating island for a month. Like a money fan, Su Tian collected all these gold coins into the core of the floating island. On the other side, the fire elves and earth elves also discovered something. They cheered excitedly. Su Tian stepped forward to check and found several palm-sized fruits placed in a cabinet. Information appeared in front of his eyes spontaneously. Spirit fruit, it is a favorite fruit of extraordinary elves. After eating, it can enhance the perception of elements. Su Tian understood, no wonder these two little guys were so excited. It turned out that the elf fruit attracted them. Su Tian opened the cabinet, and the fire elves and earth elves couldn't hold back and rushed up. They picked up the elf fruit and wanted to eat it. But just when they were about to swallow it, their figures stopped. The two elves turned their heads to look at Su Tian in unison. Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly understood what the other party meant. They are waiting for themselves to nod in agreement. Extraordinary elves are very loyal. Without the consent of the island owner, they will not use resources recklessly. With Su Tian's consent, the two extraordinary elves began to eat. There are a total of 7 fairy fruits here. Su Tian took one and let them eat 3 each. At this time, the holy angels are looking for keys all over the house to open the mysterious treasure chest. She is eager to get the mysterious item in the treasure chest. After Su Tian finished solving the matter of the extraordinary elves, he also began to look for the key seriously in the house. The holy angel searched all around, but did not find the mysterious key. She was a little dejected, floating in the sky with her little head shrugged. Su Tian knew that the best comfort at this time was to find the mysterious key. He buried his head in searching, and finally his eyes settled on the withered index finger. On the forefinger of the bone, there is a small golden ring, which is worn on it. Su Tian saw at a glance that this ring was extraordinary. He stepped forward slowly, and took off the ring from the withered bone's hand. A message instantly appeared in his eyes. Small storage ring, an item randomly formed after the core of the floating island is broken, with a space of 10 cubic meters inside. It turned out to be a storage ring. Su Tian was overjoyed. This small storage ring actually had a space of 10 cubic meters. This space is larger than the space stored in the core of his floating island. The core of the floating island can only store 5 cubic meters of space. Su Tian couldn't wait to open this storage ring. At a glance, the storage ring is full of valuable treasures. Good guy. It turns out that the baby is hidden here. Su Tian was puzzled before. For such a big castle, the island owner must have been an extraordinary person during his lifetime. How could he only have such a small amount of inheritance? It turned out that he hid all the treasures here. Su Tian has a firm goal, and now he just wants to find the key to open the mysterious treasure chest. After searching for a pile of treasures, he finally found a golden key under a pile of gold coins. This key is the key to opening the mysterious treasure chest. Su Tian took out the mysterious treasure box and opened it. With a click, the mysterious treasure chest was opened by Su Tian. The golden light burst out all over the sky. The holy angel felt the breath, and immediately changed his normal state. She floated excitedly, her eyes fixed on the items in the mysterious treasure chest. Bright feather, a feather transformed from the angel of light contains a powerful breath of light. Sword of light, the divine sword cast from the stone of light contains a powerful fighting spirit. Thunder scroll, a one-time item. After use, it can burst out a powerful thunder, which can cause area damage and attack creatures within a radius of 5 miles at a time. Su Tian took the thunder scroll and looked away. Among the treasure chests, the bright feathers and the bright sword should attract the holy angels. The holy angel cast expectant eyes, waiting for Su Tian's will. Su Tian nodded slightly, agreeing to her request. The holy angel floated excitedly into the treasure chest, and she first took away the bright feathers for fusion. The holy angel spread her wings, and the bright feathers turned into a ray of white light, blending into her back. In an instant, the whole room was filled with bright breath. Su Tian was so shaken that he couldn't open his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, an angel who looked like a fairy appeared before. Su Tian's pupils shrink. Because the holy angel has grown completely after fusing the bright feathers. She has grown into the statue-like angel before. The holy angel's yellow hair scattered in front of Su Tian. A trace of white light flashed in her clear eyes. Before Su Tian could react, the fire elves beside him were not happy. The holy angels followed him before. Now her size directly exceeds that of the fire elf, which makes the always victorious fire elf jealous. The holy angel glanced at the fire elf, opened his mouth and said, "Little guy, let's play." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. The fire elf looked at the holy angel in front of him in disbelief. He didn't expect that the other party could already speak, and even said such hurtful words to the elves. The fire elf suddenly felt aggrieved, and the flickering flames on his body dimmed instantly. He returned to the cabinet in despair, and swallowed the spirit fruit. The earth elf on the side didn't know it, and continued to taste its food happily. The holy angel turned his head and said to Su Tian, "Master," and did a kneeling ceremony. Su Tian came back to his senses and quickly helped her up. He felt a little awkward. After the holy angel grew up, she was so devout, and she couldn't accept it for a while. "Master, I want the sword of light." The holy angel pointed to the sword of light and said, "That was originally for you, take it." Su Tian handed her the sword of light. The holy angel who got the sword of light immediately became darker. Facing everyone's surprised eyes, the holy angel directly transformed into another form. This is the second form exclusive to angels, the combat form. After opening, the power of angels will be greatly increased. The holy angel at this time has a depressing atmosphere. Her yellow hair turned white, and her blue pupils turned white. This feeling is even more terrifying than the Dark Lord before. Chapter 14. With the occupation of the Dark Castle, this area has been successfully captured by Su Tian. After exiting the castle, they began to turn back to the floating island. This area is rich in resources, and there is also an ancient castle. Su Tian planned this area as a barracks in the future. The servants and generals who contracted with him in the future can live here. Although this ancient castle has gone through vicissitudes of life, it has been in disrepair for a long time. But it is a nice building. At that time, they only need to spend a little energy to transform it. The foundation of the castle still exists, and it will not waste much time and resources to decorate it. After making up his mind, Su Tian led the army back. On the way, he asked the holy angel to change his state. The holy angel in combat form is really inaccessible. After the holy angel grows up, he is very well behaved. For Su Tian to obey, any order he issued will be carried out one by one. The fire elf floated in the sky, his eyes were full of grievances. He felt betrayed. The holy angel's attitude towards him was not only indifferent, but even disgusting. This made the fire elf's heart suffer a deep blow. Su Tian wanted to speak to comfort him, but he didn't know where to start. Fire elves are really pitiful like this. The flames on his body are a little dim now, not as dazzling as before. On the other hand, the earth elves had a great time. Stupid and cute, he doesn't understand these things at all. In his world, only becoming stronger. After swallowing 3 spirit fruits just now, his understanding of the earth element has become more profound. In contrast, the earth elves live a very pure life. In order to comfort the fire elf, Su Tian even handed him the extra elf fruit. But the fire elf who was hit was not in the mood at all. He shook his head and returned to the elemental god tree in despair. Seeing that he didn't eat, the earth elves acted cutely to please him. He rotated the hammer and performed there as hard as he could. Want to try to please Su Tian? Seeing that he worked so hard, Su Tian was too embarrassed to refuse him. I had to hand him the fairy fruit. The earth elves who got the reward were very happy. He floated to the elemental god tree, began to devour the fruit, and realized the earth element. Just like that, the 2 extraordinary elves returned to the elemental god tree. After the holy angel grows up, he can no longer rest on the sacred tree. Su Tian arranged a job for Tian, asking her to manage the construction of the floating island. The holy angel nodded and began to take over the management of various things on the floating island. Back in the residence, Su Tian began to summarize today's battle situation. When he was fighting against the Dark Lord today, he felt that sense of crisis. The Dark Lord is powerful, if not for the help of extraordinary elves and holy angels. I'm afraid he can't beat him alone. This battle made Su Tian deeply nervous. Since the 2 days of psychic communication on the floating island, various constructions have been on the right track. Su Tian himself is also a little smug. Today's battle completely dispelled Su Tian's sense of pride. In the final floating island assessment, not only one demon king appeared. At that time, monsters like a sea wave will attack. Su Tian walked out of the residence and came to the basic furnace. The basic furnace has been refining gold coins day and night these days. Under its refinement, another 362 gold coins were refined. Su Tian nodded and accepted them with satisfaction. Inheriting the legacy of the fallen island lord, his total assets now exceed 10,000 gold coins. At the beginning, this number was definitely a terrifying existence. The mining efficiency of other people's eternal iron pickaxes is low. If you want to mine and then extract a gold coin, it may take a whole day. It is entirely because of the psychic of the iron pickaxe and the blessing of elemental bugs that Su Tian can achieve today's achievements. While thinking about it, Su Tian has already taken out the Demon King spar he had harvested earlier. He is going to use this spar to refine the fire sword. The fire sword is his first extraordinary weapon. After refining with the devil spar, its quality and extraordinary attributes will be greatly improved. Su Tian showed anticipation, and put the Demon King spar and the fire sword in his hands into the basic furnace for refining. Please. Su Tian whispered into the base furnace. The basic furnace feels the perseverance of the master, the refining success rate reaches 100%, and the refining speed increases by 50%. The basic furnace began to refine, and under his hot flames, the Demon King spar began to decompose. Wisps of faint blue flames drifted towards the fiery sword. Su Tian showed joy on his face, and his hanging heart seemed to let go. Before, he was worried that there would be a failure rate during the refining process. For such high-level items, the general refining success rate is only 50%. If he fails, his loss will be great. A Demon King spar and an extraordinary weapon were wasted like this. Fortunately, the basic melting pot after psychic has spirituality. I can understand what he means. Su Tian left and came to the warehouse. Under its construction, a huge warehouse covering an area of hundreds of miles was completed. There are a lot of resources and food in the warehouse. Su Tian wandered around. He felt that it is necessary to classify the warehouse properly. Now these resources are all stacked together, and it will definitely be inconvenient to take them out in the future. If they can classify their resources, it will be more convenient to take and stack them in the future. Just do it. Su Tian started to classify the warehouse. The number of raw resources in the warehouse is the largest, so when classifying, it is necessary to plan more locations for such items. Su Tian planned half of the location for the storage of original resources. In the remaining half of the positions, he was divided into several types. It is divided into food area, weapon area, daily necessities area, etc. After planning in this way, warehouse management will be easier. Su Tian exited the warehouse and wiped off his sweat. At this moment, the hint from the core of the floating island surfaced again. Large warehouses have been psychic, automatically plan item classification, automatically check item effects, and automatically ensure warehouse safety. Not long after Su Tian finished the project. This newly built warehouse is psychic. And it will also conduct planning inspections independently. This is definitely not a good thing for Su Tian. Good job. Su Tian praised, turned, and left. Today has been a busy day, and the time has come to the evening. Su Tian personally cooks the lobster caught from the ocean. These nutrient-rich foods are succulent and full of collagen in one bite. The holy angels also started to take food supplements after they grew up. She had dinner with Su Tian. The holy angel liked the food he cooked very much. After eating, the holy angel continued to manage the construction of the floating island. Tonight, more monsters will break through the protective barrier and enter the floating island. And the work of guarding at night naturally fell to the head of the earth elves. The fire elf is still sad, so this arduous task can only be handed over to the earth elf. The earth elves were very excited, and worked diligently for the night guard work. He rotates the sledgehammer to patrol the sky. Chapter 15. In the residence. Su Tian took off the storage ring in his hand, and counted the spoils inside. In order to find the key in the morning, I didn't even look carefully at the heritage inside. Now that he has time, he naturally wants to take a good inventory. Open the storage ring, which is full of gold and gems. In the space of 10 cubic meters, almost all of it is piled up with gold. Su Tian was a little surprised. The island owner was definitely a miser before his death. So much gold was stored. Not only that, but also several diamonds the size of pigeon eggs. A diamond is worth 1,000 gold coins. Su Tian was delighted. The harvest this time directly allowed him to have enough funds to operate at the beginning. Before, he was afraid that there would not be enough gold coins to recruit enough legions. After all, outside, if you want to recruit troops, you still need gold coins. Most people signed contracts with the island owner for the rich resources on the floating island. Now he has enough funds. Once the territory is expanded, he can return to the present world and recruit legions to build the strongest fortress. It is now the third day of coming to the floating island, and he has already shaken the lead, and the others are by a large margin. While thinking, Su Tian's eyes continued to scan the storage ring. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he discovered something extraordinary. Among the piles of gold coins, there is an ancient blueprint buried inside. Su Tian took out the blueprint and was surprised to find that it turned out to be an architectural blueprint of a small castle. On the floating island, the core of the floating island can only unlock some buildings. Some high-level buildings can only be constructed through architectural blueprints. The architectural drawings of this small castle can be cast into a castle. Su Tian was overjoyed. With the architectural drawings, he could build a small castle in his base camp as a residence. He opened the floating island core to unlock the blueprint. Soon, in front of his eyes, a phantom building is constantly being built. Faint streamers surround the building. After solving all these, Su Tian returned to the residence contentedly. In the storage ring, except for the architectural drawing of this small castle, the rest are made of gold and diamonds. It has to be said that the island owner was really a money fan during his lifetime. But this is also good, directly increasing Su Tian's wealth by a large amount. Late at night, Su Tian fell asleep slowly. The floating island is protected by the earth elves, so he doesn't have to worry at all. At the same time, the island masters of his class were still in the dark, struggling to survive. There are some lucky island owners, and no monsters have been refreshed on the island until now. And most of the people are still avoiding the attack of monsters in the dark at this time. As time goes on, the protective barrier becomes weaker and weaker. More and more monsters broke through the protection limit. But all of this has nothing to do with Su Tian. He slept soundly, and slept until dawn. The second day, Su Tian slowly woke up from the dream. He opened his eyes, and a bright white light bloomed from his pupils. His whole body exudes a faint streamer. LV5. Overnight, Su Tian's level has risen again. The promotion this time allowed him to step into the extraordinary in the true sense. After the island owner breaks through level 5, he will be able to truly experience extraordinary power. Opening the skill page, 4 options appeared in front of his eyes. Thunder, extraordinary power, the power of thunder and lightning of all things. After learning, you can have the power of the element of thunder. Flame, extraordinary power, the power of justice that burns the evil in the world. After learning, you can have the power of the fire element. Hurricane, extraordinary power, the power of a hurricane that sweeps everything. After learning, you can have the power of the wind element. Ice, extraordinary power, the power of ice that freezes everything in the world. After learning, you can have the power of ice elements. The choice of these 4 extraordinary powers represents the path of his future development. The choice this time has a lot to do with. Su Tian held his chin with his right hand, showing a thoughtful expression. Flame and ice are the 2 most common supernatural powers. Most island owners choose these 2 extraordinary abilities. For Su Tian, it is naturally impossible to follow the trend. He was silent for a moment, and finally chose thunder power. Every extraordinary power is randomly refreshed, thunder power is rare, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. The moment Su Tian chose the power of thunder, purple lightning instantly appeared in the eyes. Then, in his body, there were countless purple lightnings galloping. Su Tian was exposed to extraordinary power for the first time, so he naturally had a little bit of control over it. The power of thunder surged through his body. Su Tian couldn't control it and shouted loudly. After that, countless thunder and lightning poured down from the sky. Like a waterfall all over the sky, sweeping across the entire land. He was bathed in endless thunder and lightning, shining brightly like a thunder god. The huge momentum immediately attracted the patrolling earth elves. He thought it was a monster invasion, so he swung the sledgehammer to attack. All of a sudden, Su Tian was swallowed by countless ground waves. But fortunately, he has mastered the extraordinary power to deal with it. The power of thunder and lightning erupted from his body, instantly destroying all the sweeping slopes. Seeing this, the earth elves were a little angry. He raised his palm, and countless earth thorns formed by condensed earth elements spewed out. The earth thorns all over the sky, like light rain, drowned the entire thunder. Su Tian was bathed in thunder, so he just took this opportunity to grasp the extraordinary power well. A ball of thunder and lightning condensed in his palm, taking advantage of the trend and colliding with the soil thorn. Boom! There was a huge earthquake. The whole earth is trembling. The earth elf was terrified. This was the strongest opponent he had ever met in his life. This time he didn't hold back his hand, he swung his hammer forward to attack. Between the two hammers, a group of condensed earth elements spewed out. This group of power is like a meteorite, passing through the thunder that is pouring from the sky. Su Tian sensed the danger, his pupils shrank sharply, and he quickly mobilized the thunder force of his whole body to resist. Roar! A piercing buzz sounded. The thunder pouring all around instantly evaporated and disappeared without a trace. Su Tian fell to the ground, his hands were numb from the shock. Squeak! Seeing Su Tian fell to the ground, the earth elf yelled in horror and flew over in a hurry. Looking at the injured Su Tian, he shouted anxiously. At the same time, tears fell down with grievance. He didn't know that Su Tian was in the thunder. Since he had just realized the extraordinary power, the breath of thunder covered Su Tian's body. That's why the earth elves couldn't feel Su Tian's existence. If he knew that the person in the thunderbolt was Su Tian, he would not have attacked. Look at the earth elf who was wronged and shed tears. Su Tian smiled wryly, comforting him. Well, it's not your fault, it's only my first mastery of extraordinary power. The earth elf was very wronged. He threw down his two favorite sledgehammers, and gently stroked Su Tian's injured palm. Su Tian touched his little head, dumbfounded. This guy usually looks simple and honest, but he didn't expect to be so fierce in battle. Chapter 16. After just one battle, Su Tian had a deep understanding of his own strength. Now he still doesn't have enough understanding of extraordinary power. In the future, if you have the opportunity, you need to practice more. At the same time, he couldn't help but secretly sigh. Innate extraordinary elves are different. Only one night had passed, and his strength had soared a lot. The earth elf was just born yesterday, but after one night, his strength directly caught up with the fire elf. His pair of big hammers became much thicker. In the battle just now, Su Tian understood the horror of extraordinary elves thoroughly. At this time, the earth elves are still secretly wronged. He has always been brooding over the accidental injury of Su Tian. Seeing him like this, Su Tian couldn't bear it. I can only use the elf fruit as a temptation to make him happy. After coaxing for a long time, the earth elves were no longer sad. Seeing the earth elves pick up the two big hammers again, Su Tian felt slightly relieved. Call. Fortunately, the earth elves are simple and honest. Otherwise, it's not easy to coax. Just as Su Tian was relaxing, the earth elves from the other side came in front of him. Then, facing Su Tian's suspicious eyes, the earth elf separated his own sense of earth. It's his roots as an extraordinary elf. With this, all earth elements will feel affinity towards Su Tian. Not only that, but with the existence of this sense of soil. No matter what happens in the future, the earth elves will be able to tell where Su Tian is in the first place. Seeing this scene, Su Tian felt mixed feelings. He didn't expect it. The earth elves are so affectionate and righteous. Because of this incident, he actually separated some of his extraordinary roots. He was greatly moved, and gently stroked the head of the earth elf. After the earth elf separated his own sense of earth, his spirit body became a little dim. Su Tian picked him up slowly and brought him under the elemental god tree to recover. Back in the elemental god tree, the earth elves began to sleep. Standing here, Su Tian could feel the surrounding earth element forces approaching him. He glanced at the location of the earth elf, and then made up his mind that he must find more elf fruits for him to recover. At this time, a message came from the basic furnace. The base furnace successfully refined the fire sword, which was upgraded to the heavenly demon sword, and obtained the extraordinary attribute Dark Flame. Su Tian's eyes stayed on it. The Huoming sword became the heavenly demon sword, and gained the extraordinary attribute of Dark Flame. The damage caused by the extraordinary power of this secondary evolution is extremely terrifying. Su Tian turned his head to look at the elemental god tree again, and then turned to the basic furnace. At this time, the basic melting furnace was emitting black flames. This is caused by the dark flame of the demon sword. Su Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed it. The heavenly demon sword immediately began to tremble, and wisps of dark flames drifted out from the hilt and lingered in Su Tian's hand. Su Tian felt the horror of the dark flame. This power not only has the effect of incineration, but also the effect of erosion. He swung the heavenly demon sword, and a dark light pierced the sky in an instant. Dark flames burst into the air. Such a strong force! Su Tian was overjoyed. The power of the transformed heavenly demon sword had increased several times. Well done! Su Tian praised the basic furnace. Feeling the praise from the island owner, the smelting efficiency of the basic furnace increased by 50%. Su Tian smiled slightly. These psychic objects can already understand human language. This is a good thing for him. Get out of the construction zone. Su Tian is going to expand the floating island again. Today, he is going to expand the western region by himself. Because the earth elf consumed his roots and needs to cultivate, while the fire elf is still secretly sad because of what happened yesterday. The holy angels will stay in charge of the floating island. So today he can only fight alone. But now, he is more confident about expanding the western region. Because now he has not only mastered extraordinary power, but also has a second upgrade of the heavenly demon sword. Such a terrifying force is more than enough to expand the western region. Su Tian clicks to expand. On the west side of the floating island, there is a kilometer-sized territory that slowly appears from the void to border the floating island. Outside this area, there is still a faint brilliance shining. And in the area, the fog rose again. Without hesitation, Su Tian stepped into the expansion area holding the heavenly demon sword. As soon as he entered, two monsters attacked him in the mist. Two monsters the size of an eagle attacked him with flames from their mouths. Su Tian frowned slightly, then turned sideways to avoid his attack. After the level is raised to level 5, his speed and reaction perception are greatly improved. When the two monsters were about to attack again, they were killed by Su Tian with a sword. The black flame instantly eroded their entire bodies. There is not even a slag left after burning them. Su Tian secretly sighed, the power of the sword demon sword is really terrifying. He continued to move forward, and there were some low-level monsters along the way, which he easily dealt with. The power of the heavenly demon sword is terrifying, and where it passes, not a single blade of grass will grow. Under the erosion and burning of the black flame, a large piece of life was wiped out by him. Su Tian withdrew his weapon and used the power of thunder to attack. After all, this place will be transformed into his territory in the future. You can't just be given the heavenly demon sword like this. After switching to fighting with the power of thunder, he has a deeper grasp of the element of thunder. He moved forward and soon occupied more than half of the territory. Just when he was about to complete the expansion, a huge black shadow appeared in the mist. Su Tian sensed danger ahead. Immediately burst out a thunder force to explore. The flickering thunder instantly dispersed the fog. Then, a row of ancient buildings appeared in front of his eyes. Ancient ruins, a battle defense built by a powerful lord in the past. After the island owner fell, the evil spirit here turned into evil spirits. After capturing the ruins, you can get the right to use the ruins. Su Tian looked at the majestic building in front of him, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. The war defense built by the island owner before is very strong, and you can see more than a dozen lianu at a glance. These extremely lethal combat buildings can only be cast with special blueprints. A row of crossbows like this can attack a large number of monsters at the same time. The firing range of the lianu is extremely fast, and 120 arrows can be ejected in 10 seconds. Su Tian hesitated in his heart. The defensive weapons left in the ruins made him tempted. But the evil spirit inside also gave him a headache. Because of these evil spirits, some of them can control the continuous crossbow weapon to attack. Su Tian had learned about evil spirits in school before. These evil spirits are all the souls left in the world after the death of human beings. There is no doubt that the evil spirit here is definitely the slave that the island owner made during his lifetime. They must have a very strong understanding of this place. Fighting here is not good for him. But he didn't want to just give up these lianu. The weapons made from these special blueprints are all sharp weapons for defending the city in the future. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Tian gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. Because the temptation here is too great for him. He couldn't bear to abandon these repeating crossbows. Su Tian took out the heavenly demon sword, ready to go. He stepped inside slowly, and as she approached, the fog in front of her began to dissipate. Then, more defensive weapons appeared before his eyes. In front of the lianu, more than a dozen sword towers and forts were cast. Su Tian was shocked. Unexpectedly, there are so many defensive weapons here. You know, if you want to obtain special blueprints to build these weapons, you need to rely on chance to obtain them. Otherwise, you'll have to pay a premium for someone else's special blueprints. But anyway, the island owner here was definitely a big boss of a local power before his death. And what Su Tian saw was just a piece of territory before his floating island. With these several territorial expansions, Su Tian discovered a problem. That is, these expanded areas are all the territory of the island owner after death. Except for the special area, which was formed by secret power, the other areas are all the territory of the fallen island master. After they died, the territory was divided up as an expansion area. Thinking of this, Su Tian's scalp felt a little numb. Judging from the buildings here, it is not difficult to guess how strong the island owner here was during his lifetime. However, such a strong island owner, why did he fall? After becoming the owner of the island, extraordinariness and longevity are within reach. But even so, they will fall due to various reasons. Su Tian couldn't help guessing, could it be because of the invasion of powerful monsters? At present, this is the only possibility. After becoming the owner of the island, the only mortal enemy is to resist the invasion of monsters. But after thinking about it, if the monsters are so powerful, wouldn't he be cool? The more Su Tian thought about it, the more afraid he became. Because soon, he will really accept the floating island assessment. When the protective cover is lost, what they are facing is a real monster. Originally, Su Tian was very confident. But after seeing the fall of these powerful island owners, he began to waver. Chapter 17. Walking among the lost ruins, Su Tian felt a little bit of sadness. This place is shrouded in the influence of evil spirit. After stepping here, you will be constantly eroded by evil spirits. Su Tian was determined and made sure that he would not be affected as much as possible. Across the Lianu area, there are more than a dozen arrow rests scattered in front of them. Su Tian felt that there were countless pairs of eyes staring at him all around. He took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed the god of perseverance. Anyway, he actually chose to move forward, so he must not back down. The heavenly demon sword in his hand was whistling softly. He felt threatened, and this was a warning. Su Xiao frowned slightly, and there was a trace of heaviness on his face. It can make the heavenly demon sword feel threatened. It seems that the evil spirit here is not simple. Call out. A red shadow passed by. A fang-shaped monster appeared behind him. Su Tian reacted quickly, and the power of lightning in his body exploded instantly. Creak. The attack, like 1,000 birds chirping, instantly enveloped the monster's body. Although Su Tian only used 30% of his strength, he didn't knock down the monster. He was a little surprised. Isn't this monster's defense too strong? He was not hacked to death. It was too late for Su Tian to think too much. The monster, paralyzed by lightning, was gradually waking up. He swung the heavenly demon sword across quickly. A black flame appeared, and the monster's body was gradually devoured. He let out a wailing scream, trying to extinguish the flames on his body, but to no avail. Finally, the black flame burned her to the bone. Su Tian secretly smashed his tongue. This power is too powerful. Not even bone dregs were left. Roar! Just after finishing the monster, Su Tian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This icy feeling chilled his heart. He hastily released extraordinary lightning to protect his body. The flickering thunder and lightning kept wandering outside his skin. The evil spirits have been fighting out forcefully. They have no entity, just like elves. They exist in the form of spirit bodies. It's just that they are different from the extraordinary power of elves. They are continuously transformed by accumulating evil spirits. The body of this evil spirit reached more than 1 meter high, and when it was slaughtered, it was accompanied by a gust of wind. Su Tian's eyes were cold, and the heavenly demon sword in his hand slashed down. His arms are filled with the power of thunder, and his movements are as fast as afterimages. The evil spirit was eroded by the black fire, and more than half of its spirit body instantly dissipated. But it didn't die completely. They have no body, so they cannot be burned by the dark flames. Su Tian frowned slightly, feeling the difficulty of the matter. This is not easy. If he couldn't be killed with one blow, then he was destined to be attacked by a group of evil spirits. Fortunately, only one evil spirit attacked him. But it is uncertain how many evil spirits are still hidden in this ruins. Su Tian didn't dare to hesitate. He had to quickly weaken the evil spirit's attack while there were few people. The flickering thunder controlled the figure of the evil spirit, and then black flames came like a shadow. With one strike of the sword, the conjoined body of the evil spirit instantly turned into a phantom. This scene made all the evil spirits hiding in the dark roar. They drilled out of the ancient ruins, surrounded by darkness. Su Tian frowned, glanced at them, and figured out what they were about. There are almost 20 evil spirits around. This battle is bound to be difficult. Su Tian roared loudly, and infinite thunder and lightning burst out from his body. In an instant, the surroundings became lightning and thunder. The evil spirit opened its flaming fangs, biting at him. Creak! The thunder and lightning pouring all over the sky slowed down their speed. Su Tian took advantage of the situation and swung the heavenly demon sword. A black flame flashed by, and more than half of the spirit bodies of the 3 evil spirits disappeared in an instant. Roar! On the other side, the evil spirit that broke through Thunder's line of defense has come behind him. when it was about to tear his back. On Su Tian's back, a mass of brown aura suddenly emerged as a shield. The resolute shield directly blocked this fatal injury. Su Tian was shocked. He didn't expect the evil spirit to break through her defense line so quickly. Fortunately, the earth elemental given to him by the earth elves just now acted as a protective shield, which withstood the fatal blow. Otherwise, I am afraid that he will be crippled even if he is not dead now. On the other side, the earth elf on the elemental tree opened his eyes instantly. He sensed Su Tian's crisis. Through the language of the elves, he immediately awakened the still sad fire elves. The earth elves who moved their origin in the morning were unable to go to support, so he could only tell the fire elves to rescue. The fire elf couldn't be sad after hearing this, and immediately dragged the fiery red spear to rescue. He turned into flames and went straight to Su Tian's direction. On the other side, the holy angel also felt Su Tian's crisis. As angels, they can sense the island owner's crisis. The holy angel starts the battle form. The white wings on the back beat the huge wind. Su Tian's evil spirit is losing ground. Now he regrets his rashness in his heart. However, it is useless to think about these at this time. Su Tian focused his eyes, and immediately used the magic scroll he obtained before. An ancient scroll was thrown by him. A violent gust of wind instantly appeared in the sky, blocking the evil spirit's attack. The sudden appearance of the gust of wind caused 5 or 6 evil spirits to hide in the gust of wind before they had time to react. Su Tian doesn't dare to hold back now. The evil spirits stared at him intently. Once the wind stopped, they would immediately launch an attack. Su Tian held the sword in his right hand and the last set of magic scrolls in his left. This is a ranged thunder technique. He originally wanted to save it for future city defense battles. Now it seems that it may not be able to stay. Roar! As the gust of wind continued to weaken, the evil spirit began to itch again, ready to attack. Su Tian's heart was heavy, and the thunder scroll in his hand was ready to be thrown at any time. Boom! At this time, the fire elves who came to the rescue have arrived. He waved his spear, and a series of flaming lotus flowers appeared. Su Tian was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect the fire spirit to come to rescue him on his own initiative. When the evil spirit saw the fire elf again, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Because they are both spirit bodies, but the fire elves, as innate and extraordinary elves, have a suppressive advantage. This is the suppression from the bloodline. The fire elf is very irritable today, and the fiery red lotus flower is constantly blooming with the tip of his spear swaying. In an instant, the entire ancient ruins were illuminated by fiery red flames. Su Tian was secretly shocked. This fire elf looks very resentful. The attitude of the holy angel yesterday made him irritable, which led to his current offensive being extremely fast. Under the attack of the fire lotus, 7 or 8 evil spirits instantly turned into nothingness. It was at this time that the holy angel in combat form had arrived on the battlefield. She fluttered her bright wings and reached the eyes of the evil spirit in an instant. Zhang! The holy angel suddenly flashed double blades in his hand, and then started killing in the ancient ruins. After he turned on the combat form, his attack power was greatly improved. The double blades in his hands were like mowing grass, splitting the evil spirit's body into pieces. Seeing the overwhelming scene in front of him, Su Tian took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, the holy angel in battle form is so fierce. Fighting is like killing chickens. In less than a while, the more than 20 menacing evil spirits all turned into nothingness. After the battle is over, holy angels fly into the sky, emitting light power to purify evil spirits around them. The white light spots poured down like rain. In an instant, the ancient ruins that have been hidden in the smog all year round are illuminated by light. Su Tian stretched out his hand, feeling the light rain patting on his body. This feeling is very warm and makes people feel calm. The fire elves floated in the sky, and the originally irritable mood instantly disappeared under the purification of the light rain. The bright breath of the holy angel has the power to purify all the filth in the world. Under the purification of the power of light, all the evil spirits hidden in the ancient ruins have been removed. At this moment, the surrounding land was no longer buried by fog, and they ushered in the long-lost light. Boom! With the occupation of ancient ruins, this area was successfully expanded by floating islands. Chapter 18. In the western area, there are all kinds of powerful weapons. Su Tian looked at these repeating crossbow arrow towers, feeling joyful in his heart. Once these offensive weapons are repaired, they will be his strongest combat power in the city defense battle in the future. The holy angel fell slowly, and the surrounding light rain disappeared. She came in front of Su Tian and said, "Master, please bring me with you when you expand the area in the future." The holy angel's attitude was so modest that Su Tian couldn't refuse at all. He smiled awkwardly, "Today was an accident, and I didn't expect such a situation to happen. Fortunately, your support is timely." The holy angel refused to let go, and continued, "Master, please agree to my request. Your life is related to the safety of the entire island. I won't allow you to make any mistakes." Although the holy angel's words were well-intentioned, they carried a sense of domineering. Hearing this, Su Tian sighed softly, "Alas! I see." Seeing that Su Tian agreed, the holy angel nodded in satisfaction. Su Tian changed his mind and began to plan this area. The soil here is rich, and there are many offensive weapons. In the future, it can be built as the defense line of the floating island, as the strongest combat force on the floating island to deter monsters. Withdrawing his thoughts, Su Tian began to prepare to expand the last site. The southern area is not dangerous, but the soil is as poor as Genaki. This place can be built into a military training base in the future. During the continuous rotation, Su Tian has come to the last expansion area. Behind him, the holy angel was worried about him and insisted on following him. After the fire elf was purified by the light breath, he no longer cared about what happened yesterday. Now the fire elves don't like holy angels anymore. There is no threat in the southern area, and the expansion is just a formality. He clicked to expand, and a phantom joined the floating island. As the last place to expand, Su Tian occupied this place without any pressure. Stepping here, Su Tian found traces of people living here. The ground is full of bones. Some rusty iron swords stuck in the ground. Su Tian secretly sighed, it seems that there was a big battle here. The reason for the lack of soil resources here should also be caused by the previous war. In less than a while, this piece of soil was successfully occupied by him. Congratulations to the island owner for successfully expanding the 4 areas and starting the extraordinary trial. This trial is for all initial island owners, and the Transcendent Trial Tower will be opened in 3 days. After opening, the Transcendent Trial Tower will end within 2 days. Please cherish the opportunity of trial, island owners. In the core of the floating island, after Su Tian expanded the last territory, several hints suddenly appeared. These tips are not for Su Tian, but for everyone. With the hint of the core of the floating island, the original island owner in the communication channel fell into a heated discussion. Damn it, which freak is so fierce? It's only been 3 days, and the 4 areas have been expanded. MD, I'm still being chased by wild boars. It should be the 2nd generation of those islands. Relying on the strength of the family, they can improve quickly. As the 2nd generation of the island, I can tell you responsibly that this is absolutely impossible. What is the extraordinary trial? Why haven't I heard of it? Su Tian looked at the chat group full of discussions, and silently closed it. Now he is thinking about how to deal with the extraordinary trial. Extraordinary trial, this is the first time he has heard of such a thing. This has never happened before. Su Tian secretly guessed that this should be caused after he expanded all the territories. On the 3rd day of the beginning, the 4 territories were expanded. If this is said, no one will believe it. It may be because of this reason that the extraordinary trial appeared. However, everyone is still skeptical about the Transcendent Trial Tower. After all, this is equivalent to creating history. For some people, the Transcendent Trial Tower might be an opportunity. But for those weak people, the Transcendent Trial Tower is torture. And after entering the trial in the tower, they will leave the floating island for 2 days. Putting it that way, they equated to 2 days less construction. These 2 days are likely to be the key to determining the future test of the floating island. In fact, most island owners are unwilling to take risks. They just want to work diligently to build their own floating island. However, some people regard this trial as a life-saving herb. Because of their territory, it will be destroyed by monsters every night. This caused all their hard work these days to be in vain. If this continues, they will never be able to catch up with the level of monster destruction. So they wanted to pass this extraordinary experiment and get a chance. Su Tian didn't waste time on this. Now that he has finished expanding the area, he must step up construction. Especially the ruins captured today. Su Tian must hurry up and restore all those buildings. Back on the island, good news came from the fishing trap. The fishing trap successfully caught the ancient pan, sea lobster +10, mermaid +5. Fishing rod successfully catches clownfish +1. Ancient disc? Su Tian remembered that the ancient plate seemed to be a channel for trading with mysterious merchants. He put down the construction process and turned to the fishing place. The holy angels followed. The fire elf glanced at it, and then turned back to the elemental tree to comprehend the fire element. Collecting the fishing trap, Su Tian saw a bronze-colored ancient plate among a pile of seafood. Ancient disc, after opening, you can trade with the mysterious merchant. Su Tian grabbed the ancient disc, it was the size of a palm, exuding an ancient atmosphere. After collecting the seafood in the net bag, the holy angel threw the fishing trap into the sea. Su Tian opened the ancient plate without hesitation. With the opening of the ancient plate, a passage of nothingness suddenly appeared in front of him. There is a strong atmosphere of space in the passage. Su Tian didn't move rashly, just quietly stayed in place to observe the situation. After a while, a long-eared elf walked out of the fellows. Su Tian was a little surprised, this was the first time he saw the mysterious businessman. The mysterious businessman has a strange appearance, like a rabbit, with long ears. After seeing Su Tian, the mysterious businessman asked, "Dear guest, did you summon me here?" Su Tian nodded and replied, "That's right." The mysterious businessman nodded, very happy, and she introduced, "Dear guest, my name is Rabbit Ear Ling. We have many products. Please let me introduce them to you one by one." Afterwards, under the movement of the rabbit ear spirit, many objects appeared in front of Su Tian's eyes. Item: Spirit of Skyfire. Introduction: the King of Innate Flames, after swallowing, can greatly enhance the perception of the fire element, and has a 50% chance of evolving into a Skyfire. Price: 1000 gold coins. Item: Soil of the Earth. Introduction: the Pure Land in the Sacred Land, after swallowing, it can enhance the perception of the Earth element, and there is a 60% chance to evolve into the Holy Land of the Earth. Price: 1000 gold coins. Item: Frost Art. Introduction: one-time extraordinary scroll, after use, it can release extreme ice, range attack, and creatures with a radius of 1 km will be damaged. Price: 100 gold coins. Item: Dragon Spirit. Introduction: the soul of the ancient dragon clan can obtain the power of the dragon clan after fusion, and there is a 20% chance to obtain the skill breath. Price: 5000 gold coins. Item: Special Blueprint. Introduction: Attack Type Architectural Blueprint, after use, you can build Tianyang Fortress. Price: 1000 gold coins. Su Tian glanced at these items, and there was a huge wave in his heart. These things are all exquisite. Each has infinite benefits for them in the moment. Rabbit Erling looked at Shushan and smiled slightly. Dear guest, you can be satisfied with these. If you are not satisfied, we can also exchange a batch of items for the guests. No, I am very happy with these items. Rabbit Earling smiled slightly. These items are all selected by us. I don't know which one the respected guests have taken a fancy to. Su Tian was delighted in his heart. I fell in love with them all. As soon as these words came out, Rabbit Earling was slightly taken aback. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a while and said, "Are you sure you want all of them? The combined price of these 5 items is 8,100 gold coins. Are you sure you want all of them?" "That's right, I want it all." With a big wave of Su Tian's hand, he shook out all the gold coins in the storage ring. In an instant, the golden gold coins piled up into a hill. When Rabbit Erling saw this scene, his eyes stared straight. She happily took the gold coin and said with a smile, "The guest is so generous." With that said, he handed over all 5 items to Su Tian. Su Tian looked at the 5 items manually and was very satisfied. Rabbit Ear Spirit quickly picked up the gold coins. She smiled slightly and said, "Dear guest, I look forward to cooperating with you next time," and then she retreated into the passage. With her gone, the portals of nothingness began to shrink, eventually vanishing into nothingness. The ancient plate hit the ground with a bang. Su Tian picked up the ancient plate and found that it was useless. This ancient plate is a one-time item, and the mysterious merchant cannot be summoned after one use. Su Tian felt a little regretful. He should have bought more things just now. The mysterious merchant's stuff not only works well, but is also cheap. This is definitely a good deal for them. Chapter 19. Under the elemental god tree, Su Tian excitedly came here with the items he had just traded. The spirit of Skyfire and the land of earth that were traded just now are for them. Su Tian came under the tree and called softly, "Fire elves, earth elves, look at me and bring you good things." Feeling the call, the fire elves and the earth elves opened their eyes at the same time. On a branch more than 10 meters high, their eyes immediately fixed on the object in Su Tian's hand. The fire elf squeaked and jumped off the branch excitedly. His gaze was fixed on the spirit of Skyfire. Su Tian smiled slightly, and handed him the spirit of Skyfire. "Take it. After absorbing it, you need to grow well." Su Tian gave a warning, and turned to look for the earth elves. The fire elf nodded and began to merge into the spirit of Skyfire. On the elemental god tree, the earth elves are slowly falling down. Due to the mobilization of the roots in the morning, its current speed is a bit slow. Su Tian couldn't bear to look at the earth elf whose spirit body was somewhat dim. He stroked the little head of the earth elf, and handed him the soil of the earth in his hand. The earth elf felt the breath of the earth, and immediately regained some strength. The soil of this earth contains rich earth elements. After fusion, the perception of the earth element can be greatly enhanced. Not only that, but he can completely make up for the loss of the earth elves this morning. The earth elf glanced at Su Tian, and creaked into the soil of the earth. Soon, the body of the earth elf is fused with the soil of the earth. The elemental sacred tree sensed that the 2 elves were merging elements, so he also offered to help. It shook the branches, and countless strong elemental forces fell. The 2 fused extraordinary elves, with the help of the elemental tree, have a deeper understanding. Su Tian looked at them, when smiled. After the fusion, the strength of the 2 extraordinary elves will be greatly improved. Now it's time for Su Tian to improve his strength. He turned his head and glanced at the 2 extraordinary elves, then walked towards the residence with firm eyes. Back in the residence, he took out the dragon spirit that he traded just now. This small item is worth 5,000 gold coins. Its effect can be described as extremely against the sky. Inside a small crystal, there is a small dragon swimming like a snake. His dragon scales are black, sleeping quietly in the crystal. Introduced by a mysterious businessman. He learned that this Dragon Ball spirit can enhance physical fitness and defense after fusion. And if you are lucky, there is a 20% success rate to get the dragon skill, breath. Su Tian didn't hesitate, he swallowed the dragon spirit and started to fuse. As he swallowed, there was a warm current rising from his abdomen. Su Tian calmed down and silently felt the spirit of the dragon race. Over time, black dragon scales grew out of Su Tian's surface. Devouring the spirit of the dragon clan can obtain their strongest dragon scales for defense. These black scales are the means for Su Tian to save his life in the future. Black dragon scales emerged, covering Su Tian's whole body. Under the bursts of hot breath, a blazing flame condensed in Su Tian's body. Sudden! He opened his eyes abruptly, his scarlet eyes flickering in the sky. He opened his mouth, let out a breath, and released it from his mouth. Hot dragon flames sprayed out from his mouth, reaching the sky. In the sky, countless birds were frightened by the sudden flame and ran away. At this moment, Su Tian is like a dragon man. The whole body is covered with black dragon scales, and the pupils have turned into dragon-like vertical eyes. Soon, though, the changes faded again. Su Tian calmed down the dragon power in his body, and the black scales gradually faded away. After merging the spirit of Dragon Ball, Su Tian has the power of the dragon. Now he can not only mobilize black scales for defense. You can also use the dragon's secret technique, breathing. Breathing is a secret method passed down from generation to generation by the dragon clan. When using it, scalding dragon flames can be ejected from the mouth. Dragon flame is a power of fire that surpasses the fire element. The extraordinary flame has to surrender in front of Long Yan. Su Tian clenched his fists tightly, a vigorous force erupted from his body. The strength of his punch now is enough to weigh 1,000 catties. These are the benefits brought about by devouring the spirit of Dragon Ball. Small castle casting completed. The small castle has been psychic, automatically monitors the periphery, and automatically conducts defensive attacks. Just when Su Tian was complacent, a crisp notification sound came again. Su Tian turned his head and looked. Sure enough, not far away, a small two-story castle was already located on the floating island. And as soon as the castle was cast, it was automatically psychic. The small castle after psychic can monitor and defend against attacks on the periphery. In this way, without Su Tian's permission, no one else could set foot inside the castle. Not bad. Su Tian nodded, and began to move the things in the residence into the small castle. Now that he has a castle, he no longer needs the previous log cabin. Su Tian's small castle has an area of hundreds of miles, and the decoration inside is spacious and bright. Su Tian moved all the decorations from the dark castle before. In the castle, Su Tian also enjoyed a bit of luxury. He also imitated his predecessors and divided several rooms into different places. There are kitchens, bedrooms, practice rooms, and treasure areas, etc. The rooms in the castle are spacious. Su Tian can use these places freely. He now understands why so many people want to become island owners. Because after becoming island owners, they can gain a long lifespan, extraordinary abilities, and a kingdom of their own. It has to be said that in this floating island, Su Tian is like a king. He can freely enjoy the above resources. What? After Su Tian froze for a while, he returned to reality again. He understands that if he wants to have this status forever, he must constantly increase his strength. Once he is not strong enough, even if he owns the entire floating island, it will be in vain. He didn't want to be a waste with no resources but no strength. These beautiful days, I will guard them. Su Tian showed determination in his eyes, and murmured softly. After a busy day, the floating island ushered in its fourth night. Today's vigil falls to Su Tian. The two extraordinary elves were still merging and could not be distracted. Holy angels are managing the building, don't bother. So Su Tian naturally took over the banner of the night vigil. He came to inspect the periphery of the floating island. The bright moonlight fell on him. Walking along the periphery of the floating island, the cool sea breeze from the sea brushed his face head-on. In the dark night, some monsters broke through the protective barrier and invaded the floating island. Su Tian used the power of thunder to eliminate these monsters easily. In the initial stage, these monsters were not Su Tian's opponents at all. Chapter 20. Late at night. Su Tian lingered on the periphery of the floating island. The mottled night light in the sky fell on him in strands and strands. For him, the state of mind at this time is pure. He sat cross-legged on the small island, his eyes scanning the sea surface which was blown by the breeze. After coming to the floating island, he has been committed to improving his strength and building the floating island. Rarely has there been such a time of peace of mind. At this time, in the dark night, a monster without eyes is making fun of himself. He broke through the barrier, trying to wreak havoc on this place. But Su Tian didn't even look at him, and directly buried him in the thunder. A gust of sea breeze blew, and Su Tian's hair was disheveled. The corpse of the monster behind him also disappeared into the world along with the sea breeze. Feeling the loneliness of the owner, a fishing trap caught a mermaid in the deep sea. At this time, the beep from the core of the floating island broke the tranquil scene. Su Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, a little dull. What? Mermaid? With infinite doubts, Su Tian hurried to the place where the fishing traps were placed. At a glance, in the deep sea, there is indeed a mermaid with a head and a fish tail, caught in her pocket. Su Tian salvages the fishing trap. A mermaid more than 1 meter long was trapped by a fishing trap. The mermaid looks a little confused and helpless in the fishing trap. Her eyes were full of horror. Su Tian untied the fishing trap, and the 1 meter long mermaid rolled out of the net bag directly. With a startled expression on her face, she curled up on the floating island. Mermaid. The mermaid family in the deep sea contains extraordinary genes in their bodies, and there is a 50% probability that they can evolve extraordinary abilities. It turned out to be a supernatural species. Su Tian looked at the timid mermaid and murmured softly. He originally thought that all extraordinary species should be like fire elves, majestic and domineering. Unexpectedly, there are such timid and extraordinary species in this world. But it seems that this mermaid has not yet evolved extraordinary abilities. Su Tian stepped forward to negotiate. Hello, can you speak? The mermaid timidly raised her head, not daring to meet his gaze. Judging from this, it should be the strange environment around him that made him feel scared. Su Tian threw the fishing trap back into the sea and promised to give him a chance to refine it next time. The promised fishing trap is full of motivation, and the fishing efficiency is increased by 50%. Looking at the reminder that appeared in front of him, Su Tian smiled slightly. Without too much hesitation, he turned around and walked in front of the mermaid, continuing to negotiate. After observing for a while, realizing that the mermaid was not in danger, she opened her mouth slightly and said, "Hello, humanity." Su Tian smiled softly. Since the other party is willing to speak, it proves that they have room for communication. So Su Tian began to ask about the origin of the sky. Where are you from the deep sea? Are there any extraordinary species in your group? The voice of the mermaid is sweet. I come from the deep sea kingdom of the North Ocean. There are 5 extraordinary people in our mermaid clan. Su Tian was shocked. He was not surprised by the 5 supernatural beings mentioned by the mermaid. But Su Tian was deeply surprised by the Biyang kingdom she mentioned. It never occurred to him that there are countries belonging to the ocean group in the sea. He continued to ask, how big is your Biyang kingdom? How many extraordinary races are there? The mermaid shook her head and said, I don't know about it. We mermaids only occupy the edge of the Biyang kingdom. On our side, there are a total of 6 extraordinary groups. Su Tian was moved, unexpectedly. In just a marginal area, 6 extraordinary groups appeared. In the Biyang kingdom, there are probably hundreds of extraordinary groups. Su Tian thought about it, and at the same time felt troublesome about the arrival of the mermaid. This thing has to be put back quickly. Otherwise, her group would be in a hurry and might attack his floating island. 5 extraordinary mermaids are not a big deal to him. But if it becomes enmity with the Biyang kingdom because of this, then the gain outweighs the loss. He was a little anxious, and hurriedly said, "Where is your ethnic group? I'll take you back." At this moment, Su Tian no longer wanted to ask her for news. It had been more than an hour since the fishing trap caught it. After all this time, her pack must have discovered her disappearance. If it doesn't work out, a comprehensive investigation should have been carried out in the deep sea by now. Seeing the beautiful environment here, the mermaid doesn't want to leave. She asked, "Human, can you let me play here for a few more days? Su Tian has a headache, this pure brat. So playful, do your parents know?" He asked, "You come out, do your parents know?" Hearing this, the mermaid looked sad. She lowered her head and said timidly, "I have no parents." "What's the meaning? You are an orphan." As soon as Su Tian spoke, he immediately realized his slip of the tongue. He was embarrassed to explain. But the mermaid on the other side nodded sadly. She said in a slightly aggrieved tone, "My father is the patriarch of the mermaid clan, and he died protecting the territory. My mother also died in that battle." Seeing her appearance, Su Tian couldn't let him go anymore, so he could only let her play here for a few days. He took out the special berries of the floating island and fed them to the mermaid. The mermaid, who ate such a sweet fruit for the first time, forgot all her troubles in excitement. She opened her mouth, looking unsure. Su Tian took out a dozen berries from the core of the floating island and fed them to her. This time, the mermaid ate as much as she could in one sitting. She smiled and said, "Human, you are such a good person. You are as good to me as my parents." Su Tian was a little speechless. This product is too easy to buy, right? Just a dozen berries bought her off. He looked at the mermaid and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing this, the mermaid showed a thoughtful look. After a long time, she said hesitantly, My parents call me Sasha. Others call me useless stuff." After hearing this, Su Tian was stunned. He saw tears welling up in the mermaid's eyes. Su Tian was a little puzzled. Wasn't the mermaid's parents the patriarch of the mermaid clan before? Even if he died in battle because of protecting the territory, he shouldn't be excluded by his clansmen. It stands to reason that the mermaid people should protect it well. Su Tian asked, Sha, why did your people say that about you?" In order to appease her emotions, Su Tian also took out a bunch of berries in front of her eyes, lest she be sad. The mermaid who saw the berries really got better. She picked up a berry, nodded and said, "Because they said that I can't inherit the mermaid core, so they won't let me go back." "So, you were kicked out?" Speaking of this, the mermaid paused for a moment. Su Tian finally understood at this moment, why did the fishing trap catch her? It turned out that she was driven out by the ethnic group, and she was wandering in the deep sea homeless, and was caught by a fishing trap. No wonder she had been missing for so long, and its people didn't come to look for her. Su Tian finally understood, this is a poor homeless man. After a second thought, he decided to keep her on the island. After all, she is considered an extraordinary species, and there is still a 50% chance of unlocking extraordinary power in the future. Even if the extraordinary power cannot be unlocked, when an ordinary person stays on the island, he can still help with work. He is still worried about not being able to find anyone at this stage. Su Tian smiled slightly, opened his mouth and said, "Sasha, would you like to stay here and follow me from now on? I promise you have more than enough berries to eat." Saying that, Su Tian took out another bunch of berries from the core of the floating island. The bright red berries piled directly into a hill. The mermaid's eyes were straightened, she nodded hurriedly and said with a smile, I am willing. I do. Man, you are such a good man. The mermaid smiled, her eyes narrowed into slits. Su Tian stroked her head lightly, and said with a smile, my name is Su Tian, from now on you can call me by my name, or the island master. Su Tian. The mermaid was very happy and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Chapter 21. Sleepless Night. Su Tian sat on the floating island and chatted with the mermaid all night. During this period, he learned a lot about Biyang Kingdom. I also learned some secrets about the submarine population. In the sea, there are many enlightened extraordinary elves. They open up territory, compete for territory, and establish hegemony. Their strength and wisdom are not much worse than theirs, and they are even worse than them. Among them, the representative one is the Deep Sea Dragon clan. They are the true overlords of the seabed, with noble blood and super fighting power. He is the king who rules the deep sea domain. The king of Biyang Kingdom is a Millennium Dragon King. Su Tian thought that he absorbed a dragon spirit just yesterday. If they are discovered in this way, they won't form a death feud with them, right? The mermaid returned to the sea, and now her body is not strong enough to support him all the way to land. Every once in a while, she has to be the sea. Su Tian sat on the edge and began to think about how to solve this problem. In the future, if he becomes the owner of the island, he will definitely move the floating island. The mysterious power here can't be considered rich, only in the field in the center of deep space can it be truly rich. The island owners there will not only improve their extraordinary abilities quickly, but also refresh the resources consumed on the floating island at a faster rate. And once they leave this place, Sasha may only stay here forever. He was pitiful enough, Su Tian would never leave her alone. After much deliberation, Su Tian decided that it would be the best way to let it evolve supernatural abilities. Mermaids who have evolved extraordinary abilities will not be limited by physical factors. Without restrictions, they can swim freely on land. Su Tian decided that in the future, she would find a few water element items to fuse with her, and she should be able to evolve extraordinary abilities. As his thoughts turned, a faint brilliance emanated from his body. LV7. Overnight, Su Tian's level has risen again. This one-day level change speed surprised him a little. But after thinking about it, he was relieved again. After all, I left the Holy Angel on the island to manage the construction. With his assistance, the construction of the island will definitely be faster. And with the blessing of psychic items, it is not difficult to level up a day. Su Tian, who wants to understand, is in a good mood. 4 days have passed since the initial stage, and his level can be said to have risen like a rising tide. He has been raised to the 7th level, and he can be said to be a little smug. Su Tian opened the skill page and began to learn new skills. 4 options emerged before his eyes as always. Lightning in palm. Lightning can gather in the palm of your hand, triggering thousands of thunders from the sky, turning them into thunder dragons to attack. Running thunder speed. The thunder veins gather between the legs, and the speed after use is like a bolt of lightning, as fast as thunder and lightning. Thunder Eyes, contains 2 thunderbolts, hidden in the eyes, which can kill people invisible. Thunderbird, gather thousands of thunderbolts and turn into a thunderbird, with an attack range of up to 100 miles. At a glance, the 4 options made Su Tian extremely tempted. These 4 skills are very applicable to him now. For a moment, it was difficult for him to make a decision. Su Tian observed the skill page, and he knew that each choice represented the direction of future development. The 4 skills branched out like tree branches. Above them, more options are dimmed. Once Su Tian breaks through to a higher level, the above skills will be unlocked by him one by one. But once he chooses a path, he cannot change it. Su Tian hesitated for a while, and finally chose Palm Thunder. He had longed for this trick before. After studying, Su Tian felt a thunderbolt gathering in the palm of his hand. He raised his right arm and opened his palm. In an instant, thunder and lightning burst out in the air like 1,000 birds singing together. Palm thunder emerged from his palm, shining light in the sky. All of a sudden, many wild geese with scorched feathers fell on the floating island. They all dropped at the same time. Su Tian clenched his fists, laughed loudly and said, "It is indeed the strongest attack. When my power of thunder element increases in the future, I can destroy a floating island with just a lift of my hand." Su Tian is a little proud. On the other side, after a night of integration, the two extraordinary elves have successfully deepened their elemental awareness. They burst into dazzling light on the elemental god tree. This represents that the extraordinary elves have officially entered the second realm. Every time they improve, they will undergo a huge transformation. Su Tian froze for a moment, then hurried to the direction of the sacred tree. The two extraordinary elves at this time were all bathed in strong elemental power. Their bodies continue to grow under the nourishment of elemental power. In less than a moment, the two extraordinary elves grew to more than 1.7 meters. They opened their eyes suddenly, and a dazzling light burst into the sky instantly. Su Tian looked blankly from below. After the two extraordinary elves entered the second stage, the changes that took place were too great. For a moment, Su Tian didn't recognize it. At this time, the fire elf transformed into a human form, and his long fiery red hair fluttered in the sky. There are hot eyes in the eyes. The tip of his spear was waving in the air, making air-piercing chirping sounds from time to time. The earth elves have other changes. He transformed into a human form, and his earth-brown hair was messy in the air. In his hands, a pair of big hammers weighed tens of thousands of catties. The moment the wheel rotated, a violent gust of wind appeared in the sky. After the two extraordinary elves had completed their transformation, they all fell down together and arrived in front of Su Tian. Before Su Tian could speak, the fire elf opened his mouth first. "Master, we have completed evolution." Su Tian was stunned for a moment, and then said pleasantly, You can talk now." The fire elf nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. We who have completed the second evolution can already speak." The earth elf said, "Master, give us a name. After evolution, we already have a human body." Yes, let's name it first." If the earth elf didn't say this, he almost forgot. Su Tian calmed down and thought carefully. Moment. He was sober now, and said with a smile, "From now on, you will be called Xingtu. It means that you are as bright and dazzling as the stars in the sky." Xingtu. The earth elf laughed, nodded heavily and said, "From now on, I will be called Xingtu." Seeing this scene today, the fire elf hurriedly said, "Master, I want a name too, so you can give me one too." Su Tian smiled, "Of course I won't forget your name. From now on, you will be called Liao Yuan, which means that a single spark can start a prairie fire. It represents your infinite possibilities in the future, as well as your infinite future." The fire elf nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Master, I think this name is very nice." Su Tian looked at the two of them happily like children, and felt a little warmth in his heart. Extraordinary elves have pure emotions, and they will spend their entire lives serving their masters. Regarding Su Tian's feelings, the two extraordinary elves are very innocent. After they identify their masters, they will never betray in their entire lives. Chapter 22. The west of the floating island, as an ancient relic, is scattered with many dusty battle buildings. The Lianu and Arrow Tower have been worn out after thousands of years of invasion. Su Tian gently caressed these buildings, and the cold touch came from the palm of his hand. These weapons must have killed many monsters back then. Su Tian is determined to rebuild this place to its former glory, and even surpass it. However, rebuilding is a difficult and slow process. You need to spend gold coins to rebuild through the floating island core. There is an option to rebuild in the building page. Su Tian first built the fort that he bought earlier. Who knew his instructions? among many ancient architectural weapons, a phantom slowly appeared. The fort was 5 or 6 meters wide, and there was a faint streamer of light all over the phantom. The turret is built at the back of the Lianu. Because it has a longer range, it can be arranged at the back. After doing all this, Su Tian began to rebuild these repeater crossbows. Opening the building page, he slowly clicked on the rebuild option. Damaged Lianbo, rebuild price, 80 gold coins. Whether to choose to rebuild, yes/no. So expensive. Su Tian secretly sighed, and chose to rebuild. 80 gold coins is considered a sky-high price in the initial stage. If it wasn't for the quick mining efficiency of his eternal iron pickaxe, I'm afraid he hasn't even mined 10 gold coins yet. Fortunately, he inherited the legacy of an island owner. Otherwise, I am afraid that even if the mining efficiency of the eternal iron pickaxe is fast, it will not be able to support the consumption this time. With the rebuilding of the Lianu, streamers of light appeared on his old body. The rebuilt Lianu is extremely powerful, absolutely suitable for future city defense battles. Without hesitation, Su Tian rebuilt all the dozen or so crossbows. All of a sudden, it consumed thousands of gold coins. At this time, Su Tian's small coffers were already stretched. Yesterday's transaction with the mysterious businessman had consumed most of his money. However, Su Tian still bite the bullet and rebuilt all these weapon buildings. Because these are the combat power of his floating island. It is the basis for him to resist the invasion of monsters in the future. So no matter how expensive it is, he has to rebuild it. Damaged Arrow Tower, reconstruction price, 60 gold coins. Whether to choose to rebuild, yes/no. The reconstruction price of the Arrow Tower is relatively cheap, only 60 gold coins. However, it is not an easy task to rebuild more than a dozen arrow towers at the same time. Su Tian chose to rebuild, and soon the arrow tower began to glow faintly. These streamers will slowly remodel these ancient architectural weapons. After a wave of transformation, Su Tian's small treasury was completely shattered. Now he only has 6 gold coins left. This renovation is a big project. The whole west is shrouded in the streamer of the building. At a glance, it looks like a sky full of stars, bright and dazzling. After rebuilding the weapon, Su Tian came to the edge of the floating island in the west. On the outermost edge, he cast a searchlight for observation. Searchlights have 2 functions, the first is to illuminate the night. The second is to observe the enemy's situation. The searchlight can capture the figure of the monster in time, allowing the island owner to spot the intruder at the first time. Su Tian clicked to build, and a phantom searchlight with a height of tens of meters rose from the ground. The searchlight soared into the sky and could cover the entire western area. All monsters invading this area cannot escape the eyes of the searchlights. After finishing all these, Su Tian left satisfied. At this time, the west side is completely completed. Once these weapons are rebuilt, this will become his combat area. Su Tian can control the floating island to fight in the future. Once he passes the floating island assessment, he will completely integrate the core of the floating island. Then he only needs to move his mind, and the whole floating island will adjust according to his mind. It can be said that on this floating island, Su Tian exists like a god. While thinking, Su Tian came to the east of the floating island. There are abundant resources here, and many high-level resources are buried here. The moment the eternal iron pickaxe was expanded here, it was transferred here for resource development. Su Tian saw the figure of eternal iron pickaxe developing resources from a distance. It has to be said that the efficiency of eternal iron pickaxe development is faster than before. In less than a while, piles of resources were developed by him. Su Tian came to the eternal iron pickaxe and told him to develop more wood during this time. He is now going to build this area. It is rich in resources and can be planned as a place where slaves live. So now he's casting more houses. The eternal iron pickaxe has received the island owner's wishes, and the efficiency of wood mining has increased by 80%. All of a sudden, the mining speed of the eternal iron pickaxe was as fast as an afterimage. Su Tian nodded, very satisfied. As his first psychic item, the eternal iron pickaxe is indeed a meritorious service. Su Tian decided to find an opportunity next time to refine it for him. The eternal iron pickaxe sensed the intention of the island owner, and the mining efficiency increased by 20%. All of a sudden, the eternal iron pickaxe is faster at mining wood. Su Tian smiled slightly, and gave an appreciative look to the eternal iron pickaxe. At the same time, it will inject all the developed timber into houses. For these basic items, you only need to provide enough materials to build in the core of the floating island. All of a sudden, the phantoms of more than a dozen houses began to reveal a faint streamer. Not only that, Su Tian's movements still did not stop. It didn't stop its movements until the phantoms of more than 50 houses rose from the ground. At a glance, the entire area is full of phantoms emitting streamers. The streamer here is brighter than that in the west. They spread everywhere, turning into colorful stars, floating in the sky. Su Tian looked at the position filled with phantoms, with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Now he has solved the combat area, and the slave area. Before long, both areas will have a new look. At this time, the area on the floating island was divided into 6 sections by him. Planting area, living area, refining furnace area, combat area, slave area, training area. Once he passes the floating island assessment in the future, he will expand the existing plate again. At this point, it seems that all the construction has been on the right track. Su Tian was finally able to relax. Today, he devoted all his time to construction and renovation. Its effect is also very significant. Both areas have been included in his construction. Soon, these constructions will be completed. Su Tian decided that when the planting area had a good harvest, he could return to the world to recruit. Now he can completely entrust the construction of the floating island to the Holy Angel alone. If it wasn't for the building and rebuilding, the floating island core would be required to complete. Su Tian wouldn't want to do it himself. However, he believed that under the management of the Holy Angels, the floating island would rise even higher. Chapter 23. Night falls. Floating island ushered in the 4th night. Su Tian opened the communication channel to check other people's situation. At this time, although many people were still invaded by monsters, but many people have already started to step into the construction. After 4 days of development, their construction can be considered to be on the right track. For a deal, whoever is willing to sell a batch of resources will be rewarded with a lot of money. Kneeling for resources from the boss, I am willing to exchange with ancestral treasures. Which big brother opens his eyes, the younger brother is willing to exchange for a 1,000-year egg. In the communication channel, many people are asking for resource transactions. Because at the beginning, resources are the most important in construction. Their eternal iron pickaxe mining is inefficient, and the efficiency of a day may be just a little. Su Tian glanced above, although he intends to make a deal, but the reward given by the other party is like nothing. Teleport the floating island, no one is allowed to bring resources up. Therefore, the rewards they give are all things mined on the floating island. These things are completely useless to Su Tian. Although he is now rich in resources, it does not mean that he wants to become a philanthropist to help others. Su Tian took a look and silently closed the communication channel. He sighed softly, looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. Now the construction of the floating island is handed over to the management of the Holy Angel, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Then next, he should earnestly improve his extraordinary strength. In 2 days, it will be the day when the Transcendent Trial Tower will open. Although no one knows what it stands for, but when it comes to the Transcendent, it can be seen that it has great significance. Extraordinary power is the most mysterious power in this world. Obtaining the extraordinary is equivalent to breaking away from the mortal. This is a brand new road, and no one knows what is at the end of this road? Some people say that the end of the extraordinary is God's, while others say that the end of the extraordinary is eternal life. But throughout the tens of thousands of years, no one has reached the end of the extraordinary. This is a difficult road, and once you step on it, there is no turning back. Su Tian thought about Fei. He hasn't been in a daze for a long time. After being reborn into this world, he studied desperately about the floating island. When he came to the floating island when he was an adult, he has been devoting himself to construction and working hard to improve his strength. For Su Tian, his progress has never stopped. Not only not before, but even more so. Returning to the present world, Su Tian stood up slowly, with determination shining in his eyes. Hovering on the edge of the floating island, Sasha drilled out of the deep sea and begged him for berries. Su Tian took out a bunch of berries and let her enjoy them alone. Salsa was very happy, lying on the soft lawn, eating berries. Su Tian didn't stop there, he would continue to hunt down monsters tonight. In the past 2 days, he has improved a lot of strength, and it's time to verify it. Seeing Su Tian, Sasha didn't ask any more questions, and ate the sweet berries on her own. In the dark, another group of monsters broke through the protective barrier and invaded. Su Tian raised his right hand, and a purple lightning burst out from his palm. The power of palm thunder is extremely strong. In an instant, more than a dozen monsters were turned into scorched earth. Su Tian shook his head, and when he secretly sighed that he was bored, a gigantic monster emerged from the night. Giant King, a mutated giant monster, as solid as a rock, with infinite strength, it is a tricky monster. The core of the floating island gave a message, and Su Tian regained some energy. He was worrying that he had no opponent just now, but he didn't expect the giant monster to come. This is really drowsy, and I gave a pillow. Without hesitation, Su Tian took the upper hand. He used the palm thunder, and a purple lightning like lightning was thrown out by him. The giant king roared, and directly resisted with his right arm. Boom! An ear-piercing roar sounded. A scarlet blood mark appeared on the giant king's arm. But that didn't stop it from moving forward. He roared and rushed towards Su Tian, like a mountain peak, shaking the surrounding ground. Su Tian frowned slightly, stood up, and turned sideways. Call! The giant king passed him by. Her body slammed into the jungle, and he uprooted more than a dozen thick trees and knocked them into the air. Su Tian was secretly startled. If he was hit like this, the bone cover would be broken in an instant. Not only that, just now the giant king passed him by, and there was a huge gust of wind around him. Interesting. Su Tian murmured in a low voice and started to get serious. The giant king adjusted his direction and swept towards him again. Su Tian exploded the thunder element, bathing in purple thunder light all over his body. At this moment, he is like the Thor of the 21st century. In his hand, he dragged a huge thunder whip. Dazzling flames set off wherever the thunder whip passed. The giant king punched it, and a deep pit immediately appeared in the surrounding ground. Under the influence of lightning, Su Tian jumped more than 10 meters away. His thunder whip waved along with the trend, and piercing sounds whistled in the sky. Snapped! The thunder whip hit the giant king's body, and a bright red blood mark appeared again. Enraged, the giant king went into a berserk state, unleashing all the wildness in him. Roar! He roared, and the veins all over his body burst out. At this moment, he was like a ferocious beast who had lost his mind, exuding a mighty murderous aura. Su Tian was startled, he felt a hint of threat. Boom! The giant king's feet exerted force, and the solace of his feet instantly tore out 2 large pits in the ground. A bullet jumped out of his figure, and fell heavily like a meteorite. Su Tian turned into lightning and hurriedly avoided it. However, the surrounding gravel splashed and hit him heavily. Puff! Su Tian coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth, and felt a burning pain in his chest. His heart is horrified. At that moment just now, the Giant King's movements increased several times. If it wasn't for his quick response, he might have been smashed into meatloaf in an instant. Su Tian's eyes were cold, he took out the heavenly demon sword, and turned into a thunderbolt to appear behind the Giant King. Creak! The purple thunder sounded, and Su Tian's attacks followed one after another. The heavenly demon sword slashed heavily at the Giant King's body. All of a sudden, black flames thickened his flesh and blood. The Giant King felt the pain and hurriedly threw off Su Tian on his back. Su Tian was thrown tens of meters away, and hit an ancient tree heavily. The black flames penetrated into the Giant King's body, constantly eroding him. Roar! He waved his palms, trying to destroy them. But the black flame will never go out, and if his body is burned, the previous black flame will not disappear. The Giant King was crazy, and it catapulted towards the ground frantically with its limbs. Behind it, black flames flickered across the sky. Su Tian was shocked, and avoided the blow without thinking too much. Boom! The Giant King hit the ground, and the power of his fists made the entire jungle tremble. His eyes were scarlet, completely ignoring the erosion of the black flame behind him. Su Tian was short of breath, and the Giant King suppressed him, it was too intense. Palm thunder! Su Tian gathered all his strength, and the thunderbolt in his hand turned into a thunder dragon, and came out with the momentum. Creak! In the sky, the flashing Brontosaurus illuminated the whole land. The Giant King jumped up and chose to shake the Brontosaurus. Boom! A huge sonic boom sounded. The two forces in the sky exploded at this moment. The strong wind swept across the entire forest, causing countless ancient trees to lose their leaves. Affected by the aftermath, Su Tian was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Salsa, who was eating berries in the distance, jumped into the deep sea early. The purple lightning dissipated, and the Giant King's body hit the ground heavily. Su Tian tried his best to open his eyes, and saw that the Giant King's body was engulfed by black flames. Chapter 24. Heart of the Giant King. The heart is the power source of the Giant King, which can be used as a material to refine weapons and improve the quality of weapons. In a jungle overgrown with broken trees, a palm-sized heart hangs in the sky. This is the item that explodes after the Giant King dies. Su Tian stood up slowly, exhaling a foul breath. Although he was involved in the aftermath, fortunately he fused with the dragon spirit yesterday. During the battle just now, the black scale armor blocked a lot of damage for him. Master, are you injured? At this moment, the Earth Elves felt the fluctuation of the battle here and came to inspect. He looked at the remaining blood stains at the corner of Su Tian's mouth, and asked worriedly. It's okay, Xingtu, it's just a small injury, it will be fine after a night of recuperation. Su Tian waved his hand and said with a smile. Having just fought, his appearance didn't hurt. It's just that the Giant King's strength is too strong, which caused some damage to his internal organs. However, for these injuries, he only needs to rest for one night to fully recover. The Earth Elf frowned slightly as he looked at the broken jungle around him. He opened his mouth and said, Master, you go back to practice. Just leave the night guard work to me. Su Tian nodded and said with a smile, Okay. Tonight's so-called will be left to you and Liao Yuan. I'll go back and fix it overnight. The Earth Elf nodded, with determination in his eyes. Su Tian, are you okay? At this moment, the mermaid, who felt the fighting stopped, emerged from the sea. She came to the floating island and asked with concern. Su Tian looked at her and was about to answer, but the Earth Elf took a step ahead. His eyes were fixed, and there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes. The damned monster dared to invade the floating island. As he spoke, the giant hammer in the Earth Elf's hand moved with the wind, tearing through the air instantly. Su Tian was shocked. Without too much hesitation, he turned into an electric arc and appeared in front of Sasha. Then he took this mermaid who was not deeply involved in the world and fled in an instant. Boom! The giant hammer fell, and two huge deep pits instantly appeared on the soft grass. At this moment, the entire floating island trembled violently. Su Tian was secretly startled. If he hadn't reacted quickly, I am afraid that Sasha would have been smashed into a meatloaf by now. The Earth Elves wanted to continue chasing, but Su Tian stopped them in time. Xingtu, stop quickly, he is not an invading monster. Listening to Su Tian's words, the giant hammer in the hand of the Earth Elf slowly fell. He breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly explained, "You misunderstood, he is the mermaid I just took in, call him Sasha." Hearing this, the Earth Elf was stunned. He looked in Sasha's direction in embarrassment, and said with a wry smile, "I'm sorry, I just mistook you for an invading monster. I hope you don't take it to heart." I have to say that the Earth Elf is indeed a straight man, and he even apologized so directly. At this time, Sasha was already scared to death. At that moment just now, the power of the Earth Elves suppressed her, making her unable to move. In an instant, countless pictures appeared in her mind. There are his parents and Su Tian's. All these beautiful memories came to his mind in an instant. Now, Sasha, who survived the catastrophe, came back to her senses, and tears flowed unconsciously from her eyes. She sobbed, and her tears turned into shimmering pearls and fell down. This scene stunned Su Tian and the Earth Elves. The reason Su Tian was surprised was that Sasha's tears could turn into pearls. These pearls shone like the stars in the sky. The reason why the Earth Elf was surprised was that he didn't expect that Sasha would cry from fright. As a straight elf, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He stood there at a loss, his eyes gradually turned to Su Tian. From his eyes, Su Tian saw a trace of prayer. He understood that he was asking himself to coax Sasha for him. Su Tian came to the mermaid's side, and said in a soft voice, "Sasha, Xingtu didn't mean it just now, you see he took berries to make amends for you." As he spoke, another handful of berries appeared in Su Tian's hand. Smelling the sweetness of the berries, Salsa's crying suddenly eased a lot. She wiped away the pearls from the corners of her eyes, choked up and said, "Then, all right. But you'll have to bring me some more berries later on." Seeing that her mood improved, Su Tian hurriedly gave the Earth Elf a wink. Seeing Su Tian keep blinking at him, the Earth Elf nodded in embarrassment. Seeing that the other party agreed, Sasha didn't care about what happened just now. In a blink of an eye she picked up a berry and started nibbling. I have to say that she was in a really good state of mind, and she forgot all the troubles just now. Looking at the dozen or so glittering pearls on the ground, Su Tian couldn't help but fell into deep thought. The mermaid's tears can be turned into pearls. So, wouldn't it be a shame for me in the future? But as soon as this idea came up, it was quickly rejected by Su Tian. After all, now that other people are also a member of her island, how can this incident make him constantly sad? Su Tian is not a person who is open to money. After pondering for a while, he asked, "Sasha, the secret that your tears can be turned into pearls, you can't tell others in the future." Hearing what Su Tian said, Sasha nodded and said with a smile, "I know. My parents used to warn me. He said that if humans discover this secret, they will be locked in a cold cage and never see the light of day. So I've never cried in front of humans. You are the first human being to see me cry." Speaking of this, there was a trace of worry in Sasha's eyes. She looked at Su Tian and asked suspiciously, Won't you lock me in a cold cage?" Su Tian laughed out loud, "Of course not. You are now a member of my island, how could I do something to hurt you? But your brain circuit is a bit slow. If you change to someone else, I'm afraid you will suffer." Hearing that the other party would not put it in a cage, Sasha took a bite of the berry and replied with a smile, "I knew it, Su Tian, you are a good person. In this case, let me tell you a secret about the mermaid clan. In fact, the mermaid kings of our mermaid clan have a common secret throughout the ages. That is, their blood can heal all injuries. The heart of the mermaid king can give birth to golden blood, which can heal all injuries. As long as you are not dead, you can definitely be rescued. As Sasha spoke, there was a hint of yearning in her eyes. Su Tian was moved. The mermaid king's blood is too strong, right? As long as the person is not dead, all injuries can be healed. This is equivalent to having several lives. Su Tian asked, Sasha, according to you, who is the mermaid king of your year? The mermaid shook her head, and said disappointedly, our mermaid clan has not had a mermaid king for thousands of years. The conditions for the appearance of each mermaid king are extremely harsh. My parents said that to become a mermaid king, you must have the highest quality and fearless courage. Not only that, the mermaid kings of all dynasties must also have super strength. Only in this way can he be qualified to protect the safety of the ethnic group. Su Tian was also a little disappointed after hearing this. He originally wanted to establish a good relationship with the mermaid king, so that when he was seriously injured, the other party could give him a drop of blood to save his life. Unexpectedly, this mermaid tribe has never seen a mermaid king for thousands of years. At this time, the two of them showed a trace of loneliness at the same time. The earth elf came and urged slowly, Master, it's getting late, you should go back to recuperate early. Here I am. Su Tian came back to his senses, glanced at the earth elf, and nodded slowly. Okay. Then I'll leave it to you. Also, remember to take good care of Salsa. After finishing speaking, Su Tian took out a bunch of berries and handed them to the earth elves. At the same time, he whispered in his ear, if she is unhappy, you can coax her with a berry. The earth elf nodded, indicating that everything is up to me. Seeing him so upbeat, Su Tian could feel relieved. Taking advantage of the dim night, he quickly returned to the residence to recuperate. Sasha watched him leave. The earth elf looked at the mermaid in front of her, determined to fulfill her master's task well and take good care of her. She smiled at the earth elf, then turned her head and continued to eat its berries. Seeing that he loves nuts so much, the earth elves have a new plan. He opened his mouth slightly, speaking the language of elves. All of a sudden, the whole earth trembled slightly. Then the berries on the entire floating island fell off and formed a long dragon, flying towards the earth elves. Sasha looked at a long dragon formed by berries in the sky with surprise and joy in her eyes. She was incoherent with excitement, and could only point her finger to the sky. The earth elf smiled knowingly, nodded, and the whole piece of berries landed in front of his eyes. Looking at the piles of berries all around, the mermaid smiled from ear to ear. She happily opened her arms, hugged the earth elf, and then sank into the hill made of berries. Looking at the figure of the mermaid, a strange ripple appeared in the depths of the earth elf's heart. Chapter 25. Inside the castle, Su Tian leaned on a soft sofa and took a short rest. The floating island trembled slightly just now, but it didn't affect him. Because he firmly believes that the floating island is managed by holy angels. There are also the guards of the earth elves and fire elves, and nothing major will happen. He was lying on the sofa, ready to rest. A private invitation suddenly popped up from the communication page. Su Tian got up to check, and someone actually started a private chat with him on the communication page. He was a little puzzled, who would look for him at this stage? You know, to open a private chat, you need to spend 1 gold coin. This gold coin can be described as precious in the initial stage. Someone would choose to waste a gold coin to communicate with him. If he refused, wouldn't the other party directly lose a gold coin? While thinking about it, Su Tian agreed to the other party's invitation. The communication page unfolded, and a graceful figure appeared in front of his eyes. In the private channel, a long-haired girl gradually revealed her appearance. Su Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and recognized the other party. This person's name was Wu Jian, and he was a student in the same class as him. When he was in school, he was sought after by everyone because of his outstanding looks. Su Tian was a little puzzled. He had nothing to do with her, why did he come to find him? Just when she was puzzled, the other party spoke first. Her soft voice came. Student Su Tian, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time. Seeing the other party greet him, Su Tian also politely replied to him. He asked, is there something you want to do with me? Hearing this, Wu Jian sighed softly, a look of embarrassment appeared on her face. If you have anything to say, just say it. We are all classmates, so we shouldn't see outsiders like this. Seeing what he said, Wu Jian couldn't be more coy. She sighed again, and said, alas! I want to exchange a batch of resources with you. Since I came to the island, my territory has been invaded by monsters every night. Every time I build it, it will be destroyed at night. Now 4 days have passed, and my build has seen little to no prior development. So I want to exchange a batch of resources with you to improve my strength. Su Tian frowned slightly, and said indifferently, resources are the key to the construction of floating islands. The resources of the original path are limited to mining. How do you think that I have enough resources to exchange with you? Wu Jian lowered her head and sighed, I'm not sure if you will exchange resources with me. But when you were in school, you were a top student in cultural classes. So I guess, your construction on the island should go smoothly. That's why I took the liberty to disturb you late at night. But don't worry, if you have more resources, I won't treat you badly. I have also gained something in the past few days on the floating island. Among them, the most rewarding one is this skill scroll. The learning level of this skill scroll can only be learned after reaching level 6. For me, who has only been promoted to the 2nd level at this stage, it is really useless. That's why I thought, take it out and exchange it. Skill scroll. Hearing this, Su Tian's eyes immediately cleared up a lot. If it is really a skill scroll, then it is not impossible to exchange a batch of resources for him. You should know that every time you learn a skill, you can only learn it when the level is improved. And you can only learn one at a time. Although a skill is already very practical in the initial stage, it is far from enough for Su Tian. In 2 days, I will participate in the extraordinary trial. It is good to improve my strength at this stage. Su Tian nodded and replied, okay. I would like to exchange resources with you. Really, that would be great. After hearing the other party's answer, Wu Jian's eyes suddenly brightened. She originally asked with a tentative mentality, but she didn't expect it to be really successful. Su Tian was not stingy either, unexpectedly the other party could exchange skill scrolls. Then he will not treat the other party badly. He chose to exchange, and a batch of resources in the warehouse disappeared instantly. Wu Jian was instantly surprised after receiving the resources. She was deeply shocked by the resources that appeared in front of her. Su Tian, is this too much? Su Tian waved his hand and said, it's just worth the money. I just gave you the corresponding resources. Wu Jian looked at Su Tian and felt grateful. She nodded heavily and smiled and said, thank you Su Tian, if we meet again next time, I will definitely repay you well. You are welcome. After Su Tian received the opponent's skill scroll, he closed the communication channel. In fact, in his hand, an ancient skill scroll appeared in his palm. Skill scroll, it depicts a lightning skill, which can be learned automatically after opening. It turned out to be a lightning skill. Su Tian looked at the reminder that emerged, showing a hint of joy. This is just perfect for him. He is an element of the thunder system himself, and learning the skills of the thunder system will play a more powerful role. He opened the skill scroll, and the ancient text appeared in front of his eyes in an instant. Thunder rune, gather the power of the thunder element and turn it into a mysterious rune. Turning on the thunder mark can instantly increase the combat power by 5 times, and obtain the body of thunder. Good stuff. Looking at the skills in front of him, Su Tian couldn't hold back the joy in his heart. Since this volume of Thunder Lane skill allows him to activate the Thunder body in advance. The Lightning body requires level strength, and it can only be opened after reaching level 10. After opening, you can independently communicate with the elemental power between heaven and earth for cultivation. At this stage, they can only obtain the power of the super element by upgrading the level. But after opening the Thunder body, it will be different. They can also rely on themselves to practice extraordinary power. Without hesitation, Su Tian immediately learned the Thunder Lane skill. In an instant, the ancient words on the scroll floated out one after another. They turned into purple lightning bolts and poured into Su Tian's body. The galloping purple lightning flowed through his body, turning into mysterious runes and appearing under his pressure. The moment Lei Lan finished studying, it was as if a shackle had been opened in his mind, which was transparent and clear. Not only that, but he could also clearly feel the thin thunder element floating around. The purple thunder element aura hovered around him. Su Tian took a deep breath, and these auras poured into his body continuously. He could feel that the power of the thunder element in his body had indeed increased a little. Although the effect is slow, it is real. Great! With this, my thunder element strength can increase a lot. He calmed down and began to exhale the aura of thunder element that was surging. Around it, wisps of purple aura converged into thin threads. Under his body covered with purple thunder streaks, he was constantly absorbing these auras. Chapter 26. Early morning. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, and there was a hint of purple in his pupils that quickly receded. He stood up, his muscular body was extraordinarily dazzling under the sunlight. As the night passed, his thunder elemental strength condensed a lot. It has to be said that after opening the body of thunder, there is a little more bond between him and the element of thunder. This feeling has changed obviously. Lowering his head, his upper body was engraved with purple lines. These lines can usually be hidden by him, and will not appear until the battle. With a thought in his mind, the dense runes on his body began to recede and dissipate. He picked up a coat and put it on, then got up and walked outside. A night of practice not only improved his strength a lot, but also allowed him to recover from all the internal injuries he suffered last night. After self-cultivation, his internal organs also slightly absorbed some thunder element power. Although the absorption is very small, after slowly accumulating, great changes will also occur. At this stage, although his external defense is very strong, his internal organs are still fragile. If he injures his internal organs, he will be severely disabled if he does not die. When I came outside, the fragrant earthy smell in the air came to my face. Today's sunshine is very good, surrounded by a greenery. At this moment, the holy angel slowly landed beside him. Su Tian turned his head to look, and the face of the holy angel became more and more delicate. Not only that, but the holy angel has become more and more feminine. Now her long yellow hair exudes a faint fragrance of a woman. The holy angel said slowly, "Master, yesterday Xingtu picked all the berries overnight." Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood. The earth elves don't eat berries, and only mermaids love to eat berries on this island. So without a second thought, those berries must have ended up in Salsa's mouth. Su Tian couldn't help laughing, he always thought that the earth elves were simple and honest. I didn't expect to coax a girl to be so unscrupulous. Send her all the berries on the entire island. Fortunately, these berries will refresh resources the next day. According to the time estimate, it is almost the same now, and it should grow back. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "Okay. I see." The holy angel nodded in response, and then continued to stay where he was. Su Tian glanced at her, and asked puzzledly, "Is there anything else?" "Master, I feel that it is time to recover from the angel statue." Su Tian raised his eyebrows, he didn't expect another angel to descend so soon. "Let's go and see." Su Tian greeted and walked towards the angel statue. The holy angel nodded and followed him. Soon, the two came to the angel sculpture. Sure enough, as soon as Su Tian stepped out of this place, he felt a strong breath of life. Looks like another angel is coming soon. He stood in front of him, waiting silently. The holy angel seemed a little impatient, seeing the same kind of mood. She released her bright breath and entered the angel statue. All of a sudden, the angel statue burst into dazzling light. Then the bright spring water began to boil, nourished by the bright breath. There was another crack on the side of the angel statue. As the sound of clicking continued to resound, a sacred angel as exquisite as a celestial being came down again. This time, she was the same as before. The body was as tall as a holy angel at first, then quickly shrank, and then turned into the appearance of birth. The newly born angels don't understand the world, and they are very curious about the new things around them. The holy angel led him to his side, because of the continuation of the bright breath. So the newly born angels soon became dependent on him. Looking at this little guy, Su Tian couldn't help touching his little face. The face that can be broken by blowing bombs looks extraordinarily comfortable. Bright spring water is gestating the third angel. Due to excessive resource consumption, the gestation efficiency is reduced by 20%. Su Tian frowned slightly. This was the first negative emotion he encountered after psychic communication. The bright spring water consumption is too large, so the efficiency of breeding is reduced. He began to think about how to make up for the resources he consumed. The holy angel said, "Master, the bright spring water is formed by gathering the power of light. You only need to find something of light to increase its light power." Su Tian understood. It turned out to be the lack of light power. It seems that next time I need to get some light power supplements to supplement her. Otherwise, Guangming Spring will have a temper. Sensing the master's kindness, the bright spring water works hard to absorb the surrounding bright breath, and the breeding speed increases by 5%. This guy also know how to look at the eyes. Su Tian burst out laughing. The holy angel looked at the little angel beside him and said, "Master, I want you to give us a name too." When Su Tian heard this, he immediately reacted. "Yes. Why did I forget the holy angel when I named it before?" Su Tian smiled wryly, and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I forgot your names before. I will take you now." The holy angel nodded and waited silently. The little angel on the side seemed very excited too. Looking at their expectant eyes, Su Tian racked his brains. Let's call you Leah. Angels are lofty, dignified, and elegant. The meaning of taking this name with you is to hope that you will always be a noble angel." The holy angel beamed with joy when he heard this. I have to say that her smile is really moving like a fairy. Su Tian looked obsessed. Since the evolution of the holy angel, she has rarely been seen smiling. The holy angel was very happy. He smiled slightly at the little angel beside him and said, "From now on, you will call me Leia." The little angel nodded, seeming to understand what the other party meant. Looking at the newborn baby, Su Tian opened his mouth and smiled and said, "You should be called Lai Xin. I hope you will grow up in the future. Don't be like Leia, put on a straight face every day, and smile more." Su Tian said to the little angel, actually implying that the holy angel should smile more. The holy angel who heard this also instantly understood the meaning. She glanced at Su Tian, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. On the other side, aware of the birth of the little angel, the fire elf had also been waiting here early. Seeing the holy angel, he walked over unhurriedly and said with a smile, "Leia. Before you evolved, you thought I was younger than you. I don't know if I have evolved now, do you feel any regrets?" As the fire elf said, he flicked his flowing red hair lightly. Su Tian couldn't stand it any longer. The fire elf usually fights with incomparable bravery, but why is he such a flirt in private? It seems that in the future we can't call him Liao Yuan, but call him Liu Zhao. The holy angel snorted coldly, Liao Yuan, I think you haven't evolved yet. After saying this, he carried the little angel back to manage the construction of the floating island. The fire elf was dumbfounded and completely at a loss. He turned his gaze to Su Tian, showing a questioning intent. Su Tian spread his hands, expressing that he didn't know either. In fact, he knew in his heart that the holy angel was alluding to his childishness. But as a good island owner, how can he hurt his young heart? The fire elf pondered what she meant, thinking that the other party thought his strength was too low. So he began to practice hard to understand the fire element. Chapter 27. Time flies by. Soon the distance from the Transcendent Trial Tower was approaching, the night before it opened. In the past few days, Su Tian devoted himself to cultivation. Spend most of the time on cultivating transcendence. The construction of the floating island is managed by holy angels, and it is protected by extraordinary elves to resist the invasion of monsters. So in the past few days, he didn't have to worry about the issue of the floating island at all, and devoted himself to practicing. But in the past few days, a small accident occurred on the floating island. That is Su Tian's refined magic sword, which is also psychic. And after his battle with the Giant King, he deeply felt that he was extraordinary. So he ran out overnight to challenge the devil, but came back the next day in a daze. Su Tian went to inquire about its situation, only to find out that the challenge had failed. In order to appease it, Su Tian directly gave it the Giant King's heart. I have to say that bitter children do have milk to drink. In the past few days, Demon Sword has obtained a lot of materials to forge its own strength. On the other hand, Zijin Gong, who has no psychic ability, can only participate in the extraordinary trial with Su Tian. However, he made up his mind that after participating in the trial, his quality would definitely be improved. At night, the cool sea breeze blows the soft lawn. Su Tian is absorbing the thunder element aura around him. Just then, the holy angel knocked on his door. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, and said, "Come in." Creak. The door opened, and the holy angel walked slowly, wriggling graceful steps. Su Tian raised his head and asked, "What's the matter, Leia?" The holy angel shook his head and found a place to sit down. She looked at Su Tian, and said, "Master, tomorrow you are going to participate in the extraordinary trial. I am worried about any danger to you, so I used my own strength to condense a piece of angel feathers." As she spoke, she slowly pulled out a piece of pure white feather from behind. Su Tian looked at the feather in her hand, slightly lost in thought. She remembered that the holy angel evolved by fusing the bright feathers. Now she actually condensed a feather by herself. Su Tian felt a strong light aura from this feather. It is not difficult to imagine that the holy angel must have consumed a lot in order to condense this feather. He smiled wryly and said, "Leia, I know your kindness. But these days I have been practicing stealthily, and my strength has improved a lot. There is no need to expend effort to condense this treasure for me. Hurry up to absorb it and replenish your own light power." "No." The holy angel shook his head and said, "Master, this is a life-saving item I specially prepared for you. If you don't take it with you, I won't leave anyway." The holy angel has a firm attitude and will not leave easily no matter what. After Su Tian rubbed and soaked for a while, he saw no effect. "I can only thank her for her kindness," and slowly take over the angel feather. As a result of a setsuna, the light power of the holy angel came from the thin feathers. This power gave him a sense of transparency. Su Xiao's heart was moved, and there was a touch of emotion in the eyes of the holy angel. It has to be said that the power of this angel feather is indeed powerful. At critical moments, her injuries can be instantly recovered. This is equivalent to giving her an extra life. Seeing the other party accepting it, the holy angel brushed his yellow hair and smiled slightly. She stood up slowly, ready to leave. Her purpose of coming here tonight has been achieved, so she is going back to manage the construction of the floating island. Su Tian looked at her receding figure and couldn't help but be engrossed. After a long time, he calmed down again and absorbed the thunder element aura around him. The second day. In the vast and endless sky, a huge void gate appeared. The void gate tore through the sky and hung above the sky. It is surrounded by golden rays of light, dazzling like a second sun. Su Tian opened his eyes sharply, a purple thunder flashed quickly in his eyes. Looking at the gate in the sky, he slowly got up. When he came outside the castle, the core of the floating island prompted him to teleport. This extraordinary trial is only for the initial island owners of their current term. Every island owner can only teleport through the core of the floating island. And this also caused it to be unable to bring other helpers up. Behind Su Tian, extraordinary elves and holy angels came to see him off. In the deep sea, Sasha was also silently watching the scene in the sky. Su Tian turned his head and met their eyes. At this moment, he saw the reluctance in their eyes. He smiled slightly, and said confidently, "You take care of the floating island, and I will be back in 2 days." With that said, he opened the core of the floating island to teleport. At the moment of teleportation, a golden beam of light appeared in the sky immediately, covering the top of his head. The golden beam of light led him to the void gate. The holy angel waved him goodbye and told him to be on his guard. The extraordinary elf and the mermaid watched him leave. Su Tian looked at them with a trace of determination in his eyes. Transmission will end soon. The golden beam of light appeared on Setsuna, immediately leading Su Tian to the extraordinary world. The golden light faded, and Su Tian came to a brand new world. Here, it is full of strong extraordinary atmosphere. Su Tian activated the lightning body, and could clearly feel the strong aura of the thunder element around him. In this world, various super-elemental powers exude. Even if they breathe here, they will also absorb a lot of super-elements into their bodies. Is this the extraordinary trial? Looking at the strange world around him, Su Tian whispered. The transmission of the extraordinary trial is completed, and the number of people participating in this trial is 106,000. In the extraordinary world, there are many fruits and secret treasures of super elements scattered. All resources are obtained by strength. Due to the time difference, 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 10 days here, so you will spend 20 days here. Finally, you need to be alert to the extraordinary monsters that appear in the extraordinary world. They are powerful and like to devour humans. As the prompt sound appeared, Su Tian quickly skipped these useful information. All of a sudden, his heart trembled. Because the world is so amazing. Not only has strong super elemental power, but also many secret treasures and fruits. If one of them is obtained, I am afraid that the strength will also have a qualitative increase. Even if you can't get it, staying here silently for 20 days to absorb the super elemental power will improve your physique a lot. You know, the power of super elements here is extremely strong. And with the time difference, they can explore here for 20 days. Su Tian suddenly felt that the extraordinary world was a place to quickly improve his strength. If he can practice here for a period of time, his strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Chapter 28. In the dense jungle, Su Tian climbed up a tallest ancient tree to observe. To a new environment, the most important thing is to observe the surrounding terrain. Standing on the branch, Su Tian could clearly observe the situation in a radius of tens of miles. It is surrounded by dense jungles, but on its west side, there is a small clear lake that flows slowly. Su Tian understood that where there are lakes, there must be creatures. After all, water is the source of life, and creatures in the extraordinary world must rely on water to survive. Su Tian decided to hunt around. According to the levels in the extraordinary world, monsters are divided into 4 levels, including ordinary level, extraordinary level, commanding level, and king level. Among these 4 levels, the most common is the extraordinary level. Because this is an extraordinary world, most monsters will transform into some extraordinary power after they are born. However, there are also some monsters with extremely poor talents that cannot be transformed. And those who cannot transform naturally become the lowest level among monsters. As ordinary monsters, they are the targets of Su Tian's hunting. Now his strength, I'm afraid he can only touch some weak extraordinary monsters. Once you meet the commanding level and the king level, then he didn't even have a chance to resist. Su Tian crouched on the branch, silently staring at the clear lake. He took out the purple gold bow, held his breath and waited silently. Half an hour. The small lake finally ushered in the first creature. This is an extraordinary fire wolf with red body all over. Su Tian could feel the dangerous aura on him from a distance. He didn't dare to move rashly, afraid that the other party would find his trace. Soon, Fire Wolf left after replenishing the water source. After a while, a second extraordinary monster appeared by the small lake. This is a hedgehog covered with sharp thorns, and those sharp thorns are shining, and it is particularly dazzling as the hedgehog shakes. Su Tian continued to wait. He knew that as a hunter, the most important thing is patience. However, during this period, he was not idle. He opened the pores all over his body, and breathed out the aura of the thunder element around him. The thunder element aura here is very strong, and in a short while, it surpassed the time he spent training on the floating island all night. Time soon came to noon, and more than a dozen extraordinary monsters came to the small lake one after another. It has to be said that extraordinary monsters can be seen everywhere in this world. Those so-called ordinary monsters are really rare. Su Tian is a little hungry, he has been here for half a day. I didn't serve any food to satisfy my hunger on the way. However, he has a strong physique and can survive for several days even without eating. But if he doesn't supplement his food, his fighting power will be greatly reduced. In this dangerous place, Su Tian dare not do this. He decided that if he didn't encounter ordinary creatures before the night, he could only hunt extraordinary creatures. The sun was setting slowly, and the dusk on the horizon dyed the whole sky red. Su Tian looked into the distance and decided not to wait any longer. He gained a lot this day, and the aura of the thunder element he absorbed far surpassed that he had practiced on the floating island for several days. Let him be a little smug about his own strength. He fell slowly, trying not to make a sound. But at this moment, a pink and tender piglet walked slowly by the small lake. Su Tian's eyes were fierce, and he could tell at a glance that this was an extraordinary creature. He blinked and observed carefully. This piglet should weigh 100 catties, and the whole body is pink and tender, and the meat looks plump. In this extraordinary world, even if one is extremely stupid, one cannot be part of the extraordinary. But the continuous absorption of this spiritual energy on weekdays will also lead to continuous improvement of their physique. It seems that the meat of this seamed piglet is absolutely delicious. Su Tian smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on its body. He slowly pulled the Zijin bow away, aiming at Piggy's body. He didn't do it right away, he was going to wait for the piggy to leave a certain distance before making a move. Because once he made a move now, and the whole lake was stained red with blood, it would definitely attract the attention of other monsters. To survive in the wild, you must keep a low profile. The piglets were about to leave after taking the water. Su Tian observed silently. Just after he walked more than 10 meters, the bow, an arrow in his hand cut through the air immediately. Call out! The fiery red arrow flew across the sky quickly like a ray of sunlight. Piggy didn't have time to react, and was instantly pierced by the arrow. Su Tian smiled slightly, and quickly came to Piggy's eyes. Panzu, the most common ethnic group in the extraordinary world, with stupid IQ and low blood, with a 1% chance of evolving, with extraordinary power. Seeing the introduction of the hopeful pig in front of him, Su Tian couldn't help laughing. No wonder. It seems that in this extraordinary world, only mentally handicapped creatures like Panzu can't be promoted to extraordinary. Without hesitation, Su Tian cut open its body neatly. Su Tian built a fire and added a piece of pork to grill. The plump meat is squeaky and oily under the fire. All of a sudden, a smell of barbecue came out. Su Tian wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and silently took out the necessary 6-piece barbecue set. Before setting off, he had made sufficient preparations. With the sprinkling of a can of seasoning, the pork on the fire gave off a tempting aroma. Su Tian tore off a large piece and ate it. A kind of unspeakable deliciousness exploded in his mouth. He feels that there is nothing in this world that can surpass the delicacy of pork. In less than a while, he cleaned up the whole pan pig. After drinking and eating, Su Tian neatly wiped away the traces of the scene. As night came, Su Tian decided to set out to explore along the small river. There are many extraordinary fruits growing in the extraordinary world. If one can be eaten, the power of the super element will be greatly increased. It's just that most extraordinary fruits are guarded by extraordinary creatures. They will build nests next to those extraordinary fruits, and wait for it to ripen before eating it. Su Tian searched along the lower reaches of the small river. The entire journey was extremely quiet. When approaching a jungle, Su Tian found other island owners. Since he has absorbed more aura recently, his spiritual perception has improved a lot. 1,000 meters away, he keenly captured the silhouettes of other people. In the jungle, there is a black figure running between the trees. And behind him, there was an extraordinary creature chasing him. Su Tian quickly covered his tracks and jumped onto an ancient tree for observation. He found that the extraordinary creature that was chasing was not fast, it was a larger snapping turtle. The person being chased ran away desperately, and would take an S-shaped route from time to time, directly giving way to the larger snapping turtle, and frequently bumping into walls. Su Tian nodded, expressing his satisfaction with his actions. It has to be said that this person is definitely an island owner with rich experience in wild survival. When faced with the pursuit of extraordinary monsters, he did not feel panic, but responded calmly. This kind of mind is by no means possessed by ordinary people. Soon, relying on the dense forest, the figure got rid of the snapping turtle. Su Tian was absorbed in watching, but at this moment he felt a chill down his spine. He quickly came back to his senses, and avoided his body without too much hesitation. Hiss! From Setsuna, where he avoided, a black shadow jumped out directly. Su Tian was shocked, and jumped down beside the old tree. He looked up and found a green snake the size of a bowl entangled on the branch. Su Tian was secretly startled. Just for a moment, he felt inexplicable panic. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise, he would have been buried in the belly of a snake. Su Tian frowned slightly. The green snake pulled closer to his side without a sound. This concealment method is a must. The green snake sticks out its tongue, its eyes are cold, and it looks particularly eye-catching in the dark night. Bamboo snake, extraordinary creature, the owner has agile speed and super concealment, the bite force can reach 1,000 catties in an instant, and has an extraordinary ability venom. The information of the extraordinary creature in front of him soon appeared. After Su Tian understood, he quickly made a judgment in his mind. The opponent's advantage lies in its more concealed speed, and it must not be approached by him. Once it is pulled in, it will be dangerous. After Su Tian figured it out, he quickly made a move. He sprinted and ran quickly through the jungle at night. The bamboo snake is unyielding, and it is bound to win the delicacy in front of it. He fell quickly, and his 2-meter-long body quickly coiled in the jungle. Su Tian noticed that he was chasing him, and suddenly braked suddenly, and the purple gold bow in his hand exploded instantly. Call out! The fiery red arrow pierced through the air, aiming at the bamboo snake's body. The bamboo snake swayed and avoided it like a ghost. Su Tian's heart was shaken, and he had no time to hesitate, so he could only continue to attack. At this moment, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. The speed and reaction of this extraordinary monster are too fast, ordinary attacks can't work against him at all. Thinking of this, Su Tian released Palm Thunder. The bright purple light instantly engulfed the entire jungle, and the thunder element aura it absorbed these days increased his strength a lot. Therefore, the Palm Thunder released is also much stronger than before. The rushing thunder and lightning engulfed the entire forest, and the bamboo snake had no choice but to be paralyzed by the lightning. Its body stopped heavily and hit an ancient tree. Su Tian breathed a sigh of relief, and the tension in his heart eased a lot. Fortunately, the improvement in the past few days is still effective. At this moment, the bamboo snake lost the instinct to control his body, and the thunder and lightning pouring down from the sky paralyzed his control. Without hesitation, Su Tian quickly ended the battle. He knew that the battle that broke out here had already attracted the attention of the extraordinary creatures around. He had to deal with the bamboo snake quickly and leave the battlefield quickly. At this moment, Thunder Lane erupted, an endless power gathered in his palm, and a thunder dragon whizzed out, piercing through the body of the bamboo snake. Creak! A burning stench came quickly. Su Tian didn't dare to stay, and quickly erased his traces, hiding in the dark and fleeing. Chapter 29. Suff. In the bushes, Su Tian poked his head out slowly, and he used the bushes here to cover his body. Just after the First World War, his consumption was a bit high. But fortunately, the aura is strong here, and the power consumed in the previous battle was quickly replenished. He glanced around, and after confirming that there was no danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. Alas, I should have collected the loot just now before leaving. Su Tian sat on the ground and sighed secretly. He was a little regretful, just because he was too cautious. So as soon as the battle was over, he quickly hid his tracks and fled the battlefield. In the end, even the booty that the bamboo snake exploded was not taken away. You know, this is an extraordinary creature. The rewards that burst out are absolutely rich. The more Su Tian thought about it, the more he felt uncomfortable, especially after thinking that the bamboo snake was an extraordinary creature. He became even more regretful. No, I have to go back and see. After thinking about it for a long time, Su Tian still couldn't help but want to turn back and take the spoils. As the saying goes, wealth and wealth are found in danger. And this bamboo snake was originally beheaded by me. Logically, I am not at fault for taking what I should have taken. Su Tian thought this way in his heart, and quickly swept towards the previous direction. Taking advantage of the bright moonlight, Su Tian climbed onto an old tree as vigorously as a monkey. This time, he paid extra attention and set up a lightning trap around the ancient tree where he was. Once a creature invades, these lightning traps will immediately burst out with bright lightning. Su Tian's eyes were cold, like a falcon, staring at the direction of the previous battle. Sure enough, the momentum of the battle just now has attracted other extraordinary creatures. At this moment, 3 extraordinary creatures had gathered near the bamboo snake. One is a black quay ox, with dangerous sharpness exuding from the 2 horns, and there is even a slight flame flickering in its pupils. The other creature is a golden lion with hair all over its body shining like golden light. Under the reflection of the night, its golden fur is particularly dazzling. The last creature was a huge crocodile with a length of 10 meters. The crocodile's green pupils swayed in the dark night, looking extraordinarily cold. These 3 extraordinary creatures gave Su Tian the feeling that they were several times stronger than the bamboo snake. Especially that golden lion, every pore on the whole body exudes terrifying coercion. The other 2 extraordinary creatures were a little afraid of him and didn't dare to get too close. The golden lion has a keen sense, and he smelled a human scent in the jungle here. Although Su Tian erased the traces before leaving, but time was in a hurry and he couldn't completely erase them. Su Tian was startled, seeing the performance of the golden lion. He knew that the other party must be looking for him. What a keen sense! Su Tian whispered and sighed secretly. Such a weak aura was actually incomplete by the other party. Su Tian didn't dare to relax, and hurriedly restrained his breath, lurking silently. Kuei Niu and the crocodile left silently after searching for nothing. Only the golden lion was still searching around at this moment. Su Tian didn't look at it, his eyes were fixed on the direction where the bamboo snake died. In that jungle, the body of the bamboo snake had long since disappeared, replaced by a red-green snake spear. Snake spear, extraordinary weapon, the tip of the spear is attached with severe snake venom, which has a strong corrosive effect. It turned out to be an extraordinary weapon. Su Tian muttered in a low voice, his eyes could not leave the snake spear for a long time. In this world, not every extraordinary creature can burst out extraordinary weapons after death. The probability of obtaining an extraordinary weapon is about 1%. In other words, among 100 extraordinary creatures, only one extraordinary creature can transform into an extraordinary weapon. With such a slim chance, Su Tian suddenly fell into his soul. At this time, his heart became firmer, and he took away the belief of this weapon. Roar! On the other side, the golden lion roared angrily when it found that the clue had been interrupted after searching around. Its roar shook the entire mountain forest. Su Tian looked serious. The golden lion in front of him should belong to the late stage in the extraordinary realm. His strength far surpassed those of the previous extraordinary creatures. After a while, the golden lion couldn't bear the loneliness, turned his head and walked slowly into the jungle. His golden-like hair makes all living things around him shy away. Su Tian didn't strike immediately, she was afraid that the golden lion would kill him with a carbine. So after the golden lion left, he still observed it for a while. After thoroughly confirming that there was no danger, he slowly climbed down the ancient tree. Su Tian moved quickly, tiptoeing all the way to Snake Spear. Looking at the red and green snake spear that exudes a cold light, Su Tian picked it up and waved it uncontrollably. Call out! In the blink of an eye, a huge ancient tree was directly corroded by the poison attached to it. Su Tian was secretly startled, the power of this poison is too powerful, right? Fortunately, in the previous battle, there was no chance to spray venom on the bamboo snake. Otherwise, the battle might not have ended so quickly. As his thoughts turned, Su Tian had already put the snake spear into the core of the floating island. Without too much hesitation, he rushed forward along the towering trees. The night of the extraordinary world is as bright as a star. All kinds of supernatural creatures haunt the jungle. Some shake rocks, and some hover high in the sky. All of their supernatural powers shocked the island owners who arrived. One day passed, and some island owners who had no strength to restrain a chicken and no survival skills had already been buried in the stomachs of extraordinary monsters. This is jungle world and there are no rules as stated. All creatures here have to follow the principle of the jungle. Su Tian came to a valley. He chose a steep stone wall, and then he exploded with strength, turned into an arc, and quickly jumped to the top of the stone wall. The jungle at night is full of dangers, even on ancient trees, there are no small risks. The attack of the bamboo snake is the best example. But the top of the steep rock wall is different. Except for the birds hovering in the sky, no land creatures will come here. Resting here, he only needs to pay attention to avoiding the birds in the sky. The stone wall where Su Tian was standing was almost 1 meter wide, just enough to accommodate his body. He sat quietly on top, and began to silently absorb the rich thunder element aura around him. In the middle of the night, unable to hold on, Su Tian slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 30. Early morning. Su Tian was awakened by the night crow hovering above his head. Between the steep mountain walls, groups of night crows circled and hummed in twos and threes. Su Tian woke up with a start, his gaze coldly scanned the night crow above his head. These are all semi-extraordinary creatures, and the extraordinary power exuding from their bodies is not strong. Su Tian's eyes were fierce, and he could see their heels at a glance. For this kind of weak and annoying creature, Su Tian has only one ending for them. That is, death. A cold word fell, and a terrifying thunder suddenly burst out from Su Tian's palm. Creak! Thunder and lightning flashed like a 1,000-year-old bird chirping, and a few night crows hovering in the sky were instantly quiet. Their bodies shook suddenly, and then fell heavily, hitting the ground. Night bead, lighting material, a bright searchlight in the dark night. The night crow hovering in the sky fell down, the body gradually turned into nothingness, and then the night bead emerged. Su Tian's eyes froze suddenly, and he took all the 3 floating night beads into the core of the floating island. Although these 3 night beads look ordinary, they should be able to exert a surprising effect in the dark night. After he put away the Yezu, he began to shift positions. The tranquility here has been broken by the arrival of Night Crow. If you stay here, you may be in danger. Su Tian jumped down, purple thunder appeared on both feet, and hit the ground heavily. Boom! There was a huge shock. Su Tian slightly stepped on a deep pit on the ground. Without hesitation, he turned into an arc and disappeared in the jungle. Among the dense old trees, Su Tian wandered aimlessly. Suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly. He stared at the grass in front of him in amazement. It was a bush, surrounded by dense weeds. But in this bush, Su Tian felt a strong extraordinary aura. After the thunderbolt body was activated, he was extremely sensitive to extraordinary power. So the moment he passed by here, he immediately felt a strong extraordinary power. Pulling through the surrounding weeds, Su Tian found a small grass growing extremely vigorously among the bushes. This small grass is blue all over, and it is hidden in the bushes on weekdays, so it cannot be found. But once you see its real body, you can immediately tell it's extraordinary. Because in this group of green weeds, its blue appearance is extremely abrupt. Such a strong extraordinary power! Su Tian exclaimed, in front of this blue grass, he felt very strong extraordinary power. Moreover, this little grass exudes water element aura around it. There is no doubt that this is definitely an extraordinary fruit in the extraordinary world. Water grass, super elemental fruit, after eating, it can enhance the power of the element, and it can also enhance the perception of water element users. After entering the extraordinary world, the core of the floating island gave a reminder. There are some extraordinary fruits growing here, and they were conceived and born by gathering the extraordinary elements of heaven and earth. After taking it, the power of the corresponding element can be enhanced. I didn't expect that I was so lucky that I found an unowned water-secluded grass. If I had known earlier, ordinary extraordinary fruits are guarded by powerful extraordinary creatures. They will use this to entangle the mountain soil, and when the fruit is ripe, they will swallow it. This secluded water grass is not guarded by creatures, it should be because it is hidden in the bushes on weekdays and has not been discovered. That's why no other extraordinary creatures discovered his existence. Su Tian was overjoyed, and stretched out his hand to pull it up. Just as he touched Setsuna, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. His mental strength was sharp and he immediately sensed the danger. Next to the secluded water grass, there was an extraordinary creature that suddenly emerged from the soil. Su Tian hastily withdrew his hand and saved his finger. Skyhorn ant, extraordinary creature with extremely strong bite force. The 2 fangs at the corners of its mouth can burst out tens of millions of bite force in an instant. Su Tian was secretly startled, he thought that this secluded water grass was not protected by extraordinary creatures. Unexpectedly, the other party was actually hiding in the soil. It's so dark. Kika. Sighed. Its meaning is very clear, signaling the other party to leave. Su Tian snorted coldly, staring at the other party with cold eyes. Dog, I almost took off my master's hand just now. Now you tell me to leave, I will leave, what a shame. And this little grass is a supernatural item, taking it can enhance the power of super elements. How could it be so missed? With that said, Su Tian unleashes the power of the dragon. In an instant, pitch-black scales instantly appeared on his right arm. With the protection of the black scales, Su Tian is not afraid of the skyhorn ant's attack at all. He turned his palm into a fist, directly tore a piece of air, and smashed it down heavily. Block! There was a sound of metal clashing. Su Tian felt his fist hit a nail. Although the skyhorn ant is small in stature, its defense is very strong. This punch condensed the power of a dragon, and it was always so heavy that it couldn't shake the opponent at all. The aftermath of the explosion instantly flattened the surrounding weeds. The water grass is like a flickering candle, floating in the violent wind. Su Tian frowned. He didn't use super elemental power because he was afraid of accidentally hurting Chao Peng's Ayako. It turned out that this skyhorn ant was unexpectedly so difficult to deal with. Forget about defensive skills, he is still very wretched. He made up his mind not to leave Shui Yuko for half a step, and kept guarding it. This made Su Tian a little embarrassed. If he insisted on fighting here, he might really hurt Shui Yuko by mistake. Kika. The skyhorn ant shook its two fangs and looked at Su Tian, as if provocative. Seeing this scene, Su Tian became angry immediately. Dog thing, I'll clean you up after I finish fetching the water grass. Say it. Su Tian didn't care about it, and directly stretched out his minions to Shui Yuko. Boom! Seeing this, the skyhorn ant hastily waved its fangs to block it. Its two pincer-like fangs firmly grasped Su Tian's right hand. Su Tian was furious, roared loudly, and pulled his right arm back suddenly. All of a sudden, the skyhorn ant was thrown behind him heavily. When the right hand slid, a sonic boom was instantly torn apart. He took this opportunity to grab the Shuiyu grass and put it in the core of the floating island. When Setsuna touched the grass, Su Tian felt a chill in his palm. But he didn't hesitate, and immediately sent this extraordinary grass to the core of the floating island. Sensing the disappearance of the breath of the water grass, the skyhorned ant was furious. He has guarded here for more than 10 years, just for someone who will one day, and his strength will go further. Unexpectedly, all of this was cut off by the person in front of me today. Squeak! The skyhorn ant shook its fangs, and the speed instantly increased several times. All of a sudden, with overwhelming anger, he killed Su Tian in front of him. Su Tian's eyes were indifferent, the scale armor was wrapped with the power of a 1,000-ton dragon, and then the flickering thunder and lightning flickered in his fist. Boom! Under the collision of short points, a huge flame burst out instantly. It has to be said that as an extraordinary creature, the skyhorn ant is really powerful. If it wasn't for Su Tian's protective scales, he might have broken several of his bones just now. Squeak! At this moment, the skyhorn ant is no longer cowering like before. Losing the water Yuko, the skyhorn ant no longer has any scruples. He tried his best, and the two sharp fangs emitted a dazzling light, directly tearing apart the surrounding ancient trees. Thunder Rune! Lightning Palm! Su Tian broke out with all his strength, and the power of the thunder element in his body boiled instantly. On his scales, faint purple markings emerged. The surrounding thunder element power was quickly gathered by him, forming a purple thunder dragon and rushing towards the skyhorn ant. The Tianjiao ant slashed out two streaks of white light to contend with the thunder in the palm. Two super elemental forces exploded in the air. Su Tian was forced back tens of meters by the aftermath. The body of the skyhorn ant was covered by lightning, and cracks appeared on the sturdy scales. Su Tian struck while the iron was hot, and with a single step of his feet, it turned into a lightning arc and quickly killed him. Creak! In the jungle, the steaming thunder light poured out at this moment. The skyhorn ant wanted to fight to the death, and fought against Su Tian against the thunder and fog that filled the sky. Su Tian swung his right fist, and with the double blessing of the power of Thunder Lane and the power of Dragon, he instantly tore through a sonic boom. Boom! The body of the skyhorn ant instantly disintegrated at this moment. Click! Dozens of cracks burst open instantly. In the lightning that filled the sky, the body of the skyhorn ant turned into nothingness. Then a section of small-scale armor emerged, Ant armor, extraordinary material that contains the power of the earth element, which can enhance the perception of the earth element, and can also be used as an extraordinary material for the second awakening of weapons. Seeing the scales emerging in front of his eyes, Su Tian's eyes showed joy. Good stuff. This section of small-scale armor has so many functions. It can not only enhance the perception of the earth element, but also awaken the weapon twice. If you collect more, the strength of the earth elves will definitely increase significantly. It's just that the skyhorn ant is so powerful that Su Tian used all means to kill him. Now the power of the thunder element in his body is exhausted. I'm afraid it won't be possible to fight anymore in a short time. After erasing the traces of the battle here, Su Tian found a branch and began to recover slowly. Chapter 31. The effect of water grass is excellent. After Su Tian took it, the super element power in his body instantly increased by a large amount. Not only that, but his lightning power has undergone a slight mutation. In the originally rushing thunder and lightning, now there is actually a bit of biting chill. This is the increased ice effect after taking the water grass. Su Tian's eyes were clear, and the power of thunder in his body was galloping wantonly. He wanted to roar now, to vent the infinite power in his body. But this is in the extraordinary world, he doesn't dare to act recklessly. If because of this roar, the siege of extraordinary creatures is attracted, then the loss outweighs the gain. Suff. At this moment, Su Tian suddenly felt the sound of footsteps approaching. He found out the source of the sound, and glanced coldly in that direction. In the jungle, there was a girl running around the old trees in a disheveled state. Behind her, there was a violent trembling sound. Su Tian looked coldly, and found that it was an extraordinary creature chasing the girl. Mountain bear, extraordinary creature with extremely strong combat and defense capabilities, and has the title of immovable as a mountain. Looking at the information that appeared in front of him, Su Tian couldn't help mourning for this poor girl. This is too miserable, right? To be targeted by such a terrifying extraordinary creature. Just when Su Tian was about to stand by and watch, the girl's glance back shocked him. The disgraced girl in front of him turned out to be his old acquaintance, Wu Jian. What happened? Wu Jian unexpectedly provoked such a terrifying extraordinary creature. It shouldn't be. He is usually quite measured, how could he be like this? What? Below, Wu Jian, who had been running all the time, suddenly tripped over a broken branch. Her body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! Behind, the mountain bear, which is about 10 meters wide, is gradually approaching. Su Tian didn't have time to hesitate, so he turned into an electric arc and quickly took him away. Call out! Su Tian jumped down and quickly hugged Wu Jian, who had fallen to the ground. Then he turned into an electric arc and quickly ran towards the distance. Before Wu Jian could see who was coming, the scene in front of her began to retreat quickly. I do not know how long it has been. After running for tens of miles, Su Tian stopped slowly. He stood where he was, panting heavily. At this time, Wu Jian's eyes were already staring. Su Tian's speed is really too fast for a person like him who can also activate the superhuman. Lying on the ground, she felt that the scene in front of her was shaking. After a long time, Wu Jian just woke up from the dizziness. She got up slowly, looking at Su Tian in front of her in a daze. What happened? Didn't I remember being chased by a mountain bear? Then suddenly the scene in front of him began to reverse rapidly. And then, to the present scene. Wu Jian supported her head and slowly cleared up these thoughts. Su Tian glanced at her, and said calmly, "Don't think about it, when you were chased by a mountain bear, I was the one who saved you. I didn't know that you didn't activate Transcendence, so the speed of your attack was too fast, causing you to faint." Wu Jian, you have already activated Transcendence. Looking at Su Tian in front of her, Wu Jian's voice trembled a little. What, are you surprised? It's not that difficult. Su Tian spread his hands and said casually. Seeing him so plain, Wu Jian had a feeling of being put on by him. She supported her head and thought for a long time. Su Tian handed her a bottle of fresh spring water, and asked, "How did you provoke such a terrifying monster like a mountain bear?" Wu Jian took it and gulped it down twice, and said angrily, "I'm going to get angry when I talk about this. All those bastards in Zimu. They are simply not human, and they used me as bait to attract the attention of the mountain bear. Then they took the opportunity to pick the extraordinary fruit in Shanxiang Cave Mansion. I thought he was a good person before, but I didn't expect him to use me all the time." As Wu Jian spoke, her voice was trembling. It is not difficult to see that her mood is extremely angry at this time. Su Tian fell into deep thought after hearing this. Did not expect. It's still possible to do this. However, doing so is really against the law. After all, we are all human beings and should stand on the same line. But this is the era of barbarians, and everything is based on the law of the jungle. A good girl like Wu Jian might die very early. Wu Jian looked at Su Tian, stroked her fluttering hair, and said with a smile, "Thank you. Su Tian, if it wasn't for you today, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Before you exchanged resources with me, you helped me once. Now saved my life and helped me again. I really have nothing to repay, I can only..." Stop. Su Tian didn't let the other party go on. According to the urine nature, she understood what the other party was going to say next. It must be, "I have nothing to repay, I can only promise with my body." Wu Jian was taken aback for a moment. She looked at the skill scroll she had taken out in her hand, and retracted it again. "All right. Even if you don't want it, then I will repay you next time." Su Tian. What's the situation? Su Tian looked at the skill scroll in Wu Jian's hand, feeling a little confused. Are you going to give me this? I know you don't like this, but don't worry, when I have the ability in the future, I will definitely repay you." Wu Jian looked at Su Tian and said seriously. Su Tian was a little regretful. Why did he speak so fast? You should wait for the other person to finish speaking before making a decision. Su Tian is stupid. He thought the other party meant that, but he didn't expect that it was to give him a skill scroll. Su Tian coughed, and said slowly, "Since your attitude is so sincere, then I will reluctantly accept it." With that said, Su Tian began to reach out to grab the skill scroll in Wu Jian's hand. Wu Jian was a little confused. Su Tian's series of operations made her a little confused. Su Tian ignored his strange gaze. After getting the skill scroll, he began to observe carefully. Puppet summoning, mystical skills, you can sign a contract with any creature, make it into a puppet, and call it at any time. Since it is a mysterious skill. Su Tian looked at the skill scroll in his hand, and couldn't help breathing quickly. Mystical ability is the most powerful force in this world. He is above super elemental powers. On weekdays, the skills and magic of the mysterious department are hard to find, and there is no market for the price. He looked at Wu Jian and said in surprise, "Are you sure you want to give this to me?" Wu Jian smiled slightly, nodded and said, "You saved my life, so you can take whatever you want. If you like it, it is yours. I was afraid that you would not like it before." Wu Jian smiled, with a hint of gratitude in her words. Su Tian was willing to take a risk and rescued her from the hands of the mountain bear. No amount of money can buy this friendship. After coming to this world, he saw the real danger in the world. Some people look kind on the surface, but inside they are a devil in human skin. If you don't do personnel affairs, you will only do some cheating and abducting things. Comparing this way, Su Tian seems to be affectionate and righteous, and a man is responsible. Wu Jian looked at Su Tian's face, and the corners of her mouth raised slightly unconsciously. Su Tian was overjoyed. He didn't notice Wu Jian's strangeness. He feels like he has made a fortune. This mysterious skill scroll is of great use to him. Chapter 32. In the forest at night, a faint white mist rises. The white mist is like a star glow, wrapping around the ancient tree. In the woods, Su Tian built a fire to test the newly hunted pan pigs. Just along the small lake, he caught another ordinary creature. The hope pig was put on the fire, and it was roasting sizzling. Wu Jian smelled the fragrance from the fire, and Halaza could hardly control it, and she was drooping 3 feet. She had long wet hair and stood by the fire. The perfect figure is clearly outlined. It has to be said that the clean Wu Jian really looked extra alluring. Su Tian seemed to be roasting a pig, but in fact his eyes couldn't leave her for a long time. Wu Jian didn't notice anything unusual, her attention was all focused on the roasted pig at this moment. It has been 2 days since she came to the extraordinary world, and Wu Jian has not had a full meal. The only time she was full was when Zimu lied to her. The other party gave him half of the fruit, which once made Wu Jian think that she had met a good person. The result was otherwise, and he sold himself the next day to attract mountain bears. Thinking of this, Wu Jian gritted her teeth with hatred for Zimu and the others. She has been silently cursing them in her heart, that one day they will be swallowed by extraordinary creatures. After the exam, I will give you a piece first. Su Tian took out the dagger he brought, cut off a palm-sized piece of barbecued meat and handed it to Wu Jian. Wu Jian's eyes lit up, she hurriedly took the barbecue, and "Thank you so much, I won't be polite." "Say it." Wu Jian bit down on the grill, her little face flushed red from the heat. But even so, she still didn't say anything. Su Tian shook his head and sighed, seeing how hungry this child is. Beside the bonfire, the two easily wiped out 100 jinpan pig. 2/3 of it was eaten by Wu Jian alone. Under the condition of extreme hunger, this person can really stimulate a lot of potential. After drinking and eating, the two communicated around the campfire. The smog is very heavy tonight, so they don't have to be afraid at all, the bonfire will reveal their position. Wu Jian stared at Su Tian and said with admiration, "I really didn't expect that your strength level would improve so quickly. It's only been a few days, and you have already activated your extraordinary ability. Unlike me, I have been inking for so long, and my level has only increased by 1 level. The construction of the floating island has not made much progress." When Wu Jian said this, she couldn't help lowering her head, feeling sad. Su Tian said, "The path of becoming an island owner is inherently difficult and demanding. You don't have to be discouraged, there are all kinds of opportunities scattered in the extraordinary world. It is possible that if you are lucky, if you get one at random, you will be able to step into the extraordinary." Wu Jian smiled wryly, "I had thought about it before. But the cruel reality is still waiting for me to see the world clearly. Although there are many opportunities in the extraordinary world, there are also corresponding dangers. There are extraordinary creatures everywhere here, and you can sweep a large area by just picking one out. Before, we could still use spell scrolls to barely resist it. But now, the spell scrolls are exhausted, and we are just ordinary people with no power to restrain our chickens. Here, even self-protection is a difficult thing, how dare you ask for opportunities?" Su Tian rested his right hand on his chin, thinking silently. Wu Jian's words are not without reason. The extraordinary world is indeed full of dangers, and it is indeed difficult for ordinary people like them to move forward. But since we were classmates before, and we just met each other, I should try my best to help. Suddenly, Wu Jian asked, "Su Tian, you are so strong, how do you feel compared to that mysterious person who has already expanded 4 territories?" Su Tian remained silent, comparing himself with himself, "What's the matter? But if you really want to say it, it must be the current self, stronger than the previous self. By the way, how many places has your territory expanded?" Wu Jian talked to herself, and asked suddenly after talking for a while. Su Tian had nothing to hide, and said directly, "Not many, just go around. Wu Jian. As soon as these words came out, Wu Jian's figure froze for a moment. Then there was a huge wave in her heart. She stared at Su Tian with her pupils wide open, and couldn't help breathing quickly. It's you? You are the mystery man. Su Tian spread his hands and said casually, this is not a mystery. It's just expanding the 4 areas. Good guy. It has to be said that Su Tian is a little Versailles at this time. Wu Jian automatically ignored the part he pretended, and she said excitedly, so, you expanded the 4 regions because of that. And let the core of the floating island open the great god of the extraordinary world. Su Tian didn't hide anything, and responded softly. Hearing the other party's answer, Wu Jian's heart was ups and downs, unable to calm down for a long time. After a long time, she said enviously, oh. It is also taught by the same school, so why is there such a big gap? As long as I have half your strength, I can pass the floating island assessment this time. Su Tian smiled slightly, don't worry. Since you met me, then I will not abandon you regardless. Today is the 3rd day of the opening of the extraordinary world, we still have a chance. If I was alone, there might really be little hope left. But it will be different with you, when you eat meat, I can drink soup, right? Wu Jian put her hands on her chin and asked expectantly. Seeing her appearance, Su Tian smiled and said, don't worry, I won't treat you badly. After all, we are all classmates. Hearing what the other party said, Wu Jian was slightly relieved. Being able to find a backer here means that she doesn't have to travel around anymore. In the middle of the night, Wu Jian thought for a while and said, Su Tian, if I fail the floating island test, can I become a resident on your island? Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, if that's the case, I naturally welcome it. The construction of Su Tian's floating island is fast, and now it's time to recruit troops. He originally planned to go back this time and recruit a group of residents from the original world. In the back, the construction of the floating island needs human help. Since Wu Jian took the initiative to ask for a job, he had no reason to refuse. For him, he still earned. Wu Jian's strength is not weak, and her overall score in school was also excellent. It's just a twist of fate that her floating island was seriously invaded by monsters. Otherwise, it is not impossible to give her time to breathe and become a real island owner. Seeing that Su Tian agreed, Wu Jian smiled slightly. Following Su Tian is a good choice. He completed the territorial expansion early, and opened up the extraordinary power. For such a person, the upper limit of the future is absolutely unfathomable. Following her, it is possible to get in touch with Kaofan in the future. Wu Jian was thinking in her heart to find a way out for herself. The night was dark, Su Tian laid traps around, and fell asleep peacefully. He leaned against an old tree, recharging his energy. In the morning, when he heard Wu Jian's words, his heart was burning. Some people, since they have already started to form a group to pick extraordinary fruits. Although the means are shameful, the results are quite fruitful. Su Tian decided to wander around tomorrow morning to see what he could find. After the fire was extinguished, Wu Jian felt chilly all over. Coupled with the heavy fog tonight, the surrounding scenery looks even more weird. She moved her body and quietly leaned beside Su Tian. Only here can she feel safe. For girls, what they want most is a sense of security. Su Tian ignored it, as long as the other party doesn't affect him, anything is fine. In the middle of the night, Wu Jian leaned against Su Tian and gradually fell asleep. Chapter 33. In the early morning, the emerald green ancient trees were wetted by the mist, and they swayed to life under the sunshine. Wu Jian got up early. She came to the small lake and tidied up carefully. Su Tian leaned against the tree, watched her silently, took a handful of clear lake water and floated on his face. Compared to yesterday's disheveled face, Wu Jian at this time is more in line with the image of a goddess in Su Tian's heart. After a while, Wu Jian came back from the small lake. There was still undried lake water on her face, and under the reflection of the sun, she looked a little fairy-like. Not only that, Su Tian also smelled a faint fragrance from her body. He was a little puzzled. The other party obviously didn't wear any perfume or anything like that. How could it be so fragrant? Could it be that this is the legendary girl's body fragrance? Wu Jian held a handful of the wild fruits that she had just picked this morning, and said with a happy smile, "Today is very lucky, there is a fruit forest nearby. I picked it up while I was washing up." Su Tian nodded, picked up a fruit and began to eat it. After one sip, the sweet juice burst out in his mouth instantly. Although the effect of this kind of wild fruit in the extraordinary world is not as good as that of the extraordinary fruit, under the nourishment of spiritual energy, it also contains rich nutrition over time. This kind of wild fruit has a miraculous effect comparable to that of Ganoderma lucidum and ginseng outside. The two of them finished eating the wild fruit and wiped away the traces here. They set off along the forest to find those extraordinary fruits. Seeing that Wu Jian didn't have any self-defense weapons, Su Tian gave her the snake spear he had harvested earlier. Wu Jian was overwhelmed with flattery. Looking at the extraordinary weapon in front of her, she dared not accept it. The value of an extraordinary weapon can fetch sky-high prices outside. She was embarrassed to accept it, and repeatedly shied away. Seeing her like this, Su Tian simply put the snake spear in her hand and didn't speak. Wu Jian understood the other party's kindness, and thanked him back. "I will get a skill scroll later, and I will definitely use it to repay you." As Wu Jian spoke, she silently clenched the snake spear in her hand. Su Tian listened to her words and fell into deep thought. Why is it so easy to obtain the skill scroll in her mouth? You know, on the floating island, he has never even seen the shadow of a skill scroll. On Wu Jian's side, she has already obtained 2 skill scrolls. Could it be that his floating island is rich in scrolls? Su Tian fantasized and kept guessing. While thinking, the two came to a valley. The elemental atmosphere here is very active. Su Tian guessed that there must be a heavy treasure reborn nearby. It's just that it is not yet known whether there are extraordinary creatures. The two concealed their tracks and observed silently nearby. Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar erupted in the valley. Su Tian was alert and immediately noticed the source of the sound. He and Wu Jian looked at each other and started to approach that side. Finding an ancient tree, the two silently stopped and watched. In fact, ahead, there is an extraordinary creature fighting with humans. It was a white tiger with hair like snow all over its body. Silver tiger, extraordinary creature, with agile speed, sharp claws, and ice elemental skills frozen thousands of miles. Looking at Yinhu's message, Su Tian showed a trace of seriousness on his face. This extraordinary creature made him feel no weaker than the mountain bear before. Just as he was thinking, Wu Jian noticed something strange in front of him. She whispered in a low voice, "It's Zimu's bastards again." They didn't know where to trick another person over to attract their attention. Wu Jian gritted her teeth and said, with boundless anger in her tone. Su Tian frowned, scanning the front indifferently. On the other side, he saw a group of people, hidden tracks, hiding behind Yinhu. At this time, Yinhu was chasing a man. The man used the skill scroll to constantly buy himself time to escape. But Yinhu is powerful, and skill scrolls won't have much effect on him, unless it is a high-level skill scroll. Wu Jian said, "Last time I was tricked by them like this." After the silver tiger's attention was sucked away by that man, they would set off to its cave to pick extraordinary fruits. It seemed that the man couldn't hold on any longer. Wu Jian whispered, revealing her hatred for Zimu in her words. Su Tian looked, the man had been forced back into the jungle by Yinhu. His body was shaking violently, obviously the skill scroll had been used up. The man ran wildly in the jungle, yelling for help. The silver tiger is huge, with a width of 5 meters. It dashed through the jungle, knocking down a large swath of ancient trees. On the other side, the group of people in Zimu saw that Yinhu was attracted away, and began to approach the cave. Su Tian's perception was extremely strong, and he could feel the strong extraordinary aura in the cave from a distance. Inside the cave, there is a black jujube tree growing, with golden jujube fruit on top of the jujube tree. Su Tian was moved. This jujube tree actually picked up hundreds of extraordinary fruits. Just as he was considering whether to do it, there was a wail from the cave. Inside the cave, there was a small silver tiger attacking the group of people in Zimu. His heart was shaken. He didn't expect that there was a small extraordinary creature hidden in the cave. Judging by his appearance, this little silver tiger should be in the initial stage of transcendence. On the side of Zimu, it was obvious that there was another extraordinary creature in the cave. They frowned, and wanted to pick the jujubes before Yinhu came back. Among the crowd, a burly man stepped out. He used the skill scroll, and countless barbs grew out of the ground immediately. The little white tiger is agile and keeps jumping. While dodging, it also released the power of ice elements to fight back. In an instant, the outside of the cave was covered with thick frost. Wu Jian clapped her hands and applauded when she saw this. She really deserved it, telling you to do sad things on weekdays. You will be punished today, right? The little white tiger's attack made it impossible for them to quickly break through the line of defense. The soil under their feet was all frozen into ice cubes. They wanted to walk, but it was difficult for them to move. Hateful! Get rid of it quickly! In the crowd, a grumpy man shouted loudly. He released a scroll of fire elements, and raging flames devoured the ice all around immediately. The little silver tiger showed fierce intent, roaring and launching a puck attack. It was as if hail had fallen from the sky, and countless huge ice fell. Zimu gave orders, telling everyone not to pity the skill scroll in their hands. All of a sudden, 4 skill scrolls were released, and 4 extraordinary skills immediately appeared in the sky. In front of the scroll of skills, the little silver fox seemed a bit invincible. It has just stepped into the extraordinary, and it is obviously powerless to encircle and suppress everyone. He was injured by the fire element skill, and more than half of his snow-white hair was burnt instantly. Its stumbling body howled. In the jungle, the big silver tiger who felt the movement began to rush back. He let out a growl, and the whole jungle shook. Zimu frowned slightly, and scolded loudly, "Don't worry about it, hurry up and pick the dates. You can count as much as you can. Say it." He was the first to rush into the cave and start picking. There were 7 people in this group, and after seeing Zimu take the lead in rushing in, they all stopped caring about Xiao Yinhu. They rushed to the cave, greedily picking these golden dates. Seeing that Wu Jian was a little anxious, she whispered, "Aren't we going to do it yet? More than half of the golden dates have been trampled by them." Su Tian shook his head, and said confidently, "No hurry, our goal is not just those dates. They are only picking half of it now, what I want is to take it away with its roots and pull it out together. Just imagine, if we pull it out and bring it back to raise, there will be more extraordinary fruits to eat in the future. And these 2 extraordinary creatures are not bad, after a while they both lose, we will take advantage of it." Su Tian said, revealing infinite confidence in his tone. Wu Jian was shocked by his idea. She didn't expect that Su Tian not only wanted to cut them off halfway, but also wanted to eat them up. It seems that he can have such achievements, it is not accidental. Wu Jian silently observed without speaking. Chapter 34. That's enough, let's go. Inside the cave, Zimu urged, and quickly left with a handful of golden dates. This handful of golden dates quickly disappeared in his hands. Su Tian understood that the other party must have put those in the core of the floating island. After the 7 people looked at each other in blank dismay, they turned their heads and left. They have a sense of proportion in their hearts, knowing that if they don't leave now, they may never be able to leave. In the jungle, the silver-white tiger is running quickly. There is still a faint blood stain on the corner of its mouth. It seems that the man just now may have been buried in his belly. When Yinhu saw that his cub was injured, more than half of his hair was burnt, he was furious instantly. Its eyes were scarlet, and with a roar, the entire mountain forest shook violently. The eardrums of the fleeing crowd were bleeding from the piercing sonic boom. Su Tian was horrified. After Yinhu was furious, his strength became even more terrifying. He rushed out of the forest, looked at the injured cub, and stretched out his tongue to comfort him. Then it showed a fierce look in its eyes, and began to turn its head to chase the group of murderers. The 7 people scattered and fled, running towards the jungle one after another desperately. At the same time, they threw skill scrolls, hindering the speed of Silver Tiger's pursuit. Silver Tiger was enraged, and its cub was injured. As a mother, she couldn't forgive it. Its 4 claws galloped fiercely on the ground, causing the entire forest to shake. Seeing that someone was about to be caught up, he hurriedly used the skill scroll to hinder him. A tornado emerged, and Yinhu was forced back more than 10 meters. Taking advantage of this gap, that person began to flee desperately again. At this time, their side has fallen into a fever. Once their skill scrolls are used up, they will definitely be killed by the Silver Tiger. However, the 7 of them scattered and fled. No matter how fast Yinhu was, he could only kill 3 or 4 at most. Su Tian ignored it, his eyes were indifferent, staring coldly in the direction of the little silver fox. If he makes a move, he must be killed with 1 blow, so that Xiao Yinhu has no strength to resist. Otherwise, if the little silver tiger wailed, the big one would immediately turn around and attack him. At that time, I will make wedding dresses for those people. Su Tian activated Thunder Lane, densely packed runes instantly appeared on her body. Wu Jian was frightened by the scene in front of her. Su Tian didn't explain, and continued to activate the power of dragon. A layer of black scale turtle slowly emerged, and a faint purple thunder flashed on Su Tian's hand. Simultaneously activate 2 kinds of strength blessing. Su Tian's strength is directly increased to the strength of 1,000 catties. Not only that, but his palm is still accumulating power to thunder. Wu Jian saw the changes in Su Tian in front of her, and her heart was ups and downs. Is this his strength? She feels that he is as dangerous as his big silver tiger. Unexpectedly, he has been promoted to such a strength. I really don't understand, how did he do it? Wu Jian was shocked and couldn't believe that this was something that one person could do in the initial stage. She originally thought that only by becoming the owner of the island can she reach such a height. Unexpectedly, in Su Tian's eyes, it turned out to be an easy task. Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Tian did not hesitate. He warned Wu Jian to wait for him here. Wu Jian nodded. She was very cute. Su Tian's eyes were fixed, and he quickly turned into a lightning arc and appeared in front of the little silver tiger. Faced with the sudden change, before Xiao Yinhu could react, a bright thunder came rushing towards his face. The rushing purple electricity was continuously compressed by Su Tian, and when Setsuna was in contact with little silver tiger, this rushing purple electricity instantly eroded her body. For a moment, Xiao Yinhu felt his heart go numb, and then fell to the ground and died. The whole process from the beginning to the end is all in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Wu Jian stared wide-eyed. Even though he already knew the ending in his heart, he still couldn't help being amazed when he saw this scene. Little silver tiger's body began to blur rapidly. In the end, the body disappeared, the original position glowed with a faint white light, and the fangs appeared in the sky. Huya, the elemental material contains the breath of ice element. After the weapon is crafted, there is a 50% chance to activate the ice effect. Good stuff. Su Tian muttered in a low voice, and quickly put Huya into the core of the floating island. Without hesitation, he turned his head and came into the cave. In front of him, the black ancient tree exudes a strong super elemental atmosphere. Su Tian was shocked, the jujube tree was surrounded by exuberant vitality. No wonder it can produce so many jujubes at one time. Su Tian took off a golden jujube and swallowed it into his stomach. A golden warm sun flowed across his abdomen in an instant. This warm current was washing his bones and endowing it with a strong vitality. After one drop, Su Tian felt that his vitality was much stronger. The stronger the effect of the golden jujube, the stronger his belief in taking the jujube tree away. Su Tian quickly packed all the dates. Then, under the blessing of two forces, he began to topple the black jujube tree. Rumbling. The jujube tree has grown here for thousands of years, and its root system is intricately intertwined, which has long been integrated with the land. With a loud shout, Su Tian exerted all his strength and began to pull back. Poof, poof. The roots of the jujube tree were pulled out one by one, and the vitality exuding from his body dimmed more than half in an instant. Su Tian felt distressed, but there was nothing he could do. He promised that after returning to the floating island, he would give him the best nourishment to revive it. Moreover, he believed that the jujube tree was so full of vitality that even if the roots were pulled off, it could still survive. Puff! With the strength in Su Tian's hand, more than half of the whole black jujube tree was pulled out. This jujube tree is 5 meters high, and the core of the floating island will definitely not fit. It can only be put in the storage ring. He opened the storage ring, and then half of Zaisha's body dissipated in the storage ring. Wu Jian didn't activate her extraordinary ability, so she couldn't see everything in the cave. But at this moment, after thinking about it carefully, he suddenly discovered a problem. That is, the core of the floating island is only 5 cubic meters. How to install the next jujube tree? Could it be that he wants to carry it away? Wu Jian was a little puzzled, so she could only silently wait for the other party to come back. Su Tian's great cause of uprooting trees has come to an end, and most of the body of the jujube tree has been fused into the storage ring by him. Su Tian broke out with all his strength and cut off the last bit of root. In the end, the jujube tree, which had survived for thousands of years, was packed away by her. After doing all this, Su Tian turned into an electric arc and quickly returned to his original position. Wu Jian felt a gust of cold wind passing by, and then Su Tian suddenly appeared in front of him. She looked at Su Tian for a moment, and then asked, "Where's the jujube tree?" "Don't worry, I've already installed it." Su Tian patted his chest and said confidently. "You put it on? The core of the floating island is only 5 cubic meters, how do you fit it?" Su Tian didn't explain to the other party, because Yinhe was rushing back at this time. He made a hissing gesture to signal the other party to keep silent. Wu Jian understood and stopped asking. At this time, the silver tiger was in a panic. Under the attack of more than a dozen skill scrolls, some bloody scars appeared on its body. But judging from the blood stains at the corner of his mouth, he should have killed 3 or 4 people. Chapter 35. Yinhe, who had just experienced a big battle, returned to the cave and suddenly felt something was wrong. It couldn't feel the cub's breath here. Yinhe froze for a moment, then quickly rushed back to the cave. Back in the cave, Yinhe didn't notice the cub's breath. And the jujube trees in the cave were also uprooted. As a mother, he immediately guessed that the little tiger might have been killed. It roared loudly, and its originally scarlet eyes were bleeding even more. Wu Jian was quite frightened by this scene. Yinhe's roar made him feel uneasy. But after seeing Su Tian, who was calm at the side, she suppressed this uneasiness again. Yinhe rushed out of the cave, roaring uncontrollably. After losing the cub, his inner anger could no longer be suppressed. Su Tian stood behind the old tree, silently bowing his bow and nodding his arrows. A fiery red arrow appeared in front of the purple gold bow. Wu Jian was startled. The aura emitted by the purple gold bow was even more terrifying than the snake spear Su Tian gave her before. "Call out!" The arrow pierced through the air and hit Yinhe heavily like a shooting star. Roar! Having just lost a cub, she was so overwhelmed with grief that she didn't sense the danger. The sudden attack caught him off guard. The silver tiger roared loudly, and the flame attached to the arrow quickly rushed to its body. The snow-white hair instantly burned more than half black. Roar! He radiated the power of ice elements and quickly extinguished the pile of flames. Su Tian put down the purple gold bow, ready for the final harvest. Yin, who already had injuries on his body, and now with the injury from Zijin Bao, I am afraid that he has already fallen into a serious injury. Su Tian turned into an arc of lightning, and the thunder in his hand followed the trend. Creak! In the sky, a bright thunder burst out like 1,000 birds singing together. Yinhu felt Xiao Yinhu's breath on Su Tian's body, and immediately understood that he was the murderer. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, they are extremely jealous. At this moment, regardless of the injuries on its body, it rushed forward to bite. In the sky full of thunder, Yinhu burst out a blinding white light. In an instant, the entire jungle was instantly frozen. This level of power is dozens of times stronger than that of the little silver tiger before. Su Tian dodged sideways, although she avoided the vital point, but the cold breath still made her figure pause. Yinhu seized the opportunity and threw down his sharp claws heavily. Boom! Su Tian felt heavy in his chest, and was shot flying dozens of meters away. His body slammed heavily on the ancient tree, causing a large area of ancient tree to be knocked flying by him. Seeing this scene, Wu Jianqian was so anxious that she was about to shed tears. She wanted to go out, but she was afraid of being delayed. In the end, I can only stand still and worry. Puff! Su Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. He never expected that Yinhu could still unleash such power when he was seriously injured. He was short of breath, and Jin Mang swallowed 2 golden dates to recover from his injuries. After the 2 dates entered her stomach, a surge of vitality surged out of her body, quickly recovering from his injuries. All of a sudden, several ribs were broken in the body, and they were quickly connected. Yinhu's side is not feeling well right now. He was seriously injured, but his body was paralyzed by palm thunder. As a result, it broke out with all its strength regardless of the injury, causing his body to become weaker. But he didn't stop. With great maternal love, he insisted on taking away the person who killed his cub. With Yinhu's staggering body, he ran towards Su Tian angrily. After recovering from his injuries, Su Tian got up immediately. He shouted loudly, and the infinite lightning in his body was vented out by it. In an instant, 2 thunder dragons formed behind him. Under his control, Thinking Thunder Dragon tore through the air and charged towards Silver Tiger. Yinhu didn't dodge at all, and roared loudly to kill Su Tian. Boom! The resplendent Thunder Dragon hit it, instantly causing her body to lose its balance. But even so, before he fell down, he still sprayed out a burst of ice power. This icy power is facing Su Tian directly, piercing through all obstacles, and hitting his heart directly. Su Tian couldn't avoid it, his figure was blocked by the ice force. As a last resort, he could only stretch out his arms and use the black scales to resist. Boom! The white light dissipated, and Su Tian's hands lost consciousness. Yinhu completely lost his life under the attack of 2 thunder dragons. Before he died, his tiger claws were still rushing forward. Su Tian was startled. The other party had the belief that he must die, and wanted to die with him. He fell to the ground, gasping for air. He lost feeling in his hands and could not move them. I had no choice but to lean against the old tree and call Wu Jian. Seeing how embarrassed he was, Wu Jian suddenly felt pain in her heart. She held back her tears and ran over in a hurry. How are you okay? Wu Jian said with a choked voice. Su Tian shook his head and said with a smile, it's nothing serious, it's just that the arm lost feeling and couldn't move. Feed me some jujubes. As he spoke, he manipulated the core of the floating island and poured out a few golden dates. Without hesitation, Wu Jian immediately picked up a few golden dates that fell on the ground and fed them to Su Tian. After taking the golden fruit, the rich vitality struck again. A warm current flowed through his body, and after a while, his arms gradually regained consciousness. He swayed a bit, and although he regained consciousness, it was still stinging. He grinned and said, "We have to leave quickly, the huge momentum here may have attracted the attention of other extraordinary creatures. I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. If I encounter other extraordinary creatures again, I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with them." Wu Jian nodded and supported him to leave. Su Tian said, "Wait a minute, first collect the silver tiger's spoils before leaving." Frost sword, extraordinary weapon with the power of ice element, which can emit ice sword energy to block the enemy's body. Another extraordinary weapon. Su Tian looked at the blue sword floating in front of his eyes, and murmured. It has to be said that his luck is indeed good enough. Obtained 2 extraordinary weapons in just a few days. He quickly put the frost sword into the core of the floating island, and then left quickly. In a cave. After Su Tian swallowed more than a dozen golden dates, the injuries on his body healed completely. Not only that, but the strength he had accumulated for several days in the extraordinary world had completely broken through at this moment. LV8. Su Tian's level has risen again. This time, he could feel a clear change in his body. At the moment when the level breaks through, the body seems to be as relaxed as breaking a certain shackle. He felt that his body was light, and there was a state of following him like a shadow. Open the skill page, and 2 new options appear again. Sun Thunder. After fusion, the thunder element in the body will change, gaining extraordinary power from the sun. Yin Thunder. The icy and biting thunder and lightning in hell. After fusion, the thunder and lightning can change and gain extraordinary power from hell. With these 2 options, choosing any one of the thunder elements will make a huge difference. Su Tian thought for a while, and finally chose Yang Lei. After all, you still have to choose the right path. Yin Lei is a power from hell, and it sounds like a villain. Su Tian chose Setsuna, and his body was instantly hot. His pupils changed, and 2 discs of suns glowed in them. Creak. The thunder element in the body emerged, this time it was no longer the usual purple. After merging with the sun thunder and lightning in the body gradually turned into gold, and gained the power of the great sun. He let out a roar, and instantly released a thunderbolt from the palm of his hand. The golden thunder and lightning ripped through the sky like a golden rosy cloud across the sky. Wu Jian had just returned from fetching water, and when she saw this scene again, she was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. Su Tian, what's wrong with you? Wu Jian shouted anxiously and rushed over. Su Tian, who heard the shout, also hastily removed the thunder and lightning on his body. The golden thunder and lightning instantly disappeared in the body. He smiled slightly and said, "I'm fine, it's just another breakthrough." Hearing this, Wu Jian was slightly relieved. She sat down against a wall, handed over the returned lake water, and said, "I was scared to death, I thought you were insane. But congratulations! Actually broke through again." Su Tian took out a handful of golden fruit dates from the core of the floating island and handed it to Wu Jian, saying, "If you eat these, you will definitely be able to break through to the first level. These are extraordinary fruits, containing infinite vitality and vigorous power." Wu Jian pressed it slightly, then waved her hand, and said with excuses, "No way. This is too precious. These things are of great use to you, and you fought hard to get them. I didn't do anything, so how can I be qualified to take these?" Su Tian didn't care about her, and directly put the handful of golden dates into her arms. "Just take it and eat it. Anyway, you didn't break through the floating island test later, so you still want to come to me. Just treat it as the wages I send to the employees in advance." When Wu Jian heard this, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Although she knew that the other party wanted him to accept these golden dates. But saying so would inevitably make her a little sad. After hesitating for a while, she finally accepted these. After taking the golden jujube, Wu Jian's body exuded a faint golden light. Catalyzed by the effect of the medicine, his level was naturally raised to level 3. Wu Jian's level is low, so the effect of changes after taking it is very obvious. Su Tian stared at her, suddenly froze. Because he found that the opponent's part was slightly raised. Su Tian was shocked, he didn't have such a change after taking the food. At most, the vitality in his body has become stronger, and he has accumulated more strength. How could the other party change their aptitude? Thinking of this, Su Tian couldn't help lowering his head to look at himself. No change. Is it because I eat too little? He whispered, thinking silently. After Wu Jian broke through the 3rd level, she was elated. Without Su Tian's help, she might need more than 10 days to break through. Chapter 36. Night. Both Su Tian and Wu Jian were silently comprehending. They ate a large amount of golden dates, and subtle changes occurred in their bodies. The most obvious one is Wu Jian. Suddenly. She opened her eyes suddenly, and there was a dim golden light in her eyes, which flashed quickly. The golden jujube given to him by Su Tian made her break through to the 3rd level in a flash, and she will soon reach the 4th level. She felt that after accumulating for a while, the strength in her body would be able to break through the 4th level. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes. After eating more than 100 golden dates, his body was filled with strong vitality. However, this force did not cause any subtle changes in his body. Except that the muscles on his body have become stronger, there seems to be no other characteristics. At this time, there are dozens of jujubes left. Su Tian felt that it would be useless for him to eat these anymore, so he decided to save these and take them back for them to eat. Wu Jian glanced at Su Tian, with a bright smile on her face. The two sat in the cave, silently watching the night scene outside. Wu Jian said, I didn't expect that today's harvest is so huge. Before entering the extraordinary world, I didn't dare to think so. As a result, after meeting you, all this happened so dreamily. Even now, I still can't believe it, and I broke through like this. I feel that before leaving the extraordinary world, I can break through to the 4th level. Su Tian felt that she was a little emotional, and replied, this is an extraordinary world. Anything is possible. Yes. That's why we continue to work so hard. The two chatted for a long time, looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, they seemed to have endless words to say. Suddenly, there was a gust of wind in the cave. Su Tian sensed the extraordinary power. This cave was found by Wu Jian in a panic. Su Tian used his strength to investigate at that time, and only checked in after confirming that there was no danger. Now it seems that this cave seems to hide some secrets. After Wu Jian's level was raised, her perception naturally became sharper. She glanced into the depths of the cave, and then asked, did you find anything? Su Tian narrowed his eyes and said, I feel a supernatural power, should there be something inside? Walk. Check it out. Su Tian stood up and greeted him, his gaze coldly scanning the depths of the cave. Wu Jian followed behind him, walking silently. The depths of the cave are pitch black, and the further you go, the less you can see your way. Su Tian took out the yezu from the core of the floating island. This is an item obtained by beheading the night crow before, and it can be used for searching in the dark night. With the appearance of the night pearl, the entire cave was instantly enveloped in white light. Wu Jian was surprised, why do you have everything? Of course, the family background is deep. Su Tian smiled confidently and walked forward silently. After walking for about 10 minutes, the two finally reached the depths of the cave. It's bleak and bone-chilling, with a feeling of falling into an ice cellar. Su Tian stared solemnly, silently feeling the source of the extraordinary power. Soon, his eyes locked on the right side deep in the cave. He stepped forward slowly, and the black scales on his body emerged. He is ready to fight at any time. Trigger the hidden mechanism and open the alchemist transaction. The moment Su Tian approached, a line of characters suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. His eyes swept over quickly, and he realized that this was a place similar to a transaction. He called Wu Jian to come up and told her that there was no danger here. Wu Jian breathed a sigh of relief, letting go of her guard. After the two came here, a passage of nothingness appeared in front of them. In the passage, a young man in a golden robe came out. Su Tian looked straight at him, and he felt that the man in front of him was like a fog, which he couldn't see through. The young man walked out slowly, then sat down cross-legged. His voice is so magnetic. Hello, I am an alchemist. The principle of alchemy is equivalent substitution. You can take out the items you want to exchange and trade with me. I'll give you back something of equal value. After the young man finished speaking, he stopped talking. Su Tian thought carefully about the other party's words. Equivalent substitution: if what you give is worthless, then what the other party has is worthless. From this point of view, we must bring out some good things. This is a hidden mechanism, and the items traded are definitely not simple. Su Tian made up his mind and took out a golden fruit date to exchange. After taking a look, the young man smiled and said, "Not bad. This jujube has strong vitality and can nourish some injuries. I'll exchange a thunder spirit pill with you. I perceive that you are a transcendent of the element of thunder, and taking this pill of thunder can enhance the quality of the elements in your body." Su Tian took the Leiling pill, and immediately felt a bright thunder. And the power of the thunder element in the body was cheering after sensing this elixir. Su Tian's heart throbbed. It seemed that this thunder spirit pill was really a good thing. He swallowed it in one gulp, and the lightning power in his body changed again. The original golden thunder and lightning became more dazzling. Not only that, but his heart was also undergoing drastic changes. A scorching sun slowly formed in her heart. This is a big day, providing him with a steady stream of strength. The yang lei in Su Tian's body seemed to have the intention of crushing all darkness. A long time. Su Tian let out a breath of turbid air slowly, and there were two big suns shaking in his eyes. He found that even without the illumination of the night beads, he could still see clearly in this endless night. The number of equivalent substitutions, and the last time. Please cherish it. After a long silence, the young man suddenly spoke. Su Tian realized that the other party was asking him to come up with something good. He thought for a while, and finally took out the frost sword from the morning. After Wu Jian saw this scene, she was shocked, and she whispered, "Su Tian, this is an extraordinary weapon. Are you sure you want to exchange this?" Su Tian nodded, with a look of determination in his eyes. Equivalent exchange. I believe that the other party will definitely give me an item that satisfies me. After seeing the frost sword again, the young man smiled slightly. Not bad. The items I exchanged with you are absolutely guaranteed to satisfy you. Without hesitation, Su Tian handed out the frost sword in his hand. After the young man took it, he took out an ancient scroll. This is the method of enlightening the spirit, which can help you complete the transformation of the spirit. Say it. The space passage opened again, and the mysterious man fell into the passage. One extraordinary weapon for one scroll. When Wu Jian opened her mouth, she felt that Su Tian had been tricked by the other party. Su Tian frowned slightly. At this moment even he felt a loss. If an extraordinary weapon was replaced by a skill scroll, then he would indeed be at a huge loss. But Su Tian decided to take a look at the scroll first. The method of opening the spirit, through the power of the elements in the body, the corresponding extraordinary spirit can be transformed. The extraordinary spirit has half the strength of the host. In the later stage, it can fuse with the host and open the heavenly spirit armor. Hiss! What a heaven-defying effect! Su Tian was completely shocked after watching the method of enlightening the spirit. In this way, he made a lot of money. After Wu Jian found out, she was also shocked. This method of opening the spirit is equivalent to owning an extraordinary elf, and can also have half the strength of the host, and can even integrate the battle armor in the later stage. Such a value is much higher than that of an extraordinary weapon. It seems that the transaction with the hidden mechanism is really easy to use. Alchemist. Interesting. Su Tian muttered softly, thinking about the opponent's heel. Chapter 37. The spirit of heaven and earth lives on qi and uses spirit as wisdom. Su Tian learns the method of Tianling. All of a sudden, the golden lightning in his body instantly turned into a sea of thunder. In this violent sea of thunder, there is a bright red sun like the sun, which is slowly rising. That is the spirit of the great sun in Su Tian's body, which is merging at this time. The surrounding thunder elements slowly gathered, a golden elf whose body was growing continuously. Su Tian's pupils were as hot as flames, like two scorching suns, tearing apart the deep and silent night. Roar! A low growl. From Su Tian's heart vein, a golden elf slowly floated out. Purple lightning flashed all over the elf's body, which was born from the sun thunder in Su Tian's body. A bright sun slowly floated out, and when he was in contact with the golden elf, Setsuna instantly burst into infinite white light. The next moment, the golden thunder elemental spirit came alive completely. He slowly opened his golden eyes were extraordinarily bright in the darkness. Wherever you look, you are connected with Su Tian's heart. This is the extraordinary spirit bred by it, and its thoughts are all connected with the master's heart. With a single thought, Su Tian can control this golden extraordinary spirit. Wow! What a cute elf! After Wu Jian saw the birth of the golden elf, her girlish heart burst instantly. This golden elf has just begun to think, so it looks stupid. Wu Jian stretched out her hand to touch him, but she retracted after seeing the flashing thunder on the other person's body. With a thought in Su Tian's mind, the lightning on the elf's body instantly faded away. He said, "It's okay, I've taken the lightning from him off." Hearing this, Wu Jian smiled slightly, and hugged the golden elf floating in the sky in her arms. Wow! It's so soft. Wu Jian stroked her little head, unable to put it down. Su Tian's complexion was pale, and his strength was exhausted. It took him a lot of strength to conceive and raise this spirit of heaven and earth. Wu Jian hugged the elf and said, "Su Tian, you are its owner, don't you want to give it a name?" "Name? Just call him Jinlin. The whole body is golden and looks very auspicious." Su Tian swallowed a golden jujube to recover his strength. Wu Jian looked at Jinlin with a gentle look on her face. "So cute. If I meet an alchemist next time, I will also exchange the spirit method with her." But Wu Jian thought about it, and said dejectedly, "No way. A method of enlightenment requires an extraordinary weapon. I only have the snake spear you gave me now. I can't just exchange it like this, I have to keep it to save my life." After Su Tian swallowed 2 more golden dates, his face was no longer pale, but a blush gradually emerged. It has to be said that the vitality contained in this jujube is really strong. All of a sudden, most of the power he consumed was recovered. "Golden scales, come here!" Su Tian called softly, and he immediately broke free from Wu Jian's arms. Seeing its silly and cute appearance, Su Tian was also very fond of it. With a thought in his mind, Jinlin immediately flew out of the cave. Wu Jian was puzzled, and asked suspiciously, "What do you want him to do?" "Jinlin was just born, so I got in touch with him." Su Tian replied, and then devoted himself to this strange feeling. At this time, the golden scales were floating above the jungle, and his golden pupils could see through all darkness. Floating in the sky, the scenery among the jungles is unobstructed. Su Tian felt strange, he didn't feel any discomfort when looking at the external objects from Jinlin's perspective. It felt like he was floating in the sky by himself. "It's amazing!" Su Tian murmured softly, and continued to run in with Jinlin outside. At this moment, a loud noise came from his ear. This noise did not come from the cave, but came back through Jinlin's senses. With a thought in Su Tian's mind, Jinlin immediately followed his intention to find the source of the noise. At the edge of a jungle, Su Tian saw several figures gathered together. He wondered, this group of people were so blatant, they were not afraid of attracting extraordinary creatures to hunt them down. Jinlin approached slowly, listening to their voices. The next moment, Su Tian frowned slightly. He found that all the people in this group were familiar figures. There are 6 people below, 3 of them are Zimu Fang who stole the fruit this morning. Su Tian was also familiar with the other 3 people, all of whom were his former classmates at school. One of them is the monitor of the class. Su Tian was a little puzzled, how could the people in the class get mixed up with Zimu? Is it possible? A bad premonition surged in Su Tian's heart. Zimu and his group are cruel and ruthless, and their strength was compromised this morning. Could it be that he came here again to trick others into making bait? Jinlin approached slowly, and soon, their words reached Su Tian's ears. Hurry up and hand over all the skill scrolls on you. If you take the initiative to hand it in, you can still save your life. If you want to resist, it is simply wishful thinking. One of us has evolved extraordinary power, if you are interested, take out the skill scroll. The person who spoke was a burly man from Zimu's side. The words are full of arrogance. What? How can that be? The man Su Tian called the monitor was called Qin Shan. At this time, he was frightened and unbelievable. On their side, he is the highest rank among the 3. But even so, his level has just reached level 3. This speed is considered good in the initial stage. But I didn't expect that someone had already reached the 5th level and evolved extraordinary power. Qin Shan had a look of disbelief, he took out an iron sword, and made a gesture of desperate resistance. Seeing this, the 2 people behind him also took out their weapons. Zimu sneered, and said disdainfully, "Ha! Unrepentant! Just let you see the real extraordinary power." After the words fell, a wisp of flame shot out from Zimu's body. Then countless strands of flames gathered together into a ball of fire, which was thrown out by him. Qin Shan was shocked. Without hesitation, he immediately swung the iron sword. Boom! The fireball exploded in the air, and Qin Shan's iron sword was instantly turned into molten iron. And he himself was also hit by the aftermath of the explosion, and hit an old tree heavily. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his back hurt from being hit. Monitor! Are you okay? Those around Qin Shan who fought with him were shocked when they saw this scene again. They quickly came to his side and helped him up. Snort! You handed over the skill scrolls earlier, and you don't need to suffer from this. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the skill scrolls to save your lives, and if you don't hand them in, feed them to extraordinary creatures. Zimu's cold words echoed in everyone's ears. Qin Shan gritted his teeth and squeezed tightly with his fist, but there was nothing he could do. On the other hand, through Jinlin's perspective, Su Tian also understood what was going on. With cold eyes, he got up and looked in the direction of Zimu. Wu Jian noticed his strangeness, and asked, "What happened?" Su Tian's tone was cold, the squad leader was injured by Zimu, and now he is being blackmailed by them. What? Wu Jian's heart was shaken, and then she also became angry. This scumbag Zimu is really too much. He has done all kinds of bad things, and he is really devoid of conscience. The squad leader treats us well on campus on weekdays, so I can't just sit idly by. Walk. Go find that BD Zimu to settle the score. Wu Jian took out the snake spear and said through gritted teeth. Don't worry, Zimu has already stepped into the extraordinary. If they just rushed over like this, they might be in a hurry to take the squad leader and others as hostages. We must catch them by surprise and attack them when they are not prepared. What? Zimu has already broken through the extraordinary. Wu Jian was shocked. She didn't expect this scumbag to be extraordinary. The heavens really have no eyes. Su Tian said, it should be those golden dates in the morning. I wish him a breakthrough. Let's go there first, lie in ambush on the road, and wait for the squad leader to leave before we start. Otherwise, Zimuago will jump over the wall in a hurry. It is good. Wu Jian responded, and then the two walked out of the cave and slowly approached there. Chapter 38. We can give you the skill scroll, but you have to keep your promise and let us go. Qin Shan knew that he was no match, so he could only accept his fate. That's natural. Zimu smiled charmingly, his eyes full of deceit. Qin Shan took a deep breath, and then called the other two people over. He whispered in a low voice, unexpectedly, this time I met a supernatural being. It can only be said that it is bad luck to be planted here. Later, you will give me all the skill scrolls, and then go as far as you can. If he really keeps his promise and lets me go, then I will find you when the time comes. If he doesn't keep his word, then I'll keep consuming them. Anyway, when the time comes, you can go as far as you can, and don't look back. Do not believe. Squad leader, we live and die together. That is, we have been together for more than 10 years, are we the kind of people who are greedy for life and afraid of death? At worst, we will fight him. No. Qin Shan looked away and said solemnly, I am your squad leader, and I will naturally take the lead when something happens. This group of people is not friendly. After the two of you escape, if you meet other people in the class, you must tell them about it. From the looks of it, they should have hunted quite a few people. We can't let others fall into their hands again. But, monitor. All right. Qin Shan let out a low growl, interrupting the words of the two of them. His serious expression made it impossible for the two of them to refuse his request. Do as I say, and give me all the skill scrolls. Monitor. With a heavy heart, the two slowly handed the 4 skill scrolls to Qin Shan. Qin Shan directly took the 4 skill scrolls and put them into the core of the floating island in front of Zimu's eyes. He shouted loudly, Zimu, all the skill scrolls of the two of them are with me, let the two of them leave first. When they are safe, I will naturally hand over all the skill scrolls to you. Zimu frowned slightly, and there was a hint of indifference in his eyes. After seeing this scene, the two people who followed him couldn't help but feel chills in their hearts. They knew that once Zimu made this look, it meant killing people. Can? Zimu's face was cold, and he said lightly. Hearing the answer, Qin Shan immediately signaled the two to leave quickly. After hesitating for a while, they choked up and said, Squad leader, don't worry. If anything happens, I will definitely avenge you. Move. With a heavy heart, Qin Shan urged the two to leave quickly. Soon. Under Qin Shan's urging, the two of them fled here angrily. Hearing the sound of footsteps gradually going away, Qin Shan felt slightly relieved. He is not afraid of death, what he is afraid of is his inability to save others. Now that the two of them are far away and their lives are safe, he will naturally have nothing to worry about. How long must it be possible for Qin Shan to make up his mind? Zimu looked indifferent, and said, those two have already left, you can hand over the skill scroll. Hold on. I have to wait until they are completely gone before I can hand over the skill scroll to you. Don't push yourself too far. Zimu's tone was not kind, suppressing the murderous anger in his body. Qin Shan was not afraid. If you kill me now, you won't even get a skill scroll. After I die, the core of the floating island will be completely shattered, and you won't get anything by then. Zimu's face was gloomy and cold, which made people feel chills in his heart. He suppressed his anger, and said word by word, I will give you another hour, if you still don't give it to me, then even if I don't want these, I will definitely kill you. Snort. Qin Shan, keep my word, and I will give it to you in an hour. In this way, Qin Shan stalled for another hour. Zimu and the others sat cross-legged, just quietly waiting for the passage of time. Their conversation was overheard by Jin Lingkai and passed on to Su Tian. In the jungle, Su Tian thought about the plan. If you do it, you must get rid of Zimu as soon as possible. The other two are useless, without any threat. After making up his mind, Su Tian prepared to cooperate with Jin Lin. Wu Jian stayed where she was and waited for an opportunity. Suff! Come near Westwood. Su Tian hid in the jungle, deliberately making noise. For a moment, Zimu and the others all looked serious. One of them said, "What's going on? It can't be a supernatural creature, can it?" Zimu frowned slightly, shook his head and said, "Impossible. We sprinkled silver dust all around, making it impossible for any creature to come near. It could be someone else. You two go and have a look." Yes. The two got up and approached the jungle vigilantly. Looking at the figures of the two, Su Tian not only sneered. With a thought in his mind, Jin Lin immediately approached the two of them. Next, it was time for his solo battle with Zimu. Su Tian took a deep breath, then his eyes became hard, and the steps under his feet gave off a faint thunder. Call out! In the pitch-black night sky, a flickering arc of light pierced the sky in an instant. Su Xiao turned into a golden lightning arc, which suddenly exploded. The next moment, he appeared directly behind Zimu, and the palm thunder in his hand also appeared instantly. Who? Before Zimu had time to turn his head, the golden thunder light instantly engulfed his back. What? Yang Lei was accompanied by the scorching flames of the sun, burning Zimu's shirt instantly. Boom! Zimu flew tens of meters away, and hit his head heavily on an ancient tree. On the other side, Jin Lin also started to attack the other two. It has half of Su Tian's strength, and it is easy to solve the two. Jin Lin erupted with thunder, and the bright thunder light formed a sea of thunder, engulfing the surrounding area. Even though the two of them used the skill scroll in an instant, they were still seriously injured and vomited blood. Su Tian showed no mercy. With the thought in his mind, Jin Lin continued to launch the next round of attacks. Wisps of golden thunder fell from the sky, and raging flames burst out of the jungle. The whole earth, like a thunder from the sky, set fire to the ground. The two were buried in the sea of flames, howling like ghosts. Wu Jian hid in the distance, and when she heard the wailing of the two, she couldn't help but feel furious in her heart. Qin Shan was taken aback when he saw Su Tian, and then said pleasantly, "You, why are you here too?" At the same time, his heart was shocked. You know, Zimu is an extraordinary person. Su Tian actually killed him instantly. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Su Tian smiled slightly. Squad leader, it's inconvenient to talk here, let's talk when we go back. Good. Qin Shan was very excited, not only because of the joy of the rest of his life after the catastrophe, but also because of the meeting of his old classmates, which made him excited from the bottom of his heart. Suff! At this moment, Zimu, who had been pretending to be dead, suddenly moved. He suddenly exploded, a fireball condensed in his hand, and shot straight at Su Tian. Su Tian was sensitive, and at the moment he got up, he instantly noticed the same thing about him. In the sky, a ray of golden thunder appeared instantly, like a big golden dragon, hitting Zimu's body heavily. What? There was another scream, and Zimu fell on the grass with 5 or 6 broken ribs. Su Tian was a little surprised. You didn't die after taking my palm thunder. It seems that you have any defensive secret treasure on you? Zimu's body was heavy, and under the attack of the golden thunder dragon, he completely lost his attack power. He fell to the ground and said out of breath, "Don't kill me, I will give you whatever you want." Su Tian sneered, "Are you buying your own life? I'm a little curious, what can you come up with to save your life? Zimu, you scum, I'm going to kill you." At this moment, Wu Jian, who came slowly, couldn't bear it anymore after seeing Zemo, who fell to the ground. The grievances he suffered before exploded at this moment. He raised his fragrant foot and kicked it down hard. Puff! Ben had seriously injured Zemo, and it was even more painful after this blow. His face twisted, and he grinned and said, "Don't hit me, I know a big secret." Wu Qian's anger remained undiminished. She glanced at Su Tian and said angrily, "I'll give you a chance. If you can't say anything, we will kill you." Having this opportunity, Zemo immediately took a breath and said, "I really know a secret. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will tell you this secret." Snort! "You are treacherous and treacherous, what ivory can spit out of a dog's mouth. Su Tian, you have to be careful, don't be deceived by him. Wu Qian reminded me." Su Tian nodded, and said with great interest, "Hurry up and talk. Otherwise, if you continue to ink it, you may die." "No. What if I say it and you don't let me go?" "Me?" Su Tian's pupils froze, and one of Zemo's arms was instantly twisted off by him. Scarlet blood sprayed in the sky. Zemo howled miserably, his entire face twisted together. "You have no chance to bargain. If you don't say anything, I will kill you right now." Su Tian's tone was cold and chilling. Zemo's heart was shaken, he wanted to use this secret to bargain with the other party. "I didn't expect to meet a ruthless person today, and I would kill myself if I didn't agree with each other." He understood that when meeting such a person, he couldn't bargain. If the opponent loses patience, he will die suddenly. The only thing he can do now is to speak out what he knows. But at the same time, he can save another hand, so that he has the value of surviving. Enduring the severe pain, Zemo said slowly, "I know the real secret of the extraordinary trial. Before leaving the valley, we triggered the hidden mechanism and obtained the qualification for the trial. Here, as long as you can reach the extraordinary, you are eligible to participate in the final selection of the extraordinary trial. In the depths of the Midi, there is an extraordinary ancient city. The city is full of Kaofan who participated in the trial, and only those who have reached Kaofan are eligible to participate. Those who remain on the list will receive massive resources. I swear, everything I said is true. And I have visited that ancient city before, and there are not a few people in it. In the extraordinary world, more than 100 people have reached the extraordinary. In a few days, the real selection will begin. You save my life now, and when the time comes, the two of us will join forces and we will definitely take the lead. I swear, when the time comes, I will give you all the rewards I get. You need me, I can clear some opponents for you." As soon as these words came out, the three people present were all stunned. The explosive news left the three of them at a loss. Unexpectedly, it turns out that this is the true meaning of the transcendent trial. Su Tian didn't doubt the other party's words, because he proposed to go together, which proved that the ancient city did exist. According to what he said, there are already hundreds of them in the ancient city. But Su Tian is not worried, because most of them, like Zemo, have just broken through after coming to this world. Su Tian is now LV8. Solving them is a breeze. That's enough, after talking, you are useless. Wu Qian, I will leave this scumbag to you. Su Tian opened his mouth softly, and the sound fell into Ximu's ears, but it was like a ghost haunting the soul, which made people shudder. His pupils constricted and he said in an excited voice, "Really, I swear, as long as you don't kill me, I will definitely wipe out the other contestants for you." "Ah! Do you think I need you with my strength?" Su Tian smiled contemptuously, his words were full of confidence in himself. Zemo was taken aback for a moment, his scalp seemed about to explode. What did he think of? Yes. If the other party can easily kill him in seconds, then he can also easily kill other extraordinary people in seconds. He doesn't have the heart to think now, why is there such a terrifying existence in this world? There is only one thought in his heart now, and that is to live. Wu Qian, let's do it. Su Tian urged, and watched silently. Wu Jian took out the snake spear. The poison attached to the tip of the spear made Zimu feel uneasy. He looked at Wu Jian and said tearfully, "Don't. Please, don't kill me. I know that I was really ashamed of you for doing that before. But I swear, I will never do these things again. I have no choice but to. My family has been bullied since I was a child, and my family has suffered a lot for me. So since I was a child, I swore that I must be outstanding when I grow up. For strength, I know I've done a lot of wrong things. But I beg you, give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. After leaving here, I must be a new man. I also want to give my parents an explanation. I can't just die like this, they are still waiting for me to go back and lead them to a good life. I beg you, Wu Jian, give me a chance." Zimu's impassioned confession made Wu Jian, a girl, feel soft-hearted all of a sudden. She is not a bloodthirsty person like Su Tian, so after hearing the other party's confession, she no longer has the desire for revenge. He glanced at the book Su Tian, and said softly, "It's pitiful to say that, since he intends to reform, why don't we give him a chance?" "Yes. Since Su Tian already knows that he has to repent, then we have to forgive others." Qin Shan has always been upright, and after hearing Zimu's confession, it didn't feel like he started to persuade him. Su Tian had no expression on his face, but he couldn't help secretly admiring him in his heart. He knew that most of Zimu's words were false, but now both Wu Jian and Qin Shan had chosen to believe him. Zimu is very good at controlling people's hearts, he knows that these words can move them, so he not only made up such lies to deceive them. Now that both of them said so, Su Tian didn't insist on killing him anymore. He suddenly smiled, came to Zimu's side, and slowly helped him up. Between his palms, a faintly invisible ray of golden thunder suddenly flashed. He smiled and said, "Okay. As the saying goes, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately. Since you already know that you are wrong, we will give you a chance to reform. If you leave now, we will not kill you, but if you do bad things again in the future, then I will definitely kill you without hesitation. I promise, from now on, I will turn over a new leaf." Zimu knelt on the ground and continued to repent earnestly. Wu Jian and Qin Shan completely believed in him after seeing him. Su Tian turned his head and led Wu Jian and Qin Shan back to the previous cave. At this moment, Zimu also turned his head and ran away from them. With a staggering body, he kept running towards the depths of the jungle. After running around for a while, and after confirming that there was no danger at all, he finally let go and laughed. "Ha ha ha ha! I survived! You just wait for me, after I improve my strength in this period of time, I must smash your corpses into thousands of pieces." At this time, Zimu was like a second person, his words were filled with icy chill, and his eyes were extremely scarlet. Like an evil ghost that just crawled out of hell. Squeak! "Yet? Don't wait any longer, I'm here now." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind Zimu. Zimu's body shook suddenly, and he turned his head blankly as if falling into an ice cellar. Behind him, a golden elf suspended in the air, said slowly. He was a little confused, he had never seen Jinlin before, so he didn't understand that it was Su Tian's elf. He only knew that just now, the devil's words suddenly sounded in his ears. In Zimu's view, yesterday was a real devil, a ghost. If there is a disagreement, do it. Looking at the elf in front of him, he was a little at a loss. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Zimu looked at the elf and asked suspiciously. "Oops, you are really forgetful. Not long after we separated, you don't even remember me." The elf's words made the man in front of him tremble all over. He was surprised and said, "You are Su, God." Jinlin smiled slightly, making the same expression as Su Tian. This scene, in Zimu's eyes, was like impermanence in hell. Now he doesn't want to know why the other party has become like this. He just wanted to leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. At this moment, the pores all over his body emitted screams. Without hesitation, he ran away. Jinlin smiled slightly, and then a golden thunder suddenly appeared on Zimu's shoulder. That part is exactly where Su Tian helped him up. What? The next moment, he had no time to let out a wail, and his whole body was engulfed by the thunder that filled the sky. In the golden sea of thunder, his corpse began to turn into nothingness, and even the wreckage was constantly being worn down. Su Tian destroyed his body and wiped out his traces, making him completely extinct in this world. After half a sound, Zimu did not leave any traces in this world. Everything about him died in the golden sea of thunder just now. After doing all this, Jinlin left here slowly. Chapter 39. Inside the cave, Qin Shan showed excitement. Looking at the familiar classmates, he was filled with emotion for a moment. I really didn't expect it. See you again after graduation. What a fate! Qin Shan's temperament is very high. If there is no alcohol here, he would like to get drunk with Su Tian and Wu Jian. Suddenly, he changed his mind and asked with a smile, "Are you two together?" "What? No. No." Wu Jian was a little shy by what was said, and quickly vetoed it. Su Tian laughed out loud, "Monitor, you still like to match up so much." She was called Qin Matchmaker before, but now she is going to start her own business? With a joke, the atmosphere was brought back all of a sudden. Several people talked about extraordinary, and they all had great hopes for Su Tian to win the championship. After seeing his strength, that kind of bright thunder light caused a huge ripple in their hearts. Qin Shan smiled wryly. After entering the floating island, the family used their connections to provide me with a batch of resources, but even so, I have only been promoted to the 3rd level now. Compared to you, it is simply too far behind. Even Wu Jian, without the help of her family, is now at the same level as me. Wu Jian heard the words, and quickly vetoed, "Squad leader, don't misunderstand me. If it wasn't for Su Tian's help, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to advance to the 3rd level so quickly. Thanks to his help during this period, it has given me a lot of benefits." Su Tian smiled slightly, "We are all classmates, let's help each other out. But after today's incident, I think we can work together to snipe extraordinary creatures." "What?" As soon as these words came out, the hearts of the two people present were shocked. They looked at Su Tian full of horror. Wu Jian has been with him for a while, so she naturally understands his strength. But after hearing that he was going to take the initiative to snipe the extraordinary creature, he couldn't help being shocked. Qin Shan swallowed a mouthful of saliva, breathed rapidly and said, "Su Tian, extraordinary creatures are no better than Zimu, their strength is much stronger than Zimu. Are you sure you want to snipe extraordinary creatures?" Su Tian nodded, his eyes full of confidence. "Squad leader, don't worry. If we work together, it will be fine. I used to be a lone ranger, so I didn't dare to take the initiative to provoke extraordinary creatures. But now it is different, we have many people and strength. There are many benefits to be gained by sniping extraordinary creatures. Not only can you get their extraordinary fruits, but you can also get the equipment they exploded. In this way, you can also break through the extraordinary in a short period of time." Qin Shan's eyes lit up, and after hearing about breakthrough transcendence, he couldn't help being tempted. Wu Jian knew Su Tian's strength, so she was full of confidence in it. Qin Shan calmed down, and then said, "Tianer, if you are determined to snipe extraordinary creatures, then we will follow you. You have a sense of measure and brains, and I believe in you." Qin Shan looked serious and said solemnly. Su Tian nodded and said, "Don't worry. After we team up to hunt and kill more than a dozen extraordinary creatures, you can all step into the extraordinary. At that time, everyone will go to the ancient city together to participate in the extraordinary selection. It is good. Tomorrow, we will meet Huang Yuan and Wang Ping first, and then we will join forces to hunt and kill extraordinary creatures. It is good. Su Tian made up his mind, this time he must get more extraordinary fruits. Then go to the ancient city and win the top prize. Night. Su Tian fell asleep early. He needs to recharge his batteries in the evening, and he will have a big fight tomorrow. Jin Lin was sent out by him to patrol the security of the territory. As for Qin Shan, he was so excited that he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He looked at the twinkling stars in the sky, and a strong determination surged in his heart. Wu Jian leaned against Su Tian and slowly fell asleep. These days, he only felt safe by leaning against Su Tian. Otherwise, she would not be able to sleep. For her situation, Su Tian has no way to refuse. Nothing to say all night. Yuri. The sun was slowly rising, and the white clouds in the sky turned red. Qin Shan didn't sleep all night, he was excited. He came to the small lake early and fetched a pot of water. After Su Tian woke up, he used this jug of water for them to wash. I have to say that Qin Shan is really good at taking care of people, and he is thoughtful in everything. It is for this reason that he was selected as the monitor at the school. In the morning, Su Tian gave each of them 3 dates to fill their stomachs. After Qin Shan saw Kuazao again, his eyes lit up. This is the first time he has seen a real extraordinary fruit. He was embarrassed to accept it, but he couldn't stand Su Tian's persuasion. In addition, Wu Jian ate with relish, so he couldn't say anything more. After eating 3 golden jujubes, Qin Shan felt a warm current in his stomach. Under the nourishment of this warm current, he immediately felt refreshed. Su Tian is also really extravagant, he is not stingy with the dates in his hand at all. After tidying up for a while, the 3 embarked on a search journey. Qin Shan made an agreement with Wang Ping and Huang Yuan that if he was free, they would gather at the old place. After passing through a dense jungle, Qin Shan led them to a bunker. This bunker is a residence dug by the 3 of them, and they hide in it to rest at night. In the morning, I will come out to look for opportunities. The top of the bunker is covered with thick leaves, and ordinary creatures can't find it when passing by. This is what they learn about the wild in the classroom. Qin Shan removed the leaves covering it, and a narrow hole immediately appeared in front of everyone. He whispered towards the entrance of the cave, Wang Ping, Huang Yuan, I'm back. Come out quickly. Inside the bunker, Qin Shan's voice echoed inside. Immediately, the 2 people hiding inside were ecstatic. Before they got out, the sound came out. Great, Monitor, you're all right. We've been worrying all night. At the entrance of the cave, Wang Ping came out first. He was small and thin, so he got out easily. After seeing Su Tian and the others again, he was taken aback for a moment, then overjoyed. Isn't this the school bully and the goddess? Unexpectedly, everyone is so destined to meet each other here. Great! In the rear, Huang Yuan, who got out slowly, was also ecstatic when he saw them again. It's really you. Great, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Qin Shan looked at the 2 of them and said with a smile, let me tell you, we are going to do a big thing today. What's the big deal? After discussion between the 3 of us, we decided to hunt extraordinary creatures together. When the time comes, everyone will share the benefits equally. How about it? Qin Shan was full of excitement and said happily. As soon as these words came out, both Wang Ping and Huang Yuan were stunned. Wang Ping asked back, Squad leader, are you sure we are going to hunt extraordinary creatures? Even if the 5 of us go, we may not be sure that people will hunt and kill extraordinary creatures. Besides, we don't have many skill scrolls left. If you lose at that time, you won't even have a chance to escape. Yes. Qin Shan obviously expected the doubts of the 2 of them. He said confidently, don't worry, if it is normal, I will definitely not be able to hunt extraordinary creatures. But it's different now, we have Swiba here. Tianer, you have already stepped into the extraordinary, and your strength is much stronger than that of Zemel yesterday. We believe that as long as everyone joins hands, extraordinary creatures will be easy. Real or fake? Swiba is so good, he is already extraordinary. As soon as the words came out, Wang Ping and Huang Yuan were immediately shocked. Su Tian smiled slightly, slowly raised his right hand, and then a golden thunder appeared in his palm. At this time, the surrounding area was quiet. Wang Ping and Huang Yuan's pupils widened, and they were too shocked to speak. Su Tian doesn't need too much explanation, he just needs to show his own strength. At the moment when the golden thunder appeared, everyone's hearts were shocked. The two looked at each other, then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha! It's worthy of being a top student. In this way, we do have the capital to hunt and kill extraordinary creatures. Certainly. We discussed it last night, and this time we will go to the colorful deer first. You probably haven't forgotten where its lair is, have you? Of course, I will never forget it in my life. Wang Ping said that he was most impressed by the colorful deer. At that time, he almost fell there and couldn't come back. Walk. Lead the way. This time the target kills him first. Qin Shan spoke, and then led the way ahead. Wang Ping and Huang Yuan nodded and followed closely behind. Chapter 40. The cliffs of Midi are extremely steep, and the steep cliffs are hidden among the clouds. According to Qin Shan, the colorful divine deer likes to haunt the cliffs the most. Huang Yuan was in a daze. He didn't expect that they, who were still on the run a few days ago, had formed a group to hunt and kill extraordinary creatures. This speed of change made them unacceptable for a while. Before coming to the cliff, Qin Shan saw a colorful stag drinking water by the lake from afar. Following the direction he pointed, Su Tian saw the colorful divine deer they were talking about. Colorful deer, extraordinary creature with extreme jumping ability and running speed, a pair of antlers can promote the growth of plants, extraordinary skill, colorful divine light. After Su Tian read his introduction, his eyes lit up immediately. Those antlers are a good thing. It can actually promote the growth of plants. If you bring it back, it can promote the growth of crops on his floating island. Su Tian whispered, "Squad leader, I have an iron sword here. Although it is not a supernatural weapon, its toughness and power are far beyond ordinary iron swords. Later, I will go to the front to contain it first, and you will make up the knife at the side and rear. Remember not to attack the pair of antlers." "No problem." Qin Shan nodded. He knew that pair of antlers were treasures, so even if Su Tian didn't say anything, he wouldn't attack there. "Superior." Su Tian let out a low cry, and his two pupils instantly turned into two big suns, bursting out with fiery divine light. Under the feet, a faint golden thunder is looming. He took a deep breath, and then his whole body turned into a golden arc of lightning, killing towards the back of the golden deer. A golden thunder suddenly flashed and disappeared, piercing the sky like a shining meteor in the sky. Beside the spring, the colorful divine deer instantly sensed the danger in Setsuna where Su Tian approached. A round of colorful divine light flashed, and 7 different rays of light erupted from the body of the colorful divine deer in an instant. In Su Tian's hand, the thunder sword transformed into golden thunder and lightning. In Setsuna, who came into contact with the 7-colored divine light, a huge counterforce bloomed accordingly. Boom! Thunder roared, and the small lake with gurgling water evaporated instantly under the sprint of 2 forces, turning into a dry land. Su Tian's body was pushed back 10 meters, and it fell into the jungle like a meteor, turning it into a deep pit. The colorful divine deer let out a high-pitched cry, and a burst of 7-color divine light burst out from its mouth. Boom! Wherever the divine light passes, everything turns into nothingness. Jinlin! Come out! Su Tian's figure avoids it, and turns into a lightning arc again, approaching quickly. At this moment, countless black scales emerged from his body, and strange purple runes were engraved on the scales. In Su Tian's hand, the golden thunderbolt turned into a big sun and hit the colorful deer heavily. Under his control, Jin Lin quickly blocked his movement. Roar! The divine light of the seven-colored divine deer was shattered, and its figure was smashed to the ground heavily by this round of great sun. Boom! A fierce gust of wind bloomed on the ground, and countless ancient trees around were swaying in the wind. In the distance, Qin Shan and his party were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't speak. They couldn't believe that Su Tian was so strong. The seven-colored divine deer can't look up by one person. Just as they were in a daze, Zhou Jian had already rushed up against the hurricane with a snake spear. Puff! Wu Jian shot down, and the right leg of the seven-colored deer was instantly eroded by the green venom. The poison attached to something can corrode everything. Under the erosion of this poison, the right leg of the seven-colored god deer soon began to fester. Su Tian was full of breath, and his whole body exuded a golden thunder light. At this moment, he was like a god-man in the sky, brilliant and dazzling. With a light swipe of his footsteps, he immediately appeared in front of the colorful deer. He stretched out his right hand like a big sun, and he was so suppressed that he couldn't move. Wait! Humans! At the moment when Su Tian was about to deal with his life, Kake Shenlu spoke out. This sentence immediately made Su Tian's movements suddenly stop. While they were in a daze, the colorful deer hurriedly said, "Human, you can't kill me. If you kill me, the colorful divine light will stay in your body forever. If I die, the tiger will avenge me, and he will chase you all the way to the Cape of Tianya along the colorful light." Su Tian raised his eyebrows lightly, and said coldly, "You are already my prisoner, and I can end your life at any time. Now, you still want to threaten me? Humans, I know you, you came here just to become stronger. You hunted and killed me because you also took a fancy to my secret treasure. If you can let me go, I can give you a medicine field. In the medicine field, there are all kinds of extraordinary elixir that I have grown over the years, which is enough for my life." Su Tian was moved. He didn't expect this seven-colored deer to own a medicine field. According to him, there seemed to be many extraordinary fruits growing in the medicine field. Thinking about it this way, the value of Yao Tian seems to be even greater. Seeing that Su Tian hesitated, Kake Shenlu knew that the other party would not kill him again. He released the seven-colored divine light, and quickly contained the poisonous erosion. Setsuna, which emerged with colorful light, was instantly expelled from the poison of the snake spear. Seeing this scene, Su Tian was a little displeased. "You dare to recover from your injury before I agree to your request? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you with a sword? Human, you are a smart person, the value of the medicine field is much higher than my life. You can grow up to this day, you must not be an ordinary person. I don't have any blood feud with you, so we won't be hurt by both. If you kill me, take everything from me at most. But these things, in the medicine field, are just a drop in the ocean. Moreover, the tiger will definitely avenge me. The tiger is the master of this area, and all extraordinary creatures will obey his orders. At that time, can you guarantee that you can escape?" Su Tian frowned slightly. This colorful divine deer can not only talk, but also has a high IQ. Every word spoke to his heart. And according to what he said, the so-called tiger in his mouth seems to have reached the commanding level. If the other party is really at the commanding level, no matter where they are, they will definitely not be able to escape the other party's pursuit. "Okay, I agree to your request not to kill you, but after you recover from your injuries, you must take us to that medicine field." Su Tian took off the strength on his body and spoke. "Human, you are a smart man." The colorful deer stood up slowly, and with a high-pitched sound, all the elemental power around him rushed towards him in an instant. Wrapped in elemental power, the colorful deer is bathed in divine light. Afterwards, his injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, but he is also repairing the damaged earth around him. Qin Shan came quickly with Wang Ping and others, and after understanding what the other party meant, they were all shocked. This colorful divine deer does not seem to be an ordinary extraordinary creature. A moment later, the seven-colored deer is back to normal, his hair is still bright, and his eyes are piercing. Humans, come with me. After the colorful deer finished speaking, she turned her head and jumped between the steep cliffs. Su Tian was a little puzzled, could it be that the medicine field grows on it? Zhou Jian glanced at the steep mountain, and said in fear, Su Tian, what should I do? We can't go up. At this time, the four people who had not reached the extraordinary all cast their gazes over. They are still ordinary people and cannot climb this steep cliff. If there is a slight mistake and it falls off, it will be beyond redemption. Su Tian said, you wait here first, and I will take you up after I go up to find out the direction. It is good. Be careful yourself. After giving instructions, Qin Shan silently waited in place. Su Tian nodded, turned into a lightning arc and climbed over the mountain. The golden arc is continuously climbing up the steep cliff. Seeing this scene, the people below couldn't help but gasp. Swiba is really good, I don't think he needs our help, he can hunt and kill extraordinary creatures by himself. Yes. The colorful god deer was beaten by him the whole time. After Su Tian left, the four people below began to discuss enthusiastically. They were all amazed by Su Tian's strength. On the top of the clouds, Su Tian followed the colorful deer to the top. The colorful divine road walks among the clouds, and the colorful divine light radiating from his body lingers in the sky. These colorful divine lights slowly formed a rainbow. Su Tian followed behind him, more and more sure that the stag in front of him was not just a simple creature. He opened his mouth and asked, you are different from other extraordinary creatures, you can speak, and you are covered by a leader-level creature. Can you tell me about yourself? When Kake Shenluo heard the words, his face immediately showed pride. Humans, I have to say, it's not unreasonable for you to grow to this point. You have great vision and I appreciate you. Su Tian felt a little bit like complaining, this guy really shines brightly if he is given a little sunshine. He said something casually, and he put it on. Su Tian let go of the distracting thoughts in his heart and listened carefully to his words. Tiger once said that I was conceived by the power of the pure elements between heaven and earth. He said that my blood is noble, and I hope to reach the king level in the future. As he said that, the colorful deer couldn't help raising his noble antlers. Su Tian's heart shook, he didn't expect the creature in front of him to be so extraordinary. In the future, it is expected to grow to the king level. You know, king level creatures are the top existences in this world. With one command, thousands of creatures surrender. From this point of view, the seven-colored divine deer really couldn't be killed. If he had really done it himself just now, he might have attracted a commander-level chase. Humans have arrived. This medicine field grows in the void. On weekdays, only my colorful divine light can be turned on. After all, a cloud of seven-color light surged from his antlers. Under the illumination of this ray of light, a cloud of mist slowly cleared away. Then a void channel emerged. Su Tian was a little surprised, this void passage was exactly the same as the void passage that the alchemist and the mysterious trader appeared last time. Let's go. Human. The colorful deer greeted, and slowly stepped into the void passage. Su Tian followed closely behind, and this was his first time traveling through the void passage. The passage was dark, and there was a strong atmosphere of space all around. Kake Shenluo reminded, human beings, don't use power in the empty passage, otherwise if you cause space disorder, you will get lost in the empty space. Su Tian responded and silently wrote down what the other party said. In a moment, Su Tian walked out of the space channel under the guidance of the colorful deer. As soon as he came out, a strong smell of medicine came to his face. In front of his eyes, there is a huge medicine field. In the medicine field, there are many extraordinary fruits growing, and some medicinal materials even caused the vision of heaven and earth. Su Tian was moved. He didn't expect so many treasures to grow in the medicine field of the colorful deer. The colorful deer smiled slightly, and said with pride on his face, "Humans, how about it? The medicine field here is enough for you to improve your strength." Su Tian showed joy, and naturally put his right hand on the neck of the colorful deer. He smiled and said, "I'm sure you are my friend. From now on, everyone will be their own people." Kake Shenluo was a little surprised. The other party was yelling at him to kill him just now, but now he turned around and called himself a friend. Su Tian opened his mouth, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. This is a kind of friendship custom of our human beings. Kake Shenluo shook his head and said, "Human, don't lie to me. The tiger once warned me that human beings are sinister and cunning creatures. Tell us to stay away from you. If you say that, you must have made a bad idea." Su Tian waved his hand and said with a smile, "Brother Lu, what you said is offended. Not all human beings are sinister and cunning, some are sinister, while others are positive and sunny. Do you think I look like that kind of person? Let me tell you, you have made friends with me, and I can bring you good things from the human world." "Really?" As soon as these words came out, the colorful deer was immediately moved. His eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Humans, don't you have many interesting things over there? I feel bored every day staying here. Can you take me to the human world to play?" "No way. This guy actually wants to go to the human world." Su Tian was a little speechless. How could he have the ability to take him away? To teleport the extraordinary world, you need to use the core of the floating island to teleport. How could this deer leave the extraordinary world without the core of the floating island? Seeing the other party hesitated, Kake Shenluo hurriedly said, "Human, if you take me away, this medicine field will be yours." It was even more difficult for Su Tian. He wanted to take all these things away, but the seven-colored divine deer didn't have a floating island core. How could it be teleported away? Just when he was anxious, a picture suddenly appeared in his mind. And many more. Puppet call? At this time, Su Tian suddenly thought of the previous skill scroll. The skill scroll of the mysterious department can summon its own puppets. As long as the puppet signed a contract with him, no matter where, he can be summoned at any time. It's just that a creature with noble blood like the colorful deer doesn't know if it can sign a contract. Su Tian decided to give it a try. "Brother Lu, I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. If it succeeds, then I can take you to the human world." "Really? Any solution?" The colorful deer was overjoyed and asked excitedly. Su Tian told him about the puppet summoning. After a while, the seven-colored deer went deep and felt a little anxious. "Human, you don't want to lie to me and be your puppet, do you?" Su Tian shook his head, and said with firm eyes, "Brother Lu, do you think I am that kind of person? I said that because I really wanted to take you out." Kake Shenluo was a little hesitant. He really wanted to go to the human world to play. "But I was afraid that the other party would deceive me." Seeing that the other party didn't believe it, Su Tian started to play the emotional card. He took his personality as a guarantee, and said swearingly, "Brother Lu, although our contact time is short, you can definitely feel that I am a kind person. I'm sure you can see my kindness in your eyes." Su Tian said affectionately. His eyes met the colorful deer's. "Yes. After this period of contact, I feel that you are not a bad person. Then let's try it. It is good. Just waiting for your words." Su Tian was overjoyed, and took out the mysterious scroll. The puppet summoning technique emerged, and a red lotus symbol slowly fell onto the forehead of the colorful deer. The next moment, Kake Shenluo felt an inexplicable bond between himself and Su Tian. The red lotus fell and slowly disappeared onto the forehead of the colorful deer. Su Tian's heart throbbed. He felt the colorful deer, and established a master-servant relationship with it. Under this strange feeling, he could feel every word and deed of the other party. Is this the end? Seeing that there was no change, the colorful deer asked suspiciously. Su Tian nodded and replied, "You have established a relationship with me. As long as I summon you, you can break through space and come to me regardless of time and place." Really? The colorful god deer was overjoyed, and the antlers raised were eager to try. Su Tian stepped back several hundred meters away, and then he summoned. The next moment, the colorful deer was surrounded by a space force. A white light floated past, and the colorful deer suddenly appeared beside Su Tian. Really useful. Great, I can finally play in the human world. The colorful deer was overjoyed and ran wildly across the entire medicine field. Human, this medicine field is given to you, how much can you take? After the colorful deer finished speaking, he turned his head and plunged into the top of the cloud and ran sideways. Chapter 41. There are many extraordinary fruits growing in the medicine field, and some of the heavenly medicines are surrounded by visions. Su Tian's eyes fell on a thunder vine, unable to leave. The vision around this thunder vine is extremely terrifying. Lei Teng is bathed in the sea of thunder that fills the sky. In the sky, billowing thunder swayed around him. The rumbling thunder made people's scalps tingle. Su Tian firmly believed that as long as he ate this thunder vine, his level would definitely surpass level 9. He stepped in front of the thunder vine, and the surrounding sky thunder began to attack him. In the clouds and mist, a thick brontosaurus suddenly appeared. It is like heaven and man pressing down on the environment, pouring from under the clouds and mist. Su Tian burst into thunder, and a round of golden sun slowly emerged behind him. In the midst of the day, a golden thunder dragon instantly appeared. 2 thunder dragons fought in the clouds, one purple and one golden light kept emerging. In the clouds and mist, deafening roars sounded from time to time. Su Tian's eyes were golden, and the thunder in his body had reached the point of perfection. Boom! There was a thunderous explosion. The purple brontosaurus dissipated in the endless clouds and mist. As the purple thunder dragon dissipated, the thunder and lightning that filled Lei Teng's body slowly dissipated. Su Tian pulled up the thunder vine, and Setsuna, who touched the palm of his hand, immediately felt a numbing thunder. In front of his eyes, a truly vast spectacle slowly emerged. In a forbidden place, the sky is obscured by hazy clouds. Below the dark clouds, countless thunderbolts rolled down, forming a real sea of thunder. In the thunder sea, there are countless corpses deposited in it. Big waves rolled, and a purple thunderbolt was shot into the sky. When it fell, countless life forms around it were wiped out. Under this terrifying thunder, it seemed that any vitality would be destroyed in an instant. But in it, there is a thunder vine standing upright. It grows in countless corpses and blooms in the sea of thunder that fills the sky. The strange scene dissipated, and Su Tian's spirit returned to his eyes. Looking at the thunder vine in his palm, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Is this the real heavenly medicine? Born in a difficult environment, blooming in the terrifying thunder. Su Tian opened the thunderbolt body, and the thunder vine in his hand was slowly drawn by him. Waves of violent thunder poured in, and Su Tian felt his internal organs resonate. His heart turned into a big sun, and countless golden thunders enveloped these violent thunders. In an instant, Su Tian felt the power in his body increase dramatically. He was overjoyed, and only then absorbed a few strands of thunder, with such an astonishing effect. If he refines the whole heavenly medicine, then his level can definitely break through LV9. Su Tian's heart trembled, he sat down slowly, and slowly refined this thunder vine. Su Tian swallowed the thunder vine in one gulp, violent thunder surged into his limbs in an instant. Under the mobilization of the thunder element, his whole body is constantly being washed away. Roar! Su Tian's whole body was filled with thunder, and there was a terrifying sense of thunder, soaring into the sky. In the cloud and mist all over the sky, a beam of light instantly tore apart the boundless white clouds. The seven-colored divine deer was shaken and glanced over. Su Tian was exuding a terrifying thunder. Under this terrifying force, even the seven-colored divine deer couldn't help but have its pupils widen. Over time, Lei Tang was refined by Su Tian. His level naturally broke through to LV9. Su Tian opened his eyes, and two hot thunder lights instantly burst out from his pupils. At this moment, in the 2 rounds of Great Sun, purple thunder filled the air. Su Tian's eyes can make most people's expressions change. Open the skills page. 2 domain options then emerged. Day field. In the field, all filthy things will have nowhere to hide. Everyone in the field will be suppressed by 50% of their power, and their own power will be increased to 150%. Thunder field. In the field, countless thunders permeate the field, forming a terrifying meaning of thunder. Opening the field's own strength will increase to 200%. Hiss! What a heaven-defying effect! Su Tian's eyes swept across, and his heart couldn't help being shaken. Both fields have their own characteristics. Su Tian thought for a while, and decisively chose the thunder domain. After opening this field, the strength in the body will increase to 200%. A purple thunder field emerged, and Su Tian felt the strength in his body doubled. And under this domain, creatures within 10 meters around will be included in the attack range. Before Su Tian had time to comprehend more, the colorful deer beside him spoke. Humans, there is not much time left to open the medicine field. This is another world, the passage of the void, it won't last long. I see. Su Tian knew that time was running out, so he didn't waste time. There are a total of 5 heavenly medicines here, and after he absorbed one, there are still 4 left. Next to each plant of heavenly medicine, there are visions surrounding it. He decided to get the extraordinary fruit first, and then pick the heavenly medicine. At this moment, he turned into the strongest farmer and began to harvest the extraordinary fruits around him. It has to be said that the supernatural fruit in this medicine field is really powerful. All kinds of extraordinary breaths keep coming. Su Tian was ecstatic. This harvest could support the 4 people below to break through the extraordinary together. Not only that, but there will be many extraordinary fruits left. In less than a while, more than a dozen extraordinary fruits were all harvested by Su Tian. Next, it's time to harvest the heavenly medicine. If you want to pick the heavenly medicine, you must fight against the visions surrounding the heavenly medicine. Su Tian didn't intend to waste time, so he activated the thunder domain, directly doubling the strength in his body. After the field was opened, he was the first to come to a Huaqiao. Around Huaqiao, there was a scalding hot breath. Not only that, but also various extraordinary flames were burning. Su Tian didn't hesitate. A big sun appeared behind him, and then a golden thunder dragon and a purple thunder dragon slowly emerged. 2 thunder dragons were entrenched in his hands, and Su Tian tore them apart suddenly. The scorching flames around him burst open in an instant. He reached down with his big hand, and the heavenly medicine was directly pulled up from the ground by it. Without hesitation, Su Tian directly stored it in the core of the floating island. Next, is a cold ice grass. Around the ice grass, there is a thick layer of frost, and being around, it seems that even time can be frozen. Rise! Su Tian's 2 thunderbolts emerged, and the 2 thunder dragons smashed the ice like a bamboo. Similarly, this ice plant was thrown into the core of the floating island by him. Next, is a drop of water spring. This heavenly medicine is extremely weird. It has no roots, and no pods, it just stands abruptly on the medicine field and grows. The vision around the water spring is very soft, not as violent as before. Standing here, her heart has gained an unprecedented tranquility. As if all the storms are flat. He slowly picked up the water spring and stored it in the porcelain he brought. Next, comes the final harvest. This is a pure white flower, surrounded by a strong light atmosphere. The surrounding visions are also very bright. In the endless heaven, there is an environment that satisfies all human desires. But Su Tian knew that this was not a real paradise. On the contrary, once people fall into it, it is a real endless hell. These so-called heavens have the effect of confusing people. Whether it can fall into it or not, it will disappear in the world in a trance. He stretched out his hands, and the two thunder dragons ripped apart, and the surrounding heaven instantly dissipated. At this moment, she finally packed up all the things to be filled and took them away. Kake Shenlue didn't feel bad, he urged, "Human, since you have finished taking it, let's go." "Hold on. I'll leave after I finish taking the last thing." Kake Shenlue was puzzled. "You have already taken all the medicinal materials." "Yes. But the soil of the medicinal materials here is also precious, wait until I dig them up before leaving." At this moment, the seven-colored deer was blinded. He has seen greedy ones, but never such greedy ones. Good guy. This is even the roots have to be packed away for them. Su Tian ignored it. He threw out all the unimportant things in the storage ring and the core of the floating island. Afterwards, the soil here was hollowed out by him little by little. Looking at this scene, Kake Shenlue couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. If you follow him to the human world, nothing will happen, right? After a while, Su Tian's floating island core and storage ring were filled. More than half of the soil in the medicine field has been hollowed out. But even so, Su Tian was extremely regretful. "If I had known, I should have collected more storage rings." Seeing Su Tian's depressed face, Kake Shenlue felt like cursing her mother. But as a polite creature, he still endured his dissatisfaction. "Humans, leave now. If you don't leave, I won't take you away." "I'm coming." Su Tian knew that he wasted too much time, so he no longer hesitated, turned around and followed the colorful deer into the space passage. Chapter 42. Under the cliff, the people who had been waiting for a long time were a little anxious. Wang Ping said, "Squad leader, Swiba hasn't come back after going out for so long, so he won't be bullied by that colorful deer." "Probably not." Qin Shan was a little uncertain. Su Tian had been out for so long, and he was also worried that something might happen. But after thinking about it, the opponent is extremely powerful, and there should be no danger that can stump him. Wu Jian waited a little anxiously, and he said, "Squad leader, if Su Tian doesn't come back within an hour, we'll go up and look for him. I'm a little worried that the other party will find someone to besiege Su Tian." "It is good. Let's wait for another hour. After an hour has passed and Tianer has not returned, we will go up to find him." Human beings, the colorful divine deer, are very trustworthy. If you say that, won't my conscience ache? At this moment, a high-pitched voice appeared behind the crowd. Wu Jian turned her head excitedly, and she saw Su Tian appearing with the colorful deer. At this moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The colorful deer raised its antlers and said proudly, "As a deer, we are the most conscientious in the industry. You don't know me, and you can't speculate about me at will." "Yes. We were wrong. It won't be like this next time." Qin Shan was a little embarrassed. They had just speculated, but they didn't expect the other party to come back. "This is really..." "Squad leader, this time I brought back a lot of extraordinary fruits from the medicine field. I guarantee that everyone will be able to break through the extraordinary this time." "Really?" As soon as these words came out, the four people present were all excited. They didn't expect that it would be so simple to break through the extraordinary. Qin Shan laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha ha. It's still Tianer's ability. It seems that there is only one day between us and Ko Fan." "Yes. Yes. There is only one academic master between us and Ko Fan." Wang Ping echoed with a smile. Su Tian smiled slightly, "Let's go back to the cave first, and wait for you to break through the extraordinary, then we will go to the ancient city to participate in the extraordinary selection." "Extraordinary selection?" Huang Ping and Huang Yuan were a little confused, they didn't understand the ancient city and extraordinary selection they were talking about. Qin Shan opened his mouth, "We will explain this matter slowly on the way, everyone go back and prepare to break through the extraordinary." It is good. Everyone was excited, very excited about breaking through the extraordinary. Walk. The colorful deer made a high-pitched sound and walked in the front of the crowd. Wu Jian was a little puzzled, would he go back with us too? Su Tian nodded, he has already signed a contract with me to become my partner. Hiss. Everyone was surprised when they heard the words. Swiba is worthy of being a Swiba, and he can even tame extraordinary creatures. Inside the cave, Wu Jian and the others were extremely excited, preparing for Su Tian to give them extraordinary fruits. The colorful deer didn't want to live in the narrow cave, so he walked in the jungle alone. When Su Tian came to Wu Jian, he took out a bunch of golden extraordinary fruits and handed them over. This bunch of golden extraordinary fruits exudes a strong aura. The extraordinary power contained in it is dozens of times stronger than the previous golden jujube. As long as Wu Jian absorbs it, she will definitely be able to step into the extraordinary. Wu Jian was so excited that she swallowed the golden fruit in one gulp. With Setsuna in his belly, a strong extraordinary breath surged up. After that, wisps of golden light radiated from the surface of her body. Su Tian took out a piece of blue grass as thin as a frost leaf, and came to Qin Shan. "Squad leader, this ice leaf, after you swallow it, you can gain a rich ice element power. After eating this, you can also break through the extraordinary." Qin Shan looked excited, and said excitedly, "Tianer, I don't want to thank you for your kindness. If you can help me in the future, just ask." Ro. Su Tian grinned. Qin Shan swallowed the ice leaf, and a thin layer of frost immediately formed on the surface of his body. A cold breath spread out from his body. Wang Ping, who was closest to him, was shivering from the cold, and hurriedly moved his position. Next, Su Tian took out a bunch of purple grapes. In the grapes, there was a strong fire element aura surging. He came to Wang Ping and said, "This bunch of fire grapes can help you break through the extraordinary. Considering your low level, I have prepared golden fruit dates for your assistance. Jujube contains strong vitality. During the process of refining extraordinary fruits, once you run out of energy or consume too much, you can take fruit dates to supplement." Ro. You are still a schoolmaster, you are thoughtful. Wang Ping smiled brightly and swallowed the fire grape in one gulp. Then, his face turned red, and his whole face was like a monkey's butt. Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan couldn't help snickering. Su Tian took a look and held back a smile. He took a piece of mountain lotus and handed it to Huang Yuan. "Old Huang, I understand you. Before you were in school, you wanted to awaken the superpower of the wind element. This piece of mountain lotus contains strong wind element power, which is just right for you. Brother, thank you so much. You are so kind to me, and you have specially prepared the extraordinary fruit I want. Here, give you a mouth." Su Tian shook his head and laughed a little, "You can be serious. Give. Take these 2 golden dates to help. You are the same level as Wang Ping, and you are at the 2nd level. You soared too fast all of a sudden, and you are a little exhausted. So if you can't support it, just swallow the fruit dates." "Okay." Huang Yuan nodded, and then swallowed the mountain lotus. After swallowing, his hair began to surge upwards, and the breath in his body was continuously released. Suddenly, Su Tian frowned slightly, he noticed a foul smell in the air. Then he reacted suddenly, it seemed like a fart smell. After a brief silence, Su Tian immediately sensed the reason. Huang Yuan said, "After swallowing the mountain lotus, there is a strong wind element, and the power moves in the body. So he's constantly venting to the outside. And in this process, some dirty air will also be emitted." Without hesitation, Su Tian turned his head and ran out of the cave. And this time, the other three people suffered. They have to endure this smell and break through to the extraordinary. The sun is slowly setting, and the day is coming to an end. Su Tian stood by the small river and stopped to watch. He was thinking, the extraordinary selection in the ancient city? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. "Human, can you tell me about the fun in your world?" The colorful deer came slowly and asked curiously. Hearing this, Su Tian began to introduce the beauty of the human world to the other party. "Let me tell you, in the human world, I am the master of an island. On the island, what do you want? Not only is there a wealth of food, but you will also meet a lot of new friends. Surely you haven't seen an angel." "What is an angel?" the colorful deer asked back. "Angels are fairies in the sky. They have a peerless face like a city and a country, and they have white and flawless wings. Such a person is called an angel." "Really?" The colorful deer showed yearning, and the angel Su Tian mentioned began to appear in his mind. Then, Su Tian introduced the extraordinary elves and mermaids because of him. In his mouth, everything on the island is described very interestingly. After some conversation, the colorful deer really yearns for the human world. He said happily, "Human, can I go to your island to play after I go out?" "Certainly. You come to my island, you can have whatever you want." "Great. Human, you are really my good friend." The colorful deer was overjoyed, and he was already thinking about it in his mind. Pfft! Ah, ah! In the cave, after Wu Jian broke through to the extraordinary, she rushed out. She came to the small lake to wash up. Su Tian looked at her appearance, secretly smiled and said, "How is it? Let's break through the extraordinary." Wu Jian took a deep breath, and said depressedly, "A breakthrough is a breakthrough, but it's hard to speak in this process. I dare not go back now. I'm afraid that once I go back, I can't help but spit it out." Su Tian laughed wildly when he heard this. Seeing his appearance, Wu Jian became even more depressed. Originally breaking through the extraordinary was something to be happy about. But now, she couldn't be happy at all. Wu Jian plunged into the water, trying to use the lake water to calm down her impetuous mood. Cough, cough. I rely on. Can't stand it. At this time, Qin Shan also quickly ran out of the cave. His already awakened fire elemental power will feel a little restless. It turned out to be good now, almost wanted to strangle Huang Yuan to death. Without stopping, he went straight to the lake as soon as he broke through the extraordinary. Then, with a plop, the whole person sank to the bottom of the lake. After a while, Wang Ping also broke through the extraordinary, and had the same reaction as the previous few. As soon as he broke through, he only came to the small lake. He secretly swore in his heart that after Huang Yuan broke through, he would definitely beat him up. Now, the people who have broken through to the extraordinary are not only unhappy, but also extremely depressed. Chapter 43. I am superhuman, who is the enemy in the world? In the cave, a frenzied self-report spread from the jungle to all directions. Hearing this familiar voice, the three depressed people beside the small lake directly gritted their teeth. Dog Days Huang Yuan finally came out. Beat him! Wang Ping shouted, and finally the whole person was the first to submerge into the jungle and rushed towards the direction of the cave. Qin Shan was not idle either, he jumped up from the bottom of the lake, and rushed forward with sparks and lightning all the way. Su Tian looked at Wu Jian and said with a smile, "Why, don't you go to take revenge?" Wu Jian shook her head, and said depressedly, "I won't go, I'm afraid he'll kill me with his fart." On the other side, as soon as Huang Yuan, who had just broken through the extraordinary, came out of the cave, he immediately felt two murderous auras. As soon as he shook his head, he knew that something was wrong, so he hurriedly used the power of the wind element to run towards Su Tian. That kid wants to run, so the squad leader will attack him from left to right. It is good. Qin Shan nodded, and immediately shifted to the left to round up Huang Yuan. Brother Tian, help! Someone murdered! Huang Yuan knew that something was wrong, so he asked Su Tian to save him. Wu Jian turned her head and stared at Su Tian with unkind eyes. That look is like that of a resentful little daughter-in-law. Su Tian spread his hands to show his innocence, but he didn't do anything. After a while, Huang Yuan scrambled to the front of Su Tian. Just as he was about to ask for help, Wu Jian at the side activated the power of the earth element directly. Earth Vortex. As her words fell softly, the ground under Huang Yuan's feet began to collapse, forming a vortex. The vortex blocked his movement, leaving him nowhere to hide. Brother Tian, save me! These people are horrible! Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ping came directly to kill him. Seeing the culprit, he directly joined hands with Qin Shan to beat him up. In the jungle, there was a continuous wail of mourning. Huang Yuan still wants to ask for help. But Su Tian turned his back directly, expressing that he was helpless. After venting for a while, Wang Ping and Qin Shan finally relieved their hatred. Huang Yuan lay on the ground and said with an aggrieved face, "Squad leader, I feel that there is no more love in this world." Looking at his appearance, Wu Jian untied the vortex on the ground. "Be careful next time you fart." "I didn't think of that either." Huang Yuan is very innocent, he himself didn't know that swallowing mountain lotus would have such an effect. Otherwise, if you say anything, he will definitely come out. Cough cough cough. Well, since everyone has broken through the extraordinary, then let's go to the ancient city. Su Tian coughed and said softly. At present, everyone is still a little unclear about the selection of Transcendent, so you can observe the situation when you arrive in the ancient city early. Row. However, the ancient city is located deep in the secret land, and the exact location has never been known. Qin Shan opened his mouth and said seriously. Su Tian turned to look at his Keshan Lu, and asked, "Brother Lu, do you know the exact location of the ancient city?" The colorful deer frowned slightly, then fell into deep thought. Ancient city. I know where it is, but it's very tightly controlled. After entering, you will be restricted a lot. What are you doing there? Su Tian said, "We are going to participate in the extraordinary selection. If you know the location, can you take us there?" "Can be can. But let me tell you first, I'm only responsible for taking you there, I won't go in with you." Kakaishen Lu spoke, and had a bad impression of the ancient city. Su Tian nodded and followed behind the colorful deer. On the way, Su Tian asked him about the situation in the ancient city. Kakaishen Lu shook his head, and said heavily, "The ancient city is a very evil place. I've been in there a few times out of curiosity. There are many stone statue guards inside, can't do anything? Always limit. Not only that, but the things inside are very expensive, and you need to pay to use them. At that time, I had no money, so I took 2 extraordinary fruits to offset. Lived in it for a while. In my impression, it was a very unhappy time. So, I never went to the ancient city again. If you want to enter the ancient city, you must remember that when night falls, you must not go out of the room. Otherwise, weird things will happen." Once I sneaked out of the room and saw a lot of ghosts floating in the street, swishing, all over the sky. Kakaishen Lu shivered all over when he recalled it. Su Tian felt heavy in his heart after hearing this. This ancient city is so evil that it even scares the colorful god deer like this. With a suspicious attitude, even after driving for 2 hours. Finally, after passing through a forest, everyone finally saw the gate of the ancient city. This is an ancient city that looks simple and textured. Outside the gate, there is a group of extraordinary stone statues stationed. After seeing the gate of the ancient city again, the colorful deer stopped immediately. He shook his head and said solemnly, "I will send you here. It's very cold in the ancient city, and I can feel it even when I'm leaning here, trembling all over. Human, when you return to the human world, remember to summon me there. Su Tian nodded and said, don't worry, I won't forget. That's good. I'm going back to find the tiger, take care. After all, the colorful deer walked away without looking back. Su Tian, Qin Shan, and the others looked at each other, then walked towards the gate of the ancient city. Stop, this city is only for the extraordinary to enter. At the gate, a transcendent stone with a spear in his hand said in a cold tone. Su Tian said, we are all extraordinary, are we qualified to step into this city? After the stone statue heard this, a hot laser burst out from its eyes. Under the scanning of the laser, the extraordinary aura around everyone slowly emerged. Moment. The Kaofan stone statue took out 5 iron plates and said indifferently, this is your identity card. After entering the ancient city, this is your logo. If you lose your identity card, you will lose your protection in the ancient city. The extraordinary selection will start in 3 days. At that time, you will need to register with your ID card. In the ancient city, there are many shops open, usually you can go shopping inside. But at night, you need to stay in your room and not come out. Otherwise, if something happens, you will be responsible for the consequences. Open the door. After the transcendent stone statue gave these instructions, it gave a loud shout. Then the huge city gate slowly opened. Su Tian glanced at everyone, nodded, and stepped into the city. As soon as they entered the city, everyone felt a sense of tension. As the gate slowly opened, Kaofan who had already stepped into this place in the city all set their sights on this place. On the tower, a woman in red said shyly, there are people coming again, it seems that this city is going to be lively again. Her tone was shy, with a strong smell of charm. After hearing this, the extraordinary people behind her were all intoxicated by it. A young and handsome extraordinary man with a tall and straight figure said courteously, your lady queen, do you want me to try them for you? The woman in red shook her head and said with an evil smile, no, we don't need to do anything, someone will do it for us. After that, his eyes turned to another place in the city. Looking in his direction, a man with white hair stared coldly at Su Tian. He was dressed in white, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. Snort! There was another person, and it seemed that these 5 people knew each other. Tai Niu, find a chance to try them. The man in white spoke indifferently, with an irresistible dignity in his words. The burly man called Tai Niu nodded and said, don't worry, brother. Su Tian had a keen sense, and immediately felt a dozen eyes staring at them. He frowned slightly, and whispered in a low voice, it seems that someone doesn't welcome us very much. Act here, everyone keep a low profile. Try not to get in trouble. Qin Shan nodded, naturally he knew this. He said, Tianer, everyone is competing here, and our arrival has made the competition even more intense. I feel that someone will come to pick things up later. How about we find a room to live in first? I have exactly the same idea. Su Tian replied, and then began to choose a house to live in. Come to the Sky Building, here is a restaurant similar to ancient times. After they walked in, the ability to entertain inside greeted them with smiling faces. A woman in a cheongsam twisted her slender waist and said with a smile, are the guest officials going to eat or stay in a hotel? Stay. Su Tian asked, how long do we want to rent until the end of the extraordinary selection? Hearing this, the cheongsam woman smiled softly and said, oh, how many days will everyone be staying here? There are still 3 days before the start of the extraordinary selection, and then everyone will have to compete for a few days before the end. According to the past, you will live here for about 6 days. Row. Then you can count according to the standard of 7 days. When Su Tian opened his mouth, he didn't care about money. When the woman in cheongsam heard that the other party was so generous, she hurriedly replied with a smile, okay. For the 5 of you, I will open the largest luxury private room here for you. A luxury private room costs 10 gold coins a night, and if calculated based on 7 days, the guest officer needs to pay 70 gold coins. What? Qin Shan and the others were shocked when they heard this. This is too dark, right? It cost 10 gold coins a night. You know, this is the initial stage. They only had a few gold coins on them. Wu Jian heard the words, and hurriedly whispered, Su Tian, the price here is too expensive, let's change to another one. No problem. Su Tian raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. Then he opened the core of the floating island, and he threw out a bag of gold coins. 70 gold coins, take us to the luxurious private room. The Cheongsam woman was slightly taken aback, as if it was the first time she had seen such a bold guest. At this time, not only he was stunned, but everyone behind Su Tian was also shocked. For them, 10 gold coins is already a sky-high price. Su Tian didn't even bat an eyelid, and he got 70 gold coins in one shot. How confident is this? It's not so much self-confidence as it is how rich it is. Wu Jian's pupils got bigger and she took a deep breath. The woman in Cheongsam greeted her with a smile and said, Guest officers, please follow me. She walked in front, exuding a seductive aura. She introduced, Guest officers, if you are usually hungry, you can come down to eat. For big customers like you, we have certain discounts. If you usually encounter any problems, you can come to me. My name is Chun Xiang. After the Cheongsam woman finished speaking, the luxury private room had arrived. Su Tian nodded, and said with a smile, Thank you, Miss Chun Xiang. The Cheongsam woman bowed slightly, nodded with a smile, and then went downstairs gracefully. Chapter 44. The luxury private room is spacious, and many flowers are placed in the house for decoration. The surrounding decorations are exactly the same as the ancient buildings. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. They looked at the costumes around them and were amazed again and again. Su Tian closed the door and found a living room to sit down. The living room is very large, with an area of 60 square meters. Qin Shan and others sat down with him. Wu Jian asked, Wouldn't it be too wasteful for you to do this? That's 70 gold coins. Just to stay here for 7 nights. Yes. God, I also feel a little wasted. Qin Shan said with a distressed face. Su Tian spread his hands and said indifferently, It's all right. Find a luxury private room and everyone is safe. If they lived separately, no one would know immediately what happened. We are newcomers, and we don't know much about the situation in the ancient city. However, it is not difficult to see from the mouths of the colorful deer and those extraordinary stone statues that this place is not as peaceful as it seems on the surface. The extraordinariness in the city may not welcome our arrival. In order to prevent some emergencies, everyone has kept a low profile recently. I usually go out to inquire about the situation, and if you have time, you can also go down and ask Miss Chun Xiang. She is a clerk here, and she must have been in the ancient city for a long time. Usually must know some secrets of the ancient city. If we can hear something from her mouth, it will be of great help to our future situation. It can be seen that this is the largest hotel in the ancient city. Usually no one comes here, it should be because the price here is expensive. But I believe that expensive is expensive for a reason. As long as you can get the extraordinary selection reward this time, everything will be worth it. Row. God. Usually we will pay attention. Qin Shan said solemnly. All right. By the count, it was almost night. According to what Kake Shenlu said, when night falls, some ghosts will appear in the city. During this time, please stay in your room. It just so happens that you have just broken through to the extraordinary, so take advantage of this time to settle down. The crowd dispersed and began to concentrate their breakthrough power seriously. Taking advantage of this time, Su Tian prepared to go downstairs to investigate the situation. Walking downstairs, the hall is still deserted, no one else lives here. Chun Xiang leaned on the stool, and when she saw Su Tian going downstairs, she hurriedly got up to greet her. "Guest officer, where are you going?" Su Tian smiled slightly, found a stool and sat down. "No. We are new here and want to ask Miss Chun Xiang about the situation here." "Oh, I see." If Chun Xiang knew what the guest officer wanted to ask, she would definitely answer it. "I just want to ask, who are the people who participated in the extraordinary selection in the past?" "They're all different people." Chun Xiang opened her mouth, and began to recall the previous scenes in her mind. Many people have come here in the past, and their body shapes and clothing look very weird. But after watching it for a long time, I will naturally get used to it. The ancient city welcomes a wave of people every 10 years. The ones here are different every time, and I don't know exactly where they come from. Su Tian frowned, his heart shaking violently. What's the situation? It shouldn't be. This is the first time that the extraordinary trial has appeared in the world of floating islands. In the past history, it seems that there has never been an extraordinary trial. Besides, there will be a wave of people every 10 years, so it can be said that the last wave came here 10 years ago. However, there was no such situation in the floating island world 10 years ago. It is to say that the people who come here every year are different. Combined with what Chun Xiang said just now, this conjecture seems more real. But those people didn't come from the floating island world, where did they come from? Doubts came to mind. Su Tian felt that the water in the ancient city was very deep. Abandoning the distracting thoughts in his heart, Su Tian asked again, "Is there any lively place in the ancient city? Does the guest officer want to inquire about the news? If so, then I recommend you to go to the auction house. The auction house is very lively every year, and many people will go there to feast their eyes. They have many contacts and may have the news you want." Auction. Su Tian nodded, thanked the other party, and silently wrote down this place in his heart. "Hey, guest officer, it's getting late, do you want to eat?" Chun Xiang spoke, with a hint of shyness in her tone. Su Tian paused for a moment, then said slowly, "What are the characteristics of your store? Let's take a look. When it's done, take it to our room." "Say it." Su Tian threw out another bag of gold coins. "The money in it is our meal money these days." "Okay." Chun Xiang smiled slightly, her eyes narrowed. It was getting late, and the stars were gradually visible in the sky outside. Su Tian walked out the door, looking at a corner with sharp eyes. Just now in the hall, he felt a murderous aura and hovered nearby. Su Tian's face was calm, and he walked towards the corner calmly. This is a dim alley, and now that it is getting late, the sight in the alley is even darker. In the dim vision, there is a rough figure, flashing across quickly. Swish! Suddenly, a figure suddenly rioted and rushed towards Su Tian's rear. Su Tian's eyes were fixed, and a strong murderous aura gushed out from his body. He shot quickly, and his whole body was as fast as an electric arc. Boom! A violent vibration sounded, and the rough figure was pressed to the floor by Su Tian. His hands were tightly strangling the other party's neck, making it impossible for her to break free. "Who are you? Where are you from? What can you do with us? If you don't know what to say, I will kill you immediately." Su Tian's tone was cold, and the murderous intent emanating from his body made the opponent shudder. He didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, I said." Su Tian let go of his palm and stared at the other party with a cold expression. That person was stared at with trepidation in his heart, and he confessed everything at once. "My name is Shenyu, and I was sent by my elder brother to test you." After taking a breath, he said hastily. "Tractor. Who is your eldest brother? Why did you send you to test me?" "My elder brother is Bai Xiaosheng." As a newcomer who has just entered the city, my elder brother will always try to find out. Under normal circumstances, if it is a weak person, then we will speak intimidation. If there is strength, we will win him over. There are already 3 major forces in the city. They are divided into my elder brother's side, the witch's side, and finally the mysterious man's side. Each of these 3 parties recruited more than 20 powerful Chow fans to join. Because there are 20 places in the extraordinary selection. So everyone wants to monopolize. I see. Su Tian lowered his body, a lightning sword popped out of his palm. He spoke coldly and said threateningly, "You'd better tell me all the information about these people. Otherwise, I will chop off your head and hang it on the city gate." I said. Shiniu was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat, and hurriedly revealed all the information. My elder brother, Bai Xiaosheng, is a transcendent of the ice element and has rich combat experience. At present, his level is level 6, and it is said that he was promoted because he swallowed a supernatural fruit. The demon girl in red is called Kong Mei. She is a transcendent fire element, and the flames she releases have a charm effect. Similarly, his level is also level 6, and most of the superhumans who follow him are greedy for her beauty. Just be careful if you come across him. Finally, there is the mysterious person. Since they rarely make shots, everyone knows very little about their situation. On the side of the mysterious person, he lived in the southwest of the city all day long. They show off in black clothes all day long, refusing to show their true colors. It is said that he is a transcendent of the mysterious department. What? The mystery department? Hearing this, Su Tian frowned a lot. Mystery is the rarest kind of extraordinary power in this continent. Every kind of mysterious energy has a strange effect. If that mysterious person is really of the mysterious department, then winning the championship this time will be a bit difficult. Su Tian frowned, and began to digest the information Shiniu said. Moment. He threatened again, "What are you following Bai Xiaosheng for?" Shiniu trembled, and said falteringly, "In order to get extraordinary rewards. Bai Xiaosheng once promised that as long as we follow him, we will all get extraordinary rewards. So for the reward, we just followed him. So do you want life, or do you want rewards?" Su Tian opened his mouth, and the sharp sword exuding thunder light had already approached his neck. FK. FK me, FK me. Shiniu didn't hesitate, and hurriedly said. "It is good. Since you are dying, then do things for me well. Now I want you to do things for me and break into Bai Xiaosheng's interior. He usually tells me everything about Bai Xiaosheng's situation. Otherwise, do so at your own peril." "Yes. I will definitely inquire about the situation for you." Tai Niu was sweating profusely, and said tremblingly. "It is good." Su Tian summoned Jinlin and said, "This elf of mine will follow you. Every night, you have to report the situation to him regularly. If he finds that you have falsely concealed the report, or deliberately did not report it, then he will kill you at any time. Believe it or not, he really has that strength." As Su Tian said, Jinlin took a step forward, the golden light radiating from his body made Shiniu terrified. Saying that, Su Tian lowered his body and drove a bolt of lightning into the opponent's body. Setsuna, Tai Niu's body shook suddenly, and all internal organs in his body felt numb at this moment. He threatened, "I have set up a thunderbolt in your body, if you dare to betray, my spirit can detonate the power in your body at any time. At that time, you will be fried into a puddle of meat." Shiniu was shocked, and hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy, "Please, don't kill me, I will definitely handle things well for you." Su Tian smiled slightly, seeing the other party's appearance, he was completely overwhelmed. What he wants is this effect, so that he dare not have the heart of betrayal. As for the trap, it was all coaxed by him. Naturally, he didn't have this ability, but the moment he revealed the spirit, the other party couldn't believe it. This is indeed the case, the moment Iron Bull saw the elf appear. The whole person was shocked beyond compare. Now, his heart was once again occupied by fear. I dare not resist at all. Su Tian opened his mouth, went back and told Bai Xiaosheng, our strength is low and we have been completely shocked by you. Let him let his guard down on us. Understood. Understood. Tai Niu nodded repeatedly. Let's go back. Remember, your life and death are all in the blink of an eye. Shaniu was short of breath, and begged all the way, I'll help you find out about Bai Xiaosheng's situation, can you let me go? Can. But the premise is that the situation you inquired about is real and effective. After the extraordinary selection is over, I will remove the power from your body. Yes. Tai Niu was frightened physically and mentally, and walked out of the alley in panic all the way. Looking at the back of the other party going away, Su Tian's eyes froze, and Jinlin followed immediately. Chapter 45. The night in the ancient city is quiet and deep. Just solved the Iron Bull, which caused the time to drag into the night. Su Tian raised his head, and the deep sky was still twinkling with dots of stars. But the strange thing is that under the sky, there seems to be some dark shadows moving indistinctly. Su Tian's heart trembled, he found that the longer he stayed outside, the more he felt a chill in his heart. It seems that the ghost mentioned in the mouth of the colorful god deer seems to exist. It's just that I don't know why, ordinary people can't see it. While Su Tian was thinking, he had already returned to his residence. Open the door. A fragrant scent rushed head-on from the room. When everyone heard the door knock, they knew that Su Tian had come back. In the living room, everyone was gathering around the table to enjoy dinner. At a glance, the whole table is covered with delicious delicacies. Wu Jian asked, is this table not cheap? Yes. Tianer, we can deal with it casually here. There is no need to spend so much money. Qin Shan said so, but his body was still honest, and he swallowed a large piece of meat into his mouth. Su Tian waved his hands and said with a smile, eat it. When we open the door for business, we consume a lot, so it will be easy to inquire about the situation in the future. Everyone nodded, that was indeed the case. On the dining table, Su Tian found that these ingredients exuded a faint extraordinary aura. Although the effect is very weak, but if taken regularly. Others have changed from quantitative to qualitative, which has played a big role. It seems that there are indeed many secrets in the ancient city. Su Tian's eyes were heavy, and he was going to the auction house tomorrow to find out the situation. After drinking and eating, everyone started a day of practice. Transcendence is a threshold, and after stepping on this threshold, it means that you are completely superior to others. Now that they have stepped into the extraordinary, naturally they cannot waste this opportunity. In the ancient city, there is also a strong extraordinary atmosphere. Practicing here is indeed much better than outside. Su Tian found a room to practice. He looked inside his body, and in his meridians, there were 2 lightning flashes. The golden thunder light is the sun thunder he cultivated, and the purple thunder is the power he absorbed from the thunder vines. Su Tian meditated, he was wondering if it was possible to transform a spirit of heaven and earth through the purple thunder light. If it is really feasible, then he will have one more helper in the future. Su Tian started to try, as before, when he tried Setsuna, the purple thunder in his body began to surge. Then a sea of thunder was formed, and in the sky filled with thunder, Su Tian began to condense an embryo. The embryo is the key to the birth of the spirit of heaven and earth, and it needs to be nourished with the power of the heart. Go! He gave a low snort, and then his heart began to absorb the golden power like a big sun. Wisps of golden lightning emerged, and the embryos in the thunder sea began to beat. Bang, bang, bang. Gradually, this embryo has vitality. After the heart vein endowed it with vitality, the countless thunders around it began to condense the body for him. Boom! Su Tian gritted his teeth, the violent thunder in his body struck Fang Yang violently. He was short of breath, constantly controlling the power of thunder in his body. A moment later, in his body, a purple spirit of heaven and earth slowly opened its eyes. Then he rushed out of the body, with a faint light flashing in mid-air. Su Tian's lips turned white, and he looked at the spirit of heaven and earth weakly. Since the power of thunder was not born by himself, he spent more power than before when creating the spirit of heaven and earth. Su Tian breathed out, opened the core of the floating island, and swallowed 5 golden dates in one breath. Under the nourishment of the rich vitality, his complexion gradually turned rosy. The power consumed in the body is also slowly recovering. In mid-air, the light around the spirit of heaven and earth faded. As soon as he opened his eyes, a sharp gaze bloomed. What a terrifying aura! Su Tian was startled. The one in front of him was the spirit of heaven and earth, although he only inherited half of his power like Jin Lin. But the aura exuding from him was extremely astonishing. He guessed that it should be inextricably related to Lei Teng. Lei Teng, as a natural medicine, was conceived by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. During the long years, Lei Teng absorbed countless thunder energy from heaven and earth. In this environment, a terrifying aura naturally condensed in his body. Now it seems that the spirit of heaven and earth has inherited this terrifying aura. Su Tian closed his eyes, and with a thought, he could control 2 spirits of heaven and earth at the same time. At this moment, 2 scenes appeared in his eyes. One is from Jin Lin, who was sent out to monitor Shenyu, so the picture that was sent back at this moment is the scene of Shenyu secretly terrified in the room. The other is the newly born spirit of heaven and earth. Through his visual transmission, the feedback is just the appearance of Su Tian. Really easy to use. Su Tian opened his eyes and looked at the spirit of heaven and earth in front of him, which was amazing. He took a deep breath, thought for a while, and said, "You were born through the thunder vine. So, I will call you King Tang from now on." After Su Tian named it, he took it into his body. At this time, the other side of the ancient city, Bai Xiaosheng looked at Shenyu who came back to report and sneered slightly. "Ah! Originally, I thought he could have some strength, but unexpectedly, he is just a paper tiger. Boss, do you think we want to win him over?" Next to Bai Xiaosheng, a man with a thin body said. "Need not. It's just a piece of trash. Since he has no strength, then don't worry about him. I guess he can't afford any big wind and waves." Bai Xiaosheng smiled and said mockingly. Then with a serious face, he said solemnly, "The selection time is about to start. During this time, you have to pay attention. There seems to be some new action on Kong Mei's side. Also, more inquiries should be made on the side of the mysterious person. Find out his strength and cards as soon as possible." "Yes." In the room, more than a dozen extraordinary people agreed in unison. Bai Xiaosheng waved his hand to make everyone retreat. Shenyu felt relieved and left the room first. When he was reporting just now, he was terrified, for fear that the other party would see some clues. Looking at Tainiu who was in a hurry, Bai Xiaosheng's eyes showed a trace of doubt. But he didn't think much about it, and this gaze was quickly suppressed by him. Back in the room, Tainiu didn't dare to neglect. He hastily informed Jin Lin of Bai Xiaosheng's recent actions. At this time, he was trembling all over, and when facing Jin Lin, he was as respectful as a god. The night passed by in a hurry. Second day. Su Tian got up early. After a night of practice, he has a better understanding of the thunder element. King Tang condensed all Lei Teng's sentiments in the thousands of years. Lei Teng has experienced thunder calamity again and again, and his understanding of the element of thunder is even more profound. Su Tian enjoyed his comprehension, and his control over thunder and lightning became more profound. As he gazed, lightning flooded everywhere he passed. Chapter 46. The style of the auction is still the same as in ancient times. People came here and were shocked by its majestic decoration. The auction has 3 floors, and each floor is conducting auctions for different treasures. The first floor is the weapon auction area, where all kinds of weapons are auctioned, even extraordinary weapons are included. The second floor is the scroll auction area, where there are various skill scrolls and spell scrolls. The third floor is dedicated to the main event. The items auctioned inside are all the rarest and most precious treasures. The auction was very lively, and half of the people in the ancient city gathered here. At a glance, there were about 60 or 70 people. Su Tian looked around, his gaze passing hurriedly. Squad leader, let's investigate the situation separately. You, Huang Yuan and Wang Ping are on the first floor to investigate. Wu Jian and I explored on the second floor, and finally we met on the third floor. Su Tian opened his mouth and said to Qin Shan. Qin Shan nodded, okay. We'll try to find out. After assigning the tasks, Su Tian led Wu Jian to the second floor. The second floor has the most people, and most people want to buy spell scrolls here. Prepare for the extraordinary selection later. However, everything here is ridiculously expensive. Any item costs several gold coins. For ordinary people like them, these items are simply sky-high prices. Therefore, most people can only stop and watch here. When Su Tian came up, someone came looking for him immediately. In the corner, when a fat man saw Su Tian again, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth. His name is Qian Chuanzi, he has no real strength, and his biggest characteristic is that he can inquire about intelligence. In his mind, the information of everyone in the ancient city is recorded. The moment he saw Su Tian, he knew that there was a newcomer in the ancient city. For him, rookie money is the best way to earn money. Qian Chuanzi made up his mind and immediately greeted him with a smile. Brother, please stay. Su Tian turned his head, looked up and down, and said calmly, what's the matter with you? Qian Chuanzi smiled slightly, and the 2 lumps of flesh on his face were piled together. Brother, I think you are new here, right? Since he's a newcomer, he naturally doesn't understand the situation in this ancient city. How about it? I, Qian Chuanzi, like making friends the most. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Su Tian squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the person in front of him. Have you been watched since you just arrived? Su Tian felt that the person in front of him was definitely approaching with a purpose. But since the other party proposed, they should understand the situation in the ancient city for them. Then he has no reason to refuse. Su Tian is very confident, with his LV9 strength, absolutely no one in this ancient city can match him. However, in order to prevent group attacks, he acted in a low-key manner here. Su Tian smiled and said, okay. That being the case, then there is trouble, brother Qian. Qian Chuanzi laughed, brother, let's go. On the second floor, goodies are being auctioned off today. I will take you to have a look. Say it. He walked ahead and led the way for everyone. Wu Jian came to Su Tian's side and whispered, I don't think he is a good person, so be careful when communicating with him. Su Tian nodded slightly. After a while, the crowd came down to an auction area led by Qian Chuanzi. The auction area here is already full of people. Everyone scrambled to squeeze forward, wanting to see the true content of the auction items. Su Tian wondered, what could attract so many people to watch? Qian Chuanzi explained their doubts. Today there will be an auction of a middle-level spell scroll. So everyone gathered here, wanting to watch the middle extreme spell scroll. As soon as the joke came out, Su Tian and Wu Jian were slightly startled. Spell scrolls are divided into 4 levels, elementary, ultimate, advanced, and god level. The spell scrolls they used before were all primary. The power of middle-level spell scrolls is many times stronger than that of primary ones. It can be said that if anyone can take this intermediate spell scroll, Then the extraordinary selection in the back can be said to be a powerful killer. Guest officers, it's time to auction off the Fire Lotus Scroll. This Scroll of Fire Lotus is an intermediate spell scroll. When used, hundreds of powerful Fire Lotus flowers can burst out. It's a ranged spell scroll. The starting price this time is 200 gold coins. If you don't have gold coins, you can also exchange things for them. We will have a special inspector here to evaluate. As soon as these words came out, the crowd below instantly boiled. Damn it! Is this what the Zongji scroll looks like? I'll exchange it with an extraordinary fruit. Damn! Buy it quickly. Otherwise, it will be gone later if you start too late. After the words fell, Setsuna, a dozen people in the crowd, rushed out in an instant, wanting to exchange 200 gold coins. The only one present who could get them was probably Su Tian. These people can only exchange through items. Most people exchange through extraordinary fruits. However, the effects of these extraordinary fruits are far less than 200 gold coins. Su Tian watched silently, planning to take pictures of him when there were fewer people. He wants to order this spell scroll. Those who don't want to die, disperse. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded from behind the crowd. Looking in the direction, a coquettish woman in red is walking towards here with a group of extraordinary people. Seeing this situation, Qian Chuanzi immediately whispered, "Brother, this person is called Chang Mei, and he is one of the three major forces in the ancient city today. With his coquettish beauty, he attracted a large number of followers." Su Tian's face was calm, silently staring at the woman in red in front of him. It turns out it's called Pet Charm. Tai Niu reported his news to him yesterday. A transcendent of the fire attribute, the flame has a charm effect. Behind Kong Mei, this burly transcendent directly pushed away the crowd and made a way for it. Chang Mei swayed her figure, and walked to the front enchantingly. "We want this skill scroll." As she spoke, she motioned for the people behind to take out the items. In a short while, under the compactness of many extraordinary people, more than a dozen extraordinary fruits were gathered together by them. Su Tian took a look, and found that the effects of these extraordinary fruits were not very high. It is similar to the effect of golden jujube. When the auction staff saw this scene, a faint smile flashed in their eyes. According to the evaluation of professionals, the price of these extraordinary fruits is just enough to make up 200 gold coins. Seeing this scene, the people behind immediately lost the intention of fighting with him. Not only because of the huge disparity in strength, but also because they couldn't produce so many extraordinary fruits. Seeing this scene, Qian Chuanzi could only say enviously, "It seems that this skill scroll has already fallen into the hands of Kong Mei and the others." With this skill scroll, he can be said to have an extra trump card in the subsequent selection of extraordinary. Auctioneers begin exchanging items, preparing to seal the final deal. "Wait! I give 201 gold coins." At the last moment, Su Tian spoke up. Hearing these sudden words, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Qian Chuanzi, who was following him, was a little sluggish at this moment. He widened his pupils and looked at Su Tian in surprise. The reason for his surprise was nothing else, he just wanted to know how the other party took out the 201 gold coins. You know, Pet Mei's side was only assembled after more than 20 extraordinary compacts. Su Tian ignored everyone's strange gazes. With a calm expression, he slowly came to the auctioneer. "I offered 201 gold coins, is there anyone else bidding?" After a brief moment of stupefaction, the extraordinary people behind Pet Mei immediately came to their senses. They looked angrily and shouted loudly, "Boy, are you courting death? How dare you steal something from us?" Chang Mei's brows were slightly furrowed, which was obviously unexpected for this situation. Seeing someone bidding, the auctioneer hastily said, "This is the first time for 201 gold coins. Is there anyone raising the price?" 201 gold coins for the second time. We have 202. Besides Su Tian, Chang Mei's voice came again. She took out 2 gold coins and said shyly. 203. As soon as the opponent had just opened his mouth for a setsuna, Su Tian immediately raised the price. In this situation, everyone was shocked by his bravery. Even Qian Chuanzi was a little anxious at this moment. He asked Wu Jian, although I don't know you, how come there are so many gold coins? But listen to my advice, stop now. There are many people on Kong Mei's side, and they are all the top transcendental beings. If there is a fight, our side will definitely suffer. As the saying goes, a hero doesn't suffer from immediate losses, a middle-level scroll is nothing more. If you lose your life, it's not worth it. Listening to Jian Chuanzi's earnest words, Wu Jian waved her hand and said confidently, don't worry. We all support his decision. What's the situation? Jian Chuanzi was deceived, and he had already talked about it, yet they were still so fearless. Could it be that they are really not afraid of death? On the other side, the transcendent behind Kong Mei was furious. If eyes could kill, I'm afraid Su Tian would have died 100 times by now. Boy, I advise you to stop quickly, otherwise you will die if you go out of this door. Su Tian ignored it, and urged, hurry up, if you want to auction it, then auction it, if you don't, I will take it. Chang Mei squinted her eyes and said shyly, this little brother, is he new here? You may not understand the rules of the ancient city. Do you want my sister to tell you something? After my sister finishes speaking, I'm afraid you will change your mind. Roll. St. Su Tian opened his mouth and directly slapped the other party back. Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. What's the situation? This rookie is too brave, right? How dare you say that about Chang Mei? At this moment, the favored Mei who was reprimanded was stunned. She couldn't believe that someone dared to say that to her. In the rear, one of the transcendents who followed him couldn't bear it anymore. He was full of murderous intent, and he was about to strike when he strode up. Su Tian looked calm, still looking at each other indifferently. When the man demonstrated his extraordinary aura and was about to teach the other party a lesson, the manager of the auction has appeared. He released his killing intent and said in awe, no one can do anything here. If someone dares to break this rule, I will make him unable to leave the ancient city. With just a few words from the manager, the supernatural person whom he favored was instantly overwhelmed. Here, anyone who has been here for a long time knows it. The strength of the auction is unfathomable. As a shop that has been open for many years in the ancient city, their strength and status cannot be trampled upon by others. Okay, we will give you this spell scroll today, and you will definitely pay the price for what you said in the future. Chang Mei's face was livid, and she said through gritted teeth. Say it. She went out with everyone. Chapter 47. This newcomer is too fierce, isn't he? Such an insult to Chang Mei. Yes. Yes. But then he will suffer. Who do you pet? Those who oppose her will not end well. Women hold grudges the most. This little brother will not have a good life in the future. In the crowd, many transcendents were whispering in low voices. Su Tian ignored their words. He took out a bag of gold coins directly, and there were exactly 203 gold coins in it. Looking at the bag of gold coins, the auctioneer and everyone behind him looked straight. What's the situation? Where did he get so many gold coins? Could it be that his family is the ancestral island owner and has used his privileges? All of a sudden, Su Tian once again became the focus of everyone. This operation directly made his reputation spread rapidly in the auction. He is handsome, rich in money, and brave. This is what people are saying about Su Tian at the moment. After handing over the gold coins, Su Tian successfully obtained the Zongji spell scroll. Without too much hesitation, he directly opened the core of the floating island and put it in. Then he left here and walked out of the crowd. Qian Chuanzi hurriedly followed. He reminded in a low voice, "Brother, you are too fierce, right? Do you know who that Chang Mei is? If you insult her like this and leave the auction, I'm afraid there will be trouble." Su Tian threw out a gold coin, and said calmly, "I don't want to know who the pet is. I just said, I want to know all the information about the mysterious person." Qian Chuanzi was taken aback for a moment, and then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Su Tian with a look of awe. As a newcomer who just entered the city, he knew the existence of the mysterious man in just one night. Judging from this, Su Tian's identity is extremely difficult. You know, mysterious people don't come and go easily, they have been living in the city. Most of the people don't even know the existence of the mysterious person after coming here for so many days. It can be seen from this that the information of the mysterious person is the most secret. In just one setsuna, Qian Chuanzi analyzed that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. It seems that he should also have confidence in his love for pets before, and he is not afraid of targeting. At this moment, Qian Chuanzi immediately changed his attitude. Now that he knows how extraordinary the person in front of him is, he must establish a good relationship with him. "Brother, let me tell you, the mysterious person's information is the most hidden. They usually don't come out easily, so they don't know much about him. But my money is different. In this process, I know everything I can find out. You know that the extraordinary attribute of the mysterious person is the mystery type." Su Tian nodded and listened silently. He didn't bother to talk about the other party calling him Big Brother. Seeing the other party nodding, Qian Chuanzi was even more sure of the extraordinariness of the person in front of him. As a newcomer who has just entered the city, he can even inquire about this. It seems that the method is extraordinary. Next, Qian Chuanzi changed his face. He took a deep breath, and then said seriously, "Brother, the skill of the mysterious man is void." He had made a move before. The moment he shot, the surrounding space quickly distorted. That time, two transcendent beings who didn't know how to live or die tried to provoke him. In the end, there is no going back. However, the battle between them was watched by one person. And this Peking person, I just happened to know. So I learned that mysterious man's skill is void. But his strength seems to be somewhat limited. Do not use skills frequently. Most of the time, he used extraordinary weapons to fight. After Su Tian heard this, his heart was greatly shaken. Unexpectedly, the skill of the mysterious man turned out to be void. This is undoubtedly a skill against the sky. If during the battle, he directly shatters a void behind you to plot against you, that would be bad. But if there is level suppression, it will be different. High-level people can make judgments and reactions in an instant. But in this way, the mysterious man's skills are still against the sky. The skills of this mysterious department are very powerful. Shatter the void. Now, Su Tian has a preliminary understanding of these formidable enemies. With understanding, there will be a response when we fight. Qian Chuanzi smiled again and said, "Brother, do you want to go shopping elsewhere? The stuff on the third floor is the best here. If the eldest brother is interested, you might as well go up and have a look. There may also be what you want." Su Tian nodded. He was going to meet Qin Shan and others on the third floor. Come to the third floor. As the finale of the auction, this place is also crowded with many extraordinary people. Su Tian knew that most of the people here came to watch the show. Because they couldn't afford any of the items auctioned here. On the third floor, Su Tian saw Chang Mei and the others again. As the saying goes, enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. Behind Chang Mei, a man who looked hypocritical came over and threatened, "Boy, I advise you to hand over the spell scroll now. Otherwise, if you go out later, you will have no chance to regret it." Su Tian ignored it and walked indifferently. This contemptuous attitude made the man very upset. He clenched his fists tightly, and the murderous intent in his eyes was unabashedly released. Chang Mei came over, and said shyly, "Li big brother, how dare this person belittle you? He disrespects you so much, you can't make him feel better." After hearing Chang Mei's words, the man became more determined and wanted to kill Su Tian. He said angrily, "Baby, don't worry, I will chop off his head and give it to you as a gift." "It is good." Chang Mei smiled shyly, and gently leaned against the man's side. This scene made the followers behind her jealous. Many people have made up their minds to use Su Tian's head to show their courtesy. For these, Su Tian didn't know anything about it, and didn't want to pay attention to it. In his opinion, these people are just a bunch of clowns. Now he has two spirits of heaven and earth, and he has also opened the domain. If he wasn't wanted by the whole city, he wouldn't take it seriously even if a dozen clowns came. The auction on the third floor has not yet started, and everyone has been waiting here for a long time. On the other side, Qin Shan and the others had already come up. After seeing Su Tian, they hurried over to join them. "Tianer, most of the people on the first floor are newcomers. Like us, they don't know much about it. How's the situation on your side?" Su Tian turned his head, looked at Qian Chuanzi and said, "They are my friends, you are responsible for explaining some situations to them." "It is good." Qian Chuanzi nodded, and came to Qin Shan and the others to resolve their doubts. Time flies. With the start of the auction on the third floor, people from the 2 floors below all rushed up. At this moment, all eyes were on the auction stage. On the stage, a man in simple clothes came up and said, "Welcome everyone to participate in this auction. There are only 2 bidding methods in the auction, which can use gold coin bidding and item bidding. Any item will be assessed and priced by our professionals. Finally, there are 3 items for today's auction. The first one, the Earth Dragon Crystal." With the voice of the auction host, a woman in a cheongsam slowly walked to the stage holding a golden crystal. What she held in her hand was the first item auctioned today, the Earth Dragon Crystal. The host introduced to everyone, "This is a crystal specially grown in the Dragon clan. After thousands of years of precipitation, this crystal has absorbed a lot of dragon energy. For the Dragon clan, it can improve their cultivation and strength. For ordinary people, it can be used to forge weapons and become extraordinary weapons. The weapon cast by the Earth Dragon Crystal has some characteristics. The starting price of the item is 500 gold coins. So expensive. Damn, it's a good thing. It's a pity we can't afford it. 500 gold coins, who can afford this? I don't know if the new guy can afford it." At this moment, the people who were at the auction on the second floor once again focused their attention on Su Tian. For them, he is probably the only one who can afford this thing here. After all, he was on the second floor before, and he paid 203 gold coins without even batting an eyebrow. At this moment, Su Tian's heart was moved. For the Earth Dragon Crystal on the stage, he felt a sense of bondage. He had previously fused the spirit of the dragon race, and he possessed half of the characteristics of the dragon race in his body. Now facing this Earth Dragon Crystal, the dragon soul in his body began to boil. He was tempted, but the expensive price made him a little silent. Now there are only more than 300 gold coins left on him. He has almost squandered all the property he acquired before. If he wanted to obtain this Earth Dragon Crystal, he had to exchange it with extraordinary fruits. However, the extraordinary fruit has a miraculous effect, which can greatly enhance the extraordinary power. All of a sudden, it was difficult for him to choose. Anyone bid? If no one bids, we will withdraw this item and take the second item. The host's voice sounded, stimulating Su Tian's nerves. After thinking for a moment, Su Tian gritted his teeth and spoke. And many more. I am willing to exchange for the extraordinary fruit. It's him again. Isn't he too rich? 500 gold coins, how many extraordinary fruits can he get? It's really rich, I decided to hang out with him. Among the crowd, Su Tian once again became the focus of everyone. On Chang Mei's side, after seeing Su Tian speak, her eyes narrowed. It seems that this is still a fat sheep. I'll go out later, but I can't play him to death so quickly. At least you have to take everything from him before he can die. Chang Mei made up her mind, turned her head and said to the followers behind her. The host looked at Su Tian and smiled slightly. Guest officer, please take the extraordinary fruit and go to the backstage for an evaluation with our professional staff. Su Tian nodded, and went to the back led by a female servant. In the background, an old man with grey hair and a white robe was sitting here. He smiled slightly when he saw someone coming. Su Tian took out an extraordinary fruit and placed it in front of her. Setsuna, where supernatural fruits appear, instantly lingers with strong supernatural elements. There was a gleam of surprise in the eyes of the white-haired old man, and his lazy look disappeared instantly. Chapter 48 contains flowers and plants. After swallowing, it can strengthen the body and improve the meridians, which contains strong vitality. The white-haired old man gave an evaluation after observing it. Su Tian said, "This extraordinary fruit has grown for thousands of years, and has already formed a certain spiritual wisdom. I believe his price is definitely not low." Yes. The white-haired old man put down the flowers and plants, thought for a while, and said solemnly, "This extraordinary fruit is the best I have seen recently. It is conceivable that the extraordinary creature guarding him is definitely an extremely powerful creature. How about this? How about I give you 2,000 gold coins?" Su Tian frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, "No way. The price of this extraordinary fruit is more than that. Just because I don't understand it doesn't mean I'm an idiot." The white-haired old man was a little helpless. He had been in this business for a long time. Usually, when he offered a price, normal people would not counter the price. Because others know that if they counter-offer, the old man will not accept it. If it was in the past, the white-haired old man might have sent them away without looking back. But now, he could only shake his head helplessly and increase the price. Because this plant contains flowers and plants, it does have amazing effects. After he was silent for a while, he said again, "So be it. I will give you 2,500 gold coins. The price of this plant containing flowers and plants is only worth 2,500 gold coins at most. I won't make money from you anymore, so I'll give you the highest price directly." After hearing this, Su Tian knew that this was the highest price offered by the other party. "You are," he nodded and collected 2,500 gold coins from the other party. The estimation is over, and Su Tian returns to the auction site again. The host smiled and asked, "Guest officer, do you choose to continue the auction after the estimate is over?" "I bought it." Su Tian opened his mouth and took out 500 gold coins directly. "What's the situation? How many extraordinary fruits are there?" "They were sold for 500 gold coins." "You are stupid. It may also be that the quality of the other party's extraordinary fruit is good. The way he took out the money is so handsome." At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar again. Not only them, Qin Shan was as surprised as Qian Chuanzi and others. Facing everyone's surprised eyes, Su Tian got the Earth Dragon Crystal. The host is very excited, since the opening of the ancient city. The third floor has yet to close a deal. For nothing else, the people here can't afford such an expensive price. Now someone has bought his first item, which makes him very happy. The host couldn't hide his excitement, and said happily, "Congratulations to our guest officer for winning the Dadai Long Crystal. The next second item is also guaranteed to satisfy you. The second lot is the holy water of Longchuan from the Tian Shan Mountains. Longchuan holy water contains strong light power. Not only can the marrow meridians be washed, but there is also a certain probability that the power of light can be awakened. The starting price is 500 gold coins." The host's voice fell, and the atmosphere at the scene seemed a little low. Because the holy water of Longchuan didn't have much effect on them. They have already awakened extraordinary power, so it is impossible to awaken a second power. If they are still extraordinary and take this picture, they may have a chance to awaken the light force. The power of light is sacred and can suppress all dark matter. On the floating island, if there is an island owner with light power, it will almost suppress the monsters. All monsters are darkness, and the breath of light can suppress all darkness. Therefore, the island master who awakened the power of light almost has a unique advantage. Su Tian was moved again. Although this bottle of Longchuan holy water had no effect on him, it was of great use to the angels on his island. And before leaving, he also promised to add some light to the angel statue. But behind those two angels, most of the light power of the angel statues has been consumed. At this moment, Su Tian didn't hesitate, and once again took out 500 gold coins to take pictures of this item. The host on the stage is elated. Looking at Su Tian now is like looking at a treasure. For him, Su Tian is definitely a big customer in the auction. In the crowd, after seeing how rich Su Tian was, some people began to have a little tricky thoughts. They whispered to each other, preparing to ambush Su Tian after going out and steal his belongings. Su Tian, who has a keen sense, naturally heard this. He took the things back and returned. Facing Qin Shan, Wu Jian, and others whispered, "I have been targeted for buying these things. After going out later, a fierce battle may be inevitable. You go now, and hurry back to the inn after you go out. When you get back to the inn, you'll be safe." They can't do it at the inn. When Qin Shan heard this, a heavy look appeared on his face. "Tianer, why don't we stay and help you? We have all stepped into the extraordinary and can help you share some pressure." "Yes. Brother Tian." "No. If I do it later, I won't be able to take care of you. What if you go wrong? Then you will miss out on the extraordinary selection after that. At this stage, you should keep a low profile, listen to me, and hurry back to the inn now." But Qin Shan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Jian who was beside him. After taking a look at Su Tian, she whispered, "Good. We listen to you. Squad leader, let's go. Let's go back first, don't stay here and cause him trouble." "This. All right." Qin Shan sighed and nodded in agreement helplessly. Then, they began to slowly withdraw from the crowd. Seeing this, Qian Chuanzi on the side hurriedly said, "Brother, take me with you. I was walking with you just now, and I was already seen by Chang Mei. I'm afraid he'll attack me then." After hearing this, Su Tian nodded and said, "Okay. Get out now while you're at it." Qian Chuanzi nodded, and hurriedly followed Wu Jian and the others who had already left. As for Qian Chuanzi, Su Tian thinks he is still useful. The information he has is very comprehensive, and he has some understanding of the mysterious person. After such a person stays, he can also solve some doubts for him. Now, after Wu Jian and others left, Su Tian no longer had any worries. If someone dares to attack him, then it doesn't mind killing it. On the stage, the voice of the host came again. "Guest officers, now comes today's highlight. The item in this auction is a real dragon egg. This dragon egg has not yet hatched, once hatched it will be an extraordinary creature." Saying that, the woman in Cheongsam brought up a black egg. The host introduced that this is a real dragon egg. The outside of the eggshell is covered with the unique secret lines of the dragon clan. So this egg is a real dragon egg. Su Tian watched from the sidelines, and was very familiar with the patterns covered on the eggshell. He had seen it before when he fused the dragon spirit. Did not expect. He actually met a real dragon egg here. The host said, "The starting price of this lot is 1,000 gold coins." "What? 1,000 gold coins, isn't that too expensive?" "Yes. But this dragon egg is really good. The dragon family is the king of all beasts. Once it grows up, its power is extraordinary. What a pity! No one can afford it. Yet, how can someone here afford 1,000 gold coins? After the discussion, some people not only unconsciously turned to Su Tian's side again. Looking at this dragon egg, Su Tian knew that he must be asked to take a picture of it. He opened his mouth to bid, 1,000 gold coins, I bought it. No way. How many gold coins does he have? He has already paid out 2,000 gold coins before and after. What's the situation? What extraordinary fruit are they selling, so many gold coins? Following Su Tian's voice, the people present were completely numb. They have seen the gap between rich and poor. While they were still fighting for a single gold coin, others had already started to spend thousands of gold coins. For this scene, many people present were envious. Some people's hearts were shaken, and they began to join forces to rob. It is inevitable for Su Tian to spoil this side. On the stage, the host smiled until his eyes narrowed. It's been a long time since I met such a generous guest. 3 items were photographed directly in a row. Su Tian took the setsuna of the dragon egg, and a sense of restlessness surged in his heart instantly. The soul of the dragon clan in the body reacted to this dragon egg. He felt that the dragon egg was absorbing the power of his body. Su Tian was shocked. The dragon power in his body was being continuously absorbed by the black dragon egg in front of him. He opened the core of the floating island and hurriedly threw it into it. After entering the core of the floating island, the dragon egg was cut off from the breath of the dragon soul on him. The power of the dragon in the body is no longer absorbed. Su Tian was slightly relieved. At this moment, he couldn't let him exhaust his strength. When he goes out later, there will be another tough battle. With the auction of 3 items, this auction has come to an end. The host announced the end of the auction, and the crowd dispersed. Many people started to walk outside. Some extraordinary, staring at Su Tian all the time. I want to observe his position and prepare to cut my beard. Padme went downstairs quickly, preparing to seal the door. Su Tian took his time and walked downstairs slowly. At this moment, the host of the auction stopped her. Little brother, you have photographed 3 of our items in a row, you can be regarded as our VIP here. I see that many people on the field seem to have bad intentions for you. Our auction has a special back door, you can leave from there. Su Tian was a little surprised, they even had a back door. Host, whisper, come with me. Without hesitation, Su Tian silently followed. After seeing this scene, others were a little puzzled. What's the matter with this kid? The auction is over, why go inside? It doesn't matter, let's go and intercept him at the door. Say it. More than a dozen KO fan went downstairs silently. The auction at this time is undercurrent. All forces are preparing to loot Su Tian. Humph. This newcomer doesn't know how to keep a low profile. If you attract other people's attention so much, don't you know that it will lead to disaster? As an old man, let us teach him how to behave. Chapter 49. Little brother, you can leave the auction house as long as you go out from here. The host brought Su Tian to the back door of the auction. Su Tian took a look. The location of the back door is very hidden, usually no one is here. So everyone didn't know that there was a back door to the auction. Su Tian clasped his fists and thank you very much. The host waved his hand and said with a smile, it's just a little effort, let's go. Su Tian nodded without too much hesitation. Walking out the back door, Su Tian came to a secluded alley. He poked out the spirit of heaven and earth and began to observe the way back. As King Tang ascended, he had a panoramic view of the surrounding scenery. He could see clearly the surrounding area of the auction. He saw the gate of their meeting, and dozens of extraordinary people gathered. Not only the favored ones, but also many scattered supernatural beings who wanted to hunt him down. Suddenly, his heart tightened. Through the vision of the spirit of heaven and earth, he found that there were several extraordinary people approaching here. It seems that they know there is a back door here. A cold look flashed in Su Tian's eyes. Now that you're here, don't leave. He didn't just leave, but hid in a corner, a silent hunter. Outside the back door, the 4Ko fan who came to observe first whispered, "I saw the host of the auction just now and took that kid away. Others don't know that there is a back door here, and they block it in front. I guess that kid will definitely come out from here later. When the time comes, we will ambush here and give him a fatal blow. It is good." These extraordinary people whispered and made plans silently. At this time, Su Tian, who was hiding in the corner, heard their conversation clearly. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. 4 people just wanted to come and hunt me, they really don't know what to do. Thunder field, open. Su Tian released the domain, and a layer of thunder appeared around him. Setsuna appeared with Lei Guang, and the speed of everything around him slowed down a lot. The 4 Chao fans noticed something strange and wanted to do something, but it was too late. The next moment, they saw a lightning arc appear in front of them. Then, a person's head disappeared abruptly. His blood bloomed beside them. Before they could react, another Ko fan was beheaded. The remaining 2 Ko fan were in extreme panic, releasing all their strength. Boom! 2 extraordinary forces released. They roared, using all their strength, trying to tear the field apart. But in this field, Su Tian's strength has been increased to 200%. Not only that, his speed and perception have been greatly improved. In this state, these 2 extraordinary people are as simple as killing chickens. The thunder light appeared in the hand, and the bright similarity quickly wrapped the bodies of the 2. In the thunder field, the sky filled with thunder light formed a waterfall, engulfing the 2 of them in an instant. They didn't even have time to howl, and they were directly swallowed into ashes by the thunder that filled the sky. All of this, from the fight to the end, was only done between Setsuna. Su Tian's expression was cold, and he had no intention of leaving. He is ready to hunt these supernatural beings. These people are hostile to him, and sooner or later they will be against him. Instead of waiting in fear, it is better to get rid of these troubles now. Although it can't be solved all at once, but as much as it can be killed. And now that she got rid of these people, it will be easier for them to select their supernatural beings later on. This can be regarded as removing some obstacles for Wu Jian and others. While thinking about it, Su Tian stepped forward and swept forward. He turned into a ghost and approached quietly. On the other side, the people who had been waiting at the gate for a long time noticed something was wrong. After so long, Su Tian still hasn't come out. Could it be that he ran away from another place? Or he simply stayed inside and didn't leave? For a while, countless doubts suddenly appeared in my heart. Chang Mei was also aware of the problem, and he whispered to the followers behind him, "You spread out and surround this auction. No matter where Su Tian left from, kill him as soon as he is found." Yes. On Pet Mei's side, more than 20 Chao fans quietly dispersed. They followed the surrounding area of the auction and began to surround it. Seeing this scene, a sneer appeared on the corner of Su Tian's mouth. For him, this is simply a godsend opportunity. If they get together, it will not be easy to assassinate. But since it is separated, it will be much easier to solve. The thunder light in Su Tian's palm was bright, slowly accumulating energy. In the perception of the spirit of heaven and earth, a transcendent will appear in front of him soon. The corners of Su Tian's mouth twitched, and the next moment his figure suddenly violently moved. When he met that transcendent, the thunder in his palm instantly burst out. All of a sudden, the thunder light of 1,000 birds chirping engulfed the person in front of him instantly. This Ko fan never expected this to happen. So before he could react, he disappeared in the thunder that filled the sky. After finishing him off, Su Tian began to incarnate as evil spirits, constantly reaping the scattered supernatural. On the other side, Kao Fan, who had been waiting at the gate for a long time, also decided to explore other places. The auction covers an area of several hundred square meters, and the distance between extraordinary people is not too far. So Su Tian must ensure that the enemy is eliminated in an instant. He opened the Thunder Domain, and Thunder Lane. Speed and strength have reached an extreme. In this case, any transcendence will be solved by him instantly. What's more, these people never expected that Su Tian would counter-hunt them. So they let their guard down. Regarding their current situation, Su Tian has almost never missed a shot. Almost all the transcendents he encountered were resolved instantly. All of a sudden, he beheaded more than 20 extraordinary people. She felt that if it wasn't for the excessive consumption of power, he might be able to hunt them all in one day. But Su Tian is not greedy either. After dealing with more than 20 extraordinary people, he started to turn into an arc and fled towards the inn. After a long time, I have been unable to find someone's favor for a long time, and I am determined not to wait any longer. I haven't found anyone for so long, I'm afraid he left long ago. He issued the order and began to call for others to return. With the sound of the order, the people who spoiled the charm also returned with regret. A burly man shouted helplessly, "Isn't this kid running too fast?" No one was seen, just disappeared. If I meet him, I'll just tear him into pieces. Looking at this burly man, Chang Mei smiled shyly, Big Brother is the most powerful. Next time you meet that kid, Big Brother will take care of him. Seeing Chang Mei like this, the burly man's heart suddenly softened. He smirked, "No problem, I will definitely come to you with his head." Chang Mei is like this, he always treats his followers in this way. Under her beauty, these people all surrender to her. In a while, Chang Mei had some doubts, since the moment he sent the signal to now, more than an hour has passed. More than an hour has passed, and there are still more than a dozen Chao fans who have not returned. On the other hand, the self-formed hunting team also encountered this problem. After they met, they suddenly found that there were more than a dozen transcendents missing from the crowd. They were a little puzzled, and began to search along the entire auction. But after searching around, they discovered a terrifying situation. That is, the transcendent sent out has long since disappeared. And there were some faint blood stains in the surrounding area. Judging from Bloody's situation, it should have been a few hours ago. With this clue, a terrifying conjecture was born in everyone's mind. Pet Mei, after waiting for no one this time, also began to search the auction. Like everyone else, they also had a foreboding feeling in their hearts after discovering the dark blood stains. Chang Mei couldn't imagine that more than a dozen Chao fans in his team died so suddenly. And the murderer was actually a newcomer. As soon as the idea was born, he was killed by him. Impossible. No one can be so strong. She is just a newcomer, how could she have such strength? Chang Mei keeps comforting herself. But the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. After another round of searching, everyone has been searching hard for several hours. During this process, Chang Mei meets another party. After the two forces exchanged their views, my heart was shocked. In an instant, more than 20 extraordinary people disappeared without a sound. This method is definitely not something that humans can do. Chang Mei said, "There are strange things in the ancient city. When we came in before, those guards warned us not to go out at night. After these days of inspection, there seems to be some strange creatures in the ancient city. I suspect that they should have been attacked by strange creatures." Chang Mei's conjecture was immediately affirmed by everyone. Because they would rather believe that strange creatures were causing trouble than Su Tian. In this way, during this day, things about strange creatures in the ancient city began to spread here and there. In the ancient city, some Kao fan with low strength began to worry. At night, the entire ancient city was panicked, and no one dared to take a step outside. Over there at the inn, after Su Tian came back, he was absorbing the Earth Dragon Crystal with peace of mind. Because the Earth Dragon Crystal has a miraculous effect on enhancing the dragon soul in his body. Qian Chuanzi came to the living room and shared with everyone the secrets from the center of the ancient city. Do you know? I heard that there are strange creatures in the ancient city. More than 20 extraordinary people have died today. What? Wu Qian and the others were shocked. When they came here before, they had heard the conversation between Kake Shenlu and Su Tian. Kake Shenlu said that the ancient city is full of terror, and there are strange creatures. But I told them to be careful. Unexpectedly, now the strange creatures have started killing people wantonly in the city. Wu Qian and the others were terrified. Looking at the dark night sky outside the window, they shivered. Qin Shan warned, Tianer, we are absorbing the Earth Dragon Crystal. During this time, let's keep quiet and stay here and don't go out. It is good. Everyone responded and began to return to their respective rooms to practice. Chapter 50. In a dark room, dragon scales grew out of Su Tian's back. The dragon breath contained in the Earth Dragon Crystal activated the dragon spirit he had absorbed before. Behind it, a huge black dragon slowly emerged. A giant black dragon exuding an ancient aura from top to bottom. In his eyes, there was a monstrous killing intent. Infected by this aura, layers of red blood appeared instantly on Su Tian's body. Under the infection of this blood energy, his eyes immediately turned scarlet. The 2 rounds of golden sun in the eyes also transformed into 2 rounds of blood-red pupils. Roar! A growl! The whole room was trembling slightly. Su Tian felt that there was a monstrous killing intent in the Earth Dragon Crystal. After it was absorbed, the whole body was infected with this killing intent. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart. That's killing. Infected by this killing intent, he became extremely bloodthirsty. Su Tian noticed the problem, and immediately took out a piece of extraordinary fruit from the core of the floating island. This is a pure heart leaf. The biggest effect is that it can make people calm down and not be confused. With the appearance of King's and Yat, strands of blue light appeared around Su Tian. Under this ray of light, the killing intent on his body suddenly subsided a lot. Call! What a terrible contagion! Su Tian, who came to his senses, felt lingering fear. Just for a moment, the idea of going out and killing all the people outside appeared in his mind. At that moment, he was really scared in his heart. If he didn't control the killing intent on his body, then everyone outside would definitely be spared. Su Tian looked at the dragon soul entrenched behind him. This dragon soul exudes a terrifying killing intent all over its body. It seems that it was also an ancient beast before. Su Tian tried it, and the black dragon soul behind him began to dissipate. But even so, he could still feel a restlessness in his heart. What a terrible contagion! It's all like this, and it can still affect my mind. Su Tian sighed, and hurriedly took King Xinyi down. Moment. Wisps of blue light lingered around its body. Under the influence of these blue lights, the restlessness in his heart gradually subsided. Call! Su Tian exhaled lightly, feeling a sense of loss in his heart. This Earth Dragon Crystal has absorbed a lot of Dragon Clan's evil spirit before. After thousands of years of evolution, this evil spirit has gradually evolved into a will. This will is the killing intent that occupied his heart just now. If he is blinded by killing intent, then he is likely to become a killing machine. However, although the absorption process is extremely dangerous, the benefits obtained are equally huge. Infused with the Earth Dragon Crystal, the dragon spirit in her body was revived. Not only that, but his dragon power also has a breakthrough evolution. The black phosphorus wrapped around his body is stronger in defense, and its explosive power has also increased several times. Su Tian was in a good mood. This time, he became more and more confident in the selection of Superman. Judging from the current situation, it seemed that only the mysterious man was still a threat to him. Others are simply not qualified to compete with him on the same stage. Thinking of this, Su Tian's heart skipped a beat, and Jin Lin, who had been monitoring Shenyu, received information. Over there, Tai Niu knelt on the ground, reporting the situation in awe. My lord, Bai Xiaosheng didn't make any moves today. The most noticeable thing in the city is the strange incident that happened today. In the ancient city, quite a few people have already spread the word. I heard that there are some supernatural beings on Kong Mei's side, who were attacked and killed by strange events during the day. In just a few hours, more than 20 extraordinary people died. Speaking of this, Shenyu's tone obviously paused. Su Tian laughed. So after he left, did these people plan their deaths as weird events? Thinking about it carefully, this is indeed the only reason that is more reasonable. Because who would believe it? In just a few hours, more than 20 extraordinary people were folded in the hands of one person. If such a record is spread out, no one will believe it. Su Tian got up, ignoring Shenyu's side. He thought about it. Since these people planned these things as weird events, then he doesn't have to be afraid of making a big commotion. It's night now, and it's time for the weird to emerge. If he kills some people at this time, I am afraid that the people in the city will only plan their deaths on weird's head. Su Tian thought in his heart, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help raising a sneer. In his opinion, the moment these people started thinking about him, they were already dead. He is not a good person, so naturally he will not let go of those who have evil thoughts about him. After making up his mind, Su Tian walked out of the room slowly. At this time, the room was empty, and Wu Qian and the others were all concentrating on comprehending the extraordinary power. Only Qian Chuanzi was alone, idle in the hall. Su Tian was a little puzzled, walked up and asked, "It's so late, why don't you go to bed yet?" When Qian Chuanzi saw Su Tian coming out, he hurriedly got up and smiled, "Brother, come out. I'm bored, so I'm going out for a walk." Brother, did you know? There was a strange incident in the city today. When Su Tian heard it, he immediately knew what the other party was going to say. He raised his hand and interrupted, "I've heard about this." Qian Chuanzi? Qian Chuanzi was a little puzzled. The strange incident was obviously only spread in the afternoon. After Su Tian came back at noon, he stayed in the room and practiced in closed doors. Where did he hear this? Could it be that he has some powerful means to obtain information? At this time, Qian Chuanzi vaguely guessed something in his heart. Although it is a guess, he must be close to 10. The other party must have some amazing means to grasp all the latest news in the ancient city in the house. No wonder she dared to challenge Chang Mei, it turns out she has no fear. At this moment, Qian Chuanzi knew it all. He finally understood why the other party dared to ignore Chang Mei. Judging from this situation, Su Tian's strength is definitely not weaker than Chang Mei's, and he may even overwhelm him. That's why at the auction today, he dared to challenge everyone's strange gazes and charms. Qian Chuanzi, who wanted to understand everything, immediately changed his face. He had a very humble attitude and said with a respectful smile, "Brother, you really have great powers, and you even know the latest news like this." Su Tian waved his hand, not wanting to waste time with the other party. He looked for a string of money and asked about those extraordinary people who were eyeing him today. Qian Chuanzi didn't dare to hide anything, and told all the information he wanted to know. Half an hour. Su Tian nodded contentedly. At the same time, he looked forward to Chuanzi with satisfaction in his eyes. It had to be said that Qian Chuanzi, as an intelligence expert, knew the situation of those people well. Not only the addresses where they live are listed, but also their various hobbies. This kind of secret, I am afraid that only Qian Chuanzi can find out. After Su Tian inquired about the information, he no longer hesitated. She dismissed the money strings, and then slowly descended the stairs into the dark night. At this moment, he became the source of weird events in the ancient city. Su Tian has a ghostly figure, constantly jumping around in the ancient city. After a while, he came to the place where Chang Mei and others lived. This is an inn, although it is not as good as Su Tian and the others, it can be regarded as a middle-of-the-road inn. The rooms in the inn are all separated. Su Tian took a stride and jumped directly to the window on the first floor. Looking through the window, there are 2 pet servants living in the room. At this time, these 2 extraordinary people were still talking nonsense in the room. They are still brooding over what happened at the auction this morning. Humph! Luckily for that kid, he escaped like this today. If I catch him next time, I will definitely chop him up and kneel down in front of me, begging for mercy. That's right. That kid's luck is really good. Dozens of extraordinary people gathered around the auction, but he escaped. I'm afraid he didn't belong to the rabbit in his previous life. He can run like this. Ha 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 ha. Rational. In the room, the 2 supernatural beings taunted to their heart's content. Little did they know, the danger had already quietly arrived. Outside the window, Su Tian heard a little funny. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, and the killing intent on her body was undisguised. The next moment, the 2 Chow fans suddenly felt a chill down their spines. As if something was lying on their bodies, it made their hearts tremble. Who? The 2 extraordinary people reacted immediately, they turned their heads and began to observe carefully in the room. Su Tian moved lightly and sneaked in without making a sound. He closed the window, his pupils exuding scarlet blood. Who? Sensing the killing intent, the 2 Ko fan hurriedly turned their heads to look. It's you. I let you run away during the day, but you dare to come here alone tonight. You're courting death. In the room, the Ko fan who spoke had a hint of joy in his tone. It seemed that the next moment, he wanted to hold Su Tian's head and ask for credit in front of Chang Mei. Wait, Da Shang, something is wrong with him. In the room, another extraordinary person noticed that something was wrong with Su Tian. The person in front of him had scarlet eyes, giving him a creepy feeling. But that Ko fan known as Da Shang didn't care. He smiled gruffly, what are you afraid of? No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat the 2 of us. Superior. Kill her. Holding his head, you can sleep on Chang Mei's bed. At this time, this Ko fan was already dazzled by beauty. Seeing his appearance, Su Tian couldn't help feeling a little ridiculous. Call out. Su Tian gently raised his hand, and a dazzling red light instantly bloomed on his neck. The next moment, that extraordinary man's head hit the ground. Scarlet blood sprayed in the room on the spot. This scene froze the other Ko fan on the spot. After a brief panic, he reacted immediately. Help! After seeing Su Tian's terrifying methods, he clearly knew that he could not resist this alone. What a terrifying strength it is to lose a transcendent in an instant. Without hesitation, he turned his head and shouted for help outside. But the next moment, his neck was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. Then an unprecedented force lifted him up, making him unable to break free. Su Tian sneered, 2 ants dare to try to lie. Please, let me go, I. Click. As soon as the sound of bone shattering came, Su Tian pinched his right hand suddenly, and this extraordinary man died before he finished speaking. Chapter 51. In the cold room, there was the smell of blood. Boom boom boom. Da Shang, what happened? There was a hurried shout at the door. Su Tian knew that this was caused by the movement just now. He smiled evilly, and a black dragon soul slowly emerged from behind. Dragon Soul's eyes were scarlet, and he had the same aura as the current Su Tian. There was an incomparably terrifying murderous intent exuding from their bodies. Crunch! The door was pushed open. The Ko fan outside the door saw that there was no movement in the room for a long time, so he couldn't bear to push the door open. But the next moment, he was stunned. The scene in front of him horrified him. In the room, Two familiar KO fan fell to the ground. On the ground around them, their hot blood flowed. Not only that, but what is even more terrifying is the person in front of him. In front of him, a man with a cold face and a terrifying killing intent was staring at him evilly. And behind him, there was a huge black dragon. This scene directly terrified this KO fan at a loss. He was short of breath and forgot to call for help for a moment. Su Tian stretched out his hand and grabbed it. A dragon claw directly pinched the neck of the man in front of him tightly. After the power of the dragon has improved, he has become more and more profound in his grasp of the power of the dragon clan. The sharp dragon claws pinched the neck of the man in front of him. The next moment, he pinched lightly. The sharp dragon claws directly scratched his neck. It's as easy as crushing a tofu. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and another head rolled to the ground. Su Tian sneered again and again. Such a group of superhumans dared to hunt him down. At this moment, his cold laughter echoed throughout the room. All of a sudden, everyone here was awakened. Who? There was noise in the inn. The extraordinary people on Kong Mei's side rushed out immediately. The next moment, a dozen Chow fans were all shocked after seeing the scene in front of them. What's the situation? The three extraordinary people just died without a sound. And he did it alone? It's you. Padme, who heard the movement, also rushed out of the room immediately. After seeing the scene in front of him, he was also horrified in his heart. How did you do it? He actually killed my three supernatural beings without a sound. Chang Mei's heart was shaken. She suppressed her horror and asked. Su Tian tilted his head and smiled lightly. Do I need to explain so much to a dead man? What crazy words! Do you think you alone can beat so many of us? Boy, I will make you pay the price. Kill, let's go together, don't give him a chance to escape. In an instant, more than a dozen extraordinary roars sounded at the same time. Su Tian was calm and unhurried. The field of thunder was unfolding at this moment. His strength, at this moment, increased to 200%. Behind him, the black giant dragon looked even more terrifying under the blessing of the thunder domain. Superior! Su Tian shouted loudly, and the black dragon behind him rushed out. Not only that, but the spirit of heaven and earth in his body, King Teng, was also dispatched at the next moment. Thunder light gathered in Su Tian's palm, and two different forces erupted instantly. All of a sudden, he fought against more than a dozen supernatural beings by himself. In the inn, more than a dozen extraordinary forces erupted at this moment, instantly overturning the roof. The huge roar made the dark night sky tremble. What? Help me! In Setsuna, where the battle took place, three extraordinary people were killed instantly on Kong Mei's side. Immediately afterwards, the remaining dozen or so transcendents were all as simple as killing a chicken. In a short while, he instantly killed the dozen or so transcendents with a destructive attack, leaving only Kong Mei alone. In the blink of an eye, people's heads rolled to the ground, and hot blood flowed all around. Watching this scene, Chang Mei was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She raised her head in a daze, looking at the killing god in front of her. Su Tian took his time, stepping on the corpses one by one. Coming in front of Chang Mei, he sneered and said, "Don't you want me to pay the price? Why don't you feel moved when you see me now?" The pet charm at this moment is no longer as domineering as in the morning. Her heart was shaken, and she said tremblingly, "Don't kill me. I was wrong, I can do whatever you want me to do. I can serve you. Please spare my life." As Chang Mei said, her trembling body began to take off her clothes. Su Tian's eyes were indifferent, and after seeing this scene, he felt a little sick. He stretched out his right hand and directly covered the opponent's face against the wall. "Do you think I care about this? In my opinion, you are as dirty as those bedbugs. We are all adults, and we have to pay the price for what we have said. Do not." Before Chang Mei could finish speaking, a huge electric current came from the back of his head. Afterwards, he fell into the bright thunder light. Walking out of the inn, Su Tian didn't feel anything about what was in front of him. He raised his palm, and 2 thunder lights of different colors burst out instantly. Afterwards, the entire earth fell into a raging fire like a thunder from the sky. Su Tian looked cold, and walked slowly towards the next direction. Tonight, he will clear all these obstacles. In his view, as long as it is an enemy, it must be killed in the bud. Otherwise, by the time it develops, it will be too late. This night, Su Tian turned into the source of the strangeness, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of those extraordinary people. In the ancient city, wailing sounds continued to sound. This horrific massacre lasted until the early hours of the morning before finally ending. Su Tian cleaned up the blood stains on his body, and slowly returned to the inn. Pushing open the door, the living room was quiet. Everyone has fallen into a sound sleep. Su Tian walked lightly and returned to the room gently. At this time, in the ancient city, with the passage of time, what happened last night is constantly fermenting. For a while, the ancient city fell into a huge panic. Hey, have you guys heard? Last night, Changmei was wiped out directly. What's the situation? Can anyone tell me how the dozen extraordinary people disappeared overnight? Not only Pet Mei, there are also some scattered extraordinary in the ancient city, and they have also encountered poisonous hands. No way. Isn't this too weird? No. Don't want to die yet. I want to leave here. In the ancient city, as things unfolded, countless extraordinary people fell into panic. In fact, everyone feels great fear of strange substances. Some timid people even withdrew from the ancient city within one day. With the departure of the first person, many people left in the middle of the ancient city one after another. For them, extraordinary rewards are nothing to write off, so they won't lose their lives because of this. On this day, in the ancient city, more than a dozen extraordinary people left one after another. All of a sudden, the number of people in the ancient city dropped to around 80. In an inn in the ancient city, more than 20 extraordinary people gathered here, discussing with heavy eyes. Here, this is Bai Xiaosheng's address. At this moment, listening to the countless gossip and rumors below, he couldn't help frowning. Boss, going on like this is not the way to go. I heard that they died overnight last night, 20 or so extraordinary people. If this continues, I'm afraid we will be wiped out by the weirdness before the extraordinary selection begins. Yes. Boss. Listening to the words of the people below, Bai Xiaosheng unconsciously became nervous. At this moment, even though he was usually proud and arrogant, he felt nervous. How terrifying it is that 20 extraordinary people disappeared overnight. This time, his heart was shaken. Originally, he thought that if he recruited more than 20 extraordinary people in this city, he could dominate one side. But now it seems that, let alone the extraordinary selection, if the source of this weirdness is not solved for a day, they will not be able to stay here. After being silent for a while, Bai Xiaosheng said helplessly, from now on, everyone will leave the ancient city. Let's come in again when the extraordinary selection begins. Yes. After hearing this, the people below did not hesitate at all, and began to pack their things and prepare to leave the ancient city. The southern part of the ancient city. Inside a dilapidated temple. My lord, the strange substance that appeared in the city has already killed more than 40 extraordinary people one after another. Now Kongmei's side has all been wiped out, and more than 20 scattered Chao fans have also disappeared. Now, Bai Xiaosheng is also preparing to leave the city. In the temple, the man in black sitting at the top was slightly surprised when he heard their report. The man in black is what the outside world calls a mysterious man. The mysterious man listened, his heart vibrated violently. Such a weird thing happened in just one night. The demon girl was completely wiped out, and Bai Xiaosheng also started to lead people away. There is really a big horror in the ancient city. During this time, let's go out of the city to avoid the limelight, and come in when the selection starts. Yes. On the side of the mysterious man, after a brief exchange, he also decided to go out of the city and wait. On this day, dozens of extraordinary people left the ancient city one after another. With the disappearance of the three major forces, some scattered transcendents in the ancient city also decided to help avoid the limelight. All of a sudden, the originally bustling ancient city instantly became extremely deserted. On the street, you can't see a KO fan. At this moment, after Wu Qian and the others heard about this situation, their hearts were also heavy. Qian Chuanzi's information is sensitive, so he received the information at the very beginning of the fermentation of this matter. Now, he has spoken out the information. Qin Shan's eyes were serious, and he said seriously, "It seems that this kind of god really can't stay. Later, Tianer is coming out, let's go out to avoid the limelight." It's too weird what happened. At this moment, everyone's first thought was to go out to avoid the limelight. In less than a day, all the extraordinary in the ancient city had fled here. Only Su Tian and the others haven't left yet. Since he stayed in the room all the time, he didn't come out. So the matter of everyone going out of the city was delayed again and again. Looking at the ever-falling night from the sky, Qian Chuanzi felt hairy. I said, "Why don't we go out to avoid the limelight? Let's leave a letter here, and when the elder brother sees it later, it won't be too late to come out and join us." No. If we want to walk together, we can't leave Tianer and leave first. Qin Shan spoke up and was the first to stand up and refuse. Then, he turned his gaze to Qian Chuanzi and said, "If you are afraid, you can leave first. No need to get bogged down here for this one. It's okay, let's wait together." At this moment, after seeing everyone's firm decision, Qian Chuanzi also decided to wait here. Chapter 52. Night falls. The hazy night shrouded the ancient city again. At this moment, everyone in the room felt a chilling horror in their hearts. They didn't know if it was a psychological suggestion, or they really encountered a strange creature. Anyway, at this moment, everyone's hearts were aroused. Call. Outside the house, the howling wind was howling, blowing the doors and windows in the room to sway continuously. What happened? Could it be a strange creature coming? Qian Chuanzi was a little startled, and asked in a trembling voice. Qin Shan said with a dignified expression, "Everyone stay close together and observe the surroundings carefully." After the words fell, the 5 people in the room leaned together in an instant. Crunch! Just at this moment, Su Tian pushed the door and walked out. The fatigue from last night's battle still remained on his face. Suddenly, his eyes fell on Qin Shan and the others in the hall. This is..." Not waiting for Su Tian to figure out the situation, Qin Shan and others at the side were also excited when they saw him come out. "Tianer, let's go, if you have something to go out, ask." Without too much hesitation, Qin Shan directly dragged the dazed Su Tian downstairs. Wu Qian and the others didn't hesitate, and hurriedly followed and left the city quickly. The crowd rushed all the way, and finally arrived outside the city after half an hour. Once out of the city, Su Tian recently encountered a dense crowd, crowded outside the city. Looking around, there are at least dozens of extraordinary people here. What happened? Su Tian is puzzled. After Qin Shan escaped from the ancient city, a big stone in his heart finally fell. He breathed a sigh of relief, and said with shortness of breath, "Tianer, you don't know, a big event happened in the ancient city last night. In just one night, more than 20 extraordinary people were killed by the strange hands. Today, after hearing the news, everyone left the city one after another. Prepare to wait until the start of the super hair selection to enter the city." At this time, Qian Chuanzi also hurriedly echoed, "I heard that Kongmei was completely wiped out overnight yesterday. The death is terrible. All the scum that was swallowed by a fire is gone." As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts were shocked. I am becoming more and more afraid of the weird events in the ancient city. Only Su Tian should be a little speechless. Unexpectedly, the revenge last night would trigger such a series of events. From the looks of it, all the Chao fans in the ancient city seemed to have fled. Outside the city gate, Su Tian saw a group of people camping on the spot. At a glance, there are two teams that stand out the most. On Bai Xiaosheng's side, because of the large number of people, the bonfire that rose at this moment was extremely dazzling. But even so, Su Tian could still see the horror on their faces. On the other side is the mysterious man. On their side, they were all wearing black robes and sitting on the ground. It looks extremely weird. Qian Chuanzi and the others found a place to sit down. Brother, let's stay outside the city for a few days. There is still 1 day left before the extraordinary selection begins. Su Tian nodded without refusing. Although he knew that there were no strange events in the ancient city. But at this moment, everyone has already left the city. If they continued to stay in the city and nothing happened, it would seem a little too weird. And if someone with a heart wants to check it, they will definitely find that in this weird event, all the KO fan who died were those who had an unsuspecting heart for Su Tian at the auction. It's just that everyone didn't think that his strength alone could challenge so many supernatural beings. Now is just the initial stage, if there is no opening of the extraordinary trial. I'm afraid they still have a long way to go if they want to step into the extraordinary. Therefore, the people present did not dare to imagine that a powerful monster was mixed among them. And since the weird incident happened, everyone is overwhelmed. I am afraid that I will be the next target to be targeted. So at this moment, their hearts have long been panicked by the strange incident. Wu Jian also took out a bottle of water, and slowly handed it to Su Tian. It came out too quickly, so I only took this bottle of water. You drink first. Su Tian smiled lightly, and said, "Thank you, I'm not thirsty yet, you can give it to the monitor and the others to drink." Wu Jian rolled her eyes unconsciously when she heard this, and then handed the water in her hand to Qin Shan. Qian Chuanzi opened his mouth, pointed to a direction in the northwest and said, "Brother, look at that is the mysterious man. I heard that in the afternoon, Bai Xiaosheng's people went to test it out. In the end, he didn't move, and directly injured that KO fan to the ground." According to the crowd watching, at that time, a black space suddenly appeared behind that extraordinary person. Then, a powerful force jumped out from the black space, and that KO fan immediately vomited blood and fell to the ground. This scene directly shocked Bai Xiaosheng. Su Tianwei raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the space power of this mysterious person has been mastered with a pinnacle of proficiency. Without moving his body, he could easily bring down a transcendent. Thinking about this extraordinary selection, he is the biggest rival. Okay, everyone, go to bed early. One day, the extraordinary selection will start. There are only 20 rewards in total. If you want to get rewards, you must work hard. Qin Shan and the others nodded, full of energy. Without hesitation, they seized the time to absorb the extraordinary power in the air. Su Tian didn't think much about it, he activated the thunder body to absorb the power of the surrounding thunder element. There is still 1 day left for the extraordinary selection to start, and the mysterious person's specific strength is not yet known. So he didn't hold back, and sat down to improve his strength. The practice time passed quickly. On this day, Su Tian and others were immersed in the absorption of extraordinary power. Not only them, but most people outside the city are silently absorbing the energy dissipated in the air. The day passed. The super hair selection in the ancient city has officially started. With the dawn of the second day, the tokens worn by everyone began to feel slightly hot. Extraordinary selection has started, all contestants, please enter the city to register. On the token, a striking red letter suddenly appeared. All the extraordinary people outside the city got up and entered the city at this moment. With high spirits, Bai Xiaosheng led a group of people into the city first. Next to her, a group of people automatically made way for her. The mysterious man opened his eyes, and a black robe fluttered in the wind. Su Tian followed behind the crowd, looking extraordinarily low-key. In the ancient city, a wide arena suddenly appeared. The arena is several kilometers in size. They came here, and the tokens of identity stood out in an instant. They floated in the sky, forming a huge golden list. On the gold list, the names and information of all contestants are recorded. After the battle is successfully advanced, the gold list will automatically update the ranking and information. Everyone, the extraordinary selection has officially begun. The sky rankings will be updated randomly later, your opponents. After sorting, you will appear in chronological order. In the arena, a manager in white said loudly. Looking at him, Su Tian felt an unprecedented pressure. The strength of this manager is like a towering mountain. Not only is it extremely rich, but it is also unfathomable. The sky ranking has been updated, the first match between Wang Yao and Lu Zhu. In the sky, a golden light appeared. The information of the two opponents slowly emerged. The rules announced by the managers standing in the arena. In the arena, those who lose their combat effectiveness will be judged to lose. The one who falls off the field is judged to be a loser. The one who surrenders automatically will be judged as a loser. After the words fell, two golden beams of light descended, covering the bodies of the two contestants. Afterwards, the two were teleported onto the arena. After taking a look, the manager said loudly, "Start." Boom! Talking Setsuna. The two extraordinary men exerted their strength at the same time, and the two elemental forces collided in the air. One of these two people is an extraordinary person of the earth element, and the other is an extraordinary person of the water element. Judging from the mutual restraint of attributes, the transcendent of the earth element originally had the advantage. However, he lacks combat experience, and he has never touched the body of the water element until now. Su Tian watched with a calm expression. For him, none of these pose a threat to her. Wu Qian looked at the scene on stage with a heavy look on her face. She is also an extraordinary earth element. In her opinion, the earth element on the stage has performed very well. But even so, he never touched the opponent's body once. From this point of view, the possibility of her losing is very high. Maybe not even in the top 20. Su Tian sensed her nervousness and comforted her softly, "Don't be nervous, there are more than 60 KO fan participants this time. As long as you can survive 2 rounds, you can safely reach the top 20. Now is a worthwhile learning opportunity for you. Taking advantage of the present, you can observe more about the fighting skills of the people on stage. Not only will this help you later in the fight, but it will also help you detect your opponent's intentions." Wu Qian replied softly, and then stared at the battle on the stage with all her attention. Su Tian feels that as long as Wu Qian performs normally, there is still hope to reach the top 20. On the side of the stage, with the continuous attack of the water element transcendent, the extraordinary man of the earth element lost in the end. The battle is over. After the manager announced the winner, the sky chart has changed again. The victorious KO fan won the first battle and qualified for the next round. And the loser will not be able to participate in the extraordinary selection. Next moment, the sky ranking once again chooses the opponent for the competition. Su Tian is not watching. These people are not worth mentioning to him at all. He intends to take advantage of this time to improve his strength a bit more. The start of the extraordinary selection indicates that this extraordinary trial is coming to an end. After leaving here, it is a bit difficult for Su Tian to improve his extraordinary strength. On the floating island, unlike here, it has strong extraordinary power. If you want to improve your strength on the island, you must rely on building floating islands and devouring extraordinary fruits. It has to be said that the improvement of strength in the extraordinary world is indeed rapid. During this period of time, he has already advanced 2 levels. Each level of gap between levels is gradually increasing. Su Tian came here and raised 2 levels in a short period of time, directly leading the others by a large distance. Judging from the fact that he destroyed more than 20 extraordinary people by himself, one can see how huge the gap between levels is. Chapter 53. In the sky. The golden light flickers. The ranking on the sky list is constantly changing. Time has passed to the present, and the battle in the arena has been halfway through. The next moment, the name was selected from the sky list, and 2 golden beams of light descended abruptly. Above Su Tian, a golden beam of light descended straightly on the top of his ceiling. Race 16, Su Tian vs Zhou Yun. The manager's voice sounded, and Su Tian was teleported to the arena. It's my turn. Looking at Zhou Yun in front of him, Su Tian said calmly. The battle begins. After the manager's words fell, Zhou Yun rushed up first. It's a transcendence of metallicity. At this moment, his whole body exploded with metallic power. Behind him, more than a dozen dazzling gold coins slowly emerged. Su Tian smiled lightly, and the thunder field in his body was instantly released. A Setsuna, 10 meters in radius, is shrouded in the sky filled with thunder. Boom! Zhou Yun's body was restrained by Lei Guang at this moment. Su Tian swayed lightly, and his figure turned into an electric arc, appearing directly behind Zhou Yun. How come? Zhou Yun was shocked, and when the battle broke out at Setsuna, he charged with the strongest force. Unexpectedly, when he was about to approach, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared around it. Not only that, but his opponent appeared directly behind him in the next second. What a speed! It's so scary. Zhou Yun had doubts in his heart, and he wanted to resist. But the next moment, a huge electric current suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Yun's tiger's body shook suddenly, and then his whole body fell heavily on the ground like a vegetable who had lost control. The battle is over, Su Tian wins. The manager's words came, and Su Tian was sent back. What's the situation? This is the end. 3-second man. What happened? I didn't even see it and it was over. In the audience, all KO fan raised questions at this moment. From the beginning of the battle to the end, the total time before and after does not exceed 10 seconds. Before these people had time to see clearly, the administrator announced that the battle was over. What is this scenario? After a brief moment of stupefaction, heavy voices appeared on the faces of some people. Su Tian's performance was so dazzling that they felt a sense of crisis in their hearts. Especially Bai Xiaosheng and the mysterious man felt even more heavy at the moment. They originally thought that with Pet Mei gone, only the 2 of them could win the championship. As a result, unexpectedly, another powerful stock appeared in the crowd. And looking at it like this, the strength seems to be above the 2 of them. Bai Xiaosheng frowned, looked at Su Tian's face, and carefully recalled. Where does this person seem to be seen? The mysterious man looked solemnly, and whispered to a man in black behind him. When Su Tian returned to the original spot, Wu Jian and others immediately came up to meet him, and congratulated him. Yes. It seems that the champion this time is none other than you. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so strong, and the battle ended in an instant. Qian Chuan's heart was also greatly shaken at this moment. Although he had already guessed in his heart that Su Tian's strength might be very strong. But why didn't she think of it? Su Tian's strength has actually reached this point. 10 seconds to end the battle. Such a record is simply frightening. At this moment, the first round of decisive battle has been completed. A total of 32 people were shortlisted. On Su Tian's side, Wu Jian and Qin Shan were also shortlisted. Wang Ping, Huang Yuan and Qian Chuanzi lost in the first round with regret. Now, Wu Jian and Qin Shan can steadily enter the top 20 as long as they survive one more round. But they knew that it was not that simple to survive another round. Because each of these advanced people is the strongest among the extraordinary. The strength is very impressive. The second round of decisive battle has officially begun. With the manager's announcement, the firmament rankings began to change again. In the sky, a golden light emerged. The list of the second round of battle slowly appeared. Wu Jian vs Li Ping. Wu Jian was a little surprised. She didn't expect that she would play in the first game of the second round. Let her feel a little overwhelmed for a while. Seeing this, Su Tian quickly took out 2 golden dates and handed them over. If you can't beat it, try to delay as much as possible. If Qiao recovers his strength, you will delay him until his strength is exhausted. Su Tian whispered and reminded him softly. Wu Jian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized and took the fruit date. I see. A golden beam of light descended, and Wu Jian was teleported to the arena. Wu Jian knew slightly about Li Ping. She is a superhero with wood attributes, good at attacking and using wooden vines. Wu Jian made up her mind to defend herself as soon as she came up. The battle begins. The manager shouted loudly, and Li Ping's movements followed suit. In her palm, a thick wooden vine tore through the air like a dragon. Boom! Without hesitation, Wu Jian summoned an earthen wall to resist. As soon as they fought, Wu Jian felt unprecedented pressure. The strength of the opponent was very fierce, and it cracked its earthen wall with a few blows. Vine. Li Ping's offensive was swift and fierce, constantly controlling the vines to attack forward. Wu Jian is weak in stature, so she can only constantly manipulate the earth element to resist. Su Tian watched with a satisfied smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Wu Jian would definitely win this battle. Although looking at it now, Wu Jian is at a disadvantage. But the extraordinary power in her body is very stable. On the other hand, although Li Ping has the upper hand now, it indicates that the extraordinary power in her body is also being consumed rapidly. Wu Jian has extraordinary fruits to supplement. If she procrastinates, Li Ping will lose. So there was no suspense in this battle. Wu Jian was sure to win. Sure enough, after a while, Li Ping's offensive gradually weakened. He waved the vine and taunted, "Are you a turtle? Do you want to just hide in the turtle shell and not come out?" Wu Jian had no other thoughts in her mind, and ignored the other party's words. In a while, Li Ping's strength is about to be completely exhausted. Seeing this, Wu Jian hurriedly swallowed a golden jujube to recover. The next moment, her body erupted with an earth element force. Earth vortex. Wu Jian gave a soft drink, and a swamp appeared under Li Ping's feet. "See if I don't beat your head into a turtle." Wu Jian angrily scolded. As a woman, she holds grudges very much. Before the other party said he was a turtle, he ignored it. Now, he wants to let the other party know who is the real turtle. Boom! With the strength Wu Jian swung, she directly punched the opponent in the face. Li Ping was in pain, and a bruise appeared on the corner of her right eye. "Ah! I was wrong, sister, don't slap me in the face." "What?" On the arena, Wu Jian kept waving her fists and punched her opponent in the face. She didn't stop what she was doing until the other party shouted surrender. After the battle was over, Wu Jian snorted coldly and teleported back to where she was. And Li Ping was really beaten into a turtle. Seeing this scene, the crowd below kept gasping. It seems that in the future, no matter what you say, you can't provoke women. This is too bloody. Su Tian and Qin Shan looked at each other, and both of them showed wry smiles at the same time. Wu Jian came back with an excited smile on her face. "Great, I've advanced." Su Tian and the others congratulated and praised her. "I was afraid that Wu Jian would be unhappy, so I kept it in my heart." On the other side, the firmament list in the sky is chosen again. A golden light descended on the crowd. As the golden light fell, the second round of battle also ended. Qin Shan and Su Tian advanced easily in this round. Qin Shan was originally a bit difficult, but he was lucky, and his opponent chose Shenyu. Seeing this, Su Tian threatened him directly through Jin Lin, and voluntarily surrendered. Ever since, Qin Shan was promoted successfully without any effort. But Su Tian still ended his opponent within 10 seconds. His performance once again shocked everyone in the audience. Bai Xiaosheng and the mysterious man had heavy hearts and regarded it as another competitor. The second round of fighting is over. A total of 16 successful candidates. The third round of selection begins. Same as ever. Su Tian advanced easily. But Wu Jian and Qin Shan stopped here. Although they did not succeed in advancing, the two were content. Their rankings have entered the top 15. As time goes on, there are still 5 names left on the sky ranking. They are the mysterious man, Bai Xiaosheng, Su Tian, Lu Yiming, and Zheng Xiaopeng. Each of these 5 people is a real leader. The manager glanced at the sky rankings and said loudly, "This battle will be a melee." Big melee, as the name suggests, is 5 people playing at the same time. In the arena, no matter what method you use. But the one who is at the end is regarded as the final victor. For this ranking, look at it in descending order. After the words fell, everyone in the audience burst into an uproar. What's the situation? It's a big melee. In this case, the personal advantage is gone. Yes. Everyone will definitely join forces and kill the strongest one first. Under the stage, everyone was discussing in whispers. Su Tian couldn't help frowning slightly after hearing this. If he adopts a big melee, it will be a bit more difficult for him to win the championship. It would be bad if the other 4 joined forces to attack him. Especially that mysterious person, who has the power of the space system. From this point of view, the situation suddenly became tense. On the other side, Bai Xiaosheng and the mysterious man also noticed the difficulty. They wanted to find someone to ally with, but at first glance, it seemed that the only one they could find was Su Tian. Because Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaopeng knew each other, the two immediately decided to form an alliance after hearing about the adoption of a big melee. Bai Xiaosheng and the mysterious man are enemies. Before Bai Xiaosheng sent people to test, the two parties had already fallen into a place where fire and water were incompatible. Now, the first thought of both of them is to win over Su Tian. The mysterious man and Bai Xiaosheng looked at each other, and they both saw each other's intentions. This time Su Tian still didn't know what they were thinking. He looked at the 4 people on the stage, and was also thinking about whether to find someone to form an alliance. After all, this kind of melee is the worst for a person. If 2 or 2 form an alliance, then the remaining one will definitely be eliminated first. Chapter 54. On the arena, 5 dazzling golden beams descended. The 5 people representing the final victory slowly appeared. Under the stage, countless transcendents stopped and watched. At this moment, everyone was even more nervous than winning the championship. The manager glanced at the 5 people, then spoke indifferently, and the decisive battle officially began. After the words fell, everyone on the stage did not take the lead. Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaopeng approached slowly, the meaning was very clear. Seeing this, Bai Xiaosheng couldn't sit still anymore. He opened his mouth to win. "Brother Su, your strength is not bad, the 2 of us join forces. After everyone else is pending, the 2 of us are playing fair, how about it?" Su Tian didn't consider it well, so the mysterious man spoke up. "Su Tian, there are 5 people in this match. If the 2 of us join forces, the other 3 will be no problem at all. Bai Xiaosheng is just an idiot, so he deserves to form an alliance with you." On the arena, the atmosphere suddenly became depressed. Now both of them want to win over Su Tian to find an alliance. Su Tian was silent, thinking seriously. Among the 4 people present, except for the mysterious man threatening him, the other 3 people are not afraid at all. He made up his mind. The mysterious man must be eliminated first, so that he has the capital to control the overall situation. Bai Xiaosheng, do it. Su Tian spoke out quickly after a brief silence. Thunder and lightning gathered in his palm, and a group of bright thunder and fire quickly gathered. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned for a moment, and then he quickly realized it. Ha 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 ha! Brother Su, come on! Bai Xiaosheng released the power of the ice, and a large ice bird appeared behind him. Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaopeng looked at each other, and they also rushed towards the mysterious man. In their view, if one can be solved first, the other should be solved first. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards will be. The mysterious man was shocked, although he had thought that Su Tian might not be allied with him. But he didn't expect that the opponent was so decisive that he would attack with two hands at the next moment. To make matters worse, Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaopeng also made trouble. They even wanted to be the first to eliminate him. Damn it, you, shameless! The mysterious man scolded, and then activated the mysterious power. On the field, the four launched extraordinary attacks to kill him. They had a tacit understanding and directly blocked the four directions of the mysterious man. The mysterious man released the power of the void, and his figure appeared directly behind Bai Xiaosheng. Su Tian's perception was sharp, and he caught the opponent's foothold in an instant when he was fleeing. He turned around, and the bright thunder light in his hand slammed directly towards the place where the mysterious man appeared. Boom! A brilliant thunder burst out, and the sound of 1,000 birds chirping in the sky pierced through the air. As soon as the mysterious man landed, the extraordinary weapon in his hand was attacked by Su Tian before he could kill Bai Xiaosheng from behind. How come? The mysterious man was shocked. His void one kill, which he had tried all kinds of times, was actually cracked. He staggered, his right hand was paralyzed by Lei Huachen, and the extraordinary weapon in his hand fell heavily. Bai Xiaosheng was startled. This mysterious person unexpectedly appeared behind him without making a sound. Without too much hesitation, the hailstone in his hand quickly rushed towards the back. The mysterious man was deflated, so he had to turn on the power of the void again to shift his figure. This time, more than a dozen black voids appeared on the arena at the same time. Su Tian's heart was shaken. This mysterious man was really not simple. It is possible to use the power of the void to this extent. Now, no one knows which crack the mysterious man will emerge from. With the lesson learned from the past, Bai Xiaosheng hastily released the ice shield behind him. He looked like Su Tian, and said gratefully, "Brother Su, thank you very much. Without you, I'm afraid I would have been fooled by that shitty day." Su Tian waved his hand and said, "Everyone has the same goal. So help each other should be." Bai Xiaosheng nodded, and then fixed his eyes on the dozen or so black shadows that appeared on the field. Now the mysterious man is hiding in it, and they don't know which crack the mysterious man will emerge from in the next moment. Su Tian opened his mouth, and everyone joined hands to block all these void cracks at the same time. No matter how strong the mysterious person is, it is impossible to withstand the attacks of so many of us. It is good. Without hesitation, everyone released their extraordinary power at the same time. In an instant, hailstones fell to the ground and flames soared. Su Tian's lightning turned into electric dragons rushing towards the void. In an instant, more than a dozen void cracks were attacked at the same time. Su Tian thought, so what if the mysterious person hides in the void? As long as they attack at the same time, the mysterious person will definitely be hurt. The next moment, Su Tian frowned. He sensed that something was wrong. In Setsuna, where the supernatural power submerged into the void, they lost the sense of supernatural power. The void cuts off the extraordinary power. Their means are useless in the void. Several people were shocked. Is this the ability of the mysterious department? Sure enough, the power involved in the mystery department is different. It actually directly isolated the extraordinary power. But even so, Su Tian didn't feel nervous. because he knew that the mysterious person would not last long in this state. Opening more than a dozen void cracks at the same time requires huge strength to support. He guessed that it won't be long before the mysterious man will make a move. And the next target of the mysterious man is likely to be himself. Waited for a while. Sure enough, Su Tian noticed that there was energy fluctuating near it. His senses are sharp, so Setsuna in energy fluctuations. Countless bright lightning flashes erupted from his body instantly. The next moment, the mysterious man tore through the void and killed him behind. But as soon as he came out, the mysterious man was shocked. Because what greeted him at this time was actually a sky full of thunder. Boom! Su Tian punched out, and the golden thunder light directly engulfed the mysterious man's body. The mysterious man yelled, and several ribs in his chest were broken. Su Tian didn't give him a chance to react, and punched him quickly one after another. All of a sudden, the mysterious man lost his ability to resist. He fell to the ground, his whole body convulsed because of the wandering thunder. Seeing this, the manager directly sent it back and announced his defeat. In the arena, once the opponent loses the ability to resist, it means the game is lost. The managers don't allow people to die here. The scene in front of him directly shocked the other people present. Just now Setsuna, before the other three people could react, they saw that Su Tian had knocked the mysterious man to the ground. And when the mysterious person appeared, he was silent and there was no trace to be found. They guessed that if the mysterious person attacked them just now, they might not even have the strength to resist. Lu Yiming's eyes became alert. He looked at Bai Xiaosheng and said, Bai Xiaosheng, this Su Tian is powerful, if you still join forces with him, he must be the winner in the end. If you abandon him now and join forces with us, then we still have a chance. We guarantee that when the time comes, the competition will be fair. Bai Xiaosheng frowned, he naturally knew Su Tian's behavior. If the alliance continues, he will definitely not be able to compete with the opponent. But he is also a man of principle. If it wasn't for Su Tian's help before, I'm afraid he would have been eliminated by the mysterious person. Although he is proud and arrogant, there is no one in his eyes. But this does not mean that he will abandon his principles. Bai Xiaosheng refused, and said loudly, No, since Su Tian and I have formed an alliance, we will definitely not fight before the two of you fall down. Su Tian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Bai Xiaosheng to be a person who values love and righteousness. Knowing that the strength of the two sides is very different, they still have to form an alliance with themselves. The reason why Su Tian chose to kill the mysterious man first was because he was afraid of Bai Xiaosheng's betrayal. Without the mysterious man, these three people on the field have no pressure on him. Since Bai Xiaosheng values love and righteousness, then give him a second place. Su Tian made a move, and after a brief silence, he turned into a lightning arc and rushed towards Lu Yiming and the others. Do it! Lu Yiming burst into flames, and he and Zheng Xiaopeng are both fire element users. After the two joined forces, the power of the flame doubled. Bai Xiaosheng didn't watch the battle, he gathered an ice bird and opened a path for Su Tian. Boom! Lu Yiming blew the flames, and a hot flame formed a curtain of fire that enveloped the two of them. Bai Xiaosheng's ice bird instantly evaporated into white gas in Setsuna where it collided with the flame. Su Tian activated the power of the dragon scales, and a pair of dragon claws directly tore through the curtain of fire. The next moment, he appeared in front of Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming was shocked, and when he raised his hand to resist, Su Tian grabbed him firmly. Su Tian looked at him with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. Afterwards, two big suns in his pupils were spinning. The scorching breath directly collapsed Lu Yiming's spiritual consciousness. Boom! Lu Yiming's mental consciousness was severely injured when he fell to the ground. His eyes turned white, like a vegetable. Seeing this scene, Zheng Xiaopeng's eyes immediately turned red. He and Lu Yiming are good friends, and after seeing Lu Yiming's appearance again, the anger in his heart soared instantly. Su Tian, I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiaopeng roared, and the flames on his body exploded, forming a beam of light. At this moment, his body was filled with a terrifying aura. Seeing this, Bai Xiaosheng hurriedly reminded, Su Tian, run away. You can't escape. Zhang Xiaopeng was so angry that his whole body was wrapped in flames, forming a flame giant. He roared, and the air around him cracked slightly. Su Tian's eyes were indifferent, and a black dragon slowly emerged behind him. After the giant dragon appeared, 2 different thunder dragons condensed from his hands. A golden thunder dragon formed by condensing sun thunder. The other one is just a purple thunder dragon condensed by the power of thunder. 1 Setsuna, 3 dragons. The terrifying power directly distorts the surrounding space. Seeing this scene, the manager couldn't help frowning slightly. The next moment, the figure of the manager appeared on the arena. He released his power, and a golden figure resembling an ancient god appeared. After the golden figure emerged, the terrifying aura directly made all the extraordinary present bow their heads. At this moment, only Su Tian could barely raise his head. Chapter 55. The figure of the manager, like a god, floats in the sky. His hair was flying, and a golden ancient god appeared behind him. The golden god made a move and directly blocked Su Tian's 3 dragon attacks. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. The surrounding space was engulfed by a burst of white light. The fierce gust of wind danced wildly on the arena. Su Tian's heart was shocked, he barely raised his head, and saw the super strength of the manager in the sky. He blocked it with one hand, and directly crushed his strongest 3 dragon attack. Boom! The manager waved his hand, and the surrounding white light dissipated. Lu Yiming and Zhang Xiaopeng on the stage were teleported away by him. At this moment, only Su Tian and Bai Xiaosheng are left on stage today. The manager's indifferent voice came. Lu Yiming and Zhang Xiaopeng were defeated, and the decisive battle continued. Su Tian was shocked. Is this the strength of a manager? If you shoot at will, you have reached your limit. What is the height of such a person? On the other side, Bai Xiaosheng was also shocked by what just happened. He slumped on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. The manager's godlike figure emerged, suppressing all the supernatural beings present, unable to raise their heads. And Su Tian's 3 dragons also shocked Bai Xiaosheng's invincible heart. After witnessing that terrifying attack, he didn't think he still had the strength to compete with Su Tian for the first place. After a short silence, Bai Xiaosheng said 3 words with difficulty. I surrender. After Setsuna finished speaking, a golden light appeared on the sky chart. The golden light shrouded Su Tian's head and lifted him to the sky. With a wave of the manager's hand, Bai Xiaosheng was sent back directly. Then, he began to announce the final ranking of this extraordinary selection. First place, Su Tian. Second place, Bai Xiaosheng. Third place, Chen Xiaopeng. Fourth place, Lu Yiming. Fifth place, Mystery Man. On the sky list, the bright crystal patterns are sorting quickly. The top 20 extraordinary are all displayed on it. Under the stage, every extraordinary person was beaming with joy. The manager waved his hand, and the golden light on the sky ranking directly shrouded Su Tian's head. Please nominate the leader. The manager's words were loud, like a big bell between heaven and earth, echoing in the ancient city. In the sky, there is an order reappearing. Su Tian was amazed. At this moment he had already floated to the front of the sky chart. In front of him, many past leaders appeared. Bright names appeared in front of her eyes. These people are the best ever. Su Tian unleashes his extraordinary power, and the bright thunder light depicts his past glory on the sky list. At this moment, he felt a strange feeling. At a glance, it is as if the king is in the world. As Su Tian's movements stopped, a golden name remained on the sky list forever. This name will be passed down from now on, and every future leader will see their past glory. Leave your name. Issue extraordinary rewards. The manager spoke again, and the golden light around Su Tian began to change. The originally bright golden light turned into a clear warm current and flowed into his body at this moment. Su Tian found that under the nourishment of this warm current, all parts of his body were constantly improving. Looking inside his body, his blood turned golden and was boiling. His internal organs resonated slightly, giving birth to a strange force. Under the transformation of the golden power, his bones and tendons continued to grow thicker. Between his mouth and nose, wisps of golden air are escaping. Call! What a powerful force! Su Tian was shocked, nourished by this golden force. Not only has his body been transformed, but his level is also about to break through LV10. Su Tian was shocked, he had just broken through not long ago, and he was about to break through again. This speed is really amazing. After a while, the golden warm current gradually stopped. Su Tian felt a little regretful. If he persisted for a while, he might take advantage of the trend to break through LV10. Boom! On the sky list, a huge roar sounded. Then, a black token fell into his hand. Expansion order. After use, you can obtain 8 soil expansions on the floating island. What? This turned out to be an expansion order. At this moment, looking at the pitch-black token in his hand, Su Tian was completely shocked. A normal floating island can only be expanded once at the beginning. If you want to continue to expand in the future, you have to wait until you break through to LV50 to qualify. And the island owner of LV50 is very rare in this world. Each of them can be regarded as the overlord who dominates one side. Now, he has an expansion order. If he uses it well, his floating island will be greatly improved again. The 8 soils are absolutely rich in resources. On the island, he didn't worry about mining efficiency at all. After the eternal iron pickaxe was psychic, the speed of mining broke through the sky. Several times, the resources on the island have been exploited. If it weren't for the initial moment, the recovery would be fast. I am afraid that his island has long been empty. Su Tian also thought about it before, if once the initial moment passes. Then, judging from the mining speed of the eternal iron pickaxe, these resources on the island are simply not enough to be exploited, and the island will enter a period of depletion at that time. Now it seems that Su Tian no longer needs to worry about this matter. The golden light dimmed, and Su Tian's body fell slowly. The next moment, the golden light of the sky list fell on Bai Xiaosheng. Su Tian saw that an extraordinary weapon had fallen from the sky list. Golden Dragon Scissors, extraordinary weapon. After use, it can transform into 2 dragons, with the power of 1 yin and 1 yang. The second place Bai Xiaosheng got an extraordinary weapon. Judging from the characteristics of this extraordinary weapon, it far exceeds other different extraordinary weapons. This scene spoiled other KO fans' envy. Even Su Tian was a little bit moved at the moment. The golden scissors fell slowly. Bai Xiaosheng looked excited. Then, the firmament list began to issue the 3rd prize. The 3rd place, Zheng Xiaopeng, got a purple extraordinary fruit. This extraordinary fruit exudes a strong mysterious atmosphere all over its body. When it appeared, it also slightly triggered some strange visions. On the sky rankings, golden lights kept appearing, rewarding the top 20 Chao fans. When receiving the reward, several families were sad and several were happy. The mysterious man looked at the mysterious skill scroll in his hand, his face was gloomy and terrifying. He had a chance to win the leader, but a Su Tian was killed on the way. It stands to reason that even if he is no match for Su Tian, he can still get a 2nd place. But who knows? This group of people was not named Wu Dai, and they were the first to eliminate him. It hurts him. Now he can only get a skill scroll of the mysterious department. On the other side, Wu Jian and Qin Shan also received rewards. Both of them were rewarded with 100 gold coins. After getting the gold coins, the two looked excited and couldn't speak in excitement. They are no better than Su Tian. The roll of these 100 gold coins can make them accomplish a lot on the floating island. At the beginning, except for the special case of Su Tian, if other people want to open 100 gold coins, it may take several years. Because of their island, the mining efficiency of eternal iron pickaxe is low. And the melting speed of ordinary furnaces is not very fast. Rumbling. After the rewards were announced, the sky ranking turned into a golden light and disappeared into the sky. The manager raised his head and glanced in Su Tian's direction. Then, with a big wave of his hand, a golden palm slowly appeared in the sky. The golden palm covered the sky and the sun, and directly supported the entire arena and flew towards the sky. This scene shocked the many super fans present incoherently. It's too scary. What kind of strength can achieve such a level? Su Tian was shocked. Looking at the manager's back, he showed a trace of determination. One day, he will reach this point, and even surpass him. Su Tian is confident. He firmly believes that one day, his floating island will be able to go to a higher height. The extraordinary selection is over, and this extraordinary trial is gradually coming to an end. A reminder came from the core of the floating island, heralding the end of the extraordinary trial. When Su Tian returned to the original place, Wu Jian and the others were somewhat disappointed. After a brief encounter, they parted again. This time we parted and met again. I don't know when it will be. If there is no opening of the extraordinary trial this time, I am afraid it will be difficult for them to see them several times in their lifetime. Wu Jian was a little emotional, and she was a little reluctant to get along with her during this period of time. Her eyes were slightly red, and she was holding back tears to keep them from flowing out. With serious eyes, Qin Shan came over and patted Su Tian on the shoulder. This time, without Su Tian's help, I am afraid they would not even be qualified to participate in the extraordinary selection. This time, their breakthrough was all due to Su Tian. Wang Ping and Huang Yuan also came to say goodbye to him. Although they didn't get rewards, they were already very satisfied to break through the extraordinary. On the other side, Qian Chuanzi also came over to establish a good relationship when he saw this. Su Tian is the leader of this extraordinary selection, and if we have a good relationship with him, if we meet again in the future, his benefits will definitely be indispensable. Su Tian looked at them with a strange feeling in his heart. One Setsuna, he didn't even want to leave. However, there is no permanent banquet in the world. Time passed, and the extraordinary trial officially ended. Some people have already turned on the core of the floating island for teleportation. Watching a person around me leave. Qin Shan also waved goodbye to Su Tian. 2 days passed, and his floating island did not know how it had developed. Huang Ping and Huang Yuan didn't linger, and after saying goodbye, they sent back one after another. At this moment, only Wu Jian still refuses to leave. He glanced at Su Tian, and then mustered up the courage to hug him. Su Tian, thank you, if there is a chance in the future, I will definitely come to you. Wu Jian was a little shy, and after saying this, she also clicked send. Before leaving, he showed a meaningful smile to Su Tian. Su Tian felt warm in his heart, looked at the empty ancient city, sighed, and clicked send. The golden light emerged, and Su Tian left the extraordinary world. Chapter 56. Floating Island. A golden beam of light descended, and the wind and clouds in the 4th middle school were dispersed by the golden light. Call. Long-lost environment. Su Tian walked out from Guanzhou, and took a breath of fresh air suddenly. At a glance, the surroundings are still familiar environments and familiar territories. Master, you're back. On the other side, the holy angel and the extraordinary elf had a feeling at this moment. When Su Tian descended to Setsuna, they rushed towards him with the fastest speed. In less than a while, holy angels soar from high above. Master, come back. The holy angel came and said excitedly. Su Tian smiled slightly, and stroked the hair of the holy angel. On the other side, both the fire elves and the earth elves rushed to this side at the fastest speed. The first thing Su Tian did when he came back was to ask about the construction of the floating island. The holy angel said, "In the 2 days since the master left, the development of the island has gone smoothly, and the defense project and barracks have been cast and completed. Over there in the warehouse, the first batch of resources have been fully stored." Good. Su Tian listened to the report of the holy angel and nodded in satisfaction. During the 2 days he was gone, the holy angel managed well. He knew that Su Tian was going to recruit soldiers, so he used the furnace in advance to cast a batch of weapons and armor. When the two reported the situation, the earth elves and fire elves had already arrived. See Su Tian back. The earth elves and fire elves also looked excited. "Master, during the 2 days you left, we took good care of the floating island. Not a single monster invaded." The earth elf spoke with excitement. Su Tian nodded. "The island is managed by them. Even if he is not on the floating island, he can develop at a high speed." "Master, you have become much stronger." "Beside," the fire elf said in surprise after feeling the vigorous aura on Su Tian's body. Su Tian has been away for 2 days, but his level has directly increased by 2 levels, and he is about to break through the 10th level. This kind of speed can only be described as terrifying. Su Tian smiled brightly. "I brought back a lot of good things from the extraordinary world. This time, your strength can all have a big improvement." "Really? Great, thank you master." The fire elf was excited and looked excited. Su Tian nodded, and then began to improve their strength. He opened the core of the floating island, and he took out a bright red fire fruit. This fire fruit is one of the heavenly medicines he collected, and it contains a strong fire elemental breath. The moment the fire elf saw Huaqiao, his expression suddenly became excited. He could feel that this fire fruit contained a strong fire element. Su Tian handed over the fire fruit and said, "Liao Yuan, this fire fruit is a heavenly medicine. After you absorb it, you can enhance the awareness of the fire element and enhance the power of fire." "Thank you master." The fire elf looked excited and took the fruit with excitement. "Master, I'm going to refine the fire fruit first." The fire elves didn't hesitate, turned around and flew towards the elemental god tree. Su Tian turned his head, looked at the holy angel and said, "Leia, this bright flower is also a heavenly medicine, with a strong bright breath. After you absorb it, your strength will definitely increase a lot." As Su Tian said, a pure white flower appeared in the palm of his hand. The holy angel narrowed his eyes slightly. Since its birth, it has never seen such a strong light power. With a look of excitement on her face, she excitedly took the bright flower from Su Tian's hand. With the bright flower in hand, the bright aura on the holy angel's body instantly increased, giving it a hazy feeling of pure white. Su Tian was surprised. The brightening effect is too powerful, isn't it? Before absorbing it, it can trigger such a strange scene. After the holy angel thanked him, he also turned around and went back to absorb the bright flower. Su Tian turned his head, looked at the earth elf, and said with apology on his face, "Xingtu, I'm sorry. Since there is no heavenly medicine for the earth element, I have prepared extraordinary fruits for you this time. Although the effect will be weaker than theirs, I guarantee that this extraordinary fruit is definitely a good product." The earth elf waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's okay, master, I am not picky, as long as I have it, I am very satisfied." Su Tian took out a walnut and said, "This extraordinary fruit contains a strong earth element aura. Although the effect is weaker than the heavenly medicine, your strength can also increase a lot after absorbing it." Thank you master." The earth elf was delighted. He felt that after absorbing this walnut, his sledgehammer would definitely improve a lot. Similarly, after thanking him, he also turned around and flew in the direction of the elemental god tree. Looking at his back, Su Tian believed that after they finished refining the fruits in their hands, their strength would definitely improve again. In the future, they will all be the backbone of the floating island. Come to the planting area. 2 days later, the crops he had planted had grown wheat. It will be ready for harvest after a while. The planting area is planned from the side of the elemental tree. Since the soil here is fertile, it is the most suitable for planting things. Now, he wants to develop an area here to plant the extraordinary fruit it brought from the extraordinary world. Su Tian found farm tools, and since they got psychic, they can cultivate independently, and the efficiency of farming is very fast. It's just that with the completion of the planting area, their batch of agricultural tools quickly lost their function. Now, Su Tian found them, and plowed a piece of land again to grow extraordinary fruits. The long-lost work makes the farm tools happy. In order to get attention, the speed of farming this time is increased by 50%. Before Su Tian's eyes, a message appeared. He was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. It seems that I have to arrange more work for them in the future. Otherwise, they will feel lost when they are idle. Su Tian thought, the farm tools over there had already plowed the land. It has to be said that their farming efficiency is really fast. Su Tian came to the area and turned over the surrounding soil. Afterwards, he opened the storage ring and sprinkled the extraordinary soil it brought back from the extraordinary world. Afterwards, he began to plant extraordinary fruits one by one. After he pulled out these extraordinary fruits, he also took away the root scriptures. The purpose is to come back and plant another field of extraordinary medicine. With his efforts, extraordinary fruits were planted by him. After a while, this area exudes a strong extraordinary atmosphere. Although these breaths are not as good as those of the extraordinary world, they are extremely rich compared to the floating island. Soon, his extraordinary medicine field has been planted. Feeling the arrival of new species, the elemental tree has a sense of crisis. In order to maintain its position, the growth rate of the elemental tree is increased by 50%, and the elemental power is activated to increase the elemental blessing of the whole island. As soon as Su Tian finished it, a reminder came from the elemental god tree. He laughed a little. These days, even the elemental tree has learned to compare. Under his glance, the elemental tree exudes various elemental powers. Subsequently, with the blessing of various elemental powers, the efficiency of various items on the island increased again. It seems that we will have more competition for you in the future. Su Tian glanced at the buoyant floating island and smiled gratifiedly. After planting the extraordinary fruit, Su Tian did not leave immediately. Because these are treasures, there is no room for any mistakes. He planned to arrange for the extraordinary elves to come here alone to guard the medicine field after they had absorbed their power. Because of this medicine field, it is now a valuable area on the island. Any extraordinary fruit can command sky-high prices. In the extraordinary world before, the medicine fields were guarded by colorful deer. If there is no colorful deer, then no one can open the space channel and enter the medicine field. Wait, when it comes to the colorful deer, Su Tian suddenly remembered the agreement between them. I almost forgot, I still want to summon it to the human world. With a thought, Su Tian summoned with a puppet. Under his call, the colorful deer in the extraordinary world froze. In the next second, he appeared directly in front of Su Tian. What happened? The colorful deer was a little dazed. He was grazing just now. When he was eating, his eyes suddenly went dark, and then he appeared here. Brother Lu, it's me. After Su Tian saw the colorful deer, he warmly greeted him. The colorful deer heard the sound, and after a second or two, he reacted immediately. Human, it's you. Where is this? Why is the extraordinary aura around you so weak? Su Tian said, Brother Lu, this is the human world. What? Is this the human world? The colorful deer was overjoyed after hearing this. He turned his head excitedly and carefully observed the differences around him. Su Tian looked at him like a curious baby, and said, "Brother Lu, I want to ask you to help me with something." "What's up? Say it. I'm going to go for a run around here." Su Tian was a little speechless. Isn't this guy too excited? "That's right, I want to ask you to take care of the medicine field. Just like when you were in the extraordinary world." The colorful deer turned her head and saw the medicine field that had just been planted beside it. He was a little surprised. "He didn't expect you to hollow out my medicine field just to plant it here." "No problem. I've taken care of this little thing." After the colorful god deer finished speaking, the antlers on its head emitted 7 colors of light. Afterwards, hazy smog appeared around the medicine field. This layer of smog has an isolation effect. Looking from the outside, other people can't see what's inside clearly, nor can they catch the breath inside. More than that, this smog is the space power used by the colorful deer. Without his permission, other people would be confused by the smog if they stepped into this place. If you break into it by force, it will trigger the collapse of the space, and directly send the person who broke into it into another space. "All right. I will help you guard the medicine fields, and you remember to share the good things of the human world with me." "No problem. This aspect is still Luja's specialty." The colorful god deer popped his hooves, turned his head and ran towards the periphery of the floating island. Seeing that the medicine field has been settled, a stone in Su Tian's heart finally fell. With the protection of the colorful deer, Su Tian, the medicine field here, can rest assured. Not seeing each other for 2 days, a lot of changes have taken place on the floating island. There is that feeling of not seeing each other in a day, like 3 autumns. Chapter 57. Angel Statue. When Su Tian came here, the bright atmosphere here was not as strong as before. 2 angels were conceived, and the light power here was depleted a lot. Su Tian looked at the gloomy lake water, and took out the Longchuan holy water that was auctioned earlier. He came to the lake and poured the holy water of Longchuan gently. Longchuan holy water contains strong light power. When Setsuna is poured, the nearby spring water instantly glows with a faint white light. The sacred spring water is supplemented by the power of light, the efficiency of conceiving angels is increased by 50%, and the call of the ancient bloodline is opened. What's the situation? The call of the ancient blood? Su Tian was a little confused. This was the first time he encountered this situation. At this moment, the angel statue showed signs that it was about to be born. Its surroundings are condensed with strong light power. It seems that it won't be long before a 3rd angel will be born. Su Tian is delighted. It seems that he will be able to form an army of angels in a short time. When the time comes, all the angels will stand side by side. The scene is simply eye-catching and spectacular. Owner. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded from behind Su Tian. Su Tian looked back, and saw a slim fairy smiling softly in front of him. "Are you, Lizan?" Su Tian was a little puzzled. She had never seen the person in front of her, but judging from his figure, she could tell that he was an angel. Now there are only 2 angels on the island, one is Leia and the other is Lakeson. The holy angel in front of him nodded, looking extremely cute and moving. Lakeson is different from Leia. Leia takes the cool route, while Lakeson takes the cute route. Su Tian couldn't believe it. He had only been away for 2 days, and Lai Xin had grown into an archangel. "Master, can you arrange a job for me? Other people on the island have jobs, but I don't have a job, so I can only do my best every day." Lakeson spoke with a hint of expectation in her tone. Su Tian was stunned, and then began to think seriously. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to be looking forward to a formal job. But Su Tian thought about it, and didn't think of what to arrange for him. Now the island is almost all self-management, and all kinds of items can be mined and managed independently after being psychic. Leia is in charge of the construction of the floating island, which is actually the usual assignment of tasks. But if she doesn't arrange a job for the other party, she will feel that she has been underestimated. After thinking hard for a while, Su Tian finally came up with a good idea. Cough cough cough. Su Tian coughed and said solemnly, Leixin, I will assign you to be my housekeeper. Housekeeper? What is that for? Owner? Su Tian smiled slightly, and explained to her as if something happened, Steward, you will be in charge of my castle in the future. Your job is to manage everything in the castle every day. In a few days, I will go to the world to recruit a group of people to come up. At that time, some servants will be arranged to work in the castle. Your job is to oversee and manage them. Let them clean up the castle, and then take care of my daily life. Wow! In that case, I will be able to see the master every day from now on. Leixin's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly. Seeing her appearance, Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. Who can resist such a gentle and lovely angel? Who wouldn't be happy to see such an eye-catching angel every morning after waking up? Su Tian thought about it, and he couldn't treat her badly. Now everyone else has a super fruit to boost their strength. He must arrange one for Leixin too. Otherwise, you will be misunderstood, and it will be bad if you are partial. Just right. He still has an extraordinary fruit of the light system on his body now. Although the effect is not as good as Leia's heavenly medicine. But after absorbing it, it can also increase a lot of strength. Su Tian took out a ginkgo tree. Leixin, this ginkgo fruit contains a strong aura of light. If you take it and absorb it, your strength will definitely increase a lot. Wow! Thank you, Master. With a smile on his face, Leixin excitedly took the ginkgo fruit from Su Tian's hand. You are my housekeeper now, you can live in my castle from now on. There are several vacant rooms in the castle, you can choose one at random, and use it as your future residence. Okay. Leixin nodded, and flew back to the castle with a happy face. Su Tian looked at her, hesitating in his heart, should he arrange a maid outfit for him in the future? After all, it's a housekeeper, so it's better to be formal. Then, yesterday, I dispelled this thought in my heart. What are you thinking? Own. As an island owner, you should still take building floating islands as your duty. This time he gained a lot of spoils from the extraordinary world. There are not only supernatural fruits that can improve strength, but also many supernatural materials to upgrade weapons. Before coming to the furnace is melting gold coins at the moment. Su Tian came here and collected the results of 2 days. 562 gold coins. This figure is considered sky-high in the initial stage. He opened the core of the floating island and collected these gold coins into it. Then, his eyes stopped on the body of the furnace. During this period of time, the construction of the floating island was so good, and the melting furnace contributed a lot. Many things are made by smelting it. Now, Su Tian has to rely on upgrading a batch of extraordinary weapons. Before that, he decided to upgrade the level of the furnace. As his level increases, more functions are unlocked. One of them is evolution. Evolution can upgrade any building on the island by paying gold coins. Su Tian opened the building page and chose evolution. Basic furnace, 100 gold coins, evolved into a medium furnace, the melting speed increased by 50%, and the refining success rate increased by 20%. Without hesitation, Su Tian clicked on evolution directly. After paying 100 gold coins, the shape of the basic furnace began to change. In the dark furnace, the body began to emit light. Afterwards, his appearance changed into a silver-white cauldron. The body size has expanded by 5 times before. The medium melting furnace has successfully evolved, feeling the care from the master, the smelting speed increased by 20%, and the refining success rate increased by 20%. Good. Do it well. In the future, you will be promoted and raised more often. The medium melting furnace feels the future is promising, the smelting speed is increased by 20%, and the refining success rate is increased by 20%. Upgraded again. Su Tian was a little surprised. After so many days of getting along, he finally mastered his golden finger. As long as you pass various encouragements and words, you can continuously improve the efficiency of items on the island. It seems that I will chat more with these items in the future, so I encourage you. Give them a hope to look forward to. While thinking about it, Su Tian took out the extraordinary material obtained in the extraordinary world. These extraordinary materials can be used to refine weapons, allowing ordinary weapons to evolve into extraordinary weapons and gain extraordinary power. Su Tian took out the extraordinary materials. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade the Zijin Bao. This weapon has been with him for a long time, and it can be regarded as a founding hero. Since entering the floating island, he has been following him. There was no chance to promote him before, but now that there are extraordinary materials, the first thing Su Tian thinks of is him. Taking out the purple gold bao, Su Tian caressed the bow and arrow. On these stripes, he could feel the scorching fire element power. Go. This time, improve well, and strive to be able to channel independently in the future. Su Tian greeted, and put the purple gold bow into the medium furnace for refining. Boom boom boom. The medium furnace is working, it swallows flames, and continuously refines extraordinary materials for improvement. After Su Tian glanced at it, he left slowly. Back to the castle. Laxin is still absorbing in the room. He took a look. To evolve his small castle first, he needed 1,000 gold coins. For this number, Su Tian is a little embarrassed now. In the extraordinary world, almost all his gold coins were ruined by him. Right now, he only has a few hundred gold coins that he just collected. Upgrading the castle is a trend. In the future, servants will be recruited. Such a small castle is destined to be insufficient. So, during this period of time, she needs to save some gold coins to upgrade the castle. After all, a castle is its status symbol. The building must be luxurious and tall to match his temperament. On this day, after Su Tian came back, he hardly rested. When night fell, he finally stopped. Right now, both the elves and the holy angels are absorbing the extraordinary to improve. And the furnace is also refining extraordinary weapons. Su Tian sat on the edge of the floating island, silently admiring the night. From time to time, there are monsters haunting, and he will also take action to wipe him out. Su Tian, you are finally back. Behind Su Tian, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Looking back, Mermaid Salsa is very excited. Seeing her, Su Tian took out a few berries with great interest. Sasha took it with a happy face, then sat next to him and ate the berries. Su Tian, after you left, I haven't even eaten berries. What happened? Su Tian was a little puzzled. She remembered that the Earth Elf had brought him all the berries on the island. How? Xingta didn't come to bring you berries after I left. No. Sasha said aggrievedly. You have to make it up to me, and give me everything you owe me these 2 days. No problem. Su Tian replied, but he was wondering in his heart, didn't Xingta get along with Sasha very happily before? Why don't you come and see her? Could it be something urgent? Su Tian shook his head, discarding the distracting thoughts in his heart. Sasha, I brought you good things from the extraordinary world. If you absorb it, maybe you can open the extraordinary. As Su Tian said, a jar of porcelain appeared in his hand. In this porcelain vase, there is a water spring, one of the heavenly medicines. The water spring is very strange, there are no roots growing, as if it is formed by the condensation of water elements. When the bottleneck was opened, a strong water element rushed towards him. Sasha was very surprised. Su Tian, this thing is so precious, did you just give it to me? Take it. If you follow me now, naturally I won't treat you badly. From now on, you will regard this place as your home. When the time comes, there will be berries every day, and I promise it won't happen again." Sasha was moved, and said with reddened eyes, "Thank you, Su Tian, you are the first outsider who treats me so well besides my parents." Su Tian laughed, "Take it quickly. This water spring is very expensive, so don't waste it. You absorb it now, and I happen to protect the Dharma for you." Sasha nodded, and then took the porcelain in his hand. After taking it, she drank it in one gulp. The strong water element power erupted in her body immediately. She groaned softly, and a soft force flowed through his body. Outside her body, there was a faint blue light flickering. A blue light bloomed, and there were countless fish galloping in the sea. Su Tian was surprised. This was the first time he saw someone causing a strange scene. Unexpectedly, as a mermaid, Sasha could trigger a miracle after absorbing the water spring. On the surface of the lake, thousands of fish are jumping, galloping, and stirring. It seems that as long as you jump up, you can jump into a dragon. In the sky, the wind and cloud are changing violently, forming a thick cloud curtain. Salsa's fish tail was slowly dissipating, and a blue fluorescent light appeared under her tail. "Is this going to transform into a human?" Su Tian secretly sighed. The effect of this heavenly medicine is really powerful. Transform a mermaid into a human directly. It seems that she doesn't need to build a pond in the future. Su Tian turned his mind and silently protected him. Chapter 58. Dark Night Sky. A scorching flame instantly tore through the silent night. In the sky, the fire elves broke through first and jumped up. Su Tian raised his head, and there were billowing flames burning around the fire elf's body. It stands in the sky, dazzling like a hot sun. The fire elf evolved as an innate extraordinary elf. Under the urging of the heavenly medicine, his fire element power directly increased by a large amount. He gave a soft scold, and a huge fire lotus bloomed under his feet. He stood on top of the lotus, his stalwart figure exuded raging flames. "Humph! I don't know how to live or die." Zheng Zhou evolved and no one came to practice. The fire elf yelled, and his whole body was like a meteor falling to the ground, and he fell fiercely towards the direction of the floating island. Boom! A flame soared into the sky. In front of Su Tian's eyes, more than a dozen messages about the death of monsters appeared in an instant. What a terrible power! Su Tian secretly sighed. The fire elf has such terrifying strength just after breaking through. If he stabilizes his strength will have a considerable improvement. As expected of an extraordinary elf, she has an innate advantage over extraordinary power, Su Tian murmured softly. In the extraordinary world, he swallowed so many extraordinary fruits and heavenly medicines, and the result was not as high as others who improved in one go. Boom boom boom! The mountains were shaken for a while. After the earth elves fused the extraordinary fruits, their strength also soared a lot. He has a burly figure, and the pair of sledgehammers in his hands have become even bigger. He jumped up, and the sole of his foot hit the ground heavily, causing cracks to appear in the surrounding landslides and ground cracks. At this moment, Su Tian felt a terrifying aura emanating from him. Under the oppression of this breath, the earth elf is like a murderous beast. "Master, I'll come as soon as I go." The earth elf yelled violently, and the solace of his feet suddenly exerted force, directly rising from the ground. His figure was turbulent, like a meteorite, smashing towards the ground with strong gravity. Boom! A huge vibration sounded. Su Tian was astonished. In front of his eyes, there are more than a dozen reminders of the death of monsters. The earth elves can evolve this kind of strength just by absorbing an extraordinary fruit. I have to say that the extraordinary elves really have an advantage. A ray of white light soared into the sky, like a fairy figure, tearing apart the void and illuminating everything. The holy angel Leia also made a breakthrough at this moment. She spread her wings and looked extraordinarily charming under the moonlight. After the evolution, not only has her figure become slimmer, but her aloof temperament is also more obvious. Leia has long hair and a cold temperament, scattered all over the earth under the moonlight. Su Tian's pupils were wide open, staring blankly at the holy angel on the moonlight. What a nice view! Call out! The holy angel landed, she folded her wings, swayed, and slowly came to Su Tian. Su Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva, a little confused. Master, I heard that you let Lakeson take charge of your daily life in the future. Yes. And many more. How did you know that I let Lakeson be the housekeeper, in charge of the future life? Leia brushed her long hair, and said quietly, I gave you an angel feather before, it can save your life at critical moments. Of course, I also naturally know what you have experienced. So, you know my every move in the extraordinary world? Of course, I also know that Wu Jian. The holy angel said with a hint of aloofness on his face. At this moment, Su Tian sensed a subtle murderous intent. What's the situation? This. Su Tian was stunned, the holy angel actually controlled his every move. Moreover, what happened to the murderous aura just now? Master, I feel that Lai Xin has not been in the world for a long time, so it's better to entrust this kind of housekeeping work to me. Leia smiled slightly, with a wicked expression on her face. Su Tian exclaimed, this is not a good omen. The current Leia is simply more terrifying than that pet charm in the extraordinary world. The holy angel originally had a figure like a devil and a face like a fairy. Now she smiles evilly, it's hard for people to bear it. Leia, you usually have to manage the floating island, so you should pay attention to the balance between work and rest. It's a little thing that won't bother you. No trouble. Leia interrupted, and took 2 steps forward. Su Tian felt a little helpless, is this jealousy? However, Lakeson is gentle and is indeed more suitable to be a housekeeper. Leia's high cold temperament is still suitable for building floating islands. Master, don't worry, if you want to be gentle, I can be gentle too. Su Tian? What's the situation? I didn't say anything, how did he know what I was thinking? Is it possible? Su Tian was shocked, and looked at Leia in disbelief. Leia smiled lightly, and the smile on her face became more and more fascinating. Su Tian didn't dare to hesitate, and hastily opened the core of the floating island, and returned it and the angel feather. Leia! I'm back here, so I'll return this angel feather to you. After all, Su Tian didn't give the other party a chance to refuse, and directly handed over the angel feather. Master, this is not acceptable. If you don't take it away, I will worry about your safety. Unless, you make me a housekeeper. Su Tian had a headache, he had already promised Lakeson, how could he go back on his word? But I can give her a deputy housekeeper. Anyway, they are all butlers, and there is no difference between positive and negative. Okay. If that's the case, then you will be my deputy housekeeper from now on. Leia narrowed her eyes and was about to say something when a white light came from the castle. Call out! A white light bloomed, and countless dazzling feathers flew all over the sky. Lakeson broke through successfully. She was bathed in the light and rain all over the sky, and she looked extraordinarily sacred and tall. Master, I broke through. Lakeson smiled softly, and flew towards this direction with vibrating wings. Well! Sister, you are here too. When Lai Xin saw Leia, the smile on his face became brighter. Leia responded, but her eyes shifted to Su Tian. Su Tian was sensitive, and when Setsuna turned his gaze back, he immediately withdrew his gaze from Lai Xin. On the other side, the 2 extraordinary elves who went out to practice also came back. The fire elf stepped on the lotus and fell slowly. The earth elf jumped up and hit the ground heavily, causing countless gravel to splash. Seeing the arrival of the Earth Elves and Fire Elves, Su Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight, the two angels and the two transcendents both made breakthroughs one after another. The combat power of the floating island has increased a lot. The strength of these people is higher than that of Su Tian. With them, the subsequent floating island test can be said to be a piece of cake. But Su Tian's eyes are more than that. After seeing the godlike strength of the manager, Su Tian yearned for it in his heart. "Humans, what are you doing here?" Behind, the voice of the colorful deer sounded. He was galloping on the island just now, but the monstrous vision here attracted him. After seeing the colorful divine deer, several people present were a little confused. Only Leia, who knew him through the previous angel feathers. Su Tian opened his mouth and introduced, "This is the seven-colored deer, an extraordinary creature I met in the extraordinary world. From now on, he will live on our island and be in charge of a medicine field. In the medicine field, there are many extraordinary fruits. Usually without the permission of the colorful deer, you should not trespass without permission. Because he set up a layer of barriers around the medicine field, if someone breaks in forcibly, they will be teleported to other spaces." Oh. The fire elf stepped forward and made a good relationship and said, "Brother, if you need to find me in the future, I will cover you here." Colorful deer, shake your head, I don't need a human mask, I'm an extraordinary creature. Hey! When the fire elf heard this, he immediately had the idea of teaching him a lesson. Fortunately, Su Tian stopped it in time. Kake Shenlu turned her head, very curious about the mermaid Sasha, who is also a creature. "Human, what's the name of that mermaid?" Su Tian glanced at it, and replied, "Her name is Sasha, she is a mermaid, but after this evolution, she may transform into a human." Really? This is the first time I have seen a creature that can transform into a human. Kake Shenlu, very curious, came to Sasha and looked around. Su Tian didn't care about him, as long as the other party didn't interfere with Sasha's absorption of the spring, it would be fine. "Okay, it's late today, everyone go back." Su Tian urged everyone. The fire elves and the earth elves nodded, and then disappeared into the boundless sky. Seeing this situation, Lakson smiled and said, "Master, go back and rest. I will take care of your daily life." Su Tian responded with some hesitation. After Leia glanced at him, she said softly, "Master, I will manage the floating island first, and I will take care of your daily life tomorrow morning." "Say it." She spread her wings and flew into the distance. "Let's go." Su Tian greeted and returned to the castle. In the room, Su Tian thought about the next construction of the floating island. After this promotion, the strength of all the members on the island has been greatly improved. Next, he needs to go out into the world to recruit people. Then use expansion orders to expand the island. As the population soars, future resources will surely require more. Judging from the current situation on the island, it is definitely unsupportable. So the next development direction is to expand substantially, and then collect resources to expand the island. Try to finish all this before the floating island assessment. Back on the bed, Su Tian remembered the dragon egg obtained in the extraordinary world. The dragon is the king of beasts, with noble blood and powerful strength. If he hatches the eggs, his island will be given another major boost. It's just that this dragon egg is so weird that it can absorb the dragon's power in his body. At that time, due to the crisis situation in the extraordinary world, Su Tian didn't have time to observe more. Now that the situation is stable, he doesn't care if the dragon egg absorbs a little of his strength. Opening the core of the floating island, Su Tian found the dragon egg that was auctioned that day. The shell of the dragon egg is pitch black, and there are some weird dragon patterns on the eggshell. Su Tian took it out, and as soon as he put it in his palm, he felt the dragon egg absorbing the strength in his body. He observed carefully and found that there were some mysterious runes flashing on the appearance of the dragon egg. These runes are very complicated, and seem to be the unique secret lines of the dragon clan. After the dragon power in the body was absorbed by it, these runes began to glow. It seems that at this moment, the dragon egg seems to need the power of a dragon to hatch. After transmitting a burst of dragon power, Su Tian felt a burst of life force coming from the dragon egg. Although it is very weak, it is constantly strengthening. It seems that this dragon egg needs the power of the dragon to nourish it. In just a short while, Su Tian was so sucked by him that he fainted a little. There are a lot of dragon eggs, and vigorous dragon power is needed to nourish them to hatch. Su Tian put it back, preparing to take some dragon power to nourish it every night. In his current situation, even if he was sucked dry by the opponent, he might not be able to hatch. So in terms of hatching, let's proceed step by step. Chapter 59. June 15th, 193 in the extraordinary calendar. Today is Su Tian's 15th day on the island, and also his 3rd day back from the extraordinary world. In the past few days, under his full promotion, not only the strength of the residents on the island has been improved, but also the buildings of all parties have been upgraded. After the mermaid Sasha absorbed the water spring, she gained the power of the water element and transformed herself into a real person. Now, she can live freely on land. Maybe because they are both creatures, Kake Shenluo has a good impression of her, and has been sticking to him all day these days. On the other side, some buildings on the island have also been upgraded. After spending 1,000 gold coins to upgrade his small castle, it became a medium-sized castle with an area 5 times larger than before. Fishing traps and fishing rods have also been upgraded. The fishing trap is the only building he uses to search for treasures in the sea. The role of the fishing rod is also very important. On the island, the only meat ingredients come from the sea. In the past few days, Su Tian eats seafood, and his nutrition is a bit overloaded. Master, are you going to the world to recruit slaves today? Behind Su Tian, a gentle voice sounded. Li Xin was a little excited, because Su Tian said that when she came back, she would arrange a group of people to manage the castle together. Su Tian nodded and said calmly. Go and find the colorful deer and tell him that I am going to teleport back to the world. It is good. Leixin was very excited and spread his wings. Soon, the colorful deer came rushing forward. Humans, are we going to the human world? In the past few days, the development of the island has stabilized, and it is time to go to the world to recruit people. He once promised to take the colorful deer to the human world. So this time, he will bring the colorful deer back to the world. Master, be careful all the way. Leixin gave a reminder, silently expecting Su Tian's return. Su Tian opened the core of the floating island and paid 100 gold coins after choosing the teleportation location. Click send. As a blinding white light lit up, he and the colorful deer were teleported by the white light at the same time. The next moment, they appeared on a pier. This pier, known as the Gate of the Treasury, is dedicated to doing business with some island owners on the floating island. Due to the year-round exchanges with some island owners, the economic lifeline of this area has been extraordinarily prosperous. Su Tian glanced around, the bustling street was full of people coming and going. Kake Shenluo is a little excited, this is his first time to the human world. Human, I'm going to play somewhere else. You don't have to worry about me, you just need to call me back when the time comes. After all, the colorful deer held its head high and quickly rushed towards the bustling downtown. Su Tian was a little speechless, he dared to run around for the first time, not afraid of being caught by others to make deer antler. After cursing secretly for a while, the 7-colored deer had disappeared without a trace. Never mind. After all, he is also an extraordinary creature, ordinary people can't hurt him at all. Su Tian muttered something in a low voice, and then walked towards the trading place in the distance. Here, there are some black-hearted organizations that specialize in human trafficking. In order to meet the labor needs of the island owner, they will specially capture some people from all over the place to trade with the island owner. Although Su Tian disliked these things very much, he really had to follow suit. If he was really asked to search for people to recruit, it would take a lot of energy. So coming here to buy servants is the easiest and quickest. While his thoughts were turning, Su Tian had already arrived at the trading place. The trading place is specially created for the island owner. After Su Tian came here, he quickly found the slave market. As soon as he entered, two men in black immediately stepped forward to introduce him. "Dear island owner, what slaves do you need to buy? The people here are all old fritters, and all the people who come to this transaction are the island owners who occupy one side. Therefore, their posture was very low, and they did not dare to provoke the island owner." Su Tian glanced around. There were many iron cages here, and each of them imprisoned people, and it was preliminarily estimated that at least 1,000 slaves were imprisoned. Around the market, there were at least 100 men in black scattered around. Su Tian secretly sighed in his heart, those who can gain a foothold here are indeed those with power behind them. A group of people like them, without the support of big forces behind them, would not be able to do things smoothly here. "I'll take a look first, and I'll find you if I need it." When Su Tian spoke, his tone was very flat. "No problem, respected island owner." The two men in black were also very knowledgeable, and they didn't bother him too much when the other party asked to take a look. Su Tian walked forward and began to shuttle between these iron cages. Here, he found, most people had some whiplash. From the looks of it, it seems that those men in black did it. Well, Su Tian was helpless, and he was also very saddened by what happened to this group of people. But now, he can't do anything for them. When they came to an iron cage, a little girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Su Tian's pant leg. "Big brother, can you save my sister? She's dying." The little girl firmly grasped Su Tian's trouser legs, and said with a choked voice. Su Tian froze for a moment. This little girl looked about 12 years old, her whole body was dirty, her voice was weak, it seemed that she hadn't eaten for several days. Su Tian lowered his body and followed the little girl's longing gaze. Behind the little girl lay a woman with disheveled hair. Su Tian checked slightly, and found that this woman had many old wounds all over her body. It seems that he is so angry that he is about to die. "Big brother, please save my sister." The little girl spoke again, holding back tears, and said weakly. Su Tian looked worried, and hurriedly took out a golden fruit date from the core of the floating island. Jujube contains strong vitality and is most suitable for treatment. With both hands, Su Tian suddenly broke open the iron cage that restrained them. Afterwards, he lifted the girl with disheveled hair, put the fruit into her mouth, and swallowed it gently for her. Setsuna, the girl who was originally full of vitality, began to revive. On her body, the hidden wounds that had been whipped began to slowly recover. After a while, the girl who was about to die was able to speak normally. Seeing this scene, the little girl cried out excitedly. "Elder sister!" The rescued girl was a little surprised, and he kept comforting the little girl in his arms. "Respected island owner, you have destroyed the iron cage without authorization, so you must buy these two slaves." In the distance, the two men in black rushed over and said. Su Tian looked cold, and said coldly, "I want these two people, how much is it?" Hearing this, the two men in black smiled. "Respected island owner, all the slaves here are priced at the same price, 1 gold coin per slave." Su Tian frowned, threw out 2 gold coins, and signaled them to leave quickly. The two men in black who got the money were very happy, and they returned it with a smile on their faces. "Where are you? Go back quickly. Don't get caught by them next time." Seeing these two worried girls, Su Tian gave up the idea of taking them back to the floating island. "Thank you." The girl who was rescued, "Who is sad thanks? We have no home." The little girl was a little sad and said weakly. Su Tian Yang Mei, are you willing to live on a floating island with me? Although I can't promise you, I guarantee that on the floating island, you will not have to worry about food, drink, or danger. Of course, the premise is that you have to contribute to the floating island. Would you like to? When the two girls heard this, they nodded excitedly. We do. Thank you, big brother, for being willing to take us in. Su Tian took a look. The two of them were weak due to long-term malnutrition and hidden injuries. He sighed, and then took out 2 golden dates. Take it and eat it. There is a strong life force in it. What you eat can restore the hidden wounds on your body. Hearing this, the two girls hesitated. No, big brother, this thing must be very expensive. We don't use these. The two of them are very sensible. After hearing that a fruit can heal the hidden wounds on the body, they naturally understand the extraordinariness of this. So they didn't want it. Eat it. Su Tian knew they were embarrassed, so this time he directly fed the fruit dates into their mouths. Seeing this, the two girls had to swallow it too. Under the nourishment of the vitality of the golden jujube, the dark wounds on the two of them quickly dissipated. And the weak body is also replenished with strength. This extraordinary fruit is of infinite benefit to ordinary people like them. Su Tian asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Lin Qin and my sister is Lin Jun." The little girl spoke with a grateful face. Lin Qin, Lin Jun, after I select some more people, I will take you back to the floating island. Yes. Owner. The two are very sensible, knowing that Su Tian bought them and wanted to call them masters. Let's go. He helped the two of them up and continued to walk inside. Lin Jun hugged Lin Qin and followed behind Su Tian. Looking at Su Tian's back, the two felt grateful. They have seen many island owners who came here to buy slaves. But there are very few people as kind as Su Tian. Most island owners treat slaves like livestock. They will not consume extraordinary fruits to heal their dark wounds. It will only let them return to the island and keep working hard. Sister, I don't feel any pain in my body anymore. In the back, Lin Qin leaned against Lin Jun and whispered. Lin Jun nodded and said gratefully, Master, you are very nice. The golden dates that were fed to us must be precious. In the future, we will serve our master well and repay his life-saving grace. The two made up their minds that they must repay Su Tian well in the future. Su Tian walked in front and heard their conversation clearly. Although their voices are very small, Su Tian has already reached an extraordinary level. All aspects of the body have surpassed ordinary people. So even though their words were small, he could still hear them clearly. Chapter 60. In the slave market. Su Tian brought Lin Qin and Lin Jun through it. His eyes swept around, looking for the right person. Suddenly, his body jerked. Extraordinary breath. Su Tian's expression is serious. Just now Setsuna, he felt a faint extraordinary breath. Unexpectedly, there is an extraordinary existence in this place. Su Tian whispered, his perception expanded to the maximum, and he kept searching for the faint extraordinary breath. Finally, under Su Tian's perception, he sensed the source of the extraordinary aura here. Where? His eyes froze suddenly, and he walked towards an iron cage. Coming to the iron cage, Su Tian carefully observed the person in front of him. This is a tall man with a loose shawl and a lot of dust on his face. When the man saw Su Tian, his eyes were cold and he ignored him completely. Su Tian squatted down and asked, "What's your name?" The man leaned against the cage, and replied disdainfully, "What's my name? What's none of your business?" "Big brother, don't be afraid, the master has no bad intentions, he just wants to rescue you." Behind Su Tian, Lin Qin spoke softly. "Oh? Just relying on him, what can I use to save him?" The man's tone was indifferent. If it wasn't for the little girl behind him, he probably wouldn't want to reply. Su Tian became interested, and under the observation of the party just now, he knew that this man had been in contact with transcendence before. It seems that he should have achieved something before, so he is proud. It's just that something should have happened to him later, which led to such embarrassment now. Su Tian looked at him and said with a smile, "You have hidden wounds on your body." Nonsense. This group of animals are beaten with whips every day, of course they are injured. The man spoke, his tone full of indifference. No, although you have whip wounds on your body, they are not the most deadly. Your internal organs have been damaged, injured by extraordinary power. So you can't use extraordinary power now. How about it? I've cured you, you go with me. Su Tian glanced at the man, and spoke confidently. The man's eyes froze, obviously moved by what Su Tian said. He was silent for a while, and then said, "You are really sure that you can heal the wounds on my body?" "Certainly. If the cure is not good, I will pay 1 gold coin to redeem you, and then you can go wherever you want, and I will not stop you. But if I cure you, you will have to go to the island with me. How about it?" The man took a deep breath, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. "Ro. If you really cure me, I will go with you." Su Tian smiled slightly, and then took out 2 golden dates from the core of the floating island. Although the wound on the man's body involved all internal organs, it only needed the vitality of 2 golden dates to fully recover. This is an extraordinary fruit. When the man saw Su Tian take out the golden dates, his breath became obviously short of breath. "Take it. After swallowing these 2 golden dates, it is enough for your body to recover. Are you really willing to give it to me?" The man's tone trembled, and there was excitement in his eyes. "Big brother, as I said earlier, the master is not a bad person. He just gave us this fruit before, and the hidden wounds in our bodies will be healed." The man was a little confused. He didn't expect that Su Tian would feed extraordinary fruits to ordinary people. He originally thought that the other party was willing to help because he saw him as extraordinary. Unexpectedly, before that, he actually distributed the extraordinary fruit to ordinary people. The man hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Do you know the function of extraordinary fruits?" "Certainly. If I don't know, how can I bring it to you?" "Hiss." Man gasped. It seems that the man in front of him is very extraordinary, and he can give away extraordinary fruits so generously. He has been imprisoned here not long ago, and has seen all kinds of people. Everyone who came here did not treat them as normal people. It's just that the slaves here are regarded as a tool that can be squeezed. The Su Tian in front of him is not only gentle to others, but also considerate to his own people. The man glanced at Su Tian, and then swallowed the 2 golden dates in the other's hand. In an instant, a vigorous warm current surged in his stomach. This warm current is very warm, flowing around her body. Then, he felt the sharp pain in his internal organs no longer. The dark wounds that have eroded him for many years are slowly repairing. In less than a moment, the hidden wounds on the man's body were healed by this strong vitality. Looking at the repaired internal organs, the man trembled excitedly. "I recovered, I actually recovered. Thank you, Master, for generously gifting extraordinary fruits. My name is Zhao Hao. Everyone called me a lunatic before. From now on, my life will be the Master's life." Su Tian smiled indifferently, and said, "Zhao Hao, you used to be involved in transcendence, and the field of achievement should not be low. How did you fall to such a point?" Hearing this, Zhao Hao's eyes showed a hint of anger. "It's all because I was blind back then. At that time, I just turned 18 years old and got an initial floating island. In order to pass the floating island assessment, I have been building islands day and night. Finally, after the 22nd day, I reached level 5 and unlocked the extraordinary power. I also thought my good day was coming. Unexpectedly, all of this was disillusioned by one person. At that time, I was still immersed in the joy of breakthrough. Suddenly someone found me and asked me to help him. This person is my former brother. When he approached me, I agreed without thinking. He said that he found a ruin and wanted to ask me to help develop it together. Since I broke through the extraordinary, I naturally agreed with full confidence. But that ruins is actually a place full of weird atmosphere. There is a 1,000-year-old evil spirit. His strength is extremely powerful, even if the two of us join forces, we can barely resist it. Knowing that we are no match, we can only give up resentfully. But when he was retreating, he actually planned to leave me alone to resist the 1,000-year-old evil spirit. Then he ran to pick the extraordinary fruit of the evil spirit by himself. The evil spirit's attack is very powerful. If I fight normally, I will definitely not be able to withstand it. So I had no choice but to detonate the extraordinary power to seriously injure him. In the end, I managed to seriously injure the 1,000-year-old evil spirit, leaving this hidden wound in my body ever since. Back on the island at that time, all internal organs in the body were injured by extraordinary power. In this case, I can no longer support the floating island assessment later. I, who failed the assessment, was sent back to the world, and then captured by this group of scumbags, locked up here and sold as goods. After hearing this, Su Tian booed for a while. It is not difficult to imagine that Zhao Hao must have been very strong back then. At that time, being able to rely on one's own strength to achieve extraordinariness within 20 days was considered excellent. Even now, if there is no opening of the extraordinary trial, I am afraid that few can reach the extraordinary. Okay, I already know about your past. Don't worry, with the development of the floating island in the future, you will still have many opportunities to contact extraordinary people. Let's go. I'll take you back to the island after I pick some more slaves. And many more. What's wrong? Su Tian was a little puzzled. Zhao Hao stopped it at this time. Could it be that he regretted it? Master, I know that you are kind-hearted and have extraordinary means. In this case, we might as well do something big. Zhao Hao whispered in a low voice, revealing a sense of domineering in his words. Oh? What do you want to do? Su Tian asked back. I want to kill this group of scumbags. If you and I work together, these ordinary people are no match. When the time comes to kill them, not only their money will be yours, but all the slaves here will also be yours. You are a good person, and everyone must be willing to follow you. This is definitely a way to make money without losing money. When Zhao Hao opened his mouth, he spoke clearly and logically, obviously not on a sudden whim. Su Tian was slightly taken aback, and said in a low voice, Did you premeditate? Right. I planned it before you came. There are more than 100 scumbags here, and there are more than 1,000 strong slaves in the iron cage alone. With such a gap in numbers, why do they detain us? Before I wanted to use the extraordinary power again, even if the injury would worsen later on, it doesn't matter. As long as we can succeed, we can take the money here and go to any place to live smoothly. I still don't believe it. With so many of us, we still can't beat their more than 100 numbers. Hearing this, Su Tian couldn't help laughing and said, You used to be called a madman. Dare to do such a crazy thing. Master, you are kind-hearted, you must not have the heart for them to stay here and be tortured by those scumbags. When Zhao Hao said this, Su Tian couldn't resist for a while. Behind, Lin Qin and Lin Jun were also a little moved after hearing the conversation between the two. They were whipped by this group of scum, and it would be best if there was a chance to save them. Su Tian was a little hesitant. These men in black were able to do such a big thing here, there must be a big force behind it. If they were killed, it would undoubtedly be against the powerful forces behind them. But at the moment when Zhao Hao opened his mouth, the two girls behind him felt a little moved. This made Su Tian not refuse. After thinking for a while, Su Tian finally made up his mind. Since you have all said so, then I have no reason to refuse. Leave those scumbags to me to deal with. When the time comes, you will untie the cage and protect their safety. Remember, you must protect Lin Qin and Lin Jun. I promised them that I would not let them get hurt in the future. Can you do it?" Zhao Hao was a little dazed when he heard this. Although he could feel that Su Tian was very strong, he didn't expect that Su Tian could be so strong as to defeat 100. After the other party said those words just now, it was obviously not an exaggeration. Zhao Hao could clearly feel the confidence in the other party's expression. And when you say that one person solves all the scumbags, it's so peaceful to go back. It seemed as if he was talking about an unimportant matter. Zhao Hao froze for a moment, then nodded emphatically. "Don't worry, Master, I will definitely protect the safety of the two of them." Behind, Lin Qin and Lin Jun felt warm after hearing this. At this moment, Su Tian's first thought was their safety. Before, Su Tian said that he would not let them get hurt in the future. Although they were moved, they also knew that it was just a promise made by the other party. Unexpectedly, this man is actually protecting their safety. At this moment, Lin Qin and Lin Jun felt a warm current in their hearts. They looked at Su Tian with gratitude, tears, and excitement. All of a sudden, various emotions came to mind. After Su Tian explained the matter, he began to prepare for a big fight. Before he was in the extraordinary world, he already had the ability to slaughter all kinds of extraordinary. Now facing these ordinary people, he is even more stress-free. Extraordinary power, after all, surpasses them. The gap between extraordinary and ordinary people cannot be bridged by quantity. The gap between the two is that one is in the sky and the other is underground. Chapter 61. Su Tian gently forced Zhao Hao's cage, and he broke open it directly. According to the plan, Zhao Hao went to rescue other imprisoned slaves. On the other side, Su Tian released two spirits of heaven and earth to ensure that no one could escape from here when the massacre later. Seeing him coming, the blacks thought he had picked slaves and was going to pay. "Respected island owner, you." Before the two could finish their words, the sharp sword transformed into thunder in Su Tian's hand directly decapitated them. The sudden change caught the other men in black present by surprise. "Kill!" Su Tian gave a low shout, and the power of thunder in his whole body bloomed at this moment. The thunder field opened up, and countless thunder lights poured down, forming a sea of thunder, engulfing everyone in front of them. "What? Run! He is a transcendent!" With a howl, the men in black woke up instantly. They understand that they are definitely not Su Tian's opponent. Who is in the next moment, all the men in black fled out one after another. "Run! Go find the master!" A man in black shouted loudly, wanting to ask the big forces behind him for help. But Su Tian's killing intent surfaced, and he was not given a chance at all. He had considered this before doing it. "We will never let anyone slip through the net, and report to them." With a thought in his mind, two spirits of heaven and earth penetrated the body of the man in black. In front of the extraordinary, these ordinary people have no power to resist. A howl sounded out. A deep scream ended. In front of Su Tian, these men in black didn't even have a chance to escape. On Zhao Hao's side, he was so shocked by the scene in front of him that he couldn't speak. He looked dazed for a while. It feels like a world away. Su Tian didn't feel that big to him, as if he had just grown up not long ago. But the abilities he displayed were not in line with his age. On Su Tian's side, with the cooperation of the two spirits of heaven and earth, they perfectly slaughtered the group of men in black. But the next moment, his brows frowned slightly. Because in his perception, there was a man in black who quietly avoided his perception, and then left this place. He raised his brows slightly, and if any escaped fish escaped, then what happened here would definitely be known to the powerful forces behind him. "Can't stay here for long." With a thought, Su Tian arranged for two spirits of heaven and earth to collect and scrape the money here. Then he turned his head and looked at the slave area behind him. At this moment, thousands of freed slaves lined up densely. Su Tian glanced at them and said, "Today, I give you freedom. If any of you are willing to come with me, I can guarantee that you will have enough food and clothing. I won't force you if you don't want to. Now, no one can limit your freedom." "Master, I am willing to go with you." Zhao Hao stood up and was the first to speak. Afterwards, Lin Qin and Lin Jun also agreed. Then, more voices rang out from the crowd. Su Tian wiped out the men in black and restored their freedom. Under the leadership of the first person, more people are willing to join his island and work for him. Su Tian opened the ceremony and said solemnly, "In this case, anyone who is willing to go with me can sign a contract with me. If you don't want to, hurry up and leave at this time, otherwise you won't be able to leave when someone comes over there later. Say it." Su Tian's floating island core gave birth to a lotus flower. The fiery red lotus is suspended in the sky. Zhao Hao was the first to throw himself in, and the fiery red lotus blossomed into light, engraving a mark on his forehead. This is the sign of the contract between him and Su Tian. With this sign, Su Tian's floating island will not exclude them. With the first man making a contract, more slaves began to make contracts with him. In just 1 minute, more than 1,000 slaves signed contracts with him. Of course, some of them want to leave. Su Tian doesn't care about this. Because the people here were all abducted by the men in black through various illegal means. Some people wanted to go back, but Su Tian naturally didn't stop them. Boom! In the sky, 2 spirits of heaven and earth floated back holding a pile of gold coins. In this market, the blacks have stored more than 2,000 gold coins in total. With a wave of Su Tian's hand, he stored the gold coins in the core of the floating island for more than 2 days. Then, he opened the transmission channel and brought the group of people back to the floating island. A white light suddenly appeared, and thousands of servants disappeared suddenly. Back to the floating island, Leia had been waiting here for a long time. As the manager of the floating island, Su Tian gave him instructions before leaving. The slaves brought back at that time will be distributed by him. With the emergence of a white light, Su Tian's figure slowly appeared. Then came thousands of slaves. Leia was a little surprised to see this scene again. She widened her pupils, surprise appeared on her face for the first time. Su Tian smiled wryly and said, "We will talk about this matter later. You first take them to assign work and rest places." Leia nodded and spread her wings. Floating in the sky, she began to select suitable slaves and arrange jobs. Su Tian took a look and arranged Lin Qin and Lin Jun to work in the castle. Su Tian took special care of these 2 people. Afterwards, he called Zhao Hao back to the castle to discuss matters. In the castle, Leixin took great care of the 2 new arrivals. She led the 2 around the castle, and then introduced them to work. Zhao Hao looked at Su Tian in surprise. "I didn't expect that the master has so many supernatural powers that even noble creatures like elves can serve you." Su Tian waved his hand and began to seriously assign work to him. Now the population of the island has surged so much. This is also a lot of pressure for him. Food and clothing for so many people is a huge expense. But Su Tian doesn't support idlers. He said to Zhao Hao, "Among this group of people, there are 736 strong men and 362 women. I thought about it, and you will lead these strong men in the future. In the west, I have set up a barracks for you. From now on, you will bring this group of people to live in the barracks. During the day, you take them to train and try to improve their combat power as much as possible. In the afternoon, you will take them to build the city wall." "No problem." Zhao Hao nodded, and said with a face full of promises. "It is good. I will give this group of people to you for training, and I will distribute the weapons and armor you need to you later. Also, everyone has hidden wounds, and I don't have many extraordinary fruits, so I thought about it, and I will take out a batch of super long fruits and mix them into the water later. You distribute this water to everyone to heal their wounds. Although they cannot be completely recovered, the vitality contained in it can also restore most of them. I believe that after drinking some water and resting for a period of time, their injuries can be completely healed. Zhao Hao nodded. It seems that choosing to follow Su Tian is indeed a correct choice. For everyone, he is very thoughtful. Think about them and show them respect. This is something other island owners cannot do. After discussing some details, Zhao Hao started to manage the army. Su Tian took out another 20 golden dates. He then puts these in water, diluting their life force. After a while, the water was distributed to each slave. After drinking this extraordinary water, more than half of the injuries on everyone's bodies healed. On this day, the floating island fell into a huge busy. Both Su Tian and Leia are planning their field work to ensure that everyone has a reasonable position. First night, Su Tian encountered a big problem. That is to eat. Facing more than 1,000 mouths, Su Tian felt a bit difficult. Because the rice in the planting area is not yet ripe, they have no rice to eat now. This night, Su Tian could only collect berries and seafood from the island. Back in the growing area, Su Tian understands that eating berries and seafood is not a long-term solution. Staple food is very important, and this problem must be solved tonight. Su Tian took a look, and the planting area still had 2 or 3 days to mature. He must catalyze this process now. To open the core of the floating island, Su Tian spent 1,500 gold coins to evolve the soil into a spiritual field. Ling Tian, the growth of planted plants is increased by 20%, and the contained nutrients are increased by 10%. Under the catalysis of Ling Tian, Su Tian greatly shortened the growth period of crops. Ling Tian sensed that the owner's mind has been psychic, and the growth of plants has increased by 20%, and the nutrition contained in them has increased by 10%. Almost at the moment when Ling Tian evolved, he directly activated the psychic. Su Tian was overjoyed. This is really the moment for the spirit field to psychic. Now it seems that the crops grown here can grow overnight. Next, he will encounter more problems. The population explosion on the island will bring a series of problems. He has to deal with these problems. The most important thing in a person's life is food and clothing. Now that Su Tian has taken care of the food, he is about to start working on the clothes for them. This group of people are now wearing thin clothes. Su Tian has to solve this big problem for them. Men are okay, Su Tian can put armor on them. But not for women. He had to prepare more clothes to come out. He thought for a while, and could only solve it through a transaction. Opening the transaction page, Su Tian quickly slipped down to the clothing area. His eyes scanned it, and quickly locked onto the clothes that fit them. Silk clothes, warm in winter and cool in summer, the fabric is soft and not easy to stain. The price of silk is not very high, and you can buy 10 pieces for 1 gold coin. If there are more than 1,000 people, only 100 gold coins are needed to solve the problem. Without hesitation, Su Tian directly clicked to buy. Boom! In the core of the floating island, a white light suddenly appeared, and then more than 1,000 pieces of silk clothes appeared. Su Tian took a look. The texture of this silk dress is really good. It feels soft to the touch and has a cool feeling when worn on the body. Then, he started running around, distributing silk clothes to everyone. With new clothes, everyone is happy. Especially those women. They want to put on new clothes immediately and start a new life clean. But then, another problem arose. That is to take a bath. Now men and women are mixed, and everyone is ashamed to jump into the sea to take a bath. Su Tian thought for a while, and then began to formulate the rules. From now on at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hao will lead the boys to the designated area to take a bath. In the next hour, boys can go to the designated area to take a bath. After 6 o'clock, the mermaid Salsa will take the woman to another designated area to take a bath. Now that everyone had silk clothes, Su Tian followed the principle of women first, and asked Sasha to take the girls first. After being busy for a while, Su Tian can be regarded as temporarily solving the problem in front of him. It was extremely easy to develop for those who were lonely before. Now that there are too many people, there will be many problems. But Su Tian understands that this is a problem that every island owner will encounter in the future. It's just that many island owners don't treat slaves as human beings. Turn a deaf ear to these things. Su Tian is different, he will formulate every rule, and then restrain everyone. Only by living within the rules can everyone live in peace and live and work in peace. Just like in his own world before, everyone must live under the constraints of the law. This night, Su Tian thought a lot. Chapter 62. Alcatraz. Black Shark sat in the lobby with a gloomy and terrifying expression. Behind him, the men in black didn't even dare to take a breath. How many years? There are still people who dare to break ground on Tai Sui's head. Black Shark's tone was indifferent, with a mocking meaning. There are more than 100 of you, it's fine if you can't beat a transcendent, and you haven't even got any useful information. What do I need you for? Master, please forgive me. It's not that we are incompetent, it's that that person is too powerful. His thunder and lightning are so terrifying that everything he passes is ashes. More than that, his two elves are also very powerful, we have no strength left to resist. Below, the man in black who fled back said tremblingly. Whenever he thought of the scene at that time, he couldn't help shivering. Black Shark's face was gloomy, frowning, the transcendent of the element of thunder, followed by two elves. Such a lineup can be described as terrifying. He has established Alcatraz for more than 20 years, and he has never acquired an elf in such a long time. But the other party actually has two elves. If that's the case, then the other party must have something extraordinary, and I'm afraid he is a predator who has practiced for decades. He Sha opened his mouth and asked indifferently, how big does that person look? The black man was worried, and replied tremblingly, that person looks very young, probably in his early 19s. What? He Sha was shocked. At the age of 19, he had the strength to slaughter hundreds of people, and he had two elves to help him. It is absolutely impossible for such a person to be as young as he looks. Unless, he has stepped into the realm of health preservation. In this world, the hierarchy is divided into 10 stages. Every 10 levels is a stage. The first stage is the extraordinary, which is the first step for ordinary people to communicate with the extraordinary power and transcend the practice. After Kaofan, there are 9 stages: Yundan realm, infant transformation realm, human fairy realm, earth fairy realm, celestial transformation realm, health preservation realm, happy realm, demigod realm, and god level. The further you practice, the more difficult it is to cross the gap. According to legend, the first group of people who stepped into the floating island world tens of thousands of years ago had already reached the level of gods and created a truly endless life. In this world, there are some real millennium giant crocodiles hidden. They have practiced for a long time, relying on the floating island to improve and continuously strengthen their strength. If it was true what the man in black said, it was a young man who robbed them. Then Black Shark absolutely dare not retaliate. A person with extraordinary strength and who has cultivated 2 extraordinary elves is definitely a giant crocodile that has been hidden for thousands of years. Preliminary estimates should have reached the healthcare environment. After reaching the health-preserving environment, the cells in people's bodies have completely transformed. Not only can you be reborn, but you can also live with the sky. The health environment can independently communicate with the power between the heaven and the earth, and provide cells with a steady stream of vitality. Black Shark sighed, if it was really a health environment, it would have robbed them of their territory. Then not only would he not be able to take revenge, but he would also have to suffer this dumb loss silently. It has been 20 years since he came to the floating island, and he has practiced diligently for so long, but he has only reached level 19, the late stage of the alchemy realm. A casual slap from other people's healthcare environment can wipe him out, let alone revenge. Well. He Sha sighed, but shook his head helplessly, and suffered from the dumbness. Although he was very angry at the loss of thousands of gold coins, most of his anger disappeared immediately when he thought that the other party was in the healthcare environment. Master! Are we going to get rid of that person? Behind Hey Shark, a cold voice sounded. Are you out of your mind? Others are in the health environment, what are you fighting for? A bunch of useless trash who don't even think about it. Black Shark knew that he could not retaliate, so he could only vent his anger on them. Hearing this, everyone present silently lowered their heads, for fear of offending He Sha. After He Sha threw the fleeing man into the sea, the anger in his heart gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the other side. Su Tian didn't know that the powerful force he angered yesterday had already suffered the loss of being dumb in silence. When he got up early in the morning, he inspected the recruits led by Zhao Hao on the island. Today is their first day on the island. According to Zhao Hao's request, Su Tian prepared a set of armor, an iron sword and a spear for each of them. Afterwards, Zhao Hao compiled a formation for each of them, and assigned teams of 12 people. Then in each group, select a small leader to assist him in his future work. Then Zhao Hao began to lecture, telling them that Su Tian is the biggest on this island. After some effective brainwashing, he just started training this morning. Su Tian stood at the back, very satisfied with Zhao Hao's training methods. He is thoughtful, well-trained, and a good leader of the army. Su Tian is very relieved to hand over the army to him. Now, he's going to start the planning work for each area. Leia came to him and explained her plan. He divided the women he brought back into 4 areas. Planting area, fishing area, back kitchen area, logistics area. Among them, most of the women were assigned to planting areas and fishing areas. Improve their production efficiency and food yield. Good. Under Leia's planning, these people were reasonably assigned to suitable positions. It will take a few days until they get used to it. The development of the island will officially be on the right track. Leia reminds Su Tian that as the population surges, the island needs more resources. Not only do we need to build more houses, but we also need to mine more resources to provide the consumption of the 1,000 people. Su Tian nodded, he had already thought about these things last night. Now that the population on the island is increasing, it is indeed consuming more resources than before. The best way now is to expand the island and get more resources. Su Tian thought, it's time to use the expansion order he obtained in the floating island world last time. But this time he must be fully prepared before he can start the expansion. Because this time the expansion is bigger than ever. Expansion orders can directly open 8 territories for expansion. Every territory has an area of more than 10 kilometers. And in these areas, there will be many monster dangers lurking. This is a big battle. Su Tian must bring the extraordinary elves and go out with all the angels. If conditions permit, Zhao Hao can also set off with the trained army. After all, a good army also needs proper warfare to hone. Su Tian made up his mind to vigorously develop the business on the island these few days, and then think about expansion after everything settled down. The resources stored in their warehouse are enough for a period of time to develop. So the most urgent task now is to settle these new residents first. Leia informed that she has planned some areas for the construction of residences. Waiting for Su Tian to start working now. Without hesitation, Su Tian followed Leia to the designated area to build a house. Open the core of the floating island, and on the building page, he built small residences one by one. With the consumption of a large amount of gold coins, hundreds of new residences appeared on the floating island. The women were all ecstatic when they saw a new house to live in. The enthusiasm for work has been greatly improved, and the efficiency has also improved a lot. Su Tian felt that he should formulate a system in the future. As long as they contribute, they can get points. Points can be used to exchange for everything they want, including extraordinary items. Everything is possible. Of course, the more expensive the thing, the more points you need. With hope, there will be no incidents of laziness and work reduction. Leia also felt that it was feasible after hearing it. But right now the idea is just a prototype. In order to really implement it, a series of planning and improvement are required. This kind of thing needs to be gradually perfected later. Coming to the planting area, after the evolution last night, it has evolved into a spiritual field. And at this moment, the ears of rice here have grown fruitful. Su Tian saw that a group of women were harvesting in the spiritual fields. They work with great enthusiasm and efficiency. He knows that this is all derived from the desire for a better life. After observing for a while, Su Tian discovered the disadvantages. Because Leia is in charge of the entire island, it is impossible to keep an eye on one place. Without her command, the women here lost their way like headless chickens after harvesting. Su Tian walked forward, and all the women in the spiritual field bowed down to say hello when they saw him. Owner. Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, then quickly accepted the enjoyment. When he came to the women, Su Tian took a glance and chose a woman who seemed to be more assertive to be the leader of the planting area. The woman's name is King Han. Since her ancestors were farmers, she has a lot of research on agricultural management. Su Tian appointed her as the leader and put her in charge of the planting area. The evolved Lingtian grows very quickly, almost every week has a bumper harvest. After each harvest, King Han must go to the warehouse curry to collect the seeds. As for those matters of plowing, the psychic farm tools will naturally solve it. Su Tian introduced a lot to her, so that she can quickly take over the planting area. After half an hour, under Su Tian's teaching, King Han has been able to arrange everything skillfully. From harvesting to planting, and finally arrange for people to place the crops in the back kitchen. After supervising for a while, Su Tian made sure that King Han was qualified for the job, and then he left silently to other places. Since the planting area has this disadvantage, then similar things will definitely happen in several other areas. Su Tian thought for a moment, then walked straight to the back kitchen area. It's more than 10 o'clock now, and it's almost time for dinner. Everyone has been busy for a day, so there can't be any mistakes at this time. After a while, Su Tian quickly came to the back kitchen area. Before he went in, he smelled a tempting fragrance outside. Since coming to the island, he has rarely experienced this kind of fireworks. Now smelling this tangy fragrance, he couldn't help being intoxicated for a moment. Owner. Just then, a woman in the kitchen area met him. Respectful regards to him. Su Tian nodded, and then stepped into the back kitchen area. Coming inside, Su Tian saw many women showing their talents. They are so skillful in frying and weighing dishes. From the looks of it, they used to be at the chef level. Chapter 63. Curls of white smoke steamed up and turned into wisps of white silk into the sky. The fragrance of vegetables keeps rushing from the back kitchen. Suck. What? Su Tian took a deep breath and immersed himself in the fireworks in this world. At the back kitchen, he observed it and was very satisfied. Although it is busy here, it is neat and orderly, and some people have volunteered to solve the problem. It seems that without the command of others, it is already fully capable of this job. Su Tian looked at them for a while and found that they were very capable. In the end, she found the woman who was always solving problems in the back kitchen. Promote her directly to the head chef. Let her have an official title. The woman's face was reddish, and she seemed to be excited because she got the status of the manager. She said excitedly, "Master, don't worry. I will definitely take charge of the kitchen." Su Tian nodded, and then went to the backup area as well. He doesn't need to worry about the fishery area. Fishing rods and fishing traps automatically catch deep-sea creatures. People there just need to bring the captured creatures to the back kitchen. Across a promenade, Su Tian came to the backup area. The so-called backup area is responsible for doing odd jobs. Usually solve all kinds of small things in daily life. When Su Tian came here, he happened to see that Leia was also here. Leia attaches great importance to the logistics area. Su Tian found her and explained the purpose of coming here and the various disadvantages that would arise. Leia nodded slightly after hearing this. I know the master, I will solve these things slowly. Su Tian understands that these things need to go through a running-in period. After the running-in period is over and everyone understands their positions, it will be considered that they have settled down completely. Back to the castle. Su Tian pushed open the door, and there were two maids standing at the door. Master. After seeing Su Tian, the two greeted each other warmly. Su Tian smiled slightly, and he arranged 16 maids in the castle. They are all beautiful ladies. Because he thinks that the most important thing is to wake up every morning and keep your eyesight. Recently, he is planning to arrange maid outfits for them. However, the mall here does not trade such clothing. Otherwise, he might have already bought 16 sets. After this period of time has passed, find someone to customize it for them. Su Tian's thoughts turned, and he walked slowly towards the room. Back in the house, he took out the dragon egg from the core of the floating island. The dragon egg at this time, under his nourishment during this time, has reached the shell-breaking stage. Su Tian could feel the vigorous vitality in the eggshell. And sometimes, the dragon egg would shake unconsciously. It seems that it will break out of the shell in 2 or 3 days. Su Tian sent him some dragon power again. Boom boom boom. There is a knock on the door. Get in. Su Tian put away the dragon egg and said slowly. Click. Pushing open the door, Leixin walked in excitedly and said. Master, it's time to eat. Su Tian looked at the time, and it was indeed time to eat. On their side, there is no need to go to a designated area to eat. Someone will cook it and send it over. Come to the living room. Seeing so many gentle maids, Su Tian immediately whetted his appetite. Come, come. Eat together. Su Tian greeted them and asked them to sit down and eat together. Under Leixin's leadership, everyone came to the table one after another. Coming here, Leixin gently taught each of them. So within a day, they got to know each other well. Come on, master, eat more lobster. Master, this tuna is delicious, eat more. Master, eat the dessert I specially made for you. Sitting in the middle of the crowd, Su Tian didn't even need to move her chopsticks, as many people fed her to her mouth. I have to say that everyone's enthusiasm was very high. Su Tian opened his mouth, enjoying the emperor's treatment. More than a dozen maids clustered together, taking care of her meticulously and considerately. Lin Jun brought a plate of fruit, picked it up with her slender fingers, and then gently fed it into Su Tian's mouth. Previously in the slave market, Lin Jun had shawls and long hair, but Su Tian didn't realize that he was a peerless beauty. After she washed it up yesterday, Su Tian discovered her sealed beauty. Lin Jun has a bumpy figure, a pair of long legs, pure white and flawless, a delicate face, pure and moving. Not only that, but her body seemed to be natural, exuding a faint fragrance. Su Tian took a deep breath, almost unable to bear it. It smells so good. No, I said it was delicious again. Su Tian was sober, he almost slipped his tongue just now. Under the careful care of a group of maids, Su Tian enjoyed his lunch happily. For the next few days, Su Tian was on the island to solve various problems, and then came back to enjoy their care. Extraordinary Calendar June 20th, 193. Today is the 4th day that Su Tian brought them back. During these 4 days, they had run in and understood their affairs thoroughly. Zhao Hao led his troops well, and the results of the 4 days of training were remarkable. On the periphery of the floating island, Zhao Hao also built a towering city wall during these 4 days. Over there at the barracks, Su Tian doesn't have to worry at all. There are also other places on the island. After these few days of running in, they are completely on the right track. There are houses standing on the floating island now, and at a glance, it is extremely lively. Su Tian felt that the present day was much more interesting than before. After there are more people, it not only has the treatment of an emperor, but also does not feel deserted. Every night the maid came and told him bedtime stories. Of course, this matter was discovered by Penglai within a few days, and then she aggressively contracted the responsibility of bedtime stories. Su Tian didn't dare to resist, so he had no choice but to accept. In 10 days, Su Tian will officially accept the floating island assessment. He found 2 extraordinary elves and 2 angels to discuss the expansion of the territory. Everyone agrees. Su Tian plans to expand the territory starting today. On Zhao Hao's side, he also greeted him in advance. This group of soldiers trained for 4 days, and it was time to test the results. Appropriate killing is the best way to improve their combat power. Take out the expansion order, the dark surface exudes a mysterious power. Su Tian uses tokens. Rumbling. A bang. 8 huge areas suddenly appeared on the periphery of the floating island. The newly emerged territory is bordered by floating islands, forming part of the island. At a glance, the surrounding area of the floating island is surrounded by a foggy territory. Hiss! 8 unknown areas. Su Tian looked at the information that appeared in front of him, and was a little surprised. This is the first time he has encountered such a situation. After a brief contemplation, Su Tian chose the area closest to them and began to occupy it. Behind him, 2 extraordinary elves, and 2 holy angels have long been waiting. Zhao Hao led the trained soldiers, ready to attack at any time. Set off! With a sound, the mighty army began to attack forward. Su Tian walked in the forefront, with determination in his eyes. The first unknown area. Su Tian led the extraordinary elves to open up first. Because of the fog, the army did not rush forward. Su Tian took the 2 extraordinary elves forward and kept occupying them. Wherever it passed, the fog slowly dissipated. This is a huge plain. Surrounded by verdant pines, there are towering trees and green grass everywhere. After driving 5 kilometers, Su Tian finally sensed the danger ahead. The fog dissipates. A tribal village was revealed in front of everyone. Su Tian was surprised. He didn't expect that there was their own civilization in the unknown area. This tribal village has grown to an area of thousands of people. The creatures that live inside are half-dragons. Roar! While everyone was watching, the half-dragon people in the tribe spotted them. There is an enemy invasion, prepare to fight. A voice sounded, and the half-dragon people in the entire tribe fell into a fighting state at once. What a quick battle readiness! Su Tian sighed secretly. Within a minute, the entire village entered a fighting state. Roar! Who are you? In the village, a half-dragon man wearing a golden armor came out and asked. Judging from the attitude of the surrounding half-dragon people towards him, he should be the leader of this group of people. We want to take over this area, and are we willing to surrender to me? Su Tian opened his mouth domineeringly, explaining the purpose of coming without any concealment. Kill! The half-dragon man in golden armor didn't hesitate, and after knowing Su Tian's intentions, he launched an attack directly. Court death! The fire elf taunted, and the raging flames on his body erupted instantly. On the tip of his spear, countless fiery red lotuses bloom. The earth elf smashed out with a hammer, and the huge hammer pierced through the air, heading straight for the golden half-dragon. Boom! The golden half-dragon punched out, and the huge dragon claw collided with the hammer abruptly. There was a loud bang, and then the two fought together. Behind Su Tian, Zhao Hao saw the battle broke out and immediately led the army forward. At this moment, the two angels also spread their wings forward to support. Kill them! The half-dragon figures are huge, each one is 5 or 6 meters high, and the strength in their bodies is extremely powerful. Su Tian knew that this was a difficult battle. He moved forward, and 2 violent thunderbolts erupted instantly in his body. Palm thunder! In his hands, 2 clusters of bright lightning burst out. Boom! He entered among the half-dragons, and the thunder field in his body instantly unfolded. Then, a big golden sun slowly appeared behind him. King Teng, Jin Lin, come out! With a thought in Su Tian's mind, 2 spirits of heaven and earth cut through the air and rushed into the crowd. Come on! Get rid of these half-dragons for me! After Su Tian was behind, Zhao Hao had brought his army to kill him. All of a sudden, a huge battle broke out here. Under their strong attack, more than 100 half-dragons were killed or injured in an instant. The fire elf killed the most fiercely, and a fiery red lotus flower bloomed under his feet, and his combat power increased by more than 10 times in an instant. On the side of the earth elves, they have been suppressing the golden half-dragon, preventing him from supporting others. You still haven't surrendered? Su Tian shouted loudly, turning into a lightning arc and rushing into the crowd. Don't think about it. You hateful invaders, we half-dragons will never surrender even if we die in battle. Half-dragons are arrogant and will never surrender. Then exterminate the genocide. Su Tian sacrificed a thunder sword, flashing thunder light to kill them. Chapter 64. The plains stretch as far as the eye can see. Half-dragon tribe. At this moment, there has been a bloody battle here. Su Tian led the army to kill the half-dragon people. The blood of the people on both sides stained half of the plain red. After some fighting, both sides suffered casualties. The half-dragon people are brave and good at fighting, and their strength is boundless. The 4-day army trained by Zhao Hao looked a bit unbearable in front of this group of people. Fortunately, at the rear of the army, there are holy angels healing their injuries. Leixin used healing to heal those wounded warriors. But Leia waved her wings and rushed into the half-dragons together with Su Tian. Boom! Behind Su Tian, more than a dozen half-dragons came suddenly. Their eyes were scarlet, and the dragon claws on their hands directly tore through the air. One Setsuna, Su Tian felt a chill down his spine, feeling a sense of crisis. Without hesitation, he directly released the power of the dragon spirit to form black armor to resist their attacks. Originally, he still wanted to keep the power of the dragon to nourish the dragon eggs, but now it seems that he can't do it. Get out! Su Tian shouted loudly, and the clothes on his upper body burst instantly, revealing a whole body of gleaming black scales. The attacks of a dozen half-dragons were bounced off by him. Su Tian blasted out with one punch, directly knocking the dozen or so half-dragons flying tens of meters away. Roar! Su Tian roared, and the dragon power in his body was released. In an instant, a pitch-black ancient dragon slowly emerged from behind him. The terrifying killing intent suddenly enveloped the plain, causing everyone to fall into a brief stupor. Leia turned her head and was shocked by this terrifying killing intent. On the other side, the golden half-dragon who was fighting the earth elves froze when he saw the black dragon again. After a brief moment of stupefaction, the golden half-dragon was the first to kneel down and shouted loudly, "The real dragon has appeared," and the half-dragon Jaga sees the spirit of the real dragon. The golden half-dragon knelt down and said very reverently. Then, all the half-dragons present also stopped their movements, knelt down and reported to the door. All of a sudden, the situation on the court instantly became weird. The one moment they were still fighting to death, the next moment they all ceased fighting. Su Tian looked bewildered, seeing countless half-dragons bowing to him, he was at a loss for what to do. What's the situation? After a brief silence, the golden half-dragon slowly got up and walked towards Su Tian with an excited expression on his face. "Are you the blood of the true dragon spirit?" The golden Tyrannosaurus spoke suddenly, and Su Tian was speechless for a moment. What is the blood of the real dragon spirit? He doesn't understand anything. But he understood that this group of people should be afraid of the black dragon behind him. With a thought in Su Tian's mind, the black dragon behind him directly wrapped around his body. "You mean, this?" After seeing this scene again, the golden half-dragon became more and more convinced of his conjecture. He knelt down and said excitedly, "Really, you are really of the blood of a real dragon. I am Gilgar, a half-dragon, see the blood of the true dragon." In the rear, all the half-dragons followed Gilga to worship. Su Tian was a little confused, and said slowly, "Get up, everyone." "Yes." Jill stood up and looked at him respectfully. "Cough cough. What do you mean?" Su Tian coughed and asked resentfully. "Dragon Lord, you have the real dragon spirit, and all of us will be used by you in the future." Gilga spoke, speaking very piously. "Oh. So, you are willing to serve me?" "Yes." Gilga didn't hesitate, and replied directly. After a moment of silence, Su Tian couldn't help but laugh. Unexpectedly, this war ended in such a way. But since it is possible not to meet each other in battle, Su Tian is also happy with it. The half-dragon people are brave and good at fighting, and Su Tian's army is no match for them. It's all right now, not only do you no longer need to fight, but the other party has all surrendered. Su Tian complained, if he knew that he would have used the power of dragon earlier. This will save the next war. Now the half-dragon people have taken refuge in him, so in the battle just now, he was equivalent to exhausting his own strength. Well. Su Tian sighed and asked the other party if he would like to stay on the floating island. Gilga replied that they have lived here for hundreds of years and have formed their own tribe. Here, they have regarded aged vinegar as their home. But if Su Tian ordered them to move, they would obey immediately. Su Tian thought for a while and felt reasonable. The terrain here is wide, rich in resources, and the soil is fertile. It is indeed a good place to develop. The half-dragon people already have their own civilization. That being the case, then he can't interfere too much. Su Tian said, "Okay. This is your home, and you will come here in the future. But from now on, this is a part of the floating island, and you are the residents of my island. If you need anything, you can come to the island for help. Of course, there will be dangers in the future, and you have to resist the crisis with us. Can it be done?" "Yes." Gilga obeys the Dragon Lord's orders. From now on, we will serve the residents of the floating island and the Dragon Lord. A battle ended with Su Tian, the black dragon spirit. Not only that, they also harvested a batch of powerful combat power. The half-dragon people are brave and good at fighting, and their strength is boundless. If it wasn't for the spirit of the true dragon, they would not have surrendered even if they died in battle. "Withdraw troops!" Su Tian shouted loudly. "On the court, you are still in a dream, and you feel a little unbelievable. Is that the end?" Zhao Hao was stunned for a moment, and then said, "The small captain gathers the formation, and the whole army withdraws." Boom boom boom. The next moment, they couldn't help but be sluggish. After Zhao Hao issued the order, everyone quickly assembled and returned to the army. Su Tian glanced at them and asked Zhao Hao to take them back to recuperate. The two holy angels looked at each other and turned back to heal them. Su Tian stayed with the two extraordinary elves to discuss specific matters. On Gilga's side, after sorting out the battlefield and counting the casualties, he returned to the tribe with Su Tian. In the tribe, Su Tian saw the civilization of the half-dragon people. Their civilization is still in a primitive state. Most of them are made of stone root wood. "Gilga, since you have surrendered to me, you must respect the rules of the island from now on. Now the island is divided into two areas, one is the inner area and the other is the outer area. The outer zone is the territory that you have just expanded. From now on, this area will be under the jurisdiction of your half-dragon people. On our side, we will do our best to help you develop vigorously. Your civilization is still relatively low level, so some of you won't be able to keep up temporarily. However, I believe that after a period of running in, you will be able to fully adapt to the new life. Yes. Gilga was overjoyed. As the patriarch of the tribe, she naturally hoped that the tribe would become more prosperous. Su Tian promised to lead them to develop, and they were naturally willing. Afterwards, Su Tian arranged for them to mine the surrounding resources on weekdays. It is rich in resources and is an important strategic location. Gilga didn't refuse, they chose to serve Su Tian, and naturally obeyed his orders. Discussed. Su Tian has arranged a lot for their tribe. Now there are only two main jobs for them. One is to exploit resources, and the other is to vigorously build tribes. Building a tribe. Su Tian gave them a lot of plans, and at the same time will send people to assist them in their development. After some conversation, it was already night. Su Tian glanced at the sky and prepared to leave. Before leaving, he hesitated. Then he opened his palm, and a dragon's power slowly melted into Gilga's body from his hand. She felt that since the power of the dragon could help the dragon eggs recover, it must also be effective for half-dragons like them. Sure enough, after Su Tian released the power of dragon to the opponent's body, Gilga's body shook suddenly. He felt the power of the dragon flowing through his body. This power raised his bloodline, and the characteristics of the half-dragon were gradually transformed into those of the dragon. Roar! With a low growl, the strength in his body increased a lot. The most notable thing is that the two dragon horns on his head have become much longer. This is the power of the dragon clan. Gilga rejoices. Su Tian felt that since they will be used by him in the future, he should also give them some motivation. This is what motivates them. With motivation, they can develop better. Do it well. If you perform well in the future, I will reward you with the power of the Dragon Clan. Thank you, Dragon Lord. Gilga said excitedly with an ecstatic face. Okay. It was getting late, so I went back first. Tomorrow, I will send someone to assist you in the construction. Yes. Gilga sent Su Tian off with a respectful face. After Su Tian left, he immediately told all the half-dragon people about the development of the tribe. At the same time, he also told about the fact that Su Tian rewarded him with the power of the Dragon Clan. What? The Dragon Lord actually rewards the power of the dragon. So, in the future we have the hope of transforming into a real dragon. After hearing this news, all the half-dragon people were boiling. Their tribe has believed in dragons for generations. For them, a true dragon is above all else. The blood of the dragon clan is noble, and these half-dragon people are born to surrender to the real dragon. This is the belief of their tribe. Now, they're even more excited to hear about the chance to become a real dragon. Don't worry, the patriarch, we will definitely listen to the Dragon Lord's order and step up construction. It is good. Back at the castle, Su Tian looked a little tired. Today they experienced a big battle, and then they have been planning the construction of the half-dragon. Only now did he have a moment to rest. Boom boom boom. Lin Jun knocked on the door and came in to serve Su Tian. Leixin went to treat wounded people, so today's job of serving fell on her head. Lin Jun stretched out her slender white hands to relieve Su Tian's fatigue. Master, I heard that today's battle is very fierce. You are not injured, are you? No. Su Tian opened his mouth and replied confidently. That's good. Lin Jun breathed a sigh of relief, with a contented smile on his face. She sat beside Su Tian, leaned his head on her lap slowly, and then massaged her. Su Tian was a little excited, this leg is so white. Lying on it, you will feel refreshed all at once. Lin Jun's movements were gentle, and under his service, Su Tian soon fell asleep. That night, he used his legs as a pillow and slept soundly and sweetly. Lin Jun smiled and comforted him to fall asleep slowly. Chapter 65. Early morning. The warm light shone in the room, and a breeze blew in, messing up Lin Jun's hair. Su Tian opened his eyes, rested all night, and it revived with full blood. All the power consumed yesterday has been restored. Suddenly, Su Tian turned his head and met Lin Jun's eyes. Master, good morning. Lin Jun smiled gently, and greeted the other party gently. Did you sleep with me all night yesterday? Seeing a red mark appear on the opponent's white thigh, Su Tian asked in a daze. Lin Jun nodded, very shy, a blush appeared on both sides of her face. Why didn't you wake me up? What? I think the master is too tired, so I want to share some pressure for the master. Lin Jun spoke softly and shyly. Su Tian paused for a moment, feeling a little messy in his heart. The breeze blows, carrying the body fragrance of Lin Jun's body, which stimulates Su Tian's heart. Do not know why? Su Tian stretched out his hands to hold the opponent's face in a strange way. Then, he slowly approached, almost close to the opponent's face. Lin Jun was short of breath, and the blush on his face became even more profuse. Hearing the other party's nervous voice, Su Tian's movements suddenly stopped. At this moment, his face was no more than 1 centimeter close to the other party. No. What am I thinking? Su Tian pulled his body away and ran out of the room in embarrassment. Click. Whoever follows him out, the door closes. There was a soundless silence in the room. Lin Jun looked at the door with a look of disappointment on his face. She lowered her head, letting the breeze from the window mess her hair. At the moment just now, she was filled with excitement, joy, and anticipation. But Su Tian paused just as he was about to kick the door. Su Tian, who ran out, was a little nervous. In just a moment, he almost successfully sent away his first kiss. But at the critical moment, he hesitated. When he came outside, Su Tian wandered around bored. He regrets it a little now, just now he should have worked hard and sent away his first kiss. Well. Su Tian sighed and shook his head helplessly. Abandoning the distracting thoughts in his heart, he planned to go to the half-dragon tribe to take a look. He is still very concerned about this newly joined tribe. Arriving at the half-human dragon tribe, Su Tian was surprised by the sight in front of him. What's the situation? Am I right? Su Tian rubbed his eyes, and after he was convinced that he was right, he was shocked. At this moment, the Banlongmen tribe has already taken on a completely new look. Yesterday, after a night of hard work by Gilga and the others, the Banlongren opened up a lot of resources overnight. Among them, there are also many rare ores. Rare ores can be used to create weapons, and special buildings can also be built through special means. Dragon Lord, you are here. Just when Su Tian was in a daze, a powerful voice came from the front. Know that the voice is none other than Gilga. Su Tian opened his mouth wide and asked in surprise, is this the resource you mined? Yes. Yesterday, after hearing Long Long's reward, everyone excitedly joined the mining. You also know that we half-dragons are born with supernatural powers, so mining these resources is no problem. Su Tian walked forward, observed a circle, and said solemnly, not bad. Your work efficiency is really fast. In one night, so many resources were mined. From now on, your tribe is not limited to this one place. This area has a radius of more than 10 miles, and you can expand the territory of the tribe to 5 or 6 miles. Then, warehouses should be built in your tribe to store these mined resources. At that time, we will regularly come to collect it. Not only that, you will start building the city wall starting today. In a few days, there will be a large number of monsters attacking. With the protection of the city wall, your territory can be protected from damage to the greatest extent. Yes. Dragon Lord. Gilga listened carefully and wrote down all the words Su Tian said. Su Tian has planned a development path for their tribe. Everything from life to combat is well arranged. Next, it's up to them to build it themselves. Su Tian believed that with the efficiency of the half-dragon people, within a few days, this place would be completely new. Seeing everyone working so efficiently, Su Tian must give them some rewards. Gilgar has called all the half-dragons. Su Tian stood above, waved his big hand, and a Gu dragon's power poured into the crowd. One Setsuna, all the half-dragons felt the change in their own blood. Thank you Dragon Lord for the reward. They all knelt down and kowtowed in thanks. Su Tian opened his mouth and said loudly, in the future, as long as you work hard, more dragon power will be open to you. I have already planned the development path for your tribe. From now on, a lot of waste is waiting to be done. You must step up construction and strive to complete the road I planned within a few days. Yes. The half-dragon people who got the power of the dragon are very happy, and their work efficiency is even higher. Su Tian took a look, then turned his head and left. Today, they need to expand the second area. In 9 days, he will go to the floating island for assessment, and he must complete the expansion of 8 territories before then. Leaving the half-dragon territory, Su Tian went straight to the island. Coming to the elemental tree, Su Tian found the earth elf and fire elf. The two of them are the main force on the island, and they are indispensable for expanding the territory. Later, he found 2 more angels in the barracks. When Zhao Hao learned that he was going to expand the territory again, he blew the horn directly and assembled the team. Su Tian was a bit hesitant. In the battle yesterday, although their army did not appear dead, many people were injured. With the help of 2 holy angels, they recovered with difficulty. Su Tian wanted them to rest, but Zhao Hao insisted on taking them to fight together. Master, every strong man is killed on the battlefield. Training them is to see a little blood, and more actual combat can gain the greatest insight. In yesterday's battle, most people had a sense of urgency. I have seen their efforts. I believe they are not afraid of war. Zhao Hao said loudly, and the army in the rear echoed loudly. Don't be afraid to fight. Don't be afraid to fight. Seeing their high morale, Su Tian could only nod in agreement. At the same time, I feel even more satisfied with Zhao Hao. With him training the army for himself, there is no need to worry about the combat power on the island. Set off. Su Tian gave a loud shout, and the mighty army began to march towards the second area. Just like yesterday, Su Tian led the 2 extraordinary elves to lead the way. Stepping into the second area, the surrounding fog began to dissipate slowly. This time, after they had traveled 3 kilometers, they encountered a tribe. This tribe is very vast, and the developed civilization seems to be much higher than that of the half-dragon people. They forged many houses and built many buildings, and it seems that they have formed a civilization of their own. Su Tian and others approached slowly, without launching an attack immediately. If he thinks it can be resolved peacefully, he will resolve it peacefully. Hey? Who are you? In the tribe, a Tauren with a Tauren body found them. This tribe is a Tauren tribe, and all people have Tauren bodies. Su Tian smiled slightly, indicating that he was not hostile. Hello. I want to talk to your leader, is that okay? Su Tian smiled and said, very kind. The Tauren hesitated, then called the others to find the leader. After a while, hundreds of Tauren came out surrounded by their leader. Their leader is a Tauren covered in silver armor. Its horns are more noble than those of other people, with a layer of shiny silver armor attached. The leader came out and asked, who are you? What can you do with us? Hello, leader, I am the owner of this island. I came here today to ask if you would like to surrender to us. The leader of the Tauren was a little puzzled. This has always been a land of no owner. When did the owner appear? It used to be no man's land, but now it's my territory. Presumptuous. It's ridiculous that a few of you want to come and invade our territory. Get out now, or we will kill you. The Tauren leader scolded loudly. The fire elf frowned slightly. This was the first time he was scolded. You ungrateful animal! How dare you insult us? See if I don't slaughter your ox head and make soup for drinking. The fire elf roared, and the flames in his body instantly rose to the sky, forming a pillar of fire that soared into the sky. In the rear, Zhao Hao and others saw this scene, and instantly knew whether they had reached an agreement. If they didn't agree, then there's no need to be polite to the other party. Go out! A word fell, and the mighty army began to press forward. Old cow, you are dead. The fire elf was bathed in firelight, exuding a dangerous aura all over his body. He swung his spear, and the eye-catching red lotus suddenly appeared behind him. Liao Yuan, capture the thief first, and capture the king first. When the old cow is dead, they will naturally return. Su Tian reminds me. The fire elf nodded, aiming to kill the Tauren leader firmly. Protect the leader. Behind, more than a dozen Tauren held their shields and charged forward to block them. But these people are no better than half-dragons, their strength, defense, and speed are far inferior to half-dragons. The fire elf waved his spear, and the tip of the spear glowed with a faint red light. One Setsuna, he turned into a fiery meteor and rushed towards the Tauren. The violent power broke through more than a dozen of their shields in an instant. Boom! Under the erosion of the flames, it was a shield that instantly turned into molten iron. Old cow, die! The fire elf raised the tip of the spear again, sweeping away everything with such force. And many more. We surrender. Just at the critical moment, the Tauren leader knelt down and surrendered instantly. He knew that his tribe could not resist them, so he tactfully initiated the surrender. Su Tian was a little surprised, so he surrendered? He thought that the other party would stick to his beliefs like the half-dragon people. It takes a bloody battle before the opponent can surrender. The result was unexpected. After the other party saw the power of the fire elf, he was instantly cowed. In the rear, the army with high morale was a little sluggish after seeing this scene. What's the situation? This is the end of the battle? After a brief moment of stupefaction, Su Tian said, after you surrender, you must accept the brand of the contract. The Tauren surrendered so quickly that Su Tian didn't believe them. If later, when this group of people ran away suddenly while resisting the monster, wouldn't that disrupt their plan? The leader hesitated when he heard the contract was requested. The fire elf glared, and the tip of the gun pressed against his neck. We accept, we accept. They know they have no choice, so they are forced to accept it. Without hesitation, Su Tian directly chose the branding contract. A Setsuna, a fiery red lotus appeared between their brows. After branding the contract, Su Tian is no longer afraid of their betrayal.